It's my
It's just the best. And he's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GS
Close
house.
combat onto a Mugen. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Pochula.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road.
Get the look down. Can you look down the Wizcast where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left? I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands.
It is no longer the year of the dragon, but nobody told the Pokemon TCG players here in Birmingham. Regidrago V-Star remains a deck to beat as we head towards day 2, and everyone is coming for it, even the buildings themselves, with Farchaladon having a surprisingly good run. We started yesterday with over 2,000 players, just 361 remain, which is actually just one less than the entirety of the players that played in the regional last time we were here. But not everyone has an even chance to win. Brent Tonnerson and Daniel Powell came in at 8-0, 24 match points, whereas the players at the bottom of the rankings came in with just 16. My question is, what's going to happen? We've got a whole day to figure it out, and I'm joined by my lovely co-hosts Joe, Shay, and Mike. How we doing, chaps?
Oh, amazing. What a day we had yesterday. So many different decks, a lot of great players rising to the top and showing exactly why they are the best of our game. And I think for us, the biggest story is really about which decks are coming through, and Terapagos has shown a real resurgence here in Birmingham.
And Ross, I'm glad you mentioned Brent. He's proving that he can play in his sleep because he literally only had a couple hours nap before coming out here and then went undefeated. That's an incredible story. We have to follow him throughout the day.
He is absolutely one of the favorites to take down this tournament, sleep or no sleep. But as I said a minute ago, if you start at 8-0, you literally have 8 extra match points than the players at the bottom of the rankings. That's almost 3 wins. That gives you a huge advantage. The players are not even coming into day 2, so we're going to really be looking at the players at the top of those rankings, seeing who has the best chance to make it into top 8. And I'm just saying, we had a Saru Ledger 8-1. We've got Terapagos lying around. We've got Regidrago. There's a bit of variety, as we expected coming in.
Yeah, I think it's also the partners for these Pokemon. Terapagos has got a whole new partner at this event. With Palkia, we saw Clove Terapagos, we saw Charizard Terapagos, Dusknoir, Bufalon. There's so many different partners, but Palkia seems to be having a great tournament here.
I made no mistake about it, Ross. You mentioned your little intro there. You were surprised that the buildings are doing well. Dalga is doing well. We'll have the percentages a little bit later. We've had a little look. But my casting prediction, soaring up the rankings.
Farchaladon is doing phenomenally. But this is not the only show we're going to have for the rest of the season. So let's take a look at where we are going to be rocking up as we go through the rest of the year.
Yeah, so we've got the London International Championships here in Europe after this event here in Birmingham. And then we've obviously got NAIC all there at the end. I love an IC me. And obviously you've got Worlds there at the end of the season as well. But don't forget, we've got a few more events here in Europe. We've got the Stockholm Regional Championship. We've got Seville Special and the Utrecht Special and Bologna there as well. Quite honestly, we're not even halfway through the season yet. Look at all those events. Got a lot of Pokemon action up coming soon, but for now we still have the day 2 here in Birmingham, where a new regional champion will be crowned and they will secure themselves a slot at the World Championships there in Anaheim.
Mike, I say yesterday, I'm asking you today, pick an event that looks particularly enticing.
It's really bad, but I look at the events based off of the cities, how beautiful they are, but most importantly, the food they have to offer. And I love Italian food, so I'd love to go to Bologna and have some proper pizza and pasta and play a bit of Pokemon on the side.
Last year when I was in Bologna, I had a lasagna and I almost wept. It was so good, so I'm really excited to go back there as well.
I was there with you. I had that same lasagna and I too almost wept. Found myself back in Bologna just a couple months later, eating more lasagna. Yeah, Bologna is, I mean, I say it pretty much every stream, but the food in Bologna is absolute top tier. That would have been my pick as well. Mike, I'm proud of you.
Thank you very much. Hopefully I'll be there to enjoy the Pokemon and the food.
Bit of lasagna, squeeze in a bit of Pokemon, finish with a bit more lasagna. Now, what people are going for today, and the players still remaining, are in a very good position to do so, trying to get some of them their championship points, try and get the World's invite.
Yep, and all of the players in day 2, they've already picked up a bunch of championship points, but there's even more on offer. The more wins they accumulate, the higher up those placements they're going to be, and it really is top-heavy structure here. The further you go in the tournament, the more points that get dished out, and let's not forget that you're not trying to hit a bar this season, an amount of points per se, you're just trying to do the best you can within your region. Only 125 Masters in Europe will be able to attend the World Championships, in addition to those who have already got automatic placement via winning a regional or special event. So you're going to try and go as far as you can today to put yourself in the best position possible for that World Championships invite.
Yeah, let's hope you all paid attention in maths class, because it is going to be awkward at the end of the year trying to figure out how likely you are to be supplanted from your current ranking. But let's say you're not entirely interested in championship points. There are some other things on offer.
Yeah, you get yourself a lot of cash money as well, baby. Come on, let's go. Look at that. The winner of the Birmingham Regional Championships here in the Masters Division will walk home with a nice, crisp, clean $10,000 in their bank account. Love a bit of that. Second place, 7,000 as well. Going all the way down to top 32. Even juniors and seniors get involved a little bit there as well. Not just about the money though. We all love Pokemon cards, don't we? TCG channel, all that business there. Get yourself a lot of booster packs there. 108 going all the way down, and it actually goes down a lot further than what this graph suggests as well. Always fun to get back to the hotel and crack those packs open and see what's inside.
I wonder how much of the prize money also goes towards I'm sure a lot of players like to also get more than they dished out here at the events.
I have a 2-year-old at home, and he likes bringing me my parcels when they come to my house. He brings me into my studio, he runs up the stairs, and I'm like, what do you think's in there, Ruben? He goes, Pokemon cards! He knows. He knows. Now, one thing you guys need to know is how this tournament is going to work. We've already had our day 1, we've had our 8 Swiss rounds, so we've got more Swiss rounds in day 2. We've got ourselves a top cut, but you know what? We've also got a nice clear explanation for you right here. Okay, so we have it. Look, I'm gonna spoil it for you, right? There's more Swiss rounds. We cut to a top 8. There's an asymmetrical top cut. Joe, tell us what an asymmetrical top cut is.
Well, players who have at least top 8, as long as we have more than top 8 players, those on the equivalent record will then join an asymmetrical cut. There's no more bubbles this season. That was always something that was awkward in the trading card game. You had the right record, but you just weren't there on the tiebreakers. So now you can have a chance to get back into that top 8 and carry on in knockout rounds to find our eventual finalists and a champion at the end of today.
And they're high pressure matches now, because top 8 is so important for that CP threshold. So if you're playing in the asymmetrical top cut, that is probably the highest pressure game of the day for you. And then from that point on, it's all about the prize money.
And it's worth noting the last couple games are incredibly important because the position is really clean. Let's say you've got 10 players who end up in asymmetrical top cut. 1 to 6 are in top 8, stop playing, go and take a break. Whereas 7, 8, 9, and 10 play an extra round to get in. You want to be a high enough seed to avoid that asymmetrical top cut. That is going to be crucial. Speaking of which, let's have a look at some of these day 2 qualified players, see if there are any names that jump out there.
I mean, there's so many names straight away. I think a lot of the UK players have risen to the top, and a lot of familiar faces across Europe.
Yeah, we've got Liam Halliburton there. Well, he's not from Europe, but yeah, just done really well this season, winning a regional. Daniel Powell, Arnie as well, you know, fantastic. We had Brent Tonneson on stream yesterday, coming straight from the airport to the event, and only goes 8-0. I think if I was him, does that set a dangerous precedent? In order to do well, I have to fly to the airport, come straight to the venue. All of a sudden, I go undefeated. But yeah, of course, there's a whole star-studded list of names there who I wouldn't be surprised to see make it through to our top 8 and beyond.
No, there is a great set of names. I want to give a shout out to Michael Cornwall there, local player in the UK. If you're in the UK, you probably know Michael. If you're outside the UK, you probably don't. Hasn't had a real finish that's made everyone stand up and go, oh wow, Michael's great at the game. But if you're in the UK, you probably played against Michael a couple times. You'll know he is great at the game. Let's take a look at the Swiss standings and see who is the greatest in the game right now. We'll have a quick look at the players who are at the top. This is coming into round 10, and you'll notice we got 4 players at 8-0-1.
Wow, and look, Brent Tonneson managed to get a tie after that 8-0 start to the Swiss. And I think also a few players rising up close behind. I think Benjamin Grover is one player that, similar to Michael you mentioned, I played him locally, an amazing player, doesn't travel to a huge amount of regionals, but that's the scary thing about the UK is we have a lot of players who don't really go further than the Birmingham regional or the EUIC, and consequently, they can show up to this and catch a lot of people off guard.
And sandwiched together in that 9th and 10th seed, that's familiar. Arnie and Oyvind right there up again. I think they're playing very similar decks as well as they were in Stuttgart, where they both made the final. So they're once again riding high in this tournament.
That looks nice, and keep an eye on his 7th seed there, Marin, who is our Cerulege player. And I did actually get a quick note in my ear as we were looking there. Brent has just can't stop winning 9-0-1. I'm not saying Brent's in top 8, but I'm saying right now, if I had to pick one player who's going to make top 8, I think Brent is probably the best pick right now.
And also, there's a lot of players there who are creative deck builders. I think that's key. In Europe, we have many who are known for that kind of thing, and seeing them on the leaderboard there was great, because that's what we notice in Europe is the variety of the communities we have from different countries. They all come up with different ideas of what they think is the strongest deck in the format, and consequently we have a much more varied top tables, and I think that's something that's going to really show throughout the day as we show the matches.
Yeah, the match I really wanted to watch, Marin with that Cerulege against Tours Terrapagos. That was a game going on right now that really stood out to me from the pairings. I think the winner of that game is again going to be in a phenomenal position moving forward.
Yeah, mentioned to Tord yesterday, he was surprised that he wasn't took on the stream. He's normally so frequently on our desk, but he's still putting himself out there, has a really good record, so we're keeping an eye on him.
Oh yeah, don't believe me, we are always checking on Tord, seeing what his record is. But you know, when we're picking these stream games, it's awkward. We're looking at the matchup, we're looking at the deck, we're looking at the players, we're looking at the stakes of a particular game. It's a very difficult choice.
Yeah, it really is, and that's the good thing about these events. You've got so many players. There's going to be so many storylines to pick from. There's storylines that we're not even privy to. So make sure to always let us know storylines via the socials and all that jazz. So hopefully you can try and pick them up and get some of the best storylines featured. One storyline I want to quickly mention though is that Brent posted on social media last time he was in the UK for a regional, got 2nd place. He said, I want to improve on that finish. There's only one way to do that, and he is marching really fast to try and improve on that 2nd place finish in Liverpool. Can he do it? Only one way to find out.
He's in a very good position. So let's have a look at the players that we picked to watch coming into this event. Now, I have got bad news for you. Alex Dow, our lovely co-caster, did not have the best day, let's leave it there. But Arnie Karjala, we did see on that graphic a minute ago, having a very nice run. In fact, number 9 in Europe, number 9 right now in the standings.
Yep, everything fits perfectly. Arnie having another phenomenal run. He's proving himself to just come on from stride to stride. He's got that confidence under his belt. He knows his deck inside and out, and it's no surprise that he's once again on winning ways.
Yeah, when you got a player who's that good, going back to back with this kind of record, it really shows the consistency. Not many players can hit that kind of record as often as Arnie is right now. So definitely a player to watch right now, but also one to think about for the future, because he's very young still, so he's still getting better, and so consequently in the early stages of his master career.
Yeah, any player that can string back-to-back day twos, and even better than that, getting into top cut, in the size of tournaments we've got right now, really is somebody we need to be paying attention to. Something else we're paying attention to, the meta game. What decks are actually doing well? We're going to show you the day 2 meta game here, and I'm just going to say, what's standing out here?
Oh, it's got to be the Arc Alidon. Come on, Dalga players, stand up, Star Chronos. Yeah, look at that 2nd place there. But to be fair, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. I say 2nd place, but let's be honest, 10% Arc Alidon, 9% Charizard, 9% Trapcast Noctowl, who's also a big standout, by the way, and then 8% Gardevoir. It's all relatively all about the same, and obviously Reggie Drago, again, still the most popular, but I would say the gap seems to be closing a lot. Only at 14% Reggie Regidrago. Next place is 10 and then 9. Everyone seems to be trying to close the gap. Archaladon, obviously, one of its main selling points as a deck is that it can combat Regidrago V-Star. So I'm intrigued to see how that little mini game pans out.
I think the last couple of tournaments, Regidrago's gone on really well from day 1 to day 2, and I think that Archaladon is exactly why it's only really retained its place, because so many pilots are doing well with that archetype and also farming the Regidrago V-Star as well a little bit, so there's some fear for them out in the field today.
I think the thing that stood out to me with all those decks in the top 6 is they're all challenging to play well, and I think that's really what we're seeing with this current format is the decks that have a higher skill ceiling are pushing the best players through to those later stages, and that's why we're seeing on the standings so many of our strongest players rising to the top.
Yeah, I think that is an excellent point. So they were the top 6. Let's have a look at the best of the rest decks in the Masters division. And we can see there there's only 4 decks difference between, you know, the Dragapult Ironforms at the top and Snorlax at the bottom. If anybody's wondering, 8 Miraidon, 4 Ceruledge, I'm sure there were people at home who are desperate to know that.
I think it's mad looking at this second graph. There's the same amount of Raging Bolt as there is Roaring Moon EX. That's something I would not have expected. Raging Bolt traditionally has been a deck that players would want to play to try and have a better Regidrago matchup. You know, it gets off to the fives phase faster. It can really put Regidrago on a clock. So I wonder if the players' mentality is out. If I want to try and beat Regidrago, have they now picked up Archaladon, and that could be having a better time against the rest of the meta game as well. That really stood out to me.
I think it's an excellent point, and that may well be. That is one of the themes today. Archaladon is doing well. But let's not just focus on the Masters. There are 2 other age divisions here. So let's have a look at the Juniors age division.
Wow.
There are 46 Juniors players here. So let's have a look at what we've got in terms of the meta. Anything stand out?
Well, I remember that for the juniors, Regidrago, Raging Bolt, and Charizard were all really popular picks in their first day of competition. So it really seems like Gardevoir has stood up and been counted in that day 2, having a really, really good progression in the juniors division. Again, a really complicated archetype, which shows that even the juniors, they're putting in the reps, they're getting the work in, and they're making all of these complex archetypes seem really easy. The juniors, you know, it's not an easy tournament no matter what.
Oh. These
players know what they're doing and put a lot of practice into the game, and that shows again with the complexity of the archetypes that are on demonstration here in our day 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, shout out to them juniors there, because I tried a few games with Gardevoir. My head was hurting. I'd get how many energy, that does how much damage. Like, goodness gracious me, I'll put that down. So shout out to them. Not only doing really well in juniors, but being currently the tied most represented deck as well. So that's amazing to see.
I want to give a shout out to the 4 juniors in day 2 playing Clorf. It's a deck that's actually had some success in juniors in this format, and the last format, to be fair. So Clorf doing pretty well in the junior division. You love to see it. So we've looked at Masters, we've looked at juniors. Seems a little bit unfair if we don't also take a look at the seniors age division and have a look at the decks that are seeing the most play there.
Well, it's kind of similar to the Masters, but there's a little bit more of that Snorlax control, which has made its way through. A very good archetype, and I think in Masters, many people opt not to play it because it's very difficult across a longer tournament to play consistently along 8 to 12 rounds if you make it through to day 2. But I think it is one of the strongest decks right now in the format, and maybe the seniors with less rounds and still that same meta, it does make sense as a great pick there.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely, and shout out to the 6 seniors in day 2 playing Clorf. So that's what we've got in terms of the different age divisions there, and if you're watching at home, that'll give you some ideas, decks that you might be thinking of picking up. Best advice I would always give, pick up a bunch of different decks, have a play of them all, see what you think, see what feels right, and then perfect that one deck, bring it to a tournament, and then, you know, maybe a flyover from Australia, you've had no sleep and you end up 901, just as an example. Now, I like to think TCG is the best show in town. We're all a little bit biased here, but we are not the only show in town. We have got wonderful action with our colleagues over on the VG and Go streams, so do check out Pokemon.com/broadcast, and if you have any interest in the Pokemon Video Game Championship Series or Pokemon Go, please make sure you check that out. We got wonderful commentators taking you through fantastic games, and I'll be honest, sitting backstage, I'm tuning into a bit of VG, bit of Go. We got all 3 of them playing backstage. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I think it's interesting with the meta shift that we have and seeing the same thing happening in the video game and how they've got a whole new regulation now back to the Worlds format. And just in that time where they've been away from it, things have changed. And I think that's something that's very similar here, where we felt like Surging Sparks was solved, and then suddenly you give it a bit of time, you know, over the holiday season, and suddenly everyone's come back and gone, actually, I've got a new idea of how to play this Surging Sparks meta.
Yeah, I think in VG they've gone back to an older meta this weekend. I saw some Miraidon on stream earlier, started up to our friend Ben Kiriako. I'm like, Ben, tell me about Miraidon in video game. So that's been fun. I've been enjoying myself. But hey, maybe we want to hear from you guys. That's always fun. In fact, actually first, follow our channels, hear from us. You know all the social things at this point. /Pokemon, #PlayPokemon. Get in touch with us. Tell us what you're seeing. Tell us what you're enjoying. Follow in all the usual places.
Yeah, we had the chance to show off a great number of social posts yesterday. We want to hear more of you, all the stories from players who are here or just enjoying the stream at home. We will get a chance, more than likely, throughout the day to show those off, and we love that sort of sense of community. We want to hear the stories. We're locked backstage. We can't always see all the action, so we need you guys to tell us what we've been missing.
Yeah, I mean, it's great advice. I want to hear from you guys. Seriously, the more tweets we've got, we're collecting them. We literally have a little pot with putting them in, so we can collect and have a chat about your tweets. There might be things we missed, but with your help, we can make sure none of these stories are missed. Now, I'm going to ask you all one question before we get into the action today. It's a very simple one. How do you feel at the start of day 2 about the predictions you made at the start of day 1?
I'm feeling absolutely ecstatic. I think I'm in a good spot. Second most popular deck in day 2. What's the most popular deck? I beat that as well, so I'm feeling confident.
So you're at solid on prediction, you're feeling good is what you're saying.
I'm feeling fantastic.
I look at that, and the Thornton as well has looked really good in that deck, allowing you to access the Dialga V-Star. Very good pick there. I like it.
What about you, Mike? What about yours?
We need to hear yours, Mike.
Oh, we're going to talk about my predictions now, are we? Yeah, we can move on. That's fine.
Can confirm Mike made predictions. Joe, how do you feel about yours?
Well, I've got the stats on my side, I suppose. Over 50 pilots with that Regidrago V-Star in our day 2, so feeling pretty good about my chances. Brent's at the top tables, so at the very least, I've got a good chance of one, probably more, making it into that top 8. So that's looking good for me so far. Let's be honest, it was a safe prediction. Anyone could have made it, but I was keeping some normality in our predictions just so that someone was right at the end of the day.
Anyone could have made it, Joe, but only you did. For me, I mean, there are 4 Cerulege in day 2 going into round 10. We had one at 8-1. There are 8 Miraidon. The top one was at 7-1-1. Not that I've been tracking it that closely. So I'm just saying, you know, if the Cerulege is, you know, if Marin beats Tord in the round that's currently going on, I'm going to feel great about my Cerulege prediction. Miraidon, we'll see, couple of wins. There is still a chance. I'm telling you, there's a chance.
I'm going to be honest with you, Ross. You've inspired me with your Miraidon picks throughout history since Miraidon came out. I thought I was going to be a Terapagos picker, who every event, I'll pick Terapagos. I did it the last 2 events. This event, I went, you know what, I want to have a bit of fun and go elsewhere. But I'm just going to be boring, just like you, Ross, and go with Terapagos every single event from now on and succeed.
Hey, I showed the receipts on the stream yesterday. It went well.
A broken clock, Ross. It's right 2 times a day, all right?
Exactly what I said as well, Joe. That's exactly what I said.
My Miraidon clock is right like once a month when we have a regional, and I predict Miraidon, and it does well. Yesterday, a lot of players did well. We had a lot of fun, so we're going to be heading into our next round of action very shortly. We're going to be showing you the first round on stream for the day. So let's have a look back at some of the fun we had yesterday while we get ready for the first fun of today.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Oh, just in time. It looks like.
I just ran around the hall.
We weren't just running from the sofa to get here just in time. No, not at all. How's it going, everyone? We're back in day 2 of the Birmingham Regional Championships. The action is not just happening here, it's happening out there as well. Our players are getting through round number 10 right now, but are quite deep into the round, so we should be getting into the action for that round 11 in no time at all. But Mike, let's go back to day 1. Tell the viewers about what your favorite moments were from that day 1 of competition.
Oh, it's a tough one. It's always nice seeing people making day 2s. I think at this event, a lot of people making their first day 2s or really feeling like it's a special one for them because it's a home event in the UK, and I really love seeing that moment. But then consequently, now it's the crunch time. This is where all those people have got past that day 2 feeling, and they've now got to start thinking, how do I get it into that top 8? So that's the highlight for me. It's now a completely different vibe today. It's all about winning.
Yeah, I'm a bit like Shay, actually. I was really rooting for that Dialga V-Star, and we had a great moment on stream yesterday. And by the looks of things, there's a number of pilots on good records with that deck, so we might see some even more sparks flying from that Dialga. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, Star Kronos allowing you to take 2 turns in a row. What an effect that is. I think anytime you see that on stream, it can be a little bit overwhelming realizing how much you can do in one turn. Yeah. You get to use Pheasantipity EX twice because the flip the script effect is from your opponent's last turn you need the knockout. You also get to use Pokestops twice. You get to use your supporters on both turns, and so really it does open up a really strong end game where you can come from behind and close out the game.
I think the crucial difference between this archetype and numerous previous builds of Dialga V-Star is that you can have kind of chill turns and still be doing a lot. Archaladon can power itself up with that Metal Defender, really reasonable damage output, really high hit points that can be a nuisance in its own right into a number of matchups. So you don't need to have these explosive turns, but when it comes together, when you do eventually accumulate a big combination, that's when you completely wipe a board state.
I think one thing you can learn with the current format is if a Pokemon has a low energy cost or accelerates energy to itself, it's a very powerful card, and that Archaladon with the Assemble Alloy accelerating 2 metal energy at a time from the discard pile allows you to set up for that 3 energy cost, and that is what Charizard's shown can work. I mean, you've got things like Dragapult, which you with the right items and tools around it can set up in 1 turn, and this is the key. Even if you're evolving, it's the energy that becomes the challenge, and consequently Archaladon is showing why it's self-sustaining.
Yeah, and that archetype loves to pitch those energy into the discard pile. You use those as a resource whenever you can use Radiant Greninja in your deck. So many of the top decks right now are using that to great effect, just to have that additional draw power throughout the game, and that allows the deck to stabilize quite nicely and get itself into most games, and that's always something you're looking for, and it is that sort of self-sustaining element of the archetype, which is why it's one of the top contenders this weekend.
And 300 HP is a lot of HP on a stage 1, so it can really block out a lot of decks, and I think one of those decks that has been showing a lot of strength is Terrapagos. It's come through, a lot of top pilots are playing it, so consequently it's had a great conversion from day 1 into day 2, but it's not just the builds that we're used to. We're starting to see Palkia paired with Terrapagos a lot at this event, where early on that was expected to be the main partner for Terrapagos, and it sort of went away for a little bit, and now it's come back round full circle.
Yeah, I was one of the players, as soon as Area 0 Underdepths came out, I thought this has to be good with Palkia. Why are we not just using this card that previously had the right damage output? Then as hit points sort of grew, it was more difficult for Palkia to reach those one-hit KOs. Suddenly the Area 0 Underdepths is fantastic. The Palkia archetype used to use Inteleon, that rotated, and then we got the sort of pseudo reprint in Noctowl, now in the form of a stage 1, which is a huge upgrade for the archetype. So you have some great spread pressure in that single prize Pokemon from Radiant Greninja. We know that's always been the cornerstone of Palkia, that combination of cards, giving you both consistency but also different aggressive lines of play. Then Terapagos EX, not just there to enable the Noctowl, but also is a good attacker in its own right.
And again, self-sustaining, has the V-Star ability to be able to get water, 3 water energy from the discard pile, so a very similar effect to what we just mentioned with the Assemble Alloy of Archaladon. And I think the other thing which Palkia is happy to see is less lightning-type attackers. For a while, with Lost Box very popular, Miraidon very popular, it was hard to play Palkia into that format because you were always worried about the weakness, whereas it's sort of come back around where weakness has become less relevant because it's everywhere, and then being able to combine it with something like Terapagos where you can then cover your weaknesses has really opened up a different strategy for the deck, and it just has so many tools, and that's why a lot of these top players are playing it, because you can change your game plan very differently depending on what you're playing against.
And I'm still just such a believer in that fan rotom. It doesn't take much for you to get right into the game. You can get some immediate hoot, but also bank a Noctowl in your hand so you know that your opponent basically has to hand disrupt you, otherwise you're going to be really in the flow and getting a lot done. And we are mentioning that Palkia variant in particular because there are some players on really strong records. I'm just having a look at our most recent standings. Jonathan Sharpling, one of the highest placing players right now, on a 9-1 record. So once again, we could see a Palkia Noctowl build making it into our top 8 this weekend.
Yeah, the fan rotom as well can attack. I think we often forget because it often doesn't attack in the Terapagos archetypes, right. But consequently, with the water energy of Palkia, you're able to then use the attack. You can even have the jet energies in there to get it into the active. And 70 damage on your first turn while setting up is a really great card. You do need that stadium in play, however. But this is what we're talking about. All of these decks are coming in and out of the format in the Surging Sparks meta because there is a variety of decks that are viable. So these players are trying to work out what is best for this tournament, what deck am I best with, and then can I go on a big run with it? And that is why this event has really shown the best players rising to the top, because they've solved the meta in their mind of how they need to win it. And that's where we're seeing these deck choices really come through and the refined lists at the top.
And looking at the other deck lists towards the top end right now, lots of the Terapagos Dustoir also doing really well. There are a couple Charizard towards the top end of our bracket. Obviously, Brent Tonneson still on the very top, still at a 9-0-1 record, same as Daniel Powell right now. Those players are really on great course to be in and amongst our top 8, but there's still plenty of games going on in our round 10, so that picture is still developing for us in this day 2.
Yeah, so yesterday in day 1, we had 8 rounds of Swiss for these players, and those who had 16 points or more were able to make it through to day 2, where we're having another 4 rounds of Swiss. We are currently in round 10. We'll be joining the action in round 11, and then once that's all finished, we'll find out who's in our top cut. And the way we do it here now, asymmetrical top cut, you have your top 8, and any player who matches the record of the 8th place player in that top 8 will also enter the top cut, and we'll have an asymmetrical top cut where every player gets a chance at making it through to the top 8. So seeding is so important here. Also finding a way to those top tables early so that you can try and keep growing and growing so you get high into that top cut.
Yeah, and it makes life a lot simpler. You just know that you're looking for a record now. You're looking for a number of match points rather than having to worry about your opponent's win rate and their win rate as well, your opponents, which was always a headache that you never really wanted to get into the weeds with. Now you know that you're much more in control of your own destiny. If you get into that asymmetrical top cut, you give yourself the best opportunity, and I think players on the whole really enjoy that aspect of the changes this season.
Yeah, and with the points being so much more important in top 8, I think it's really a testament to all those players who are able to make multiple top 8s, because they're playing not only through those Swiss rounds where we've got over 2,000 players here in Birmingham and they had to rise to the top of them, but also they have to go into that top cut and potentially have one last match to make it into the highest points of the tournament. So every game really does matter here, and it's going to be hard for many players this season to have multiple top 8s, and that's really going to show as we go through the season and see which of them are capable of doing so. so.
Yeah, I think looking at the top tables, Brent Tonneson, someone who already has made a number of top cuts, or even as well, he's just come off of a finals with the Charizard archetype, and once again, he's right on up in that mix, currently at a 9-1 record. I'm pretty certain a very similar list as well, so he's still backing the Pokestop, if you can believe it. Even though we saw it betray him in the finals, he's still liking the extra reach he can get to try and pop off with some rare candies and Ultra Balls, so still a believer in Pokestop Charizard, who knew?
Pokestop is a very good card, and I think Charizard has historically been comfortable with using their opponent's Pokestops when they have to.
Right.
But also they've been scared to do it because so many resources you're scared to lose with that Pokestop. So an interesting way to build a deck. Not a huge amount of adjustment around the rest of the list to make it more Pokestoppable, but I think it's one of the best interviews we've ever had when we asked him, why have you put Pokestop in there? And he just said, it's more fun.
It's fun. It's fun. I just want to feel something. I want to feel alive when I'm spinning that Pokestop. I completely understand that. And I imagine maybe through his testing process, seeing enough Pokestop in other archetypes and him finding himself have to use it in a number of situations, he ended up saying, I could just be playing this myself and giving myself extra reach in certain situations. So it's interesting how that sort of came about. And yes, at the end of the day, we're here for a lot of fun. And Oivind is certainly doing that. And I feel like you always play better when you're having fun and are trusting your own deck as well. That naturally comes through practice, but also accepting that there's still a lot of chance in the game. You can only skill can take you so far, and then you're still at the mercy of your archetype and your deck at times. So Oivind is completely embracing that, and I'm so happy for him that he's doing well again.
Well, both you and I are representing Gardevoir with our pin badges here, which I think is nice to see in the juniors division, that Gardevoir has risen as one of the highest decks in day 2. But in the Masters division, it's kind of creeping up. There is a few Gardevoir on the top tables, but it's maybe not had that huge pop-off performance that we know it's capable of. And I wonder if this is the question for a lot of people at home. Is Gardevoir good enough to play into some of these top decks right now?
It's a tough one. I think most of our Gardevoir pilots have had a number of losses and ties under their belts. I think one of the highest placing players right now is Magnus Pedersen on the archetype at a 7-1-2 record, losing their previous round here in round 10. But Gardevoir still has all those key elements to be a contender in the metagame. We know it utilizes great single prize attacking Pokemon. The Drifloon can do massive damage. The Screamtail can take out bench threats as and when you want to. It can also allow you to have some great comeback plays. We know Countercatcher and Iono are cornerstones of this sort of archetype. You can weave that in with Screamtail in a lot of situations, try and trap the opponent, leave them with a low hand size, oftentimes targeting things like Pheasant Dipper TEX are standard plays for Gardevoir. And at the same time, you have a beefy stage 2 Pokemon, much beefier now thanks to the Monkey Dory that is pretty much a staple in the deck list as at least a 1-off, often a 2 count. So you can add in some healing to your own Pokemon, then also dish out massive damage to opponents. Whether or not you're trying to reach on critical numbers for big KOs, or if you're trying to set up KOs on Pokemon throughout the game, maybe taking some midterm prizes can really swing the board state for Gardevoir towards those latter stages. So definitely still a threat in the metagame, although looking at the tables right now, it may not quite make our top 8s this weekend.
I think it's interesting when you got a deck like Gardevoir that the format is so fast right now, and Gardevoir wants to come from behind, but maybe it's too fast for a deck like that to be able to come back. And I think a lot of matchups are having to see players go for these, I'm going to win a turn back through a gust decision. And once you start coming across stronger players, they recognize those situations earlier and don't give you those opportunities. And so it can be really tough to convert it when you're in a room with so many strong players who are familiar with the archetype. But it doesn't mean it's a bad deck, it just means it wasn't necessarily the deck for this tournament. And that's the key right now, is it seems to be a rotating meta where lots of different decks will have good and bad tournaments. But it seems like this tournament is the Archaladon and Terrapagos tournament.
Yeah, and I think we expected a little bit of Archaladon, but it's really doing well out there. It's impressing me a lot. I thought I was going to wait until Prismatic Evolutions to take this archetype truly seriously, but it's proving itself to have the right statistics behind it in terms of just raw hit points, oftentimes being a crucial element, certainly into the Regidrago V-Star matchup. Staying out of range, hitting the crucial 220 damage is an obvious thing you can point to for having a decent matchup there. But also Star Chronos, it can never be underrepresented of how dangerous that attack is. We've already mentioned it a couple of times on the broadcast, but when that becomes a consistent go-to that you can always force in games, that's when you give yourself a real win condition into all sorts of matchups that you would otherwise feel might be a little bit awkward. Now you can yoink games back in your favor.
Well, we'll see how the meta shapes up in the future. No prismatic evolutions here. Even though some of you may have got your hands on it, we are not allowed to play it in the current standard format for a few more weeks. But once we do at EUIC, I'm sure we'll all get a chance to see how the meta shifts thanks to that little Budu that's coming in to try and disrupt the format. And I know a lot of you at home are excited to see what decks are doing well here, and I'm sure you'll be getting involved and telling us in the chat what you want to see. But don't just tell us about the decks you want to see, tell us about the players. We've shown the top 16 players, who's on the top tables, and I know you guys will have certain ones that you want to watch and see how they're doing. For me, I really want to see Arnie again. I really feel like this is the start of an amazing journey for him as a player, and someone that we should continuously watch over the next year or so, because every event he's in with a chance of making that big tournament run, going towards the top 8, maybe even winning another regional this season.
Yeah, I feel like there's a number of those players on that precipice. Sometimes it only takes one good performance for you to sort of let your shoulders down, know that you are doing the right things, your testing process is right. There's no reason why you can't be doing this time and time again. Of course, there'll be tournaments that just don't go your way, but naturally knowing that you've been there before can settle you down a lot more in those high pressure matchups. I mean, there's less pressure on your shoulders, you can play to the best of your ability, and when you're much calmer, sometimes that's going to have a big difference going into those crucial stages where you can't make that mistake and you're in tight situations that you've not been in before. You can have a level head and still come to the right conclusions and break away into more and more of these top cuts.
I mean, we talk about the storied players, your Torn Rec players. We had Ross Cawthorne on, and we mentioned about all of the achievements they've had in Masters. And then when we start seeing these younger players, they haven't had the time to tell their story. Some of them will have seniors stories, and you know, we often say players, oh, this person's a senior world champion, or this player's a senior IC champion, and that's all they could do. They weren't able to play in the Masters division at that stage, so their stories were limited to that division. And as the seniors division gets stronger, we're seeing more and more of these players age up and start performing early in the Masters division, and consequently you're going to see names come out of nowhere if you're only familiar with the older players, and they're going to start taking tournaments down. And I think Arnie is a great representation of that, one of our youngest players to take a regional, and has shown exactly why we have to worry about those seniors coming through, because they will take the names.
I always think that the seniors can actually be some of the most dangerous players because they normally have a lot more time on their hands. They're normally testing non-stop. You know, they're students of the game, and outside of, you know, schoolwork, they can come home, get on PTG Live and just play a bunch of Pokemon. And I feel like a lot of adults in the Masters division, they don't always have that time. We said
like
that,
Ross.
Yeah, Ross Cawthorne was saying that he basically can only go to a handful of tournaments and had to find the right times to play and make time to play. But I feel like the seniors, they can devote much more time to the game. That's certainly when I was the most active, playing non-stop, you know, every night for many hours. I was just on, you know, Skype calls back in the day. So I was just playing lots of Pokemon non-stop, finding any chance I could get. And I feel like a lot of seniors take on that mentality, and yeah, they become some of the most dangerous masters at times, I think.
Well, yeah, you got to watch out for them, and we'll try and tell you of their stories as and when they come up. I mean, we mentioned Magnus Pedersen earlier, a player who had a storied seniors time and then came into Masters and performed very strong from the beginning, a very creative deck builder as well. And Rune is having a great season so far, where last season was his first season in Masters. So these players are the ones to watch. I mean, Kaya, we get to show off Kaya's runs every time, and that again is another story that we want to share. We get Jesper as well.
Yeah. Who could forget?
Who could forget Jesper? You know, a great senior. Did manage to make it into day 2.
Yeah. I know Rune's on a good record as well. He's on 8-2. He did just lose his previous round, but he's definitely one up there. Magnus Pedersen, we mentioned him many times. A lower age division world champion, has had great results in the Masters division for many years now as well. So he's very confident and comfortable now aging up. You know, it's been a couple of years to be fair now to him, but even looking at like Zachary Bakari, so many great players, young and old in the top side of things. But it's always great to see that conversion from seniors not being too difficult for the very best of the players.
Well, we'll see who rises to the top here. As we mentioned, we are just finishing up with round 10, and we'll be joining the action in round 11 with our feature match, and we'll hopefully be getting some of those top players who are looking to make their way into the top cut. So not only are we going to show you the best decks and the best performers, but we're going to be showing those high pressure matches where there's a lot on the line for these players at this stage.
And I know Ross is probably going to already talk about it at some point during the day, but let's just touch on that Ceruledge EX. I think not many people expected that archetype coming into this tournament. And what do you think gives it a reason to be played in this format, even though it's, you know, very low representation in the room? What is it about Cereledge that can still make it competitor even in this format this weekend?
I think it's got a really strong matchup into everything that's targeting the kind of 2-2-2 matchups.
Okay.
Because you can start with that one prize board state. It has a very similar thing to Golden Go, of you start one prizes only as much as you can, and then suddenly you go into these big 270 HP Pokemon, and the advantage Cereledge has is you can use Briar at the end. So you can start fixing that math, so you can take a one prizer, take a two prizer, and then Briar for those 3 prize cards at the end. And also, it's just putting people on a clock. And I think there's a lot of decks right now that are doing well because they're putting people on that clock and saying, right, if I start swinging early and for a lot of damage, and it's never going to get worse for Cereledge because that energy is going to stay in the discard pile, and they are always thinking you're just going to swing for another attack. So I think it's one of those consistent, it does what it wants to do every time, and it has a few tools that are great into the current format, and in particular Terrapagos, which is highly represented here in day 2. It has a very strong matchup there, so for today it's in a good spot.
Yeah, and I really like the fact that its win condition is just cycle through the deck. Seeing more cards is always like a good thing in Pokemon anyway, so the fact that your win condition is discarding those energy means that you're naturally motoring through that deck, getting down to a point that even in INO, you still have good odds of finding those 1 or 2 crucial cards, be it from Pokestop or be it from, you know, power panning back those crucial supporters in the latter stages, and just having still Radiant Greninja on the board facing Serendipity EX. That still gives you a lot of reliability to just about squeak over the line. So even though there is just like 1 copy of Briar, because you've got down to like a 5 or 6 card deck by the end of the game, you can still find that card and make sure that you're capitalizing on it.
Well, for all you guys at home, you might be wondering how you can get involved in things at this event, and I've got Shay outside who's going to let you know how.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mike. Now, as you can see, big old event. And what I do know is that a lot of players maybe just play online, maybe go to a bit of locals, a little bit of a pre-release perhaps, and you haven't gone to a big regional yet. Well, I'm going to cater for you guys at home who want to get involved. I've lined up some players here. We're going to ask them about, you know, any tips if you're going to go to your first ever regional championship. You might recognize this lovely gentleman here. Jesper, give the players some tips if they haven't been to a regional yet.
Just make sure you practice from home, start going to some locals at first, and basically this is just one big League Cup. So take it as that and just enjoy the whole experience.
That sounds pretty good to me, one big League Cup. So is there any difference in preparing for League Cups versus a regional or maybe even international, or is it all kind of the same?
Of course, League Cups are a bit with your mates and all of that. You know everyone around you, and you can be a bit more specific about what you expect. Of course, the regionals here is a lot more varied. You can play against basically every single deck, whereas at League Cup, you can basically just go a bit on hate on your friends, right? But here, you gotta make sure that you can actually get to play against every deck, if not most, and to just make sure you have a stable strategy, whereas the Cup, you can go a bit more haywire.
Would you say, for people who are looking to pick a deck, would you say play a deck that you know, or maybe a deck that's better positioned into the metagame?
I mean, comfortability is so nice when you have to play these 8-round day 1s, 4-round day 2s, right? If you get there, hopefully you do. But yes, always comfortability, unless the deck is actually truly bad, then you pick something better to play.
You know, as a world champion yourself, you know, what is if a player would make their first day 2? Have you got any advice to them?
Just play like as if it was any other tournament. Make sure you concentrate it, making your rules correctly within a lot of time limit, of course, and just make sure you're having the time of your life. If you're doing that, you just play so much better. You play so much freely always.
Playing freely always sounds pretty good to me. Thank you for your time, Jesper. I'm just going to move on to one of my friends, actually. Lewis, how are we, my friend? So you've made a few day 2s, right? Any players who haven't been to an event, a big event, I should say, any tips for them?
I mean, I think, you holding the mic, yeah? Especially going into your first regionals, it's quite easy to forget how important staying hydrated and fitting in your meals when you can. You know, stuff like fruits, getting those quick release of carbs and stuff like that, really important, because your energy levels, I certainly noticed when I first started playing, we get into round 7, round 8, and you're noticing your play is a lot worse than it was at the start of the day.
That is actually such an underrated tip. Bring the water bottle, because it's so easy to sort of forget about that, right? Especially if your rounds go long, it can get a bit tough. Speaking of that, actually, let's say you do have a few rounds back-to-back because you played against some slower decks. Any tips for that situation?
I think it's, just take those little breaks when you can. If you do have a shorter round later on in the day, make sure to fit your food in then. Having you know, getting your toilet breaks in and try to stay locked in, but also being able to have a little bit of downtime in between rounds to restart, especially after maybe a tough loss, can really be important.
That sounds good. The mental game is super important. One last question for you then. What about regional preparation, deck choice, anything like that, metagaming perhaps? Any quick tips for players in that regard?
Yeah, totally. I'm quite fortunate enough to have quite a lovely friendship group, including yourself, and speaking to friends, speaking to other players, getting yourself involved in the community, because that hive mind, my mind plus all my friends' mind is better than me on my own. So working together with your friends, trying maybe to play the same deck as your friends and sharing those ideas together can sometimes really lead to good success.
That is actually fantastic advice. Because look at my head, pretty small. I got a small brain. If you can use the brain of everyone else, hopefully good things happen. Thank you very much for your time, Lewis. I've got another friend lined up though. I've got a big friendship group myself. Pierce, how are we, my friend? Any tips for players first regional?
I just think practice. The more you practice with one deck maybe, to get comfortable with it. If it's your first event, don't particularly worry about the meta, just play something you're comfortable with. That would be my best advice.
I think I concur that as well, because I'm one of those players, I'll just play a deck, no matter how, you know, if it starts off good, it gets bad, I'll play it. I played Mew until it rotated, now I've been playing Dialga until it rotated. Luckily for me, it's going pretty well. Would you recommend that for people who are going to their first events, or maybe would you recommend maybe a bit more of a polarized deck that matchups better?
I think just practice one deck, you know, keep with one deck. Maybe if you're really worried about a certain deck, include a tech card, because the majority of the deck is still something you're comfortable with. So like, you know, a lot of your lines, a lot of how to win, instead of picking something up maybe a few days before the event and then playing something you have no idea how to play, and then that ruining your day.
That sounds like great advice. Thank you so much, Pierce. It's been a pleasure, my friend. But I think our next round's going to be ready real quick. I'm going to throw it back to the casters, and then we're going to get some gameplay action. Back over to Joe and Mike.
Having walked around the venue with Shay, it is quite literally like that. He walks past one person and has a chat. One person has a chat. Shay knows everybody, but we know what our next round is going to be, so we are excited for round 11. Joe, this is getting to be the stage where we start to see who's going to be on that top 8, and consequently, we're starting to see what decks are rising to the top, and it's getting really interesting.
Yeah, we're going to be following top table action here. Players on 9-1 and 9-0-1 records, so getting that next win under their belt will give them good confidence that they're going to be making it into their top 8. So really excited to see that. So many great tables in action now, and this is the crunch time. Getting that win, you're putting yourself in a really, really good position. Players might have to win on a couple on the bounce to really secure themselves, especially to the top end, so they can avoid some asymmetrical cuts. That can also be a really nice thing to go for. So a lot less sort of tactical IDing required. Now just match points under your belt is the priority for our players.
Yeah, we can't say for sure what the match point threshold will be, but it's typically around that 29 points that gets you into the asymmetrical top cut. Sometimes a bit lower, sometimes a bit higher, especially at an event like this where there's a lot of players. It could be on the higher end, so a lot of players are going to be really pushing to try and secure as many points as possible and aim for 30, 31 to guarantee themselves into that top cut.
Yep, and we've mentioned some Terrapagos throughout the weekend and how the different forms of it are doing well, but it looks like we might be having a Terrapagos face-off in our next round.
Yeah, and I think the Palkia has been seen on some of the other tables, and I think that's something I really want to see at some point, and I'm pretty confident with how many are on these top tables now that there will probably be one that makes it into top cut, so don't worry, we'll get some Palkia Terrapagos action later on. And I think we mentioned about Gardevoir, there's one that snuck through, but for now, let's talk about Terrapagos and why it's such a powerful card in the format. It's not just in its own one archetype, there are 5-6 different ways to play it.
It sure is, but the cornerstone, I feel like, is the combination of Terrapagos EX itself being a terrestrial Pokemon, and then you can utilize a fantastic stage 1 draw engine in Noctowl itself. You need so little to get so much going on in the game. One Buddy Poppin can get you a Fan Rotom plus a Pidgey. That can set you up for a Pidgey or EX on the following turn, and it's so easy to get that going when you're also using the Fan Call from Rotom to get multiple Hoot and Noctowl into your hand, so immediately you can dual seek, find the crucial combination pieces, rare Candy Feather Ball being a crucial one, and then you have Quick Search, the ability that's gone into all sorts of archetypes. Anything can play Rare Candy, and whenever you're playing Rare Candy, the first thing you think about is adding that Pidgeot EX into the build so you can have guarantees throughout the game. So many players will be using supporter cards, drawing as many cards as possible, hoping to hit what they want. But Pidgeot says, don't worry, I got this. I'll get you what you need on that turn.
Yeah, and it also allows you to keep finding stuff throughout the game, because the downside of Noctowl is once it's been used, you can't then keep reusing it. It's very powerful for that one turn when you first put them all out, but unless you have Hoot Hoots available, you can get disrupted out of the ability to use the Noctowl, and that's where the Pidgeot creates the stability throughout the game, and is often one of the biggest targets on the board if a deck is capable of knocking it out. So we'll see how that pans out in this next turn. I think the key thing in that graphic we just saw was it worked with so much colorless support. We didn't even mention Barrel or Bouffalon, which are great combinations that can be used with Fan Rotom, and consequently we can see a whole different package that will evolve based around each of the decks. And some decks that are using the Terrapagos aren't even using the Fan Rotom. It's just that powerful to have a Terrapagos and an Area Zero Underdepths in play. We saw it with Charizard, we've now seen it with Clorf, so definitely a card not only for now but for the whole time Terrapagos is in rotation.
And of course Terrapagos EX loves having pals. It wants to use Area Zero, go as wide as possible, that unified beatdown, get stronger the more benched Pokemon that you have, and typically that means you can have a lot of engine Pokemon helping out. It means you can use multiple Noctowl, even though you're filling your bench with Bouffalance and Pheasantipity and Pidgey and all this other stuff, you still have room to use Noctowl throughout the entire game. And actually one of the benefits of the deck is if your opponent chooses to bounce your stadium, you can get rid of those Noctowl, and then you've got night stretches in the deck still to get them back into play as well. So you can get those reloads forced throughout the game, which I think is another great thing that still gives you a really solid late game with the archetype.
Yeah, that is a huge benefit. Most people want to get rid of their liabilities on the bench, and it almost comes built into the stadium being bounced, whether it's through a Terrapagos being knocked out. You can even use your Pidgeot to bounce your own stadium, another little fun tech to combine there with the Pidgeot. And one thing people often forget is we're so used to seeing double turbo energy used with Terrapagos, which makes the maximum output of Unified Beatdown 220, that with these other archetypes where you've got the poison combination in Clorf, you've got the fire energy in Charizard, or the water energy with Palkia, the damage output is higher, and actually 240 when you haven't got that -20 of double turbo, or the Binding Mochi poison package, that is a lot of damage for just 2 colorless energy.
That's when you really ramp things up. The fact that Terrapagos can reach effectively 290 when you're using the Binding Mochi, the Radiant Hisuian, Sneasler, all that stuff come together, it can be such a dangerous attacker, and actually a bit of a beat stick, which really wasn't what it was sort of expected to be. It's going to be like a handy card that can take out lower hit point 2 prize bench Pokemon a lot of the time, utilizing Prime Catcher, Counter Catcher, that sort of thing, but now it has much more reach. And I think also in the Noctowl builds, to help with that reach is also that Dust Noir combination, where you can Cursed Blast onto something, set up even those high hit point stage 2 Pokemon to get those clean knockouts, and I think that's what we're going to see from our next round, to be honest.
Yeah, well, our next round, the players are sat down and they're just getting ready for you, so we'll get into that as soon as possible. As mentioned, we will be showing the top tables now, and these are those players on the top tables. One needs no introduction, but we have Daniel Powell, who's having a fantastic tournament here in Birmingham, one of 2 players to go 8-0 on day 1.
Yep, got to be feeling good about day 1. Day 2 going pretty well as well, with 1 win, 1 loss so far. He's done a lot of the work on that first day of competition. Daniel is a really consistent performer. You can see he's making multiple regional top 32s, top 64s, even an international top 64 placement. He's not quite yet broken into those top 8s, but it's only a matter of time. He's putting himself in that position over and over again, and he's been knocking on the door, and he's really hungry to make one of those first breakout top 8s.
I think when we see the players with a lot of top 64, top 32 results in the recent years, you're always thinking, is this the start of the journey? Are we witnessing the beginning of their time at the top? But this player has spent plenty of time at the top. To be honest, we don't have a graphic big enough to show all of the results. Here's just a few examples of what Tord is capable of.
My goodness, you've probably seen him on the stream before, to be honest. If you've been watching any of our broadcasts, Tord normally finds a way on here because he's always at the top tables. Look at those champion wins, a world's finalist, world's top 4 in the past, more ICs under his belt. You know, there really isn't enough time to talk about all of his accolades, but he's still a top competitor, still trying every tournament he can to get the best performance possible. And once again, he's got himself on a fantastic record to do that.
I think one of the things that stands out when you see these top players is Tord is known for the deck building side of it, able to find ways to bring an archetype to life that no one else had thought of. We saw it with Charizard when he won EUIC, a deck that we all thought wasn't quite good enough, and then Tord found a way to make it better. And at this event, trying to show why Terrapagos is one of the best decks in format with his own spin on the deck.
Yeah, I know he's been workshopping it over a few months. He really enjoyed it when Stellar Crown first came out. Now he's come back to it in the Surging Sparks format after sort of dancing around a few archetypes. He played Regidrago V-Star for a tournament. He played Hydreigon EX for a tournament. But now he thinks that coming back to this trusty Terrapagos is the best choice. As we start to see some prize cards, a big ace spec there for Daniel, the Prime Catcher. Not ideal here, but as we are going to see the handshake, we're getting into this game number 1, and it's double Fan Rotom for both our players here.
Oh, we're going to have a strong start here then. Fan Rotom, the ideal start, and lots of Bull Search is also key. First few turns is so important to try and get set up with all of the pieces needed to have a powerful turn 2. You need that Terrapagos, and you need all those Hoots ready to start stringing together the trainers you need.
And the good news for Daniel is he actually has a Buddy Poffin to go alongside this Fan Rotom. That means they can much more liberally fan call immediately for some Noctowl, but also one of the crucial differences between the two players' deck lists is that Daniel is utilizing the 2 copies of Bouffalance with that Curly Wall ability, reducing damage that basic colorless Pokemon take by 60, and that's something that Tord doesn't have within his deck list. So Daniel might be the one imposing much bulkier Terrapagos in this sort of mirror map situation, and that could also be a really important factor for him. Daniel straight away going to be threatening that Duskull in addition to Pidgey from this Buddy Poffin, and is also going to be looking through his deck to look at some crucial outs. There's a lot of important one-of cards. Obviously, you're looking at these item and trainer cards because you're trying to give yourself the best opportunity here to ensure that your Noctowl is on point whenever you need it.
And I think with Terrapagos, we know what we're expecting to see in terms of the strategy, the base strategy here, but it's really the differences in the archetypes here that you mentioned the Bouffalance, but then on Tord's side, we've got some interesting inclusions for consistency.
Yep, he's got a 1/1 Regidrago V-Star line within the deck list. Let's stress that he cannot attack with that Pokemon at all. He doesn't even try to. He just utilizes the Legacy Star V-Star power. It discards the top 7 cards of your deck, and then you can cherry pick 2 from your discard pile, and that gives him a much better resource management, which is a really crucial element of this archetype, and it can string together all sorts of combinations. So that's something that we're definitely going to have to follow here. Daniel, after the Buddy Poffin, has been able to find a Nest Ball, so already has the Terrapagos EX developed, and now can use the Fan Call. What an excellent opening turn for Daniel here.
Yeah, I think it's that combination of finding all of your low HP Pokemon to put on the bench through the Fan Call alongside a Terrapagos. It can often be the challenge, is getting both of them out at the start. Yep. It does kind of require 2 Bull Searches because the Noctowl isn't live until the Terrapagos comes down. So ideal start for Daniel, and happy to put the Terrapagos down early, knowing that the opponent isn't going to be able to take a knockout, as in this kind of matchup, whoever goes first gets to go ahead and start to set the tone of the match.
One question mark now that Daniel's aware of Prime Catcher being in the prize cards is there an energy attachment you can do on this turn that gives you license to pay retreat out of Fan Rotom on the following turn? But no, it's just going to be a pass over from Daniel, which means next turn he's going to have a mission trying to use possibly one of his supporter cards to move this Fan Rotom if he wants to launch any sort of attack. Let's see the hand that Tord's working with. He's going to immediately use the Fan Call from his own Fan Rotom here to start getting some of those basics out.
Now this is an interesting back and forth. Both players have an attacker that can hit 220 at their max output, but has 230 HP. So we're going to have to see some unusual pathing through this. Neither of them have a vitality band or a way to increase that damage output. They'll be relying on either end game Blood Moon Ursaluna, using that Duskull with the Dust Noir to adjust the damage output, or really focusing down on the single prizes to make sure you're taking prize cards whilst leaving that Terrapagos alone.
It's going to make it a really tricky back and forth, to be honest, because there's going to be these lines of Dustoir that can threaten so much, but then also you have to be aware of your opponent's prize map. You don't want to open yourself up to Briar, which both players have within their deck list, and sometimes you can feel like you're out of range, but suddenly there can be a crazy combination with Thornton on both sides of the field as well. You can get a Dustoir out of nowhere, so this is going to be a really intricate back and forth for our players, where they're going to be having to dodge and weave each other and utilize their own damage modifiers effectively here if they're going to stay on top, because like you said, those Terrapagos aren't easy to KO here.
Well, you can see the setup is there for Tord. Everything needed. It's just going to be whether the response from Daniel can start taking some knockouts. That Pidgey being a prime target on Tord's side, if possible to take out.
We have the first Noctowl in hand. That was searched last turn from Fan Call. So we can now go into the deck and find any 2 trainer cards. Gives you so much flexibility to do as and what you want. In this case, it's looking like it's going to be the classic combination of Featherball and Rare Candy. Featherball can only find the Pidgeot EX within the deck list, but the upside is that just by playing 1 copy, you can use it as and when you need it with Noctowl, and now you're not having to do painful discards with Ultra Ball to get your Pidgeot EX online. And now let's see what Daniel needs to quick search here. Still needs to find double turbo energy, which is exactly what we're going to find here, but needs to try and find a way to move this Fan Rotom as well if he wants to launch the first attack this game.
Well, this is going to be a joy to watch. It's not going to be who draws what. It's going to literally be who picks the right cards in the right order to find the success. So we are really in for a treat right now. A highly skilled matchup between 2 highly skilled players having a great tournament here in Birmingham. We are now in round 11, where this is a huge make or break moment. Our top table, these players looking to push themselves into that top cut. A win here would very much put them into a strong position.
Daniel going to be the first to put down Area 0 Underdepths. That gives him a means of getting additional Hoot after having played 2 Noctowl this turn. He wants to continue to have Jewel Seeker available on future turns so he can make more combinations come together. The second Noctowl did also grab a Professor Churro scenario, which allows him to move the Fan Rotom. Taking 1 prize doesn't look too terrifying, but we know that both of these players can do so much to move their prize map in a favorable situation that even this single prize KO is going to be a big benefit to Daniel down the line.
And there we go, first knockout, Unified Beatdown, doing 190 damage, more than enough to take out that Fan Rotom, and it's now back over to Tord, who has to try and find a way to keep up with this prize race, where there's not going to be access to easy 2 prizes for either player, as long as they keep those Pheasandipities away from the board. And towards the end, that Blood Moon Ursaluna will be so key, but the Noctowl now allowing Tord to select, and this is where we start to see the route of this turn that Tord is planning to take. It will be about setting up and establishing the board, and from there working out how to dismantle Daniel's board.
Now here's one scary thing for Tord. He prized 2 copies of Rare Candy, so this Rare Candy Pidgeot is going to be his only stage 2 unless he can get some out of the prize cards, or if he can use his Regidrago V-Star to recover that Rare Candy later down the line. And we know that Dusknoir is usually a crucial element. That's also in the prize cards. So Tord's reach this game is only going to come from attacks. He can't manipulate that damage in any other way right now, which is a big problem for him.
We saw Dusknoir lines thicken up in Terrapagos to be almost like 3 Duskull, a Dusklops and a 2 Dusknoir, and I think a lot of players have started to lean towards this thinner line where maybe only 1 Dusknoir is available and hoping it doesn't get prized, and that's where the skill of this deck really is. You have to play around what you have available and what you need to have available throughout the game, and where we mentioned that Regidrago will allow to bring back stuff that you're often planning for contingency-wise in the prize cards. If there's a one-of in the prizes, you're not getting that back.
Tord quick searching for boss's orders here. I think he's kind of scared of the Duskull. I imagine that's going to be what he tries to take out, if anything here. Let's see. No, it's actually going to be a Hoot trying to deny the amount of options Daniel has available to him. And it's going to take a single prize. Didn't hit a Rare Candy or that Dusknoir. It was just a Thornton pickup. So he levels up the prize trade, but isn't really helped out too much by the prize that was actually taken here. Let's see what Daniel can construct on this turn. He has his own Duskull still on the board, so he could begin to start Curse Blasting. I think usually going after Pidgeot is a big play he can try and make here.
You also got to start thinking for Daniel, he has the ability to pick up a lot of Pokemon. When you got the Bufalon involved, you do play that Turo, Professor Turo scenario, and Penny, which allows you to reset damage. So putting damage on board for Tord is not really a viable option unless it is now on the Pidgeot, because it seems like Penny's the only one left unless the Power Pad gets involved. So lots of things to think about in terms of where you put damage. If you need to take a knockout, you can't be leaving damage on the board for that long.
It's going to be the quick search after the 3 cards from Pheasantipity, and indeed it is going to be a Dusknoir coming to the hand from Daniel. Of course, as soon as you use that Curse Blast, you'll then have access to your counter catcher if you're going to place damage on Tord's benched Pidgeot EX here. And it's going to be that final Noctowl coming in. It's going to be the Rare Candy piece And possibly, yeah, it is indeed that counter catcher also coming to hand from Daniel as expected. Daniel wants to be the only player with Pidgeot EX in play. There we go, immediately Curse Blasting the Pidgeot. Daniel only needs to make sure that he still has plenty of bench Pokemon here to finish it off with the Terrapagos at this stage. But otherwise, he's got a really powerful turn mapped out.
And then Tord gets to take a prize card here. One of the advantages of that Dusknoir is getting to take an extra prize card, even though your opponent has used the damage from that Dusknoir. So there we go, the Pidgeot will be in range of knockout now, and that counter catcher gets activated. A great combination piece there from Daniel, and the advantage of going first is that initiation that we mentioned, and a Thornton to remove the Pheasantipity from play, resetting back up that Duskull. A great bit of board management from Daniel, and this knockout is going to be detrimental to Tord's consistency.
And critically, that Pheasantipity EX only having 210 hit points, that might have been something Tord chased. He was looking for an easy route to 2 prizes on the following turn, and now that's been shut down from him. Really well identified by Daniel here to remove that from play whilst continuing to threaten more Duskull for future turns. There's also going to be the Night Stretcher recovering the Hoot that Tord chose to take out, and it's going to be another big 2 prize cards for Daniel, going down to just 3 remaining here, and Tord no longer has access to his own quick search. He still has a Noctowl in hand, and fortunately the Curse Blast did give him access to 1 rare candy now, and there is a Duskull on his bench, so Tord might be looking to try and make the reverse play happen and actually still go after Daniel's Pidgeot this turn if all can come together.
Well, with that Dusknoir prize, it's going to be
that's also
very tricky.
I was just thinking about the rare candies.
Yeah, Tord is struggling right now because a lot of really important pieces were in those prize cards. 2 rare candies, the Thornton, the Dusknoir, and all of those kind of clever, intricate plays involve those pieces. And this is why he's struggling to know what to put forward, because there's just not a huge amount of options, and actually going to be putting forward a Hoot here.
I think that means his supporter for the turn, well, either he's eyeing up Prime Catcher at some point, or he'll try and pick up this Hoot in some way.
Maybe Thornton it into a Pidgeot?
Yeah, that could be something we look for. There's a Noctowl coming down now. It's Ino going to be spied. He does have access to his own counter catcher this turn. Yeah, that could... Oh, sorry, Prime Catcher as well is also an option. Thinking that that's going to be open to him. At the very least, you can take out the Hoot again, go down to 3 prize cards, try and set yourself up for a situation where you can Briar in some way. It's looking awkward for him, though. Like we said, with no access to that Dusknoir, he really is limited, even though he has access to his entire deck. Unfortunately, the cards he needs are not in his deck right now.
This is really a challenging matchup, and we're seeing exactly why both these players have performed the way they have, because there are so many lines to these decks that you just cannot see unless you know the next turn what your opponent's doing, the turn after that what your opponent's doing. And I think really they're testing each other. Daniel's turn last time was near perfect, and I think it's really asked a lot of questions of Tord, which is why he's struggling to find the answer throughout this turn and having to think so heavily about what is correct to play here.
Yep, so often we preach that taking out an engine whenever it suits your prize map is the priority, and that's exactly what Daniel identified on the previous turn, and it's what's making Tord's turn a lot more awkward, as he is going to Prime Catcher the Hoot on the bench, brings up his Terrapagos, and will also be trying to hand disrupt here with INO. Daniel does still have that Pidgeot EX, of course, on the board, so he can at least find something like a Professor Research next turn, but still, Tord is trying to really limit the options that Daniel has access to nonetheless. As he gets himself a nice fresh 4 cards, Daniel just getting the 3 for the amount of prize cards he has remaining. And Tord is going to try and take this prize and really cross his fingers to have access to that Dusknoir, I think.
And with Area 0 Underdepths remaining in play for the whole game, unless the Lost Vacuum is used that Daniel has, we're going to see both players able to find more pieces, because typically in other matchups, one of the key pieces they have to find every turn is getting another stadium down. And in this case, they can just relax knowing that's not going to get bumped, and that knockout will come through. Tord now, 3 prize cards remaining. Dusknoir quite happily sitting at the top there, unavailable.
Tord won't be happy about it.
I mean, I don't know whether Dusknoir likes curse blasting.
He loves it. It's his favorite thing. He's built to do that. He loves to curse people.
Well, in this case, the Duskull will have to wait for Dusknoir to potentially come out towards the end of the game, but that knockout there puts them both level on 3 prize cards. With Briar, there is a world where things can get interesting for Daniel here.
So this is an interesting point in the game. No doubt Daniel is ahead. He's on the same amount of prize cards as Tord, but he has priority and he has Pidgeot. These are 2 massive advantages for him, but how can he push that advantage from this position? Just taking a single prize knockout opens Tord up for some Briar activity, so you have to be a little bit aware of that. So there's still a way that Tord could, you know, make it sort of counter in this situation. Can Daniel push himself out of a Briar position?
I think Daniel has the Briar in hand, but by knocking out that Hoot Hoot, Tord has denied him the ability to string together a few combo pieces here to make that Dusknoir Briar play happen. So that's why Daniel is trying to think now, what is the correct route, and might actually try and reach for it with something like Pheasantipity here.
Yeah, I think it was the Night. Was it the Night Stretcher from Quick? No, it's going to be the boss's orders coming in onto the bench Terapagos EX. This is going to be Daniel choosing to not take a prize, perhaps, and just punching into the Terapagos EX, knowing that Tord has a fairly low hand size, doesn't have Pidgeot on his own end just yet. Is that the route that we're looking at here?
Yeah.
Not wanting to trigger the potential Briar on either side.
Well, Tord did Iono himself into a 4-card hand with no Pidgeot on board. So there is a world where Tord struggles to find any pieces next turn to get an attack off. So Daniel recognizing a weakness in the board of Tord, and that knockout is going to be coming in a future turn. But for now, a fair bit of damage, 130 damage sprinkled onto that Terapagos. And what can you do here, Tord? You've been given a lifeline to try and have another go.
Well, at the very least, he has double turbo energy available to him. We've seen that Daniel has spent some Gust on the previous turn. Maybe you can move this Terapagos out of the active position and at least attack with the next one. But I'm not sure what other reach he has available to him. Now's as good a time as any to get the Regidrago V onto the bench, as there's a damaged Terapagos EX anyway. Daniel just confirming that that's exactly what he's looking at here. It's not common to see the Regidrago V-Star. It has come up a couple of times, but that Regidrago V, normally a bit of an issue. Just that 220 hit points is far easier for Daniel to reach. So Tord had to wait and bide his time to try and find access to that, as it is going to be a retreat of the active here into his bench Terapagos with no damage on it. Tord trying to make it as difficult as possible for Daniel, but I think this is going to be a pretty awkward position for him to overcome here.
Well, there's no knockout here, but that Terapagos is within 10 damage of being knocked out. So pretty much anything on Tord's side of the board could have a go at it. But on this occasion, I think it is going to be Daniel now, having strung together 2 turns of quick searches, prepared for this situation, and will be looking to try and set up that Curse Blast. Last time taking the Night Stretcher, which will give access to a Dusknoir on the discard, and have that Rare Candy in combination, able to take the knockout on that bench Terapagos and finish off the game.
We have Night Stretcher.
Or Briar even.
And Rare Candy. Is Daniel fishing for the Prime Catcher that's in his prizes here?
I think he's going to do it on the active and has the Briar in hand.
Ah, okay. If Briar's in hand, then we're looking really good here. Daniel going to be nest balling out an additional basic, not wanting to miss a step at this stage, forcing Tord down to 2 prize cards to enable that Briar, and there it is. Throws it down, taking an additional prize card on Tord's Terapagos EX in order to close out a really impressive game number 1 here.
You could feel the passion there. That was the dream for last turn that had 1 card missing and was able to delay Tord for another turn by gusting up that Terapagos, stringing together 2 turns of quick search, one of them being the Night Stretcher, the next one being that Rare Candy. Fantastic foresight from Daniel to recognize, had a bit more time and didn't need to rush.
And it was really disciplined play, like you said. Why would I take a prize and let myself in for a situation where Tord could do the exact same thing back to me with a creative selection of his own Briar or some other shenanigans with Dusknoir? As we're seeing the replay here, crucial that Daniel was able to take out Tord's Pidgeot with the combination of Counter Catcher, which he enabled that turn with a Curse Blast with Dusknoir. Tord with a reduced hand, got his Terapagos in and out of the active position effectively, but Daniel had enough pieces with an additional quick search to pull off a forced Briar play, and that's always where it feels most powerful, because you're the one completely in control of it, and you're making your opponent look at you while you take that 3 prize sweep.
Wow, I mean, that is just so much skill shown by Daniel. If you haven't seen him play before, well, now you're thinking, this player is a player to watch, because that was executed to near perfection. The advantage going first does mean you get to take those early knockouts and set the pace of the game. And there were some awkward prize cards for Tord. Speaking of prize cards, look at that for Daniel. 2 of the Terapagos, 2 of the double turbo energy. There's some vital pieces there, and the Feather Ball and the Pidgeot to reduce the outs to some of that early consistency required.
Not ideal at all as we're getting into this game number 2. Tord going to be the player going first this time, has Terapagos EX, so you have to think this early Nest Ball is going to be going for a Fan Rotom, unless it's already also in the hand. He's having a look at what he has available to him. He has Feather Ball for next turn, Ultra Ball for the following turn as well, if he needs to do that in order to get his own Noctowl into the mix. So is likely going to be flooding the board of colorless basics from the Fan Rotom here.
And on the other side, Daniel with that Pheasant FTX
both Fan Rotom. Sorry, Mike. Had to jump in there because Tord prized both Fan Rotom here.
Oh, I didn't even
through the
see
deck, and now he's going to have a much more difficult time of it here. Now he's going to have to pick between his basics.
We're so focused on all the,
me
juicy
too.
cards on Daniel's side that we missed the 2 Fan Rotom. Typically only a 2 of. We've rarely seen it go above that because it starts to fill it out.
Yeah.
Sometimes 3.
Play 2, so the likelihood is you don't prize them both. Here we are.
And that can happen sometimes. If it wasn't for that Fan Rotom being prized, I'd be looking at this board and going, wow, Tord is going to run away with this.
I'm sure Tord opened those 7 cards and thought, wow, my hand is superb. But now it's far more neutered. Ultra Balling now means you won't have that guaranteed knocked-out for next turn. It kind of makes your Feather Ball far less useful as well. But he wants to still develop a Pidgey if he can. And that's why we're seeing a discard of the Area 0 in addition to a Dust Noir. Has to be done, but it means now the Feather Ball might go to waste. He might just have to shuffle it to the bottom next turn with an Iono. Yeah, he's just chancing next turn to get anything going, really.
Well, an interesting game here. I think the intricacies of the matchup are really being shown with how different the starts can be in every single match. And that's where the navigation through them is why a top player can pilot this deck so much better than anyone else. And on this occasion, they have very different spins on what is considered the same archetype. One going towards the more defensive build with Bouffalon, where Tord's gone towards the more consistent, I'm going to get Terapagos to work every time. And we'll see how that pans out this time, as Bouffalon build has historically been a little bit brickier, because there's a lot more going on there that's not going to get you set up early. And we might see that a little bit here, as there's no way to get Terapagos down.
His hand is really weird. He has a ton of Hoot Hoot and Noctowl, but he doesn't have access to a terrestrial Pokemon. So those Noctowl will not be live until he's able to find access to a Terapagos EX. So Daniel's also in this really odd position. Like you were saying, Mike, much more prone to bricking with those Bouffalon coming in. And it means he has a reduced amount of outs to get into the mix, and that's punishing him right now.
You might get fortunate, though, because it looked like Tord would be eyeing up the Iono for next turn, which could reset the hand. So if that were the case, this could be a beautiful turn for Daniel to set up everything except for the Terapagos. And it'll be interesting to see whether Tord acknowledges that lack of Terapagos, because in this matchup, you're fine to put the Terapagos down as soon as you have access to it.
But I don't think it's necessarily that suspicious, to be honest with you. It doesn't look that sus if you only just get lots of your Hoot Hoot and Pidgey down. I think that still looks reasonable on the surface of it. So you're right, he might be getting bailed out by Tord being forced to Iono here. You'd still have a couple of your Noctowl hitting the bottom of the deck, which would be a little bit of a pain. But he might be getting out of what would otherwise be a really awkward top deck and hope to find a Terapagos. As it is, though, Buddy Poffin grabbing Duskull and Fan Rotom, which means we can fan call some additional colorless basics out. No doubt it's going to be Pidgey and some Hoot Hoot here. But also Daniel's also going to come to the realization that there's a couple double Turbo Energy prized in addition to a couple of Terapagos EX. So he has to be a little bit more cautious and careful that when his Terapagos is getting KO'd, he also has to acknowledge the fact that he might be losing additional basics along the way as well, because the Area 0 Underdepths only allows you to have that additional bench size when there is a terrestrial Pokemon in play.
Yeah, and all of this to say with the Pheasant FT EX in the active, it could all be irrelevant if that just gets knocked out early, because that could put Tord so far ahead that the game would start to run away. As we saw last game, it was one prize at a time. There was very rarely these big 2-prize swings unless resources like Dust Noir were dedicated into the play.
Really, it looks like it's going to be... Daniel's going to have a really good turn here. He's going to develop multiple basics. He's even got a Fan Rotom coming to the hand just to thin it by the looks of things. Tord asking if he can borrow that. Things. Great to see players having fun, even in these high-pressure situations in round 11. Tord a game down, still trying to... I think they've even got the same sleeves. It would work brilliantly. But no dice there, unfortunately. Daniel's going to be pretty content with this. I don't think he can retreat this Pheasantipity, especially with some prized double Turbo Energy. He can't afford to do that. And so that does put him on the back foot, but it's a big question of, can Tord make things come together from this Iono? There's no guarantees here.
I mean, off that Fan Rotom, why did he take the Fan Rotom and not another Noctowl?
Well, because he already had a couple in hand, and one of the things that could disrupt him is this card right here, the Iono. So you keep a number of Noctowl not guaranteed at the bottom of your deck. Now you can draw into multiple of those, which is great to see.
Well, the INO kind of bailed out Daniel in a way because there was no access to the Terapagos at that moment. But like you said, a lot of those Noctowl now on the bottom of the deck, but thankfully joined by the second fan race, someone doesn't want to see. There is a nest ball for Daniel and a Noctowl, so we'll be able to get into the play next turn. The question is, can Tord start to string together some pieces? And it looks like that is the case as he slaps down that Noctowl and finds the Pidgeot pieces.
Yep, he's very happy with that situation. Iona got him a ton of basic Pokemon now, and we're going to see Tord also grab double turbo energy from the quick search. Can he reach this KO? I don't see an Area 0 Underdepths. That might be one of the only things holding him back here. The Pheasantipity EX might be able to hang on. You can still set yourself up for a later Dusknoir play, but as we know, Daniel has these means of picking up his basic Pokemon, certainly, with Professor Churro and Penny both within his list.
At least a switch out as well.
Yeah, it does. So it becomes an even better option for him next turn. That's one of the differences between the two deck lists. Daniel has these couple of healing supporters. Tord does not, so he has to be content with just swinging with a 5 bench size.
Well, 130 damage there, thanks to that unified beatdown. 30 times the number of bench Pokemon you have, minus 20 because of the double turbo, and that Pheasantipity is on board, liable to getting knocked out in the future from a Dusknoir. But as mentioned, Daniel has ways to scoop up those Pokemon that he doesn't want to see in play, whether that's because they're damaged or because he doesn't want to see Pheasantipity X on the board. So we'll see how that pans out. And also from Tord, by putting the damage there, hasn't triggered the Pheasantipity X, because if he knocked it out, Daniel might be able to get it back and start drawing more cards. So really hoping that INO disrupts, which is often such a strong effect in the early turns against Terapagos.
Daniel's hand is looking very good. There's already the Penny that can pick up this Pheasantipity EX, that can get his Terapagos EX into the active position. There's already Noctowl in the hand in addition to Ultra Ball. The fact that you're promoting Pidgey means he's also going to look to evolve up into his own Pidgeot EX here and once again develop a really strong board. It's going to be Area 0 Underdepths in addition to Rare Candy. So now you can Ultra Ball for the Pidgeot pieces and get your own quick search online here. Going to be discarding that Pheasantipity EX and INO by the looks of things. Some painful resources, but you can recover both of these cards with Palpad and with Night Stretcher later down the line.
Yeah, with Tord going first and Daniel having this turn here with that Penny, it's almost reset the turns, and now Daniel is almost taking the first damaging turn once again. So a great example of how these two builds can benefit based off of what they're capable of, and that Penny has completely changed the pace of this game. Now the Pidgeot is in play for both players, and any card can be tutored from the deck, with Duskull available for Daniel, but not for Tord here.
And there's Buddy Poppin open to Daniel as well, so he can be getting lots of those additional basics. It's going to help with the damage output, but also you want to continually threaten these Noctowl for the remainder of the game. So getting multiple Hoot is always a great thing for him here. It's going to set him up nicely for future turns, and he'll be coming in with his own Terapagos EX, no doubt, and getting some really meaningful damage on Tord's side of the field. And again, it must be stressed that Tord doesn't have the means of removing that damage like Daniel does. So this is going to be really meaningful here.
And there we go. Just an announcement of the attack with the 6 bench Pokemon. That will be 160 damage. And so the situation is similar to what we just saw. Tord now has to try and find a way to take a prize card. As you mentioned, cannot remove that damage from play. But as both players are set up, we'll start to see the direction they choose to go navigated through these next few turns. That Pidgeot is always a target, but Tord not having the Duskull in play is going to be more tricky for him to get that knockout on the Pidgeot. But we'll look to set that up for potential future turns. But scared again that Professor Turo's scenario could reset any damage sprinkled on the board here.
The good news is Daniel gave him Area 0, so he can at least utilize this Buddy Pop-in, get some additional Hoot out. And how does he want to spend this quick search is the next big question. He has no supporter currently in the hand. That could be an option. You can go Noctowl. No, it's going to be the natural boss's orders coming to the hand here, rather than using Noctowl for additional pieces.
What do you reckon the target's going to be here for that boss's orders?
I don't think it's easy. Last game, I was talking about Duskull, and Tord still went for a Hoot. So maybe it's going to be the repeat of last time, where you're just concerned about your opponent's activity and how much reach they have. Sometimes you can submit those early prize cards knowing that, as Tord did in that first game, even though he lost, he gave himself that opportunity with the INO play, removing one of the only floating Hoot remaining. That was one of the only things he could do to disrupt an opponent.
I guess in Tord's mind, if he takes out the Duskull and a Hoot's still available, the Thornton play would allow you to reset that damage. So you'd almost be giving them a Duskull anyway. But we'll just go for that Pidgeot, get some damage on it. And we did mention that the Professor Turo scenario would be able to reset that, but that would still take out the Pidgeot from the play.
Yeah, so in an awkward way, you're sort of getting some value out of the healing in that regard by at least removing the engine Pokemon from Daniel, and that puts him in the strange position of, do I even want to pick up my Pidgeot EX now, or will I just accept that damage and force Tord to bring it back up with an attack later on, or will I force Tord into using that Dusknoir as well? It's a bit of a cat and mouse situation for Daniel. Let's see what he's going to go for. Looks like Professor's Research is the quick search option here. He's just going for a big hand reload with that easy knockout already lined up.
So these kind of mid-game researches for Terrapagos, they only tend to play 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Why is it so important right now to have a Professor Research and play it?
Well, probably because you're going to lose your Pidgeot quite quickly. So making sure you sit on a large hand size is going to be really important. And you already know that you don't necessarily need to use a supporter this turn to take a KO. The Terrapagos is heavily damaged. You can easily target that. If you were to draw into more Noctowl, you could still get even more creative with potential Dusknoir lines and Countercatcher as well. You can still force that opportunity. We know Daniel really liked going after Tord's Pidgeot in that first game. It really helped him come to eventual success, as there is the Hisuian Heavy Ball picked up. That's a big card for Daniel, because we know there are 2 Terrapagos EX in there.
Well, there
Definitely
we go.
nice to pick that out.
Going to be able to get 2 on board now, have that safety net. Even though the Pidgeot is probably the larger target, still important to try and get those, because it can reduce that bench size. And with all the Hoot available, that Duskull, you really do want to have a bigger bench size, so you've got as many options available throughout the game. And the Terrapagos will be taken. And something you'll also notice is the board is still got a gap on it. Recognize it doesn't need to fully fill it out into that 8 size, because it doesn't need that damage output, and keeps that open for the Terrapagos now, puts that down, and is able to set up a stable board for the future.
And Daniel, unfortunately, reshuffled those prize cards to try and hit double turbo energy as well with that Hisuian, but unfortunately missed it. And especially if Tord is going to take out the benched Pidgeot EX from Daniel this turn, Daniel has a lot of tutor in his deck, but one thing he can't find is those special energy cards. So it could be really awkward. He'll be down to just 1 double turbo energy remaining. So Tord, by looking to take out the Pidgeot EX, which is just naturally good, is going to be absolutely insane for him if he's able to pull it off this turn.
We'll see how that goes with the Pidgeot of Tord to find any one card from his deck that he likes, able to really string together all of these decisions where the start of the turn is key to execute exactly what you want, but it's not this turn that matters, it's the future turns, and that's where we see the foresight of both of these players coming through. And off the back of that Professor Research we saw from Daniel Powell, we're going to be seeing Tord trying to disrupt that here with the Iono.
In this case, 1 card isn't good enough, so Quick Search is going to be for Noctowl in order to get 2 pieces here. That gets Rare Candy for Tord in addition to Iono here. So you're going to be, once again, reducing Daniel's hand, who used a Research on the previous turn. Likely going to be Rare Candy into a Dusknoir here, taking out that Pidgeot whilst reducing that hand size, looking like a really, really good play from Tord.
We really are blessed right now in the format to have these mirror matches be some of the most intricate and interesting matches we get to witness. We saw it with Regidrago, we've seen it with Charizard, and I think on this occasion you're getting to witness the joys of a Terrapagos mirror. There are differences to the decks, but the navigation of this matchup is so beautiful now as we witness the Dusknoir put in play. Rare Candy will allow it to use Curse Blast, putting 13 damage on the board, but will give away a prize card, putting Daniel that bit closer to securing that top 8.
Tord's debate is interesting here. Do you Curse Blast now and give Daniel less cards? Yes, he does, but it means he's taking 2 off the prizes, makes his own Iono weaker, and let's not forget, he still needs to find double turbo energy. Showing the Fan Rotom as well, bit of showmanship from Tord still. But there's no guarantee that Tord can actually get an energy drop this turn. He's already spent his Quick Search. Once again, Noctowl can't help him get there. Ooh. So it's just a 4-card dig here. It's not that likely.
Interesting, didn't put down the Regidrago. A bit of a liability in this matchup.
Yeah, you have to time it really nicely. That's why we saw it come down so late in that game number 1. That 220 and 230, it's just 10 hit points less, but it completely changes the reach, and there's no hit there from Tord. Does find Prime Catch if you want to try and make a stalling play. At this point, do you want to spend a really crucial resource, your ace spec, in order to do that?
Maybe inspired from Daniel last game?
Yeah, well, we're at least retreating. No, just going to be the pass toward going into his own Terrapagos EX, not launching an attack at all that turn. It once again feels like the pendulum has swung back in favor of Daniel here. This time he has a lot less of an engine than he did in that first game, a bit more down to just a few pieces of the puzzle, and that's why he's just going to launch an attack and be content with that.
This is really interesting, the back and forth, and how much challenge that's going to bring into this matchup. And I like that from Daniel. Didn't like the fact it was a different coloured dice, and we all have our own little quirks when we're playing the game, and I think the matching dice is certainly one we can all resonate with. Yeah,
that was going to grate on me as well, so I applauded for that one. We are going to see a quick search from Tord. By the looks of things, it has to be double turbo energy now. He's already holding on to Noctowl, so he can access basically every other card in his deck. And I imagine he's going to try and target a different Pokemon this turn and try and trap it.
And he's an energy as well, right? No.
Yeah, it has to be double turbo energy coming out from this quick search.
That's one of the challenges of the deck, is energy can be hard to find, and Pidgeot is often your only way to do so. The occasional player will put Colress's tenacity in there, yeah. But that does open you up to the Kyurem from Regidrago. So maybe with the popularity of that, it's been taken out for a lot of people. Yeah. On this occasion, you can see exactly why double turbo energy is the pivotal card in these scrappy games where you're not quite able to string an attack together.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain at least 3 times throughout this set we've seen quick search exactly for double turbo energy. You think back to like the Mew Genesect archetype, it drew so many cards, it wasn't so much of an issue to find your energy. This archetype, it can go into the deck constantly to find pieces for those double turbo energy, fall between the cracks a lot of the time without that Pidgeot EX. So that's actually a big reason why this stage 2 is in the list whatsoever.
And it looks like Tord might be eyeing up that Regidrago now.
Yeah, same as last time. Yeah, Terrapagos is now damaged, so the liability of 220 doesn't matter so much now. You may as well go for this, but he's still in a really awkward position. Now eyeing up Blood Moon Ursaluna EX as well.
We mentioned at the start of the set how that is one of the few Pokemon that can knock out a Terrapagos, but it does require Daniel to go down to 1 prize card remaining.
Yeah.
So it really is dancing with the edge of victory. But it is now on the board, and the Prime Catcher on the Duskull, recognizing that's the biggest threat, and we'll be looking for that to the active.
Yeah, I really like this. You're going to force Daniel into a position where he has to make a big Thornton play come together, whilst also removing the Area 0 Underdepths, and that is the only way that Tord can effectively heal this Terrapagos EX. This is a huge line of play from him.
And we mentioned it beforehand, sometimes you can even attack with that Pidgeot EX, and it's rarely the case we see players do so, but you can see exactly why a player like Tord has recognized it here, is reset the gameplay, taken that knockout, put Tord on 3 prize cards remaining with nothing on board damaged.
And Daniel really didn't do much last turn, he just announced an attack. So Tord might be sniffing out that there's a weak hand that he's staring down on the other side of the table, and that could give him the opportunity to pounce next turn. Well identified, limiting the lines of Daniel by taking out the 1 Duskull. There's no real point in taking 1 Hoot when there's 3 available. So you may as well just reduce that option. It's going to be a buddy-buddy Poffin from Daniel, first of all, to see what's what. But it could just be a little prod with Terrapagos, and that could be the window of opportunity Tord was looking for.
Really is playing around that 3 prize card remaining point, isn't it? It takes away the Briar. Critical. You need to kind of jump past the 2 prize card remaining so the Briar is no longer active, and it can completely change the end game, especially now for Tord. With removing that Stadium, reduces the damage output significantly too.
Yeah, Tord threatening win with his own Dustoir plus Briar. Oh no, he's actually not, because you can't Briar and Thornton at the same time. So you're not threatening that next turn. Speaking of which, there's a Thornton on Daniel's end here into Pheasantipity EX. That's going to get him some additional cards. That actually does open up win once again for him now.
And with the interest of Tord's discard pile, he noticed that Prime Catcher and Boss's Orders are now gone. So the Gust outs have been reduced, and that Pheasantipity is less of a liability now. And the damage straight into that Pidgeot EX. Both players playing at a reasonable speed now as they want to get a result out here in round 11. They know that it's important to get a win, to put them in contention for that top 8.
Trying to think if Tord can find a way to piece it all together. He's got Noctowl in hand. He has this quick search here. If he can find a way to Thornton into Dusknoir, he can take a single prize KO on one of the benched Hoot or Bouffalants and then find a way to gust up this Pheasantipity EX if that's available to him. But I don't think he spent the Prime Catcher last turn, so that's not a line open to him right now.
And the boss's orders is gone as well, I think.
The boss's orders is in the hand, is it? But he can't Thornton and boss's orders at the same time. Yeah, boss's orders is just peeking out at the left side of his hand. Like I say, he has access to a lot of pieces here. It's just whether or not it can come together this turn. Looks like it's going to be the Pheasantipity EX choice from the quick search.
Well, really needs to find that energy, but also needs to get some Pokemon down on the board to hit a larger number. And lots of different pieces available. So the Regidrago coming down here. An energy on the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Ursaluna coming in, potentially. There's also a Terrapagos EX, but the Blood Moon Ursaluna has higher hit points. We're going to be bossing up the Pheasantipity EX here from Tord. And we're just going to be taking the 2 prize KO. So Tord going down to 1 prize. Daniel with 3 prize cards still remaining. No Duskull on his bench. So he should be in a pretty safe position here.
And the Blood Moon Ursaluna, traditionally a liability in Terrapagos when it attacks early, sitting in the active spot, hard to maneuver it around if you don't have that Prime Catcher still available. But Tord has cleverly included that Latias EX, which allows for the reset of that Blood Moon Ursaluna by taking it to the bench and attacking with something else. And that is something that we often see in the deck building of Tord, recognizing certain scenarios, and even that Regidrago V-Star able to find a Prime Catcher again. And all these end game plays are something you have never seen before with Terrapagos, but are opened up through the clever deck building of Tord.
It's interesting how fancy this deck can be at times, but Tord has just gone, I'm going to Iono mid-game, take out a Pidgeot, and suddenly Daniel's plays are completely limited just by virtue of not drawing into any Noctowl and being able to re-establish a Pidgeot EX. And in this case, with Tord at 1 prize card, Daniel can't utilize his Dustavar, even though there's a Pidgeot EX coming back onto this bench. And also because Tord's at 1 prize, there's no Briar fear factor anymore. So Daniel, who was happy to sit on 3 prizes last game to get a breeze towards the win, now is really struggling.
Yeah, 1 prize card remaining for Terrapagos is often the worst case scenario. Yeah. You lose all of your tools to try and come back in. Briar no longer available, Dusknoir no longer available. So Daniel will now have to take a knockout or set up for a knockout, which would probably even slow the game down more. We'll have to take a knockout whilst also making it impossible for Tord to then return a knockout, which in this scenario with everything on Tord's board right now would be very tricky.
He probably has to try and take out Tord's Pidgeot EX. You feel like that's always the first piece of the puzzle. But Tord's got a pretty robust board with Pheasantipity EX also on the board. Still many Hoot open to him. The only thing to bear in mind is Tord is down a number of gusting cards as well now.
I mean, you look at it and you think, right, Pidgeot can find anything inside the deck. Regidrago can find anything in the discard. Right. So what is it I'm worried about right here?
Yeah. Tord's put himself in a really good position in this game too. 7 minutes remain on the clock. Daniel going to be taking a look with Ultra Ball here. Has access to Noctowl. What can he string together with the Jewel Seeker? Well, Iono's a good start. We know that Tord's holding on to some pieces. If you get rid of Area 0 Underdepths, you're making it more difficult for Tord to find an easy KO, perhaps, with a Terrapagos, if you're removing bench options.
And this is where that math of the damage on the Pidgeot being 160, it sets you up for a stadiumless knockout with the Unified Beatdown. 130 is the max damage output for this Terrapagos deck when there is no Area 0 Underdepths in play. And so the perfect numbers are seen there. And that will be...
We're just tossing up some numbers here, whether it's worth it for Daniel to use this Lost Vacuum. He's going to remove, was that the Blood Moon Ursaluna on his own end? It also puts a Noctowl in his discard pile now. Potentially can help him draw from Iono into some Night Stretcher as a new out to get more Jewel Seekers.
So we'll see after Iono what is possible, and the Prime Catcher.
This is
has
huge.
To be the Pidgeot now.
Yeah, you have to take out this option. It's too easy for Tord to string away towards the win, and it's actually the Regidrago V-Star getting shuffled to the bottom in addition to a Noctowl here. So really crucial for Daniel to put Tord just down to 1 card remaining. Comes in with the Terrapagos, takes the 2 prize KO, and let's see what Tord can do with just 1 card.
Huge swing turn there. This could potentially change the rest of the matchup. Tord now unable to search the Regidrago V-Star from the deck, which he said is shuffled to the bottom, has 1 card remaining in hand, has the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which can take a knockout, But this is going to be tough here. The Ultra Ball there, the Pheasant allowed to draw.
That's huge. Now you have fodder for your Ultra Ball. That gets you back out the Regidrago V-Star, and now you can grab anything. We're going to a game 3 here, Mike.
So just so everyone knows at home what Tord would have done there, Regidrago V-Star's V-Star ability would have allowed him to take back 2 cards on the discard pile after discarding 7, and he would have taken back that Prime Catcher, knocked out any of those 1 prizes using the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and taken the win. Both players acknowledging that early, so Tord did not have to play that out. But what an end game. It shows you how powerful those combo pieces really are.
Mike, I could sit here and watch this all day. I know it's a mirror match, but there's so much going on here. Both players are really in this cat and mouse situation, trying to harm the opponent's engine, because this deck just has so much access to all of the critical pieces to string together ridiculous combos. A lot of this matchup comes down to, as we're seeing the replay, ensuring the opponent doesn't have those crucial engine Pokemon, Pidgeot EX being the premium one. Also, amazing turn from Tord in that game to use his own Pidgeot EX as an attacking threat, removing a heavily damaged Terrapagos EX. That was a critical play for him during the game.
And to have Pheasant Deputy EX, Pidgeot EX, and that Regidrago V ready to evolve on the bench, no matter what Daniel took out, there was a high likelihood that Tord would draw out of it, especially for Tord. He has such a high Ultra Ball count in his deck, knowing that there would be some still in there. Actually got a chance to speak to him about why he chose those particular counts.
Look how
and for
fast.
the Ultra Balls, he literally said, if I get Ionode, I want to see an Ultra Ball.
Yes.
That was exactly what we
Unlocks
saw
everything.
there.
Both players playing at breakneck speed here to get their game 3 in. I think they're both fully aware that they've had some fairly long games apiece, so that's why you saw some pretty messy prize cards being thrown down from both players, as it's going to be a buddy popping into benching a Pidgey, into a Fankle from Daniel, trying to get access to these cards to make sure that he's not missing a beat, but also trying to do it in as much time, well, as little time as possible.
No, the stream has not suddenly sped up for you at home. This is the speed they are playing at in real time. Both players capable of going very, very fast. And I think that buddy popping down there pretty much secures that both players will set up and make it very difficult to get a result here. But they are really trying to get the gameplay done so they can get to a stage where either player is capable of finishing the game.
Got to respect him for it. You've got to get these games in. We know that Daniel has 1 tie already. Tord is allowed to take a tie, definitely, so it's not the end of the world if this game doesn't conclude, but it shows that these players are so aware that a win is so much more valuable.
And the Ultra Ball just got to work out, and you can't mess up these decisions here. Even though you're playing at speed, you still have to play correctly, and make sure you do those prize checks as quickly as possible.
Well. Tord is shuffling up. Does he have a supporter before this Fankle here, perhaps?
I think got the, is it the Ino in hand, maybe?
Yeah, that might be what we're going for here. Ino to put Prime Catchers at the bottom, draw a fresh hand. I think it makes the most sense here, or is he thinking of, yeah, he's just going to save the Prime Catcher, get himself a fresh 6 before using the Fan Rotom here to ensure that he's holding on to Noctowl for the following turn. There's the Pidgey already naturally coming to the hand. Here comes the Fan Call. I mean, he's going to get at least 1 Noctowl, probably 2 to be honest with you, into the hand, and then maybe a floating Fan Rotom.
Yeah, there we go, and the Hoot as well for once the Area 0 Under Depths comes down. And so Tord here has said, this is the dream starting turn, and I'm going to try and continue into the next one as we try and get a result out here. Just a few minutes to get set up and start taking knockouts, as once that time hits, both players will get 2 turns. The player who's currently playing will be turn 0, then we'll have turns 1, 2, and 3 to finish the game. So whilst there are 6 prize cards remaining, neither of these players will be able to have a result. So quickly, energy down, and Daniel might even cut corners here to make sure his turn happens before the time runs out.
Sometimes more speed, less haste, because you threw the double turbo energy down, then had to fix your entire board to get it on there. But we do see a really quick Jewel Seeker from Daniel. There are still a couple minutes left, but they're not fully aware of every second remaining on the clock, so they're rightfully going as quickly as possible. And honestly, even just taking a single prize knockout this turn from Daniel gives him a great opportunity to win as we go down to those final turns. So we are going to still see a quick search weaved in. Looks like it might be another rare candy into Dusknoir here, and it's actually going to be an explosive turn from Daniel if his hand is this strong.
Rare candy in hand, there we go, Dusknoir in play. And so we'll be researching with a 0-card hand. Will they have the time for the high five? Nope, no time for the high five with the 0-card research. As they carry on the turn, another energy, Terrapagos there will be blowing up the Hoot there with the Curse Blast, and that will reduce the consistency for Tord.
Second Jewel Seeker coming in. That means now you can Prime Catch up the other Hoot and take both out. And that's exactly what Daniel's going to go for here. Retreats out of his Pidgeot straight away, taking a 2-prize knockout on 2 Hoot Hoot from Tord. And that's a really, really big swing turn, done in rapid succession. It shows that these players know their list inside and out, and they're fully aware of the clock here, and they're giving themselves the best opportunity to finish this game 3.
And there we go, Terapagos to the active Tord now to try and respond. Not much time left, plenty of Noctowls there, but no Hoot Hoots available.
I think there's at least a Professor's Research in Tord's hand and double Turbo Energy, so you're at least stringing something together. Well, there's Boss's Orders as well here. Tord's going to use Boss's Orders on Pidgeot EX as he did in the second game, and he's just going to launch an attack here for 130 damage.
And they still are within time here, trying to make this result happen as much as possible. And this is just a testament to the skill level these guys can play at this speed. And we will be seeing Daniel now looking for a quick search to try and find exactly what's possible in this turn. As we mentioned, this is a slower matchup. They cannot take big 2-prize turns very often. They will need to find intricate ways around the board and take 1 prize at a turn most of the time.
Daniel's quick search is looking like Boss's Orders by the looks of things, just to ensure you're taking a single prize KO here and staying up in that prize race. Seems like a reasonable choice. There's no Area 0 just yet, but that is in hand for Daniel if he wants it.
And it looks like both players have calmed down now.
Yes.
It seems like time has been called, and as there is no time constraint on turns, they can now focus on playing at the speed that is required.
And Daniel did absolutely the right thing by motoring through that turn 2. By taking that 2-prize knockout, going down to 4 prize cards remaining, it's tough, but you can win the game in 2 turns here.
So Daniel will be turn 0. And he'll get 2 opportunities to try and take these final 4 prize cards against Tord. It will be difficult, as Briar is often the way you convince yourself to get through those last 4 prize cards in 2 turns. But if Tord doesn't start taking those, he's not going to be in range of the Briar. So
Tord won't want to take prizes at this stage, unless it's to exactly take out this Pidgeot. If he feels like that's valuable enough to do it, that's the only Pokemon I think he'll try and take out, if any, this game. Now that we're in these turns of time, it's very likely that Tord cannot win the game unless there's lots of crazy shenanigans with Dustoir. But Daniel still has the chance to win this game.
It looks like going for the Pidgey, and we'll be taking the knockout on the Pidgey.
Just a unified beatdown by the looks of things.
And just checking the damage. It was...
It was flung off the table, but it was 130 from the previous turn. It was before Area 0 was developed.
And now Tord gets a chance to think about this. 3 prize cards remain for Daniel. And if Tord does get in range of that Briar, and Daniel's able to find a way to get the...
the damage is on the Pidgeot, that's why. It was from Tord's Boss's Orders on the previous turn. Tord threw it on his own Terapagos rather than onto the Pidgeot.
With all the speed that was going on, mistakes were happening, and that's why players tend to play slower.
That's why, yeah, they were being reckless with their pace of play, but eventually it's been found. And we're also just having a discussion now of turns. Toward turn 1 now. Has a string of Noctowl in hand.
And with the
as well.
The Pidgeot damaged, that would be the main target for a knockout, but then Tord would have to try and find a way to take 3 prize cards in 1 turn, and there's a Duskull down for Tord, but no Duskull for Daniel. And I think we're just making sure everything's correct here, because it was all done so quickly. I'm sure we've all noticed that when actions are done quickly, it can be quite hard to follow, and so the judges maybe just double checking here.
Yeah, Tord he pretty much can't use his own Dustoir. That would make it much easier for Daniel, who would go down to just 2 prize cards. So that limits Tord's options a lot.
It would have to be a closer, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he probably can't even take out the Pidgeot. He's probably thinking if Daniel can find a way to do it without any interaction from Tord's side of the field here, or possibly if the cheeky single prize KO on Hoot Hoot is valuable for him. That could be the only other thing going through his mind, where it's not getting Daniel so close to Briar.
Well,
let's see what Tord has.
Tie could be valuable for these players. If
Definitely.
they win next round, that puts them in a very strong position, but they'd ideally want to get that win now, as they would potentially be able to intentionally draw their final rounds to guarantee a top 8.
And I think Tord is in the position, well, here comes Thornton, which is interesting. Can try and fix this bench up a little bit. Maybe still force your way into a Pidgeot EX. Yeah, it's going to be Rare Candy Thornton. That's a telltale sign that a Pidgeot could be coming back out.
And that's the interesting thing with these decks is if you take a knockout on a really important card and there's still knockouts available, they can just find the pieces to make it happen with a Thornton being the supporter for turn.
Yeah, so often a bench looks pretty safe. You feel like you're in a decent position. You feel like you know what's in their wheelhouse, but suddenly a Thornton can change all of that.
I think an inspiration potentially from Charizard archetypes and how they formulated the Pidgeot plan and the Charizard plan there. And that will be the Pidgeot in play now after the Pidgey was knocked out previously. So Tord establishing a pretty rigid board here, but I don't think there's an easy route to victory. Unless Tord has seen something, he might just be looking to stabilize the board and make it as protected as possible for a potential Daniel win.
That's what I'm expecting here, to be honest with you. I'm expecting Tord to make life difficult for Daniel to close out this game on his turn 2 of time. Tord just trying to make it as difficult as possible at this stage with the second Jewel Seeker. Looks like he's eyeing up potentially a Prime Catcher to bring up another Pokemon for Daniel. Maybe try and force the Quick Search to another double Turbo Energy, or just basically not a combination piece here.
If Tord were to get damage on board and set up 2 Duskull for a double Dusknoir, there is a world where a huge turn would be possible if Daniel isn't able to put a knockout on board.
Right, that's true. So you're keeping Daniel honest as well. Making sure you're going through all the motions here. Tord will have one more turn after this. He'll be the final player having a turn. It's just the debate of Buddy Buddy Poffin versus Hisuian Heavy Ball. Tord eventually makes his choice. In the prize cards, there is a Terapagos EX. And that's going to be what we find here. Helping us fill his bench out that little bit more. We know that that 230 hit points isn't a liability, so that's fine to put into play. You already have one on the board as well.
Yeah, and with that Reggie Drago, I don't think he's going to want to put it down now, but if he were in a world able to put that on the board, it would be interesting to see what is possible to string together using 2 cards from your discard pile again, and whether you could almost put like 3 Dusknoirs together. And this is the intricacy of the matchup, is while you're thinking about Dusknoirs, you have to conclude the damage, you have to conclude the prize cards it will give your opponent, and whatever Daniel does next turn could completely squander anything Tord is thinking is possible.
It's going to be another Ultra Ball for Tord here. It's going to be going into the deck for more Pokemon, by the looks of things. It's going to be Blood Moon Ursaluna EX coming into the hand. Another high hit point Pokemon, not a liability for him. I think, once again, one of the main reasons why he wanted to get Pidgeot EX developed once again is that he could once again remove the Area 0 Underdepths if Daniel can only attack into a Terapagos or something along those lines. Because that could be another way to remove crucial damage for Daniel, who's trying to set up win on that final turn.
Daniel is only going to get one
yeah, he only
turn.
does get 1 turn. So it has to be pure knockouts.
Yeah, just going to get that Duskull down now, and so potentially that is what Tord's looking to do, is set up a scenario where if Daniel doesn't take a knockout, he can do multiple Dusknoirs, as there would be 2 prize cards to play with. And I think that's the interesting thing now, because Daniel has to try and stop Tord from winning, where previously it looked like Tord was having to stop Daniel from winning. Yeah. So if Daniel isn't able to win next turn, that is the case.
It's going to be multiple high hit point basics hitting the bench for Tord now, helping ramp Terapagos. There's not much in hand, but it's going to be chasing the Pidgeot EX here. Tord will be taking 2 additional prizes this turn by coming back into his Terapagos EX, taking out Quick Search from Daniel, going down to 3 prize cards remaining. We're getting into the danger zone, as we like to call it, for Terapagos at this stage.
How often do you see this here, the 3 prize cards remaining for both players? It happened in all 3 of our games here, and I'm sure it's been happening all day, as Terapagos has been dominating the top tables, and you can see exactly why with the lines both of these players have shown, and how many other lines are still possible, considering cards that weren't even usable in this matchup. Bouffalont for Daniel wasn't a card he wanted to play with. For Tord, unable to really pull that Regidrago and the Latias pieces that are such a unique addition from him. This has been more of a straight Terapagos matchup, both players utilising the Dusknoir alongside that 220 beat stick of Terapagos.
Daniel has to really, really tread carefully at this stage. If he takes out any individual prizes, that immediately gives Tord access to his own Briar. He could Briar before using Dusknoir as well, don't forget. your opponent has to be on 2 prize cards at the time of playing your Briar. So you can use Briar, then you can still use Dustavar and make things happen for you. So Tord does have that reach on Daniel's Terrapagos EX.
But no Hoot for Tord, so that will make it difficult to string together a lot of pieces in one turn.
It's only the quick search that can help him out next turn. So it would still be a lot.
And for those of you who've just tuned in, we had time called a moment ago. We are in turn 2 here for Daniel, his final turn of the game to try and get a victory with 3 prize cards remaining, or deny Tord from getting a victory if that's the route he believes is a better option. And for Tord, he is waiting to see what Daniel does to have one final opportunity to win this round 11 match and secure a great position in the leaderboard going into that top 8.
It's going to be an Ultra Ball for Daniel's own Blood Moon Ursaluna EX on the bench here. Not sure what else he can weave together. Chose not to go for a Noctowl. Is that already available in hand? Ah, the double Bouffalont possibly helping out here. Going into the Hoot, and why not? We're going for some coin flips with triple stab. We need all 3 heads to do 10 damage here.
Well, that's 2. The tails on the end.
Yeah, 0 damage, unfortunately, from the Hoot. Daniel realized that taking a prize card probably hurts him, forces more out of Tord to not take prizes in this instance, and throwing a 1 prize Pokemon into the active position is still one of his safest options here. So it's going to be a concession, not a concession, it's going to be an acceptance that it is a 1-1 inconclusive game. It's going to be a tie here in round 11 Swiss. Neither player could conclude that final game in those final 3 turns, which means it's going to be a tie, both players walking away with 1 match point.
Well, what a game it was to witness, with Daniel taking that first game so well and showing exactly why he's been piloting this deck to great success at the event. And then Tord on the other side was showing what his little inclusions can do, especially when it comes to that end game.
And I think, to be honest, both players could be content with that tie. They both exhibited fantastic play in different ways. Daniel was able to piece together a really cool swing with Briar, forcing that, imposing that, whereas Tord was able to shut down the lines of Daniel in that second game very effectively, both players identifying the crucial Pokemon to take out as we take a look at this replay.
And one thing that was key throughout the whole game is it looked like both players were loving the matchup. It is such a challenging matchup and a show of skill. So they really enjoyed the back and forth, the challenge of trying to solve the other person's riddle right in front of them.
And we're seeing just how that played out in exact terms here. Multiple Noctowl coming in from Daniel in this game number 1, gave him so much more access to the deck. He took out Pidgeot and was able to sculpt this amazing Briar line of play towards the latter stages. As we moved into the game 2, it was Tord quickly identifying Pidgeot EX as that threat, get some prep damage on it early, knowing that you can do this Dustavar play with hand disruption later down the line. And let's not forget, he had to do a panic Iono here for 4 cards and chose to not attack for a turn, knowing that he could just hit the engine and really cross his fingers that he was bought a number of turns, and that's how it played out in that second game.
And to remove the stadium with the Pidgeot there, essentially acting as a heal to remove the damage from play, the only way Tord is able to remove damage from play. And at the end there, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, a huge attacker in the matchup. We called out all of these attackers at the beginning. I did not expect us to see all of them in action throughout the game. Little did I expect Hoot to be an attacker in the game, but that Regidrago V-Star showing the power of its V-Star ability, not even able to attack in Tord's deck, but able to bring back 2 cards from the discard pile and secure an end game combination.
And game 3, players picked up the pace and things got very squeaky as soon as a few prize cards were taken. Then they had to take that minute, take a beat as soon as they were out of time. It came down to the turn clock, and both players were trying to tread carefully, knowing that the more prize cards they take, the more easily it enables those final end game plays of Briar and Dustavar to take multi-prize turns.
When we look back at Daniel taking out 2 Hoots, how much that impacted the game for Tord. Tord was 1 Hoot on board short of winning at the end there, and it just shows you how that first decision, that first knockout turn for Daniel dictated the final decision for Tord, and consequently we ended with a tie. But what a tie it was. We often have the phrase here in England that it was a good tie, or it was a know, it was a good 0-0 or whatever it is, but that was a really good 1-1 right there.
Yeah, very, very satisfying to see that gameplay. And I was getting lost in the sauce there. I was thinking about discard pile, resource management. I was getting lost in the Noctowl options, the Pidgeot options, also that Regidrago V-Star. It was too much for my brain to handle, and I wasn't even the one playing. So really great props to both players for piloting that excellently and having a really good go of it, and proving why they're on ridiculous records this weekend.
And why the deck has done so well at this event.
Yeah.
Terrapagos having a real resurgence here. Many of the top tables having Terrapagos Mirrors, Terrapagos Palkia involved, Terrapagos Bouffalon, Terrapagos Dusknoir, and all kind of working around that similar strategy of going wide and putting a lot of damage on the board with some intricate tutoring from the deck with that Noctowl.
That means there's perhaps more to be done for both these players in that final round of Swiss as well. But fortunately, it was a tie, so there's lots of games already concluded. I'm looking at a few other great records here. Brent has got himself to 10 wins, the only player on 10 wins so far in the tournament. So we're starting to see that picture shape up a little bit more for our top cut.
Well, normally we do a winner's interview because that person is ecstatic to have won, but this time I think it would be great to chat with both these players because they're probably ecstatic to have been part of one of our coolest games we've ever seen on here. Shay, let us know how it went.
Thank you for that, Mike. Yeah, well, I was watching that game backstage. I saw both of our players there having a fantastic time laughing and cheering. So I thought, let's get them both down and have a little chat. Todd, I'm going to start off with yourself. The Regidrago V-Star, we did see it being used. Has that always been in your list?
It was added relatively recently as a different recovery option to the deck again. So now not playing Palpad, I'm like very thin on the rescue stretchers as well. So using the Regidrago to make up for that, but Regidrago can pick up anything, even the Prime Catcher, so that's kind of where it comes in. It is not that great in Mirror Match, because it has 220 HP, so it's a little bit more hectic to get into play, but otherwise it's a really nice card for the deck.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm a big fan of it. And Daniel, you could argue that if you're not playing the Regidrago V-Star line, you have room for those Bouffalon. Is that something you've got a lot of use of this weekend?
Yeah, they've saved me. They're so good in so many matchups, mainly Regidrago, which I knew I'd pair loads of. It like messed up all their maths. Kivum isn't effective. I survived Tina V-Star, and then I had Penny and Churro to loop my Terrapagoses. It's been broken.
Absolutely love that. Daniel, I'm going to stick it with you. I'm going to be honest. I want you to be honest with me. Have you attacked with Hoo-Hoo again this weekend, or was that your first time?
No, that was my highlight reel moment when I realised I couldn't win the game. Unfortunately, I needed 3 heads for it to do 10 damage. I got 2 of them, but the last one failed.
You were pretty close. I actually think we have a couple plays from you from that game to look at here. So when we get them up, we'll just sort of see if you can talk us through them. Let's have a look here. So this was the Rare Candy Dusknoir playing game 1. Talk to us about how the game 1 went in your opinion.
Yeah, so game 1 was definitely my game to win. I went first in the mirror match, which is relevant, I was happy with. I end the combo here with Briar, turns take 3 on the Terrapagos. It just felt super favoured. I think I was ahead all of that game. I took an early Dusknoir knockout and a Pidgeot too.
Yeah, and I must say, that Briar right at the end, that looked very good on stream, very aesthetic. But over to you as well, Tor, we have got a couple of highlight plays for you there as well. And I think they're from the game 2, of course. Talk to us about how game 2 went in your opinion.
So the second game, yeah,
yes.
I prized both my fan rotoms this game. So the start was like a little bit sketchy, but still managed to like throw relatively well even without it, luckily. So got into that game, and I still felt like a little bit unfavored, but I got to stick in Iono after knocking out the Pidgeot. So. That's also like relatively lucky, but it's not like impossible to miss out on the Noctowl out there. So it was the better line, I think, to go for.
Okay, yeah, love that. I've got a couple more questions. Well, one more question for each of you. So, obviously, Daniel won game 1, Tord yourself won game 2. Daniel, going into that game 3, pace of play was very fast. What's going through your head there?
Well, I knew there was only like a minute or 2 left on the clock, so I was just trying to get as many turns as possible. I knew I'd only have a chance if I took 2 prizes before time was called, maybe take 2 on each turn a time. I managed to take the 2, but I didn't have a Duskull down, so I couldn't make anything happen.
Yeah, and then same question to yourself there, Tord, as well. Going into that game 3, what's going through your head?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really think the game could finish, right?
Yeah.
But we tried to play fast, both of us, to see if there was like any, potential for it. And I think at the end, like I had a theoretical chance of closing out the game, but like I would need too many pieces. It was very difficult to get everything in the end. And also, he knocked out 2 of my Hootuts like immediately.
Yeah.
That also made it very difficult to like keep on using Not Owls. I could probably have played like more optimal, but obviously at that point it's just about making plays, not the best ones. So.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, there's Hooters coming down, and then swiftly gets into discard pile, not efficient. Daniel, real quick before we wrap up, I think you want to have some shout-outs, right? The floor is yours.
Yeah, there's so many people supporting me, and I want to be here about any of them. Thanks to both my parents. It's my mum's birthday this weekend.
Oh,
so
wow.
For both of them. Happy birthday, Mum. And shout out to my Pokemon friends here in the arena. Got people like Gareth, Adam, who've supported me. There's just so many fantastic people. I'm grateful for all of them.
Love that. Maybe you could be taking home a regional championship on your mum's birthday. We'd love to see that. Tour of Cricket, any shout-outs for yourself?
Shout out to everyone that played Trapagos with me this weekend. I been a big fighter for the turtle deck for a long time now, so it was very fun to play it again. And shout out to all my friends, family, everyone cheering me on, and I'm really grateful having another really good run, and we'll see how far we can take it this time.
Yeah, man, both players are still in contention, so people at home, we could be seeing one of these two mighty fine gentlemen later on in our tournament. But that's going to wrap up our interview here. Thank you so much for your time, guys. And I think let's go back to Joe and Mike and see what they have planned for us.
I think Coco was enjoying that interview and was stunned by the genius of both those players there in the interview. I think we can safely say that's one of the most intricate and skillful games we've witnessed on stream, and all of the different elements that we saw throughout. Shout out to both those players, and I really do hope they have a good run in the next round and potentially going forward into that top cut.
Yeah, it's not only what did happen and what you did see every turn, it was the navigation of what you're trying to dodge and avoid. That was what was so interesting about it, knowing exactly what prize cards to prioritize, when to sort of put your foot off the gas, being aware of what your opponent has in their range. That was what was so intricate about that matchup, so I was really enjoying it from the booth here.
Yeah, well, that's why these players are on such good records, and loads of other players are on good records. But if you at home are interested to know how to get involved, well, here's a little bit of information on how to play.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have one Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hello Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin, and today we're going to venture deep into the depths of Area Zero, uncovering the hidden power of one of the trading card game's newest archetypes coming out of our latest Stellar Crown expansion. And that is of course, Terapagos EX. Although Terapagos EX is an efficient and strong Pokemon all on its own, Stellar Crown provided several additional Pokemon, items, supporters, and even stadium cards to help greater support its vigor. Terapagos EX has 2 attacks, although from what we have seen from players already, it's only really its first attack Unified Beatdown that players look to take advantage of. With only 2 colorless energy required, Unified Beatdown will deal 30 damage for each of your benched Pokemon. Although you are only doing 150 damage for a full bench of 5 Pokemon would not seem that intimidating to some of the big players in the format like Charizard EX, Dragapult EX, or even Lugia V-Star, this is where some of those additional cards from the Stellar Crown expansion will really come into effect. As part of what is considered the Terra package, Area Zero Underdepths has a new stadium card we must talk about first. The stadium will allow any deck to take advantage of its feature, increasing their bench size to 8 Pokemon if they have a Terra Pokemon in play. However, this is most significant of course with Terapagos EX, as more bench Pokemon will equal more damage with his Unified Beatdown attack. And in addition to the increased damage output, increasing its bench size to 8 Pokemon will allow the deck to play a whole cohort of support Pokemon to remain consistent, either possessing search abilities like Noctowl's Jewel Seeker ability, or drawing ability like the ever-faithful Pheasantipity EX's Flip the Script. Players have even found the space for the nightmare of the format, in of course Dusclops and Dusknoir, not only to allow players to further upkeep their damage output, but also providing the capability to alter their opponent's prize mapping. With more control over the prize states, the deck can even take a considerable advantage of the new Briar supporter from Stellar Crown more dependably, awarding players that sequence well the opportunity to flip any game in their favour, representing just one of the many reasons the deck is finding its high success in the format. And there you have it! It's always a blast looking at a new and exciting deck coming into the format. Do you think Terapagos EX will dominate the competition? There's only one way to find out, and that's by staying tuned into all of the action here on the stream.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Things are heating up in Birmingham. We are getting a burning passion for the Pokemon TCG. I'm going to be throwing out some other fire-based puns, and in about 5-10 minutes time, that is going to make so much more sense than it does right now. But I've got a very appropriately dressed caster. Loving the red there. How's it going, Shay?
I'm doing fantastic. You know, just managed to, I was watching that whole stream game backstage, and we just had one entertaining back and forth. It really was. And I managed to get to interview them both as well. And now I just want to actually get to commentate a game myself, which I'm going to get very soon. And I think it's going to be a fun one, right?
Oh, there is a deck I have been asking to get on stream for several rounds now. And like we said, it's not always that easy. In our last round, we had the top 2 seeds, both playing Terrapagos. We had Todd Reckler we've not seen on stream yet. That had to be the game. And I'm hoping you will watch the last round. That was a cracking game. It was absolutely the right choice to put on stream. But there's a deck I've been trying to get on stream for a few rounds now. And I think I might be getting my wish. It's currently sitting at 9 wins, 2 losses, 27 match points, which we believe, unconfirmed, is going to be a situation where you win and you are at least into asymmetrical top cut, a win and in for top cut. And I'm a little bit excited about it.
I am excited as well. Hopefully we do manage to get it on stream. Love a good rogue deck. I think it's safe to say it's a rogue deck, but we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. I think we have a little bit of standings that we can look at though, so we can sort of see how the rest of the day is panning out here. Ross, goodness gracious me, Brent Tonneson, 10-0-1, hasn't lost a game yet. And what other names are standing out to you there as well?
I mean, well, you look at Daniel Powell, Brent Tonneson, players like that, you know, the 902s, your Alexander. These are players who are basically going to be, if they win this next round at least, they're going to be safe from asymmetrical top cut. They're going to have one fewer round of top cut to play. That is a very big thing indeed. Marin there, I'm just looking at that as a player that I am very much looking, is that the 803, is that their record? Either way, that's a good record. That's a player I'm looking for. Oyvind, of course, a player we've seen before. Rune Hyemans. There's a lot of players that are jumping out there.
Yeah, one player I want to draw a little bit of attention to is that 8th seed there, Sander Wojcik. And I always call him, in my opinion, the most terrifying man in Pokemon. Why is that? You sit down across the table from Sander, you haven't got a clue what he is going to flip over as his active, and he always does really well. You know, a big portrayer of the controlling archetypes, the non-traditional ways to win the Pokemon TCG by deck out. He's really good, and he's sitting there at the 8th seed. Definitely a dangerous man to keep an eye on.
Currently in position, yeah, I've just checked. Marin's record is actually 920, which is the same number of points, slightly different configuration. Now, one of the things about Sander, I had a look at his deck list earlier. Yeah. Like, everyone knows Sander's playing control. Yeah. That is not a surprise. Sander always plays control. Every single tournament, Sander plays control. But I had a look at his deck list, and there were a couple of cards that I have legitimately never seen in a winning list. At the end of a tournament, players like to have a look at cards that have made their debut. Yeah. Got on their first look at, those websites that aggregate results, their first listing on such websites. Sander's putting some new, I'm telling you, Sander is putting a couple new cards on those websites this weekend as their competitive debut. Not giving it away now. I am saying, if Sander makes it on stream this weekend, and the better he does, the more likely that is, whether it's me and you, or whether it's Mike and Joe, it's going to be a challenging game because I do not know how that deck works right now. I just know I don't want to play against it.
One thing I love actually about casting a Sander game is that it's almost like we work it out with you as the viewer. Because the problem with playing against those kind of decks is that as the opponent, you might think, oh, this is happening, let me do this. And all of a sudden you realize 5 turns later that was the wrong thing to do. And then we work it all out together as well. So that's definitely one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, now the deck I've been talking about, the deck I've been hinting at, some of you may have, seen those little flames of hints I've been throwing around. It is, of course, Ceruledge EX. It is a deck which just gets more and more powerful through the game. Abyssal Flames does 30 damage plus 20 more for each energy card in your discard pile. It only gets more powerful as the game goes along. Recently, it has been with a 1/1 Palkia line to give a little bit of extra, give another attacker, but also Palkia Star Portal gives an option to attack with things like Radiant Greninja,
And it also just gives you a nice early game option, because that Abyssal Flames, you really want to have a lot of energy in discard pod before you start using it. That traditionally can take a few turns to do. So in your early turns, you can just slap some energy onto your Palkia V-Star, use some space as well, multiply an attack 60 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon and play both yours and your opponents. So Palkia can give you a nice early game option, and then in the late game, that stage 1 Cerulege that attacks for 1 energy mind can just sit there and start to clean up.
And it's not every build, but some builds are actually built so that you can use that wonderfully named Raging Amethyst. Ooh. 280 damage, discard all the energy, but what it really does is add 60 damage to your first attack, which of course is a single energy attack, so next turn you just attach an energy and you are off and raring to go. It's a weird deck because it's one where you look at it, in Japan it was released in its own deck, with its own brand new ace spec, which discards 5 cards from your deck, your Brilliant Blender.
Yep.
And some do, not every build of Cerulege plays it. And like I say, it was in a pre-constructed deck in Japan. Here's a brand new EX, here's an ace spec, play them together. Some players have said yes, some players have said no. It is played with Brilliant Blender, but not every build is.
Yeah, and it's just a testament to show that, it's actually quite a flexible archetype. The ace specs are obviously traditionally very strong, and you can make use of a whole number of them, right? Prime Catcher screams out as being a good example. So yeah, I'm excited to see how it might play out if we get it on stream, because that's going to be fun. That'll be the first time we're going to get it on stream this weekend, right?
We haven't had it on stream. I mean, we had in tournaments past, we've had Armor Rouge paired with Arceus, which was a bit of a rogue deck. We saw a couple times on stream. Cerulege is a weird one. I can't figure out if Cerulege is good or not, because, I've been following the Japanese meta very clearly. Some tournaments, it does really well. There have been times it has been literally the #1 deck in Japan for like a week of what they have with their, store tournaments, their city championships. There have been other times it's dropped completely off the map. It has had big finishes at Champions Leagues. So I believe it had a 6th place finish at a recent one or somewhere thereabouts. Yep. And there's questions of, well, is that the Japanese meta being a bit different? Is it their format being largely best of one? Is it the fact that they're already playing with prismatic evolutions in the format? Or is it just that a couple players here and there? We don't know. No one knows if Cerulege is good or not, but there is one in the field right now at 9-2. And look, I put it on my predictions this weekend because I think it is a deck. It's not going to win the numbers game.
No.
It's not going to be on that graphic of most played decks. But I think it is an inherently powerful deck which can have a good run with the right player. We've seen it happen in Japan. Yep. We have not seen it happen in Europe, North America, the tournaments we generally follow. This could be one more win. I think this could be the tournament.
Yeah, and we have seen these sort of attacks do really well before. Volcarona V springs to mind.
Yes.
Victini Prism springs to mind as well. The difference with those cards is, though, both of them would shuffle in the energy afterwards. You do a big attack, shuffle them in. What's quite dangerous about Cerulege is that it doesn't. So you go, bang, 300. Your opponent's thinking, golly, okay, let me KO that. And all you have to do is just evolve a Charcadet, attach one energy, and bang, there's another 300. Like, that 300 isn't going to go down. It's only a stage 1 Pokemon. It's not the hardest in the world to get in play, and it attacks for 1 energy. So if you can't weather the storm, and if you can't sort of end the game early against a Cerulege deck, it can start to barrel down on you ridiculously fast, especially as well if you're playing the energy required so you can use that Raging Amethyst. All of a sudden, you might think, well, it's like turn 2, my opponent only has like 3 or 4 energy in a discard pile, I should be safe. If they can somehow get that Raging Amethyst, all of a sudden, bang, 280, you're like, hold on a sec. If the game goes long, I'm in trouble with Abyssal Flames, but I've just been hit for 280 turn 2. What's going on? It can be dangerous.
280 is a key number. Regidrago V-Star.
Yep.
Lugia V-Star.
Yep.
I'm going to ruin a surprise. Any V-Star. Also, Pidgeot EX, I believe, is 280 as well.
Yep.
So 280, real key number in the Pokemon TCG right now. If you can hit that, it's a deck which we've kind of realized Cerulege on its own isn't quite good enough. You need to pair it with Palkia and then, Radiant Greninja as an option. You need a couple of tricks in addition to it. But I'll be honest with you, one of my favorite new decks from Surging Sparks. I like these fast, aggressive decks that gain power as you go along. Cerulege absolutely fits in that regard. It's a deck I've got my eye on. And like I say, there's only really one in the field that's got a chance this weekend.
Yep.
But, we had a minute. I wanted to share this with you because honestly, it's a deck I've got my eye on. It's one I am a big fan of.
Yeah, and I can 100% see why. I use it, it's never going to win the numbers game.
No.
It's never going to like have, you know, 10, 12% of the meta game. That's not the case. However, it's one of those decks where if you put the time in, if you know your list, if you know all the plays, it can be a little bit sneaky. And as you say, one player is what, 9 wins, did you say?
9 wins, 2 losses, 27 match points coming into this round. I will say...
What's that?
It's got great Duraludon matchup. Arch-Aludon as well.
Oh, come on.
It is great into Arch-Aludon.
Well, to be fair, no, he moves his weakness with his attack, actually. So
I still like.
To be fair, no, it's probably quicker.
And even then, you've got to attack to get that weakness reduction.
You are right.
So,
you are right.
Yeah, I like Surrey, especially if you go first and get the first evolution. That's I'm a big fan of it. So no, it's one I'm excited about. Right, let's have a look at the players and get confirmation. It is Marin van Duivenboden, sorry for any pronunciation there. That is our Cerulege player I have been hyping up. Well, I would say for the past 10 minutes, but really, I've been doing it since midway through yesterday. Ooh. Top 32 in Stuttgart, top 32 in Bochum, top 28 in Gdansk, top 128 in Dortmund, a player who has been around and about in the past couple seasons.
So here's his opponent, Nicholas Furensetti, top 16 in Lille Regional and top 128 in Stuttgart. Both this season, Nicholas has good momentum this year. Both players actually, his results there are in the sort of recent territory. So what that means realistically is we've got 2 good players either side of the table, both doing really well this weekend, which should mean we'll have some entertaining gameplay. Look at those prizes for Nicholas, though. 2 Archeops, Luminia, and a Blood Moon Ursaluna. Goodness gracious me. And I want to have a quick look at margin prizes there. Only prize of Fire Energy does play 6, should be okay. But it looks like our game is starting here. Nicholas, wait, did he prize a Luminion and then has led a Luminion as well?
No.
That's not a fit. That's not very good. That means Nicholas won't have access to Luminion V this game. So, as Nicholas is going to do this turn 1 here, Ross, why don't you talk us through the Lugia V-Star archetype, which he is piloting?
Wow, the way Lugia works is very simple. Lugia's got a V-Star power, which is Summoning Star. It takes 2 colorless Pokemon from your discard pile, puts them onto your bench. Those will be Archeops. In your first 2 turns, your goal is to get a Lugia V-Star in play with 2 Archeops in your discard pile. When you do that, you then Summoning Star them onto the bench, and then you have Archeops each accelerating 2 special energy from the deck per turn, powering up attackers like Cinccino with a single prizer, Lugia, etc. So with Luminion in the active, which that's a pretty tasty 2 prizer for Marin here, had to go for Squawkabilly, which is another pretty tasty 2 prizer.
And it's one thing worth noting that we do see that Squawk and C's ability being used here from that Squawkabilly. Discard your hand, draw 6 if it's the first turn of your game. Is that bench space can be an issue in Lugia V-Star decks. Now, you can attack with Aqua Return with Luminion, 120 damage, and removes itself from play back into the deck, but that's not going to be... Oh, no Archeops in the discard pile, so now it's over to Marin, who is... Oh, carry on.
I was going to say, 2 Archeops prized.
Yep.
You can still search for them, but you are less likely to draw into them. Yes, you've still got 2 in the deck, but they are much harder to find when there's only 2 of them. Right, over to Marin with this Cerulege deck, which I think we covered pretty nicely a minute ago. Get energy in the discard. That's basically how the deck works.
Just in case some viewers are just joining us, though, I'll take us through a little bit more in detail. But to be fair, Ross, that's very accurate. Abyssal Flames is Cerulege's main build around. For 1 fire energy, you do 30 damage, plus 20 for each energy card in your discard pile. So Marin is going to want a turbo energy in the discard pile as soon as possible. Has got an alternate attacker, though, in Palkia V-Star. Can use Subspace Swell, as we do see the Squawk and Seas being used there for Marin as well. Discard the hand, draw 6 if it's your first turn of the game. Yeah, so you can use Palkia V-Star as well for 2 reasons. Subspace Swell is a good attack, 60 damage plus 20 for each bench Pokemon in play, both yours and your opponent's. And Star Portal can accelerate 3 water energy to your water Pokemon. What that actually does is unlock that Radiant Greninja to use Moonlight Shuriken, Ross, one of the best attacks in the game, dealing 90 damage to any 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. So for Marin, it's quite simple. Early game, either use Greninja or Subspace Swell, and then late game, start swinging with Abyssal Flames for big damage.
If I'm Orion here, it's very, very simple. I am waiting to see, are there going to be Minccino and Cinccino coming down? Because even the Stage 1 Cinccino is got 110 HP. It's a little bit above 90. The Chinchino's got 70. I want to wait. I want to get my Greninja ready. I want to have the option, and then if those Chinchino hit the bench, that is when my Greninja comes down. That's all I'm really worried about here. So I want to have my Palkia V-Star ready to go, but I don't want to use the V-Star power. I want my Greninja ready to go, but not actually using it. I want Nicholas to know if he benches Minccino, they will get KO'd. Now, we do see the search there. We've got a couple of Charcadet down. We've got 3 Charcadet down. We've got the Radiant Greninja. Of course, you don't just draw cards. You have to discard energy to do so, which literally the entire point of Marion's deck here. So that is a good bench we've got rolling here. We are now drawing a bunch of cards. What do we see? We've got some energy, and we're actually starting off. This is wonderful. We've got an Earthen Vessel, and we're discarding an energy to play it. Yep. And then we can use Radiant Greninja, discarding an energy to use it.
That's what we like to say, get those energy in a discard pile for Star Portal and Abyssal Flames. I think there's a portal for the turn there used was Carmine. Not a one we see terribly often. You can use it on your first turn going first. Obviously, it's not the case here, but it's just discard your hand and draw 5. That's really good for the Ceruledge players to get energy in a discard pile. There we do see that concealed cards being used. And this is looking like a pretty good turn 1 for Marine there, all things considered. Nest Ball. Let's see what this grabs. Could it be another Charcadet? Could it be the Palkia V? Could be Iron Bundle. That's interesting. Has the ability Hyper Blower, letting you discard itself from the bench, but your opponent has to swap their active.
Yeah, I quite like this because that Luminion has got the legacy energy on, and it is potentially threatening an attack. So being able to get that out of the active is fun, or maybe you save it for next turn. If you think the only Lugia is going to be in the active and you don't want to KO that, switch for something easier on the bench. For now, we just kind of poke the Luminion for 20. We don't want to do him much damage, but that 20 damage could absolutely be relevant. So, yeah, not bad. It means 5 energy in the discard will get a KO next turn if need be.
Little cheeky Will-O-Wisp. Now, over to Nicholas. Going to start turn off there with Jack, one of my favourite supporters in the Lugia V-Star archetype, because that just finds the Archeops, only 2 Archeops. Now, has Nicholas got an Ultra Ball to send him to the discard pile? He has, but going to do a Capturing Aroma first. Flip a coin if heads, grab an Evolution Pokemon from your deck. If tails, you can grab a basic. Oh, and he's got the Lugia V-Star roster. What this means, Nicholas is now going to Ultra Ball, discard both of those Archeops, evolve into V-Star, Summoning Star. And what does that do, Ross?
That gets both those Archeops right back again. This is what I said a minute ago. It is a 2-turn plan. It doesn't matter if you don't discard any Archeops turn 1. It's kind of irrelevant. What matters is that you get 2 in the discard by turn 2. This is perfect for Nicholas. Turn 2, you've got the double Archeops. You are bench locked here with a Luminion, a Klefki, and a Squawkabilly, which means you do have to attack with Lugia here.
But I think if he attacks with Aqua Return, we'll be able to just fling itself back into the deck. And I think going to promote that Klefki there as a 1-prizer, obviously turning off basic Pokemon abilities as well. So no concealed cards, and funnily enough, no Iron Bundle if Klefki hits the active. So that will be interesting. We see 1 Primal Turbo going to accelerate a gift energy onto the Squawkabilly. I quite like that. Yeah, basically saying, if you want to try and KO that, I'm going to draw some cards, and then the second Primal Turbo is going to accelerate that double Turbo energy to Luminion, meaning Aqua Return can be used. There it is, hitting for weakness as well, I believe, shuffling itself back in. Yep. And I imagine Klefki hitting the active.
Oh, has to be.
Turning off basic Pokemon abilities as well.
The Klefki coming into the active was the big giveaway that the Luminion attack was coming. Essentially, when you attack with Luminion, it goes back into your deck, which is great because it means the legacy energy has been used, but it's still preserved in your deck.
Yep.
But you have to promote something. We don't want to put a 2-prizer active, and you don't want to put your Archeops in harm's way. But this deck is playing Klefki, and you're like, maybe I'll just turn off your abilities. Don't use Hyper Blower. I wouldn't use Hyper Blower right now.
You can't. It's going to have to go back.
There we go. It has to go back.
Yep.
Klefki's out. You can't use it.
So just in case, just to run you through that. So Klefki has the ability Mischievous Lock, which turns off all basic Pokemon abilities while it's in the active for both players. So that means concealed cards of Radiant Greninja cannot be used. That also means Iron Bundle Hyper Blower cannot be used as well.
Yeah, it's actually super annoying. Klefki is the only Pokemon here you really don't want to attack. It's a single prizer that's not really helping too much, except to annoy you and make you attack it. And your Radiant Greninja being turned off is actually huge. Now, here we see Lysander coming down on boss's orders, Lysander. Yeah. And that is Squawkabilly coming in the active. Now abilities are good again.
Yes, so now we could see Hyper Blower being used. Would be a little bit counterproductive, though. Yeah, because then you put the Klefki back. Interesting, now we see Nest Ball for Pheasantipity. That is another card that Clef Key does turn off. Really important card in this format, that flip the script ability. If one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn, you can draw 3 cards. Here we do see it used for Marine. Let's see what he gets.
Yeah, we don't have a Palkia V down yet, which I love having the options that affords. Now, we are drawing, it seemed like an Energy and an Earthen Vessel. And then we see an Earthen Vessel being played, discarding the Energy, grabbing a couple more Energy. Oh, we're counting, Chase counting. We're currently at 7, so that's 170 damage total.
Yeah. Number. We're getting there. Not quite at where we need to be.
Well, we're there for Squawkabilly.
Oh, that is true.
Squawkabilly's going down this
Levelage coming down, Ross. There we see the Fire Energy attachment as well. Stunning Terra Stella card there. And it looks like we're going to see that Abyssal Flames for a big KO. Marine takes his first prize card here in our Swiss Round 12 feature match. Gift Energy on that Squawkabilly as well. Over to Nicholas.
I love this because there's no Minccino down on the bench.
Yeah, this is a problem.
Minccino with 4 energy, assuming no double turbo, hits 280 and KOs a Ceruledge right back. Nothing else that Nicholas Reedy has does, except, no, even, I'm thinking maybe Luminion, but no, Luminion's going to do 120 max, which is 240 with weakness. So that's not getting that. It has to be Cinccino, but Cinccino evolves to Minccino. Minccino, he ain't down yet.
Is there, well, I'm trying to think. Is there a world, I don't think even Weirdeer can get enough there with a Size Shield Bash. I don't think that gets us close enough either. So, now this is a dangerous scenario. Normally, Ceruledge is a deck that it's a bit of a combat deck, I think it's safe to say, right? It shouldn't really be taking the prize lead. However, if you're a Marine here, oh, hold on. Here's a little cheeky 2 prize lead, and your opponent's going to really struggle to deal with it. You have to think Marine is feeling quite good, especially here. If Nicholas attacks with Tempest Dive, looks like he is, 220 damage. If Marine can power up that Raging Amethyst, perhaps, and just eject that Lugia V-Star, that could be devastating.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second. Oh, I'm not really interrupting. You finished.
Okay.
Sorry, I tried to interrupt you.
As we do see an Ironer being played.
Now I'm interrupting you.
Okay.
To tell you about a couple of supporters that are in Marine's deck here. We have got ourselves a Crispin.
Okay.
Now that attaches an energy while searching an energy, and basically it means you get to use Raging Amethyst. We've also got Briar that we saw last round that can cheek out an extra prize. Those 2 supporters give extra options that Marine can use here to try and get over the limit. So a Crispin next turn would be just the best.
Crispin next turn would be devastating. But I'm all up for a Raging Amethyst. Tell you what, if I get to say Raging Amethyst for KO, I'm going to be making these walls shake with how loud I'll be saying that. So let's see if we can make it happen. For now, though, Nicholas is going to Primal Turbo a Gift Energy onto the Archeops. Has turn attached a double Turbo Energy to active. That's going to be a Tempest Dive for 200 damage after the double Turbo Energy attachment. And let's see what Marine can do.
Yeah, I think trying to get there with the first attack here is going to be extremely difficult. I believe we're hitting 170 right now.
Yeah, I believe
we would basically need an extra 6 energy to get up to 290, which that is asking a lot at this stage in 1 turn. You can get there, but I think 1 turn's going to be a lot. If we could hit that 1 of Crispin, which is not the easiest, but if you could, then all of a sudden you can just use Raging Amethyst, straight KO on the Lugia, and then you've only got 2 prizes remaining. You are in a great position, and once again, Nicholas has no Minccino down. So you're going to need something to attack with next turn. It's going to be something like your Blood Moon Ursaluna or your Weirdeer or something like that is going to have to come out. Right, here is Pokestop. What have we got? Research.
Ultra Ball. I don't think Ultra Ball can get us there, though, unfortunately. That's another 2 energy in the discard pile, though. How many now? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 200, 230 I make that so far.
3 more energy needed in the discard to go and get the KO. You add up the energy, you double it, add a 0, add 30, boom, you're there. Maths with Wassy every Sunday.
Maths with Wassy every Sunday. We should have to tune in the future regionals for that. That's a segment I want to get. Come on. Right, so we can't use flip the script. There was no KO. We've seen Concealed Cards, we've seen Pokestop. So I think whatever's in Marine's hand here is what we're going to deal with. So I think, let's have a look. Yeah, because we are bench locked. I guess No, I was going to say you could Hyper Blower to then free up your Luminion spot, but then if you Hyper Blower, you just take a 1 prize card, so not really doing a great deal. It might have to be an Abyssal Flames for 230.
Might have to be. It's a little bit sad. Now, there is a bonus here.
What's that?
And the bonus is, if you can leave Lugia with 90 HP or less remaining, then you do open up a potential free prize turn on, say, I believe the Klefki is in range, if memory serves correctly. Yep. So you could have, say, a free prize turn KO in the Klefki and the Lugia with Greninja next turn.
That is...
So,
yep.
If you can't get a KO here, just try and do 200 damage, or 190, and you can still have a free prize turn next turn with that Radiant Greninja. But again, to do that, you really need Palkia V down this turn, so you can V-Star and get it rolling next turn. So even that's not a great plan. It's a much better plan, and this is what I've been saying all game. I really want Palkia V on the bench to open up these lines of play. I don't think we are seeing Hyper Blower.
That does free up a bench slot at the very least, right?
Yeah, but Klefki's gone up, so you can't use that bench spot for Luminion.
You can't use that Luminion.
Could it be about...
It's just going to be an Abyssal Flames. Big damage.
I actually don't mind this at all. Because basically, Marine's saying, look, at some point I'm taking a single prize attack. I'm taking a single prize KO. Let's just take it now so I can open up a bench space and maybe even thinking, you know what, I reckon next turn I can straight one-hit KO this Lugia.
Yeah, I think that's on the cards. I really do think that's on the cards as well. So over to Nicholas, though. What can he do? Has Luminion in the hand. What else have we got there? Some energy, Lugia V-Star. Does still have 2 Archeops available, so 4 special energy. But as you say, without having the Mincino down, is kind of limited in options here. He does have a Professor's Research. We're going to see Luminion coming out. Now, this is dangerous. That's a very easy 2 prize KO. Let's see what Nicholas is going to grab here.
I think if you're playing Luminion here, you're attacking with Luminion. So Roulege is in range of Luminion, so you're essentially playing it down, and you're going to see the energy going on from Archeops. So I didn't even grab a supporter. Had a quick look, decided there was nothing wanted there. So presumably now we accelerate onto the Luminion, attack with Luminion. The thing is, one of the reasons that made this such a good attack last time was being able to leave that Klefki in the active.
Yes.
Well, there's only one Klefki in the deck. It's in the discard pile, and we're at the point of the game where that Klefki would be very easily KO'd. So, I mean, I think Mariah here is still in the driver's seat. 2 KOs to win the game. Nicholas needs 3 KOs, so if we trade KOs and Mariah can get a 2 prize, they will win this game. But I kind of like this, basically saying, I'm not going to leave anything in the firing line unless I absolutely have to. Now, we are seeing Professor's Research here.
I wonder if you're trying to dig for a 1 prizer to leave in the active, perhaps? I mean, I don't even know if that's strictly going to be advantageous, as we do see a Capturing Aroma.
It's a Tails, which would get a basic.
Probably what we're after.
Yeah, and there is a Mincino there.
It's interesting, though. Do you want to use the Mincino as like a 1 prize sacrificial fodder, or would you try and value it? As that special Waltz one, the only way you can get through these Cerulege, well, at a fast rate, realistically. So I'm intrigued to see, if we do see Aqua return, what we are going to see the promotion into. As we are going to see Aqua return, it will be a KO.
I think you have to leave a 1 prizer active. I'm just looking, if I'm Mariah, yeah, there we go. The Mincino does go active. Essentially, Mariah can win in 2 turns as long as there's a 2 prize KO. So Nicholas here is just desperately trying to avoid giving an easy 2 prize KO.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, don't leave a 2 prizer in the active unless you absolutely have to, because Mariah is at that point of the game. He's going to be 1-hit KO in Lugia, if not this turn, very, very soon. So I think at this point, yeah, you do just have to essentially, you're not ahead in the prize race. If the prizes just keep flip-flopping like they are, you are going to lose this game. You have to find a way to flick the prize race. Now, another interesting point.
What's that?
There is Iron Hands in Nicholas's deck.
Ooh.
And there are a couple of options, including that Radiant Greninja, which is not going away, for a 2 prize cheeky KO, and the Squawkabilly as a 3 prize KO. So I say Nicholas isn't winning next turn.
He could.
There is a chance Nicholas is winning next turn with that.
Ampy very much for 3 prize cards would be, oh boy, I tell you, the room would be shaking as well. Hisuian Heavy Ball being played there.
If Nicholas could start playing with his hand again for a second. Can you hear me? Yeah, so he's actually got Luminion in hand. He's got Iron Hands in hand. Luminion will search a boss's orders. Iron Hands is in hand. We've got Archeops down. We've got Lugia that can just retreat into the Iron Hands. I think Nicholas might already have game in hand because of the Squawkabilly.
I think you might be correct. Yeah, 3 prize cards.
I was a little hesitant to start talking about it because I didn't know what Nicholas's hand looked like. But now that I've seen the Luminion and the Iron Hands, I think as long as there's a boss's orders in deck and he plays 4. Okay, so here we go. The game. This might be a very quick turn. He's actually top decked the second Luminion. So Iron Hands goes down. There goes the Luminion. So this should be exactly what we're planning for here. We use Luminion. We are going to be searching out the boss's orders. That is going to bring up the Squawkabilly. We are going to use both the Archeops to accelerate energy onto the Iron Hands. Marine here has not conceded yet. He's going to watch the energy come out of the deck, but it's not going to take much. Lugia retreats. Iron Hands takes 3 prizes, and Nicholas Forcinetti takes game 1.
Wow, coming back. You have to say, Nicholas was on the back foot, I feel, for most of that game, but was able to weather the storm. Ampy very much is good when it's taking 2 prize cards.
Yeah.
What's better than 2 prize cards, Ross? How about 3 prize cards, 1 attack? Nicholas currently 1 game up here in our feature match here, Birmingham Regionals.
Yeah, Marine had a good start in that game. Looked like they were doing very well, but at the end, that Squawkabilly really cost. Looking at prizes, nothing horrendous. There was a one-off Blood Moon for Nicholas, but I think we'll be fine. Here's the replay, telling us through game 1, Shay.
Yeah, game 1, this, honestly, with the double Archeops far as well, this could have got dicey real quick, but this turn here, the Jack, which I can't love in Lugia, by the way, plus that Capture Aroma, and all of a sudden, Nicholas was able to weather the storm a little bit. Accurate turn, promoted that Clef Key, bought Nicholas a time, and made Marine have to, you know, play a bit awkwardly. Now, Marine was in the driver's seat for most of the game. However, wasn't able to get through that Lugia V-Star in time, only taking 1 prize card, and that opened up the door for a hefty, a mega, Ampy very much for not 1, Ross, not 2, a 3rd prize card. Goodness gracious me, and that puts Nicholas in the lead here.
Yeah, that was a very well-played game. Had to be patient. Like you say, that first couple of turns could be a bit dicey, and that's why we see Jack being played in these Lugia decks to try and give you that safer out, because we all know Lugia is a great deck. No one is surprised by Lugia being great, but the biggest issue with Lugia is, the term we use in the community generally is bricking. Which is to say, your hand is unplayable, not unlike a brick. You have nothing, you've got nothing you can actually use, and with Lugia, you have to have 2 Archeops in the discard pile, Lugia V-Star, Summoning Star, and then your deck starts rolling. If you whiff it in the first couple turns, you basically lose every game. Nicholas, able to dodge that this game.
It's interesting, because now I think about this a little bit more, it's like both decks are almost playing their own minigame, right? Lugia, got to get Archeops in the discard pile and fling them back into play. Nicholas, you could argue, was the first player to get his minigame done in that game there. And then for Marine, the minigame is get energy in the discard pile, well, fast. And I think did a pretty good effort. You know, he was swinging for about 250 in that last turn over Abyssal Flames. But then Nicholas was able to, well, to be fair, anytime your opponent takes a 3 prize card turn, it's going to be hard to come back from.
And there's the thing, we see this in games all the time. Right, sitting there going, yeah, that Squawkabilly was not worth it in the end. That did not end well for me, but it actually really helped him set up. Do you take that risk again? Do you play Squawkabilly? Honestly, I lean towards no, because that was the only way Nicholas won that turn. That might have been what stopped the game winning.
Worth noting, the Radiant Greninja from Marine was in the prize cards, but it looks like our game 2 is getting started, and Marine is going to be starting off our game 1, and looks like has the Calm Mind in hand, so we might see the very rare Supporter being played on the first turn. No, we're not, because getting sent to the discard pile, but could have played it if they wanted to discard their hand and draw 5. However, what we are going to see is 2 copies of Earth and Vessel being played, discarding Palkia V-Star, a card we didn't see in the game 1, actually. No, and then another Earth and Vessel to get rid of a Carmine for 4 basic energy.
Is there any chance there's a second Carmine in hand?
I mean, to be fair, it looks like there's only 1 card left in hand. You have to imagine, if you're going down to 1 card in hand, or 2 cards, or 3, I apologize.
They're playing like they've got a second Carmine. Searching out 4 energy turn 1. I mean, this is like begging to play Carmine right now.
Show me it. Yeah, there it is.
I couldn't see the hand, but I could see what Marine was doing, and I'm like, they are definitely playing like they've got a second Carmine.
Yeah, and just in case viewers are joining us here, why on earth have we just seen a supporter card being played on the first turn, going first? That's because that is the effect of Carmine. You can play on your first turn going first. Well, you can play at any point in the game, realistically, but you get to discard your hand and draw 5.
Yeah, it's a weaker version of Professor's Research. Objectively a weaker version. except that you can play it on your first turn going first. It's actually a card that's seen play in Lugia because of how important it is to get your Archeops into the discard pile, but it works brilliant in Ceruledge as well. Here we go with your Capturing Aroma heads. No surprise here, going straight for an Archeops here.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see if you're Nicholas trying to get back off in the race. There's 2 Archeops into play, well, in the discard pile, I should say. So, and this is what we want to see. Both players after it, and Marion has what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 energy in discard pile already. Nicholas has his Archeops in discard pile already. One card we might see this game, because we now see that Minccino turn 1, that Cinccino can be really good into Ceruledge. Lugia can struggle to hit that 260. Do you know what Pokemon doesn't struggle to hit 260, Ross? How about that Minccino's special roll? 70 for each special energy card attached to it.
And the numbers work perfectly here because Archeops gets 4 energy in a turn. 4 energy is 280, which just so happens to get that Ceruledge KO there on a 270 HP Pokemon.
Do you know what that means actually as well?
What does it mean?
That means you can use double turbo energy as one of those energy cards as well and still hit 260.
It means you can't use it because you need to hit 270.
Oh, has it got 270
270, not 260.
I thought it was a 260. Oh, I thought I was being clever there, chat. Oh, no.
Now,
okay, well, that means you can't use it then.
Unfortunately not. We see a Read the Wind with Lugia, discarding a card, drawing 3. Sneaky, huge play here. Nicholas benched a second Lugia because Marine here can legitimately reach to get a KO on the Lugia there. If you go first as a Lugia player against a deck that can put on, second against a deck that can put on pressure, turn 2, you have to bench a second Lugia. It is a huge point. Good news is it was. What are you and Shay?
There was a research, but there's no Ceruledge in that hand. There's not. There's only one other basic Pokemon. And, oh no, there's a Ceruledge. Well, there's Charcadet, Iron Bundle, but it's going to be a low risk for 20 with all those energy in the discard pile. It's just going to be a 20.
But the other thing we need to mention here is, of course, we've already seen that Raining Greninja is in the discard pile. That's not coming out. Marine's hand is terrible.
Yeah.
It's like Briar, Energy, and something else that's not going to help very much. Marine's in top deck mode here. Nicholas, oh no, not in top deck mode. We are using Jack here. I wonder if we're going to see a Lugia V-Star. Oh, look, we saw a Lugia V-Star. So we are going to get the Lugia combo here going off as well. I believe we've got the Archeops already
in there. Turn 1.
Yeah, so we got the 2 Archeops, and this is perfect. And this is a huge difference from game 1. Now you are threatening the Cinccino, and the numbers of needing 4 energy and Archeops getting 4 energy is perfect.
This is interesting. Option to go for Mesagoza. When your opponent is dead drawing, giving your opponent the opportunity to use that Mesagoza Stadium is interesting. Over for Nicholas, though, does get to grab any Pokemon he likes from his deck. Could be going for Iron Hands, but I was just thinking this could be a good time to use Iron Hands, saying, well, if you're not drawing well, how about I'm going to start barreling down on you and take 2 prize cards on your puny 1 prize Pokemon. This is very scary, especially that Legacy Energy, Ross, because that Legacy Energy, what makes Iron Hands now a 1 prize, 230 HP basic Pokemon.
Yeah, but it's kind of 1 prize, 230 HP Pokemon. You can't ignore it. You can't just be like, oh, well, I'm just going to KO bench Pokemon. No, you're not. Because if you do, it's going to keep taking 2 prizes because you've got Charcadet down there on the bench. You've got an Iron Bundle, which you can use the ability to get rid of it, but you either have to do that or that's given up 2 prizes. This could be a quick game. Marine's hand is terrible. Nicholas is going up by 2 prizes, and Iron Hands is still there threatening.
We need to see an Abyssal Flames this turn. Has got Mesagoza potentially. Oh, wait, was that a Night Stretcher? What, we're going to see Mesagoza? That's a Tails. Is there a Ceruledge? I think there is in the discard pile, right? Yeah, there is. There is. I can see it. So we're going to see a Night Stretcher. Here we go. Night Stretcher's going to grab back that Ceruledge, I imagine. What's this energy count here then?
That's 8, which is 190 in total.
We
need 2 more energy.
Oh, no. I don't think we can do it with this hand.
We cannot do it with this hand.
Oh, the dream. I was getting excited for the big Abyssal Flames. We're going to see a Hyper Blower being used. That's going to push the Iron Hands back to the bench.
Which is more proof that we can't do it, because you definitely want to KO the Iron Hand. So Night Stretcher is going to get the Ceruledge. It's at least going to make Nicholas work for it. But remember, Nicholas plays 4 Boss's Orders.
That's a big number right there.
That's a big number.
That's a big number.
Right now, I'm like, you know what? I am going to ignore your Ceruledge.
Yep.
because I want to get the Charcadet before it evolves, and then I'm going to use a Cinccino to KO Cerulege, and look,
just top that the boss's orders anyway, just right on cue. Here we are going to see a Mesagoza. That's heads up. Wow, Nicholas, tell you what, my friend, I haven't had breakfast, I haven't had lunch so far. Doesn't matter, because Nicholas is cooking.
Yeah, he's not the fire deck, he's not playing Crispin, and yet he is still the one cooking here. I still don't think I want Cinccino this turn. I want to use boss's orders to get the Charcadet, because I'm worried if it evolves and I don't have another easy KO.
I agree.
So here, all you need to do, here we go, is we get we get the Iron Hands in the active, then we boss's orders a Charcadet, take 2 prizes, and this game is unfortunately on borrowed time, because no matter what Marine does here, if he benches a small Pokemon, then Iron Hands can take it out for 2 prizes. If he keeps Cerulege there and doesn't take out the Cinccino, then he is going to get KO'd by the Cinccino. Your only hope here is to take out Cinccino and then bench a small Pokemon and hope your opponent can't gust it and then evolve it immediately, but never get your active Cerulege KO'd. There's a lot. It's not over, but there is a lot that you need to all go together for Nicholas to not win this game.
And I think it's going to be a tall order. Just consulting the discard pile there. Hasn't got any basic Pokemon in that hand. Just a Carmine, I believe. I think we have got enough energy for the KO here, but you're right. If you KO that Iron Hands, Special Roll's going to come. Oh, we are going to see a Mesagoza. That's a... Oh, no. Marine, what can we do, my friend?
Yeah, and the hand is just Jet Energy, Briar, and a Cerulege EX. The hand is completely terrible. Marine has got nothing going on. Essentially, what's going to happen here is Marine's going to attack. I don't think it's even going to get a KO.
Oh, no, it's not. Sorry.
And then Nicholas is just going to retreat, put 4 energy onto the Cinccino, and then that is going to be 280 damage, and that is going to be the game. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 160, 190. So you're still 2 energy away.
Yeah, so it's going to get those dice put on there over to Nicholas. Let's see if you can see it then. Just got to use that special roll. Primal Turbo attaching 2 special energy each. Special roll does 70 damage for each special energy attached to that Pokemon. So 1, 2, 3. There's the 4th, and then we can just pay retreat, and Nicholas takes game 2 here in our Swiss Round 12 feature match, and doing that one, golly, in convincing fashion.
Yeah, that game 2 was never close. As soon as we saw that Iron Hands getting the early KO on the Charcadet, that was it. Nicholas Forzanetti there, just absolutely steamrolling game 2. Game 1 could have lost, was behind for a lot of the game, but Iron Hands into that Squawkabilly for 3 prizes really made the difference. Game 2, very different. So let's go back to game 1. We had Luminion doing Luminion things, and that really was the star of game 1. For the majority of it was that Luminion. We see a Lugia being searched out. We see Luminion taking the KO here onto the Charcadet, going back into the deck, doing its thing. And then we see again a Luminion taking a KO on Cerulege, going back into the deck, doing its thing. And then, of course, we get to the last turn where it's all about Iron Hands. We boss his orders onto that Squawkabilly, and that is all she wrote.
Now, for game 2, it was a bit of a different scenario. Nicholas was off to the races. Turn 2, Summoning Star, double Archeops. Turn 2, Iron Hands, I believe, as well. And Marine just couldn't really muster up a defense, unfortunately. When the Abyssal Flames did come out, it wasn't doing enough damage, and Nicholas was able to announce Ampy very much too many times, realistically, and to be honest, it just got out of hand. The Jet Energy there to get the Iron Hands into the active, and then as well the Mesagoza flips for Nicholas. I don't think Flip tails at all that game realistically, but here we are going to see another Ampy very much with that boss's orders, which was a top deck, might I say, and that really just put the pressure on Marine. Marine was getting dangerously close to KOing that Iron Hands, wasn't able to. Mesagoza flips 2 times 5. Unfortunately there for Marine, wasn't able to get back in the game, and here we do see that big special roll, rolling Nicholas into our asymmetrical top cut, and well, I think, and doing it in convincing fashion as well. Lugia V-Star, could it be the event? I mean, the deck, I mean, could it be the event, I should say, for Lugia V-Star?
It could be the event for Lugia V-Star. Everyone's getting excited about the new Regigigas, which is coming in Prismatic Evolutions, which gives a really nice new tool for Lugia. I actually ran into a Lugia player last night right after dinner, and we were chatting about Lugia, and they said, look, I always play Lugia. I love Lugia. And I said, you know, you excited for Regigigas? So we're like, yes, I am very excited for Regigigas. Turns out we don't even need to wait. We have got a Lugia, and I'm trying to figure this out, and I can't do this on the fly.
It's hard.
30 points looks pretty safe. Right now, we got Brent Tonnerson on 32 and Alexander from Poland on 30 points. So they seem to be good. They have ID'd. Daniel Powell on 30 and Max Roberts on 29 have tied. So I'm not sure 29 is going to be enough, but Max Robert is sitting there right now. We got Rune Hyemans with Regidrago on 30. And then there are a few other 28 and 29 rolling around. But we have a couple of games going on where the winner, assuming there is a winner, will be on 30. So I think, assuming there's no ties, I think 30 might be the cutoff here. I don't know. I cannot sit here and dig through this. That would make a very boring stream.
So yeah, seems to be 30 in and around where you need to be realistically.
Yeah. Now, if it drops to 29, that's where things get super interesting, because with the asymmetrical top cut, 29 will bring a lot of people up into cut. If the cutoff is 30, that's going to be a lot smaller asymmetrical top cut. If the cutoff is 29, that's going to bring a bunch of people in.
Wow, so it's all to make sure you have to watch to see how that all pans out, and let us know on those socials below there as well, using hashtag #PlayPokemon, what you thought of that last round. I know you were really trying your hardest to get on Moran on stream there. Unfortunately, I think in that game too, wasn't able to really draw too well there, right?
It just didn't work. Game one could have gone there, but benching that Squawkabilly, it was useful at the time. It absolutely worked out at the start. That was the thing that unfortunately could be taken advantage of, and Nicholas did and won the game. These things happen. You know, we're talking several turns down the line. Your opponent had the combo they needed. You weren't able to disrupt their hand. Whereas game two, yeah, that was never close. Unfortunately, Moran there did not get a good start. And if you get the fast start with Lugia, and you can go aggressive with Iron Hands on like your second turn, and your opponent hasn't had a good start, it's the same thing with Lost Zone. It's the same thing with Baxcalibur if they play Iron Hands. Any deck that can get an early Iron Hands against a deck that hasn't got set up is going to win.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you say when Iron Hand comes out turn 2, it just feels a bit bad, doesn't it? To be fair, Ant-Me very much. And then to rip the boss as orders top deck as well, just to go down to 4 prize cards taken by turn 3. It's just a bit sad, isn't it? But I was very impressed still with the Ceruledge deck. It was firing on all cylinders, maybe not so much in game 2. Would have been really cool to see that Raging Amethyst. Didn't quite pop out though, did it?
It didn't, unfortunately. There was a turn where it could have worked, but there was no bench space without using the Iron Bundle, but you couldn't use the Iron Bundle. And had we seen a Luminion into a Crispin, into the KO on the Lugia, things could have been different. But unfortunately, that is all ifs and buts and maybes and hypotheticals. What I know for certain,
what's that?
We have an interview with our winner standing by, so let's go and hear from them.
Well, Nicolas here is very excited. Lots of friends just outside, excited for you. I got to ask you, how are you feeling right now?
Come ti senti adesso?
Mi sento bene, non pensavo neanch'io di arrivare fin qua, sinceramente. Sono molto contento, tanto, veramente tanto.
Okay, it feels great, and he didn't think to make it to this point, and he's very confident. I mean, it feels great to be here.
Well, you played very well. Lugia seems to be your deck. You made top 16 at Lille, and I want to know why Lugia V-Star for you?
Ok, dice che ha giocato molto bene, congratulazioni. Dice che ha fatto top 16 a Lille con Lugia e ti chiede perché Lugia, cos'è che ti fa sentire bene con Lugia?
Innanzitutto ti ringrazio per avermi detto che ho giocato bene, e Lugia per me è il mazzo che più mi dà felicità, diciamo, quando lo gioco. Cioè, ho provato anche altri mazzi nel formato, ma nessuno di questi mi ha dato lo stesso feeling che mi ha potuto dare Lugia. E poi da Lille sì, ho avuto il primo approccio al mazzo, perché non è da tanto che gioco, e appunto diciamo che mi sono innamorato di Lugia sin dalla prima partita, ecco.
Okay, thank you, because you said he played well, he said that he tried other decks, but it feels like Lugia is the one. He feels more confident to play, and it gives more joy to play. He tried it in Lille, as you said, and from that it was like love at first sight. He always liked to play Lugia.
Wow, and when I say you played well, the moment for me was using the Luminion on 2 occasions to take knockouts. Was that something you planned, or did you think of it in the moment?
You said what?
So the Luminion V was used twice. Did you plan to use it for Serral Edge, or did you think of it in the moment?
Pensavi la tattica, hai preso 2 volte knockout con Luminion. È una tattica che usi spesso? L'avevi pensata prima o è una cosa che hai improvvisato?
Quella mossa in realtà l'ho fatta spesso, e soprattutto contro mazzi che hanno debolezza acqua, con Klefki dietro. Di solito sono mazzi turbo, i mazzi fuoco in questo momento perlomeno, quindi tipo anche contro Gouging Fire la mossa di solito è fare Luminion 240, togliere tutte le energie dal mazzo che posso, fare una ricerca e poi picchiare, rimischiare le energie e mettere Klefki per bloccare l'avversario, o anche magari una Kissara, così dopo aver preso il KO lui non può più fare Fezzandipiti e non può fare altri Luminion, non può fare niente.
Okay, so he said that this is an attack with the Luminion that he has tried many times. He is like something that he's used to, especially with against turbo decks, fire decks, also gouging fires. And it's good because, especially having Klefki on the bench, he got to reshuffle a lot of energies in his deck to be used lately with Archeops, of course, and at the same time put in a lock with the Klefki. And and maybe also following with Kissara, that is Iono.
Yeah. I mean, it was great to see the energy get reused for the Iron Hands later on, and the Klefki disrupting. It was very, very well played. And one thing I love about Pokemon is you're speaking a different language, and I can understand through the Pokemon you're saying, and I could tell exactly what you're talking about, so that was amazing. But finally here, I'd like to ask you, is there anyone you'd like to thank? I know the Italian community is very close, and you help each other a lot. Is there anyone in particular who you want to thank?
Ok, c'è qualcuno che vuoi ringraziare in maniera particolare? Lui sa che la comunità italiana è molto unita, e quindi c'è qualcuno che pensi di voler ringraziare in particolare?
In particolare no, dovrei ringraziare tante persone nome per nome, ma ci metterei troppo tempo, quindi vorrei ringraziare principalmente il gruppo che è qua con me, che sono venuti qua oggi per Birmingham, e tutti i ragazzi invece della community da Genova, dove sono io. Vorrei ringraziarli veramente tanto sia per il supporto che per le giornate passate a testare e a migliorare sempre.
So he said that there are too many that he can't name all of them, but he wants to give a shout out especially to his local community in Genova, that's where he comes from, and to the group that has come with him today here in Birmingham. And that's all about it. I think he said that he feels like very supported by his local community.
And I'm sure supported by yourself for helping translate this interview.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both for joining us, and congratulations for an amazing tournament so far. And we'll see how far you go now, Nicholas. And everyone at home, we will have our top cut coming soon, so make sure you stick around. But all of our rounds of Swiss are just rounding up here, and we'll be back in a bit in Birmingham.
Thank you for that there, Mike. It's so great to hear. As Mike said, international game. We're talking different languages, but we all still understand what's going on. And I love hearing there from Nicholas. What's your thoughts going out of that round then there, Mike Ross?
My thoughts are that Lugia is still an extremely strong deck. It's one which is not really on the radar so much this weekend. It's not one which a lot of people are predicting to do well, but Lugia is a deck, I like to describe it as an inherently powerful deck. It is one which is always there, always good, with Tinchino there being able to do huge damage, legacy energy, making your opponent take an extra prize, and then things like Iron Hands that you can weave in, and even Luminion as an attacker. Not often the right call, but it absolutely can be, especially against smaller single prize Pokemon in the early game. So I just think Lugia is a lot better than people are giving it credit for, and it's got a real chance going through the rest of this event.
Yeah, so I've been using that Luminion to attack. It's something we saw a lot in the Silver Tempest format when you had access like a Aurora energy or Wash energy as well. But now we have Legacy energy. We saw it being used there, and as Nicholas was saying, against water weak Pokemon as well, like a Gouging Fire, for example, it actually can really put in the finest of work. And as Mike was saying, you know, shuffling in all those energy so you can reuse them, get to use that Legacy energy multiple times, which we did see. You know, Legacy energy getting used twice for that Aqua return, and then at the end coming in for that Iron Hands for that Amp you very much.
Yeah, in game one, it was actually Legacy energy was used in every single attack for every single KO.
Right. Yeah.
And that was pretty cool. Now, I'm going to give you my last little update before we head off to the break, and then come back and tell you who's in Top Cup. The only people I think unconfirmed are Brent Tonnerson with Regidrago, Daniel Powell with Terrapagos, Alexander Rutowitz, with Terrapagos, and Rune Hyemans with Regidrago. So 2 Regidrago, 2 Terrapagos is what I believe are safe going into Top Cup. 30 points looks to be safe at the moment. We've essentially got 5 games going on where the players have 27 or 28 points. If they all end with a win rather than a tie, we will have 9, and then there's a 26 against 27 point, so that could be 9 or 10. There will be 9 or 10 players with 30 or more points, and that will be your Top Cut. If we have enough of these games ending in ties, that could push the boundary down to 29 points. And I don't think it could go... No, I don't think we can go as low as 28 points. So it's all up in the air at the moment. We've got 4 players in, 2 Regidrago, 2 Terrapagos. Everything else, it honestly depends on how many of these games end in ties. And we ain't going to know that till they're over.
Right, so it's all to play for there. If you're in that 28... if you're in that 29 bracket, it's all to play for still. Yeah, you're crossing your fingers. Now, one thing I was interested in hearing from Nicholas saying that he loves the Lugia V-Star deck. He's been playing it a lot of the time, and he has some includes there, as we saw, the Klefki and the Jack, which you could argue are tech cards, used for certain matchups. So as we go to a quick break here, we have a video lined up that's going to teach you guys about teching, how to do it, and how effective it is as well.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG concept called teching. Tech cards have more specific use cases in certain scenarios or matchups to turn the tide of battle. Other than the more core pieces to a deck strategy, players have the option to add more distinct cards that can add a different element to a deck and can make a deck gain more favor over others in the metagame. In teching, players showcase their creativity and intelligence, profiting on a card's effects to help them get the edge over their opponent and the metagame. A deck that presents a good example of boasting both tech Pokemon and supporters was Christian Fontenot's Lost Zone deck from the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Not only including your more obvious Cramorant, Sableye and Radiant Charizard, Christian chosen to favour 2 popular tech Pokemon in Manaphy with its bench protecting Wave Veil ability, and Jirachi defending their Pokemon from damage counters with its Stellar Veil ability. With both of these Pokemon on the field, Christian had alleviated any threat to his board from bench sniping attacks from popular Pokemon such as Radiant Greninja, and Pokemon that can spread damage counters such as Sableye and its Lost Mine attack. In playing both tech Pokemon, Christian had given himself what originally seemed to be bad matchups throughout the meta look much more manageable. So what about teching supporters and items? In the final of our championships, we've seen just how effective a simple addition of a tech supporter and item can be in your deck. In playing just 1 copy of Roxanne and a few counter catches, Christian was able to both disrupt his opponent's hands and use the element of surprise, taking large knockouts with Radiant Charizard, or set up some future turn knockouts with Sableye. Both Roxanne and Counter Catcher are pretty situational, only being active once your opponent is ahead within the prize race, However, if Christian was aware of his deck not typically taking prizes early on, both of these tech cards were a fantastic way of getting him back into the game and getting ahead of the prize race. Another deck that frequently plays many tech cards is Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX and its impressive draw engine with the Genesect V's Fusion Strike system allows the deck to add more tech cards than many other decks in the format usually grant themselves. In the past, players have continued to evolve their Mew VMAX lists in the attempts to counter the metagame more effectively. An example of this more recently was during our Portland Regional Championships. We had seen Mew VMAX lists using a variety of Pokemon, supporters and item cards, such as Ice-Cube, Avery, Iono, Roxanne, Penny, and even Boxer Disaster. So considering all of these tech options, let's take a look at an example of how significant one of these tech cards can be for Mew VMAX in the meta. Although not immediately threatening to many of the other decks in the format, the use of the Box of Disaster item card is for one matchup in mind, Gardevoir EX. We are all aware of Gardevoir EX when using its Psychic Embrace ability, requiring Pokemon to take damage when the Psychic Energy cards are being attached, commonly taking Pokemon to near knockouts to maximize damage output. Well, this is where Box of Disaster poses a big threat. For example, if the opponent is looking to take a knockout on any of the V Pokemon the Box of Disaster is attached to, they take 8 damage counters on the Pokemon, risking knockouts on the Pokemon originally doing damage. As an added method of disruption, the Mew VMAX player is given grace that if the Gardevoir chooses to take a big swinging knockout on the Mew VMAX with its Box of Disaster attached, the Box of Disaster's effect will knock out the Gardevoir and will present an opportunity to keep up with the prize race. On the face of it, teching all of these specific Pokemon and trainer cards should put you in a fantastic position to win, right? Well, as much as I'd like to agree, typically adding more specific one-off copies of cards can actually hinder a deck's consistency. Although it may be alluring to play many of these one-off cards to help with your matchup spread, you do not want to risk damaging your deck's overall consistency, strategy, and approach. It is always important to note when deck building that sometimes it's just as crucial to remain heavy on consistency cards like Professor's Research or Iono than it is to add tech supporters like Avery or Professor Turo's Strategy, or game state dependent cards like Countercatcher. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I hope this helps you understand the importance of teching and its limitations and helps you build your decks more effectively. Who knows, maybe that one tech card you've always wanted to play might even pop up during the coverage. Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
I met people in Finland who is very important to me, and they play Pokemon, and they told me to join us to play Pokemon. I was, okay, I can try out, and I got excited to play again and again, and here we are. My favorite Pokemon competitive deck probably is Ho-Oh-Kiawe and Green Blacephalons, because I love fire decks. They are so aggressive, they are so strong, they one-hit KO everything. They can just win mostly of decks in the formats. I really wish that one day I can be a Pokemon TCG champion. Any kind of regional, international or world championship champion title will be very cool to get it. I'm looking Brent Tonison because I really like to see he's traveling the whole world to play regional championships, and I really wish I can do the same one day.
Hey trainers, I'm Freya Pierce, and I'm here to recap the 2025 Latin America International Championships for the Pokemon trading card game. LAIC 2025 was the last major tournament of the Stellar Crown format. Players knew what to expect with the likes of Raging Bolt, Regidrago, Lugia and Terrapagos filling the tables. Brazil's Henny Cuninari faced Sergio Lopez from the US in a Charizard EX mirror match for the Junior Championships. Henry took a swift 2-0 victory, with a little help from Fortin to surprise evolve Dusknoir and Curse Blast his way to victory.
And Henry Cuninari will close out game number 2 and becomes your LAIC champion.
In the senior division, Gabriel Fernandez met Justin Templar in another Brazil-US face-off. A masterful display from each player earned them 1 game apiece. After a Dusknoir misplay in game 3, Gabriel was able to recover though and take a second title for the home crowd.
And that's it! He extends the hand, back-to-back champions. Gabriel Fernandez does that and repeats his title
In the Masters finals, two titans of the game, Australia's Brett Tonneson and Miloslav Pozledny from Czechia, played the mirror match with Regidrago V-Star. In Game 1, Miloslav started strong with a very early Boss's Orders KO on Brett's Regidrago V-Star, initiating a prize race in which Miloslav led all the way into Game 2. Game 2 ended as quickly as it started, with a lone Curium start from Miloslav, allowing Brett to quick KO in his second turn, leaving one last game to decide our LAIC champion. Following their first match's example, Miloslav KO'd Brett's only Regidrago V and never missed to beat, taking 6 prizes in 3 turns to win his first ever international title.
And Brent doesn't think he can do it, extends the hand, and Miloslav Pozledny becomes the Latin American international champion.
That was it for the first international of the 2025 season. There's still plenty of events to go, prizes to be won, and invitations to be earned to the 2025 World Championships. So make sure to go to Pokemon.com/compete to find out how you can take part and aim to be the very best like no one ever was.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Fantastic shots there of the weekend that we've been having here in Birmingham. We've just concluded our Swiss rounds here in the trading card game, which means we're going to an asymmetrical top cut very shortly. I've been getting my pen and paper out, just jotting up the numbers of who's what and where. We're just going to get confirmation of that before we start talking about players and deck lists. But commiserations to Ross. We saw Ceruledge losing in that potential winning in situation. There was a big payoff for him. He wanted to see Ceruledge action. He predicted it earlier on in the tournament, but not quite working out for him. Nicholas able to come away with a win, getting himself to 30 match points, which we think is the threshold for asymmetrical cut.
And played it so well, and that's the beauty of the Lugia deck, is it can open up so many different lines of play, and I think it is a good matchup for the deck into Ceruledge. Being able to use that Luminion alongside the one prize shove of the Clef Key was so good.
Yeah, you always think about Lugia being a multi-prize deck. You have to use that Luminion, you have to use that Lugia, but when you can jump the fish back into the deck so easily, when you can use your legacy energy so effectively to make that Iron Hands able to uptrade, we saw it could take 3 prize knockouts in certain situations. Whilst only being a single prize Pokemon, it still feels like the core of Lugia and why it's so powerful right now.
And we'll see how that does in the asymmetrical top cut. But you've been totting up a few of the decks that are making it into it, and we reckon it's going to be about 10 players, but we're just getting confirmation and all of that. But what are the decks that are making it through to the top?
I think the story of the tournament really is Palkia Noctowl making a big comeback. I think it might be the most popular archetype in our asymmetrical cuts here. I believe there's 3 players who could have enough points to be in our asym cut, which would be astounding for how few players chose to play this archetype this weekend.
Yeah, in combination with the Area Zero Underdepths, Palkia V-Star able to hit even bigger numbers with Subspace Swell. 60 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon in play. Previously, you were reliant on your opponent over benching. Now you are more in control of your destiny as you can put 8 bench Pokemon on your side. And in combination with that wide board and the consistency cards of Noctowl, with Barrel, even Pidgeot in some builds, you know, you've got all these different options to really refine that Palkia V-Star alongside that Terapagos.
And we we always knew that Palkia had sneaky plays up its sleeve as well, with the potential to use that Radiant Greninja more effectively than most because of the threat of that Star Portal V-Star power. And now with Noctowl, you can cherry pick those crucial pieces. You can find Prime Catcher, and you can find, crucially, cancelling Clone, so you can still brute force your way past Manaphy.
And historically, Palkia with Radiant Greninja, you'd be limited on how many times you could reuse it. In order to have to over-energize the Radiant Greninja to string attacks together. But with the Energy Switch and the Glass Trumpet, which can work alongside that Terrapagos engine, you can start reloading that Radiant Greninja 2, maybe 3 times, which has opened up a whole new line of play, which was never possible with Palkia alongside that Radiant Greninja.
Part of the reason why this archetype is so much more devastating. You have higher damage output than you previously did, and you have more ways to tactically weave in those multi-prize knockouts as well. So it has found its way to the top tables by a lot of brave pilots, actually. Looking at the rest of the top cut, as it looks like right now, a couple of Charizard, a couple of Regidrago, but also some diverse other decks in there as well. Looks like Cloth Terrapagos, a really interesting list, actually, that also has a Regidrago V-Star 1-1 line in it as well. So innovation coming from all angles this weekend.
Yeah, I think we're waiting on one game still, which is why we haven't quite got into the next round. So once we've got that finished and concluded, we'll know who's going to be in that asymmetrical top cut, and then we can tell you exactly who's playing who and which matches we're going to see. If it is around that 10 mark, that will mean that the bottom of the asymmetrical top cut will face off, and the top 6, maybe 5 players if another one enters, will be safe going into top 8. And as we know, top 8 is so important for those points, but realistically, it's all about becoming that regional champion.
It sure is, and there's at the moment only one 32 match point player, so Brent Tonnison's the only one who we know for certain is going to be in that top cut bracket. Other than that, there's plenty of players who could be in an asymmetrical situation, so we're going to have much more action coming up on the stream, and it's been a really interesting weekend of crazy gameplay throughout.
Yeah, and not just here, we've had a lot of crazy gameplay elsewhere, and some of our North American champions have really come through and shown exactly what it takes to be the best, and that's what we're trying to find out here. Who's going to be joining that list of regional champions at this event? We're still early on in the season. You can see only 4 of 9 North American events have concluded, and that's where we can see some of the greats of North America coming through.
These are great names already before they got their regional win this season. Henry Chow had a fantastic run at the NAIC, has been innovating Gardevoir since, and had that great run in Baltimore. Caleb Gedimer has been around many years and been an innovator in a number of really successful teams that have come up with all sorts of archetypes and refined deck lists in a really fantastic way. In Sacramento, it was Landon Kettler with that fantastic innovation with Miraidon, bringing a new focus on the build, utilizing that Pikachu EX, going wide on the board with his Area Zero archetype. And then Calvin Connor, the latest champion that we've crowned over in the US with that Regidrago V-Star archetype. He's been looking for that win for a long time. He's had the capacity to, he's gone deep in many tournaments, but he's finally got that win under his belt.
And over in Europe, not necessarily all North American players, not necessarily all European players, sorry, but we have had some great tournaments that were great to watch, but ultimately the champions are sitting happy knowing they've got that automatic invite to Worlds.
Yeah, that's new this season. You get that tickets to the World Championships just by getting that regional win. I say just, it's an incredible achievement to be able to do it. Only a handful of players have been able to ever win a regional style tournament. And yeah, Ryuki there getting his invitation. Even though he's a Japanese player, he made the trip over. He's got an invite through our system rather than doing it out in Japan in his local area, which is fantastic to see. Arnie as well, he's had a great run in day 2. I don't think he's quite in line for that asymmetrical top cut, but he's also had another great weekend with Charizard, probably picking up another huge chunk of points, which can still help him in stipends, don't forget. It still is important to chase these points, even though these players have already booked their ticket.
Maybe some inspiration from Ryuki. I've seen a lot more Japanese players attending European events now, and that's really where this event is heading. We are seeing more and more international players. We mentioned Brent Tonnison, one of the first of many to show what it's possible if you travel around the world to all the events, and Brent Tonnison has really become a household name, not just in the home region, but here in Europe. I mean, last year, made it to the final of Liverpool and is trying to do a similar thing here in the UK again.
And it's not like we're being biased. We're not trying to show Brent every tournament. He's just always at the top tables. We have to show him. He's forcing his way through by just staying in the competition time and time again. And most recently, he's been really focused on that Regidrago V-Star. He's convinced it's the best archetype in the room, and it's pretty obvious to see why. His results are ridiculous over the last few months. He's been in top 32s non-stop and better a lot of the time as well. So he's hungry for that win, no doubt. But once again, he's got himself in in this fantastic position with the best deck in the room.
We could talk about him all day, but why not talk with him? Let's go and see what he's up to right now.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, when you talk about traveling the world, playing in every event, there is one player that embodies that more than any other. We are, of course, talking about the lovely Brent Tonnerson. We found him! How you doing, Brent?
Not too bad.
I think not too bad's pretty good. 32 match points, top seed. How's the weekend going for you?
Pretty good. Yeah, I guess haven't been here for very long, though. I've only been in Europe for maybe a little bit over 48 hours now.
Well, see, that's the thing. People keep talking about your travel schedule, so I thought we'd find you, we just ask the question, get it down there. What was your travel like? When exactly did you hit London?
I landed in London around 6 a.m. on the Friday.
And you started playing a tournament?
8:30, 9 the next day, so about 26 hours later.
I've done the trip from the UK to Australia and back again. That is not enough time to play a tournament. How do you deal with that lack of sleep and the jet lag?
I just know my deck well enough, so I can just play my games without as much thinking, I guess.
I mean, it's clearly working. That's something the commentators said, right? You've been on Regidrago for a while now. Is it just a case of, this is the best deck? Is it a case of, I know it the best? Or is it some mix of the two?
Well, it's definitely the best deck, but that's also why I know it the best. Because if it wasn't the best deck, I probably wouldn't have spent as much time on that. I would have spent more time on the other decks.
So in terms of you as a player then, is that your goal? I'm going to pick the best deck, I'm going to become the best player, because you think your skill will elevate you above other people playing that deck?
Well, it's not always the best deck you choose. Usually you choose a deck that often you want a really good deck that has quite even matchup spreads a lot of the time, because if you play really well in a lot of the even matchups, you can end up winning them a lot. So you'd try to avoid decks that have a lot of polarized matchups if you're trying to get really consistent results. If you're trying to make a meta call for a tournament, so events like Worlds, people are more willing to take those risks because it's more of a go hard or go home. But for many events, you're better off trying to just have a more consistent matchup spread and just trying to basically play every game.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent way to put it. Now, I want to talk about your travel schedule a little bit, because I saw you in Liverpool last year at the UK regionals we had. You're here in Birmingham. You've just been in Toronto recently. How do you decide your travel schedule and which events you go to?
Actually, I didn't go to Toronto.
Oh, you didn't go to Toronto?
Yeah, so the reason I didn't go is because December flights are expensive, and also it's an isolated event. So I try to go to multiple events in one trip, and having an event over there that was after Perth meant that I couldn't really go. But generally, the decision of whether I go or not is roughly based on how much, on average, I'm paying per regionals in the trip.
So it's trying to string regionals together, try and get kind of 2 or 3 in a row to split that cost between them, and then also with the player you are. I mean, do you come into a tournament with an expectation of, I have a good chance of actually ending in the money slots here and earning money from the tournament?
Oh yeah, I think roughly I expect maybe like 60% in the money. I think from like the last year, it's been about 60% of these regionals. And I think it's been close to like 1 in 3 of them are like top cut, or 1 in 4 of them cut. So I kind of expect that if I play and just focus on playing well, I can kind of get averages like that. And overall, in like the past year, I've actually just gotten better for the most part. Like my results are getting better because I'm either, you know, picking better deck choices, or one of the big ones is like reducing the number of ties by just playing faster, like swapping things like playing perfectly for playing faster, things like that. Small optimizations to just maximize how often I'm winning games.
So going to this many big tournaments, you go to a lot of big tournaments, more than probably, well, there's very few players that can match you there. So do you think that's giving you an advantage and giving you that experience of, I've played in so many of these now, nothing is surprising me?
Yeah, well, it's actually really interesting because there seems to be a certain point that the more events you play, the harder it is to actually have really good averages, because the amount of prep that you have per event. So there's like some kind of middle ground of playing enough tournaments and to get the experience and playing too many tournaments. I'm probably on the too many tournaments part. So I reckon if I played less tournaments, my averages would be a little bit better, but I also like really enjoy them. So I'm just gonna hit up all of them.
That sounds good to me. And playing for the love of the game is absolutely the best reason to play. It's what brought us all in here. It's what keeps us all traveling around. So I want to finish off going a little bit more local, because you have a local scene in Australia. And I know you travel quite a bit, but do you get some time to go and play in your local scene?
Wait, I actually play all the League Cups. Every time there's a League Cup when I'm in the country, I play. That's not that many, actually. So I haven't been playing that many of them. I'm actually like looking less likely to max out on my locals before I get my 5 top cuts at majors at this point, since I think I'm at 3 top cuts at majors and I'm at 2 wins at League Cups. So I might actually lose on that front, which is a bit funny, but I'm going to try to get the 5 top cuts at the majors and the 4 League Cup wins.
Well, you don't find many players who max out their best finish limits from regional level events before they max out their best finish limits for their League Cups and League Challenges. Brent, you are one of a kind. You are top seed. You are in great position. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Good luck for the rest of your tournament.
Thank you.
Cool. And if you want to check out your local events, ladies and gentlemen, please do make sure you are getting involved. Make sure you're looking up where your local events are and you are getting involved on a regular basis. We'll be back very shortly indeed.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Genuinely, my favorite day of the week is Locals Week. I get to go along and hang out with my friends and play Pokemon. What more could you ask? Finding like-minded people, and if you want to travel more, you can go along to Challenges, Cups, and even further. But I know we met at my local when you traveled along for a cup there, and so we've had the opportunity to meet through that, and you can also meet so many other people who are local to you.
Yep, that video explains it really perfectly. There's like-minded people who love Pokemon in any form. You can bond over that, but also the game specifically that you're interested in. It's a great way for you to get more games in and also just bounce ideas off players as well. So often you can see a deck list and see elements of something that you think, oh, maybe I could transfer that into a different archetype, or you can be really impressed by something you see on the local level, and that can get you going back home, rifling through the binder to try and find those cards to try and replicate that yourself.
Yeah, I won't lie, my caster pick for this event was the Ancient Box Roaring Moon, and that was off the back of getting battered by someone at Locals playing Ancient Box against me, and I went, that's actually quite a good deck. I'm going to put that one in my caster prediction. So you do have a lot of fun there. You get to meet loads of people, and of course for us, because we're UK based, at the regionals, we're starting to meet people who have come to their first regional event off the back of starting at Locals. So the best place to go to start things off is there. And I think on that note, we can sort of reel it back into where we are here, which is on the verge of an asymmetrical top cut, which is definitely the most exciting point of the tournament. We have gone from playing all these rounds of Swiss into a knockout phase where every round will increase the amount of CP you get, increase the prize money, the booster packs. So this is the biggest moment of these players' days.
Yeah, a lot of these players will be hunting for their first regional win under their belts. There's a number of players who have already had that accolade before, but are still trying to do it to help themselves this season, get that invite secured, but also push themselves towards those travel stipends. Brent Tonneson, who we just interviewed, he's currently sitting at 2nd place in the overall global leaderboards. He'd love to push that in first for the personal pride, as well as helping him out with that invite and the travel. He does a lot of it, so he could do with the help.
Well, we'll see how it all pans out later on. And for you guys at home, there's more happening here than you're just seeing on the stream. We're watching 1 match per round. We're telling you about all the things that are going on in the main tournament, but there's also side events going on. We've got a couple of challenges today happening. You know, there's a 2006 retro format happening, as well as the other games, video game and Go. So Birmingham really is a celebration of Pokemon here at our largest ever European regional, and it's not all coming down to that top cut now. So really is a badge of honor to be able to say you won the biggest European regional so far.
And as we get to the latter stages of this tournament, we're looking at those decks which are trying to make the claim that they are the best deck in Surging Sparks. We've had a lot of surprises this weekend, but also you can get involved. There's a community bracket that we have to start looking at what you think are the best decks in the game right now. This bracket has taken Regidrago V-Star out of the equation. That's statistically the best performing archetype in Surging Sparks. So we've tried to spice things up a little bit and make a best of the rest sort of prediction bracket to see what the next best archetype is in Surging Sparks.
And I think fair play to you guys. You've done a good job so far, but can you carry that on with our final quarterfinal of Gardevoir versus Raging Bolt? I think this is an interesting one, because I think depending on what kind of a player you are, you would favor one over the other, as they have very different player bases. One is the aggressive archetype, the other one is the comeback archetype. And for a lot of people, Gardevoir is scary to play because of how hard it is to maneuver to a victory, but those who do love it really love it.
Yeah, it's one that a lot of players do gravitate towards once they get enough reps under their belts. Raging Bolt has a lot of tricks up its sleeve, but at the end of the day, it's really looking at like 1 or 2 big attacks. So we are going to be running this community bracket. Myself and Mike, we're going to be giving some arguments for both of these archetypes, and it's down to you guys to vote on Twitch to see which one is going to come out on our community bracket.
All right, who's kicking off?
I think I've got Raging Bolts to argue for, so I don't mind going on that one whenever you count me in.
I mean, Raging Bolt typically likes to go second, but on this occasion, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, all right, count me in.
3, 2, 1, take it away.
Raging Bolt, it can KO anything. You can throw those energies, slosh them around your board, and get instant KOs with just a basic attacking Pokemon, starting from the very first turn of the game. You have the option to use that Briar in the deck as well to take additional prize cards with your Teal Mask Ogerpon, so you can get pretty sneaky with it. You can use those Pokemon catchers, Prime catchers, pick off anything on your opponent's side of the field. You're winning the game in 3 turns, no questions asked with Raging Bolt. You're asking the questions of the opponent. You're the most consistent deck in the room because you're so low to the ground. It's so easy for you to get your strategy off.
I think you did pretty well there. And as Raging Bolt does, you spoke very fast. Raging Bolt likes to be fast and aggressive, so you've really fulfilled the archetype there.
Yeah,
also,
I embodied it.
Just for you guys at home, just so you know, the deck is so forgettable that Joe had to get up a list to remember what's actually in it.
It's just a little prompt. I've only got 30 seconds. There's too much to talk about is the main issue.
Yeah, I can see. I mean, you brought up Briar, which is in like less than 50%.
It's in the most successful list. It's in the top 4 list, so I think it's worth mentioning.
No, that's fine. I mean, you took up about 5-10 seconds talking about Briar.
Yeah, it's an element. It's a boast that this archetype has. Not many decks can utilize it.
Oh, yeah, I did have a good little nibble there, didn't I?
You got me there. You really annoyed me with that.
Right, go on, count me in.
All right, so what have you got? You've got Gardevoir to talk about.
Yes, I do, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to give you 30 seconds on the clock in 3, 2, 1, go.
Gardevoir RX, why are we going to talk about that? Let's talk about Curlier, one of the best draw engines in the game, so much so that other decks include it without the Gardevoir RX package. But Gardevoir, when you evolve it, 310 HP, an amazing attacker in its own right, but allows you to attack with loads of single prizes like Drifloon, like Screamtail, and also those really annoying attackers like Fluttermane. You've got Klefki in there. You can disrupt your opponent and use that INO package incredibly well. And then when you come back in the end, you can disrupt them, gust things up, play around them, and really break down the opponent's board state. And there's not many decks that can deal with that.
Stop. There you go. You ended dead there. You were happy with your argument. Yeah, it was a decent argument. I mean, you spent most of the time talking about Refinement as a great ability, which can't really deny that. It's a fantastic ability. And those single prize Pokemon are a big boast. But you know what? Sometimes you can tech against Gardevoir. We've seen Jamming Towers. We've seen Lost Vacuums. That can be a big headache for Gardevoir.
Yeah, the tools are a big vulnerability of the deck, aren't they?
Interestingly enough, both the archetypes that we just tried to argue for, I don't think either of them are making our asymmetrical top cut, so that's not making a difference. We couldn't use this weekend as any evidence for either archetype, although there were a decent amount of both of them in day 2 of the competition as well.
Make sure you're voting now in Twitch. If you're on YouTube, jump on over to Twitch, get your vote in, and then you can head on back to YouTube if that's your preferred site to watch on. And for us here, I think we're both pretty even on which deck we would prefer, but they both have their space, right?
Yes, they've both been excellent at different times in the format. I guess Gardevoir's been around longer, so of course it's seen a rotation, survived a rotation, despite all the odds. I think it lost a lot of crucial pieces, but carried on and adapted and still became a really, really top-tier archetype. To be honest with you, I do really like Gardevoir. It's one of my favorite decks to play. So I was arguing against myself a little bit there. But Raging Bolt, you can't deny its statistics. It's had some great results, a number of pilots. There's a reason why time and time again it's in the sort of top 3, top 4 of popularity, because there are just so many obvious reasons why it's one of the top performing decks right now.
I tell you what, in my local scene in particular, and I think this is the case across the country, Raging Bolt is a top pick there because it is so consistent at doing what it does. The that it really punishes decks that aren't set up very well. And I think it's only once you start getting to the real tippity top of the player base that they start to find ways to deal with Raging Bolt in a strong way. And same thing with Gardevoir, right? Both of them have vulnerabilities when a good player knows how to play around them, but in their own right are very strong decks when played well by someone who's a good player.
I think just the core fundamental of Raging Bolt is that you're going to keep people honest. It's so likely for you to get into the game. So many of your cards simply allow you to draw more cards. You've got Pokestop, Radiant Greninja, obviously even Teal Mask Ogerpon. It's getting you a refund every time you spend an energy attachment. Even if you have nothing, you can always burst draw and still get into a fresh 6-card hand, give yourself a chance. And a lot of people prefer that sort of 7 out of 10 every game than having these archetypes that can have these crazy 10 out of 10 moments, then also can just stumble and have really nothing going for it. So it really comes down to player preference, I think, as well a little bit.
Yeah, and I think it's easy to overlook the fact that Raging Bolt is a 240 HP Pokemon.
It's huge.
And has the ability to put lots of those charms in, or the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, depending on which builds you're going for. And consequently, that 2-prize beat stick deck that is also bulky has got a whole new matchup spread, especially if you know how to play it. I think that's one thing as well. A lot of people forget a good player playing a Raging Bolt is pretty scary too, as there's lots of little sneaky tricks that you can do with the deck, and whether it's something like the Briar that you mentioned, or where you put those HP increasing tools.
Yeah, I think that's actually, there's hidden skill around the archetype. You may think that it's so simplistic to play this one because a lot of it is just from the starter and just trying to reach that crucial damage cap you're looking for each turn, but how you utilize those Bravery Charm can really limit your opponent's plays, and I think that is a big element of the archetype and why some of the best performing deck lists are all gravitating towards that tool. It gives you a lot more control over the pace of the gameplay.
Little top tip for all of you at home, if you're worried about Briar and Dusknoir, put that Bravery Charm on the Radiant Greninja. It really annoys them.
Yeah.
But I think the results are in, and I can tell you now that the winner is Gardevoir with a landslide.
Wow, people do not like that Raging Bolt EX so much. As much as people like Gardevoir, I feel like there's also some personal dislike for Raging Bolt EX at times. It's easy to see why, because it can be frustrating to lose against the Raging Bolt archetype because it feels like it punishes slower starts from a lot of archetypes a lot of the time. It can, you know, kind of yoink wins from them, be it from like an early Pokemon catcher heads or just by virtue of attacking early on in the game and you have not much going for yourself. Gardevoir, it's a weird one because it feels fairer in that it's not being so aggressive against you all the time, but then the unfairness of the archetype is how strong it becomes in the late game.
Yeah, when we talk about Gardevoir being a strong deck, it is one of those where it adapts to the format as well. I think it's always at its best when it's least expected, and there's a lot of decks that are like that. And we mentioned it has vulnerabilities with the tool importance in the deck, how vital it is for a Pokemon to stay in play with that Bravery Charm. But then if your opponent can Lost Vacuum it away or use a jamming tower, suddenly you've been giving away prize cards for free, and then they get to start going ahead. So if it is the best deck in the room, it will no longer be the best deck in the room.
It kind of reminds me of Mew VMAX by the time that Spiritomb came out and Drapion V came out and all those other annoying like anti-Mew cards were printed. Gardevoir feels like that, where there's Jamming Tower and there's Lost Vacuum, so Gardevoir can never be the best deck in the game because it's too easily countered, but it loves chilling out in that sort of top 10 of archetypes, you know, around that top 5 maybe even when it's in favorable metagame position, because people can't really afford to tech those cards into their list. It's not valuable enough in other matchups, and that's when you still have your power level that is so high and why it can be such a devastating deck.
Well, the community bracket is now onto the semi-finals, so you guys will get a chance to crown the second best deck in format after Regidrago from the rest of that list. And I think for you, there is a few obvious picks in that. And I think the hard thing when you look at that community bracket is it's very easy to forget that it's talking about this format.
Yes.
And we can so easily blend the formats as they've evolved over the last year. And something like Charizard EX stands out as a deck that's always been there, always been good, and has won tournaments in pretty much every format it's been in. But specifically in this format, is it that next best deck after Regidrago?
Well, it's making a case for itself. Once again, it's doing fairly well in terms of our day 2 meta representation. There are, I think there's at least one or two of them, possibly in our asymmetrical cuts, if our notes are correct. And I even think Oyvind, who was our previous finalist over in Stuttgart, I think he's in with a chance as well to make that top cut once again. So he could once again be flying the flag for Pokestop of all things, which, Mike, you've just been shaking your head about that. He still says it's there there for fun. But, you know, if it's the only list that keeps doing it over and over again, maybe it's the right play.
I mean, the consistency of it is obviously important, because to make 2 events back-to-back and do this well really shows you that Pokestop may be the optimal stadium, which feels very weird to say. I mean, normally, Charizard puts a stadium in there for the sake of putting a stadium in there as either a tech card or to bump other stadiums. And then occasionally they'll be like, actually, an Artisan would help with the consistency, or the Collapse Stadium would help with removing stuff from play.
Correct, yeah.
But when you start looking at that Pokestop, you're like, actually, there are a lot of really good item cards that could get you out in that early turn.
Well, as we know, like the Pidgeot EX, the difference between getting it turn 2 and not getting it turn 2 is stark. It's such a contrast. You can get access to that one critical card that then gets you into another stage 2 Pokemon often, and even in the best case scenario, you can get Dustavar plus Charizard, and that's when things really get crazy. So having that extra reach critically towards Ultra Ball and Rare Candy, those are the ones you're really trying to hit, unless it's turn 1, and then you're looking for Buddy Buddy Poffin, because that's also a critical card.
It's almost like you're instant charging twice for the cards you want to see in a weird way. But that's something we're going to hopefully see a bit later on, and we'll let you know which matchup we get to see here. For those of you who are just joining, we are waiting for the asymmetrical top cut to be finalized for you, so we can find out which game we're going to be showing. We're pretty certain here that it's not going to be a clean top 8, so we'll be able to show off a round of 16, find out who's going to be making those final spots in the top 8, and at that stage, that's where the points really start racking up. In that top 8, 280 points, 280 CP for a top 8 player, and that's different to 160 for a 9th to 16th place. So if you're a CP-based player, making that top cut is vital.
And I think we have a bracket ready to go to demonstrate that. Let's have a look here. And it does look like we have 10 players as we expected, which means it's going to be Nicholas up against Rune, as well as Oyvind down there against Sebastian. And the winner of those games will then enter the bracket up against Brent Tonneson and Benjamin Grover. Benjamin on 31 match points, Brent on 32. And then, as you can see there, we'll narrow it down from there.
And I believe all of our Palkia Terapagos have made it through the top 8, so that will mean that we'll have 3 Palkia Terapagos there. And
let's go through the deck, shall we?
Yes.
Let's mention the decks that these players are going with. So just as a reminder, Brent is playing Regidrago V-Star. Nicholas was playing the Lugia archetype. We saw that in the previous winning in. And who were they up against in that asymmetrical cut? I didn't quite see it from there. I know Oyvind was also in the asymmetrical cut. We were just mentioning him with that Charizard archetype. Nofume, the other Charizard player in there.
Rune, wasn't it?
Yeah, against
Drago
Rune
versus Lugia.
That'll be interesting as well. I think oftentimes the Temple of Sinnoh is a really important card in that situation. Or even up against Sebastian, who is our Clorf player with a really interesting deck list, actually. Whereas that Regidrago V-Star incorporated, we saw that, you know, from Tord in the Noctowl build of Terapagos, but this is a completely different way to play the archetype, where you can have a bit more stable onboard protection. Having sometimes just that Pheasant Deputy EX can leave you vulnerable in the latter stages. It's so frequent that you see the combination of Prime Catcher plus Iono, or Counter Catcher plus Iono as well, or Boss's Orders and like an Unfair Stamp, for example. These sorts of cards can be combined, and if you do that whilst taking out the one draw engine Pokemon, you can be left feeling, you know, like you don't have many resources to close out the game, and having the option of a V-Star power to give you even more threat on that bench is a really big bonus.
I wonder if he was playing the Clorf deck, copied it from someone else who was playing the Regidrago that draws you up to 4, and then wait, hang on a minute.
That would be hilarious.
I got the wrong one, but this is
start
great.
typing, and then you think, hang on, I've got an idea. That could be genius.
Well, this is the beauty of this top 8, and the other 2 players who will also be not quite making it into top 8 is the deck building here is unique. People in this top cut are not playing the expected 60 cards.
Right.
Maybe the Regidragos, we've kind of solved Regidrago a little bit in the format, but generally there's some interesting takes on what is a fairly known format, like the Palkia Terapagos. What a great call from all those players who brought it into this event. And we've just spoken about the Pokestop and the Charizard build, and then that Clorf edition. So consequently, these players are not the ones who are just copying deck lists and playing them well. They're the ones who are coming in and innovating.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just pulling up that deck list to just make sure about all the elements, because it's such an interesting list. Oh, actually, is a different Regidrago. Oh my goodness, I can't believe this. I swear I looked at it earlier and I saw a Regidrago V. It actually is a a single prize Regidrago in this list, so I've been selling people a lie here. I can't believe it. It's just the regular Regidragos. I'm glad I corrected myself now.
Yeah,
I was just thinking in my head how useful the Forest Seal Stone is, and then I was like, why are you blocking that option? But it is a Regidrago, so I must have been getting confused looking at all of these deck lists. I was rushing through trying to make sure that I knew the 10 players and all the lists, but okay, so it is still a straightforward list that still utilizes the single prize Regidrago as well as Pheasant Dipty. So you're still doing a similar thing where you're covering your bases with multiple ability Pokemon, drawing multiple cards. That does make a little bit more sense. It's less crazy than I first thought.
There's some adjustments in that Clorf list. We've seen various different iterations of it, whether it's the Genesect blocking the A specs, or whether it's the Regidrago for a bit more consistency. And I think that's the fun of that deck, because you can just sprinkle in a one-off Pokemon line that you think is viable there. But as you mentioned, Forest Seal Stone just too important for that early setup in Clorf to be able to utilize a different V-Star ability. But this is what we're talking about when we're coming into these big moments. The players that come in and innovate, as well as the players who are playing out of their mind and performing at the highest level. And I think that's really the key. We've noticed on stream as we've got further and further through the tournament, the quality of play today has been phenomenal. Just watching Nicolas with the Lugia, great decision making and use of the deck building, having that Klefki in there to work with the Luminion, and watching that Terapagos mirror earlier was phenomenal. So we have been in for a treat all day long.
We've been oohing and ahhing about some of the plays, either here at the desk or backstage as well, just having a look at the players doing everything right to give themselves the best percentage chance to win, and that's how they end up on these records, and that's how, no matter what deck they're picking, they're still having fantastic records and fantastic days, because these players know their own deck list inside and out, and they've made great choices thus far.
It's not just about knowing your own deck list, it's about knowing your opponent's deck list. So all of these players will have been rubbing shoulders with each other at those top tables, so we'll be familiar. Some of them maybe even played against each other in the Swiss, so they'll be familiar with what decks they're going to be up against and what they might need to plan before they go into it. But with a best of 3, it does give you a bit of a chance to suss things out, maybe find out the unique 1 or 2 cards you're not sure of in the deck. The ace spec debate, I think, is one that every time you come up against a deck, you need to work out what the ace spec is if there's some versatility. Of these decks, which ones would you be uncertain of the most when coming up against it?
I think Charizard is probably the biggest question mark right now. Regidrago, you pretty much know what you're looking at. I think Palkia V-Star, most of the time you're thinking it's Prime Catcher, I would say. So Charizard's still the one that sticks out to me. You would expect probably the Unfair Stamp, but recently there's been some Precious Trolley going on. Sometimes you see Prime Catcher as well if you want to be aggressive with that Charizard going alongside Counter Catcher in the list as well, so you can have a bit more priority of what to take out. Has great synergy with Pidgeot EX, as we know. So I think that's the big one left in our field of the 10 decks remaining that is still that question mark, but I think that'll be uncovered quite quickly for these players.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up doing, and we'll find out what game we'll be showing you shortly as well, as I'm sure you guys want to get into the action. As we mentioned before, this is where the best of the best are starting to play, and we have a treat for you because we'll be showing you a fair few of these games going through to that final and get a chance to witness all of the great gameplay. And while we are focusing on one game each round, we'll also be keeping you up to date with everything that's going on around that.
Yes.
As I know that
we've got reporters out in the
reporters,
field.
Ross and Shay are roaming reporters for us right now to try and find out what's going on elsewhere, and consequently we'll keep you up to date with how things have panned out. But I see our players are settling down at the table, so we'll be getting started shortly for you.
Well, I was just going to say, Mike, now that we know the 10 deck lists, we can actually have a quick moment to look at our caster predictions and see how we've been doing so far. It's at this point where I start shrugging my shoulders and getting a little bit excited about my prospects going through the caster predictions, because I've got those Regidrago, V-Star at my disposal. There's a couple of them. Brent Tonneson not even having to play in the asymmetrical cuts, but Rune Hermans is one of the players who will have to. So it's either going to be 1 or 2 Regidrago V-Star making it into our top 8. And then also I've got the Precious Trolley, which also has come up trumps for me, at least for the Clorf Terapagos side of things.
Very good.
And
that's
you?
the end of the prediction segment there.
What about you, Mike?
No, we're done.
What are those cards?
Those
what
cards
are they doing there?
Are mistakes, that's what they are. They were when I thought Ancient Box was going to be good, when I thought Golden Go was going to be good. I'll be honest with you, I would have played Golden Go Togekiss if I was playing here.
Fair enough.
So I got a little bit too excited about that, but in all fairness, I should have just gone with Terapagos, because it is my favourite card right now in the format.
Pivoted now.
And I pivoted away. I've done the mistake once, and it's never going to happen again. You better watch this space. That is going to be a Terapagos every single event from now on.
I'm also kicking myself about Palkia V-Star, because I was playing that archetype quite a lot in the Stellar Crown format, and then I wasn't having the results that I was personally content with, so I dropped it. And hand. Maybe I dropped it too soon. It's doing really, really well this tournament.
A little bit of a look behind the curtain. You actually didn't pick Reggie Drago V-Star.
I did.
No, you picked Iron Thorns.
I did pick Iron Thorns.
And then I told you.
You told me I was being too boring.
I said you're being too boring, and then you went to
doubled down and went even more boring.
So I've helped you out there a little bit and switched you over to the higher performing archetype.
Could have been. Nah, I definitely picked Reggie Drago straight away. What are you talking about?
I've got
He's
receipts.
Crazy. He doesn't know.
I've got receipts.
You
I'm
don't,
gonna show the receipts,
do not show those receipts. No,
he just needs to know that I've got the receipts, and then I helped him out this time. But
I didn't help you out. I let you. I saw your message and I was like, yeah, let him have it. Let him have
it. Be the fun one who came up with something weird.
Yeah, but then there's Shay and Ross. That's the problem.
I should have let them do the fun weird one.
Yeah.
Stuck to my guns, but no, we're going to be getting started soon. I can see the players shuffling up right now, and we'll get into our first side of the asymmetrical top cut. We get to see Nicolas again, and what a player he was in that final round of Swiss.
Yep, coming up against Rune Heermans. Nicolas really demonstrated exactly how you can pilot Lugia to its fullest, so I'm excited to have him back on the stream. And also, this is a really interesting and close matchup, I think. A lot of it comes down to the tech inclusions from Rune. If he has that protection with the Temple of Sinnoh, that's the first question, and then how he can utilize it to shut down the effects of those special energy that are all across the Lugia V-Star side of things.
Yeah, and you might not be familiar with Rune if you're just watching the Masters, but having a great season so far, and it's because of that experience during the seniors and junior division. A player we were watching as they aged up last season, gained a lot of experience, and is now sat here in one of the top positions in Europe.
And I'm just taking a look at his deck list. It looks very, very similar to the list that won from Cal Connor. I think one of the only differences is that there is not an Alolan Executor EX in the deck list, and it's just in favor of an extra INO. So doesn't have the option for that swinging Sphene, is instead going to be looking towards the likes of Hisuian and Gudra. I think that's an important attack in this matchup to keep yourself out of Cinccino range, one of the most dangerous high damage output options that the Lugia player has at their disposal, but also possibly trying to use some Kyurem strategies as well. One of the things we have to note is that the Dragapult EX is far weaker in this matchup because of that mist energy inside the Lugia player's deck.
Exactly, and I think it's also fair to note that both of these decks have the V that evolves into the V-Star, and once that happens, things can get going. Yeah. But they also both have to discard important Pokemon, whether it's Lugia with the Archeops, and whether that's Reggie Drago with the attackers, the Dragon-type attackers. So there is an element of one-turn missed early on could be the difference between getting far enough ahead to secure the victory. So we're really going to be watching out those early turns to see who sets up the best.
Yeah, going first is certainly impactful. Nicolas does have the Klefki in the deck list. We saw him utilizing that really nicely, actually up against the Ceruledge of all things. And that could also help slow down the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. If those aren't found early from Rune, that could be a potential means of you buying a turn back with that Mischievous Lock. I imagine it's been a great tech card for Nicolas, as we're seeing some opening hands. I believe it was a mulligan on both sides straight away. Oh, and is that a Klefki start there?
I think so. You have just highlighted one of the best aspects of the deck to open with.
Wow.
And here it's going to be starting things off. So Nicolas going to be happy with that. And
oh yeah,
they're going to be looking to kick things off. 75 minutes on the clock now as we are entering Top Cut, and the winner of this will join the rest of Top 8 to see who can make it all the way as the Birmingham Regional Champion.
Yeah, we did hear earlier on from Nicolas a little bit. You got to interview him talking about how happy he was just to be in this position already. He's already had some decent results with Lugia, but he's doing better still now. This is his best performance to date. Rune, though, he's had a lot of accomplishments over the years.
Exactly, as a senior and junior, so used to the big stage, used to the playing under pressure, and what better pressure than trying to make it into that huge CP jump from 160 to 280. It's a massive difference, not just for the prizing, but for these players who are looking to try and make worlds. The championship points on offer is massive.
I'm already exclaiming because there's a Temple of Sinnoh in the top right of the prize cards for Rune, which is really awkward as we're seeing the fist bump getting into game number 1 of our best of 3 asymmetrical top cut here, and it's a Klefki start, which is very, very awkward. If you're Rune, you're thinking that straight away your Teal Mask Ogerpon are not going to be live, and that could spell trouble for Rune. And from this position, Nicolas, well, interestingly enough, his hand may force him to retreat out of Klefki and go Squawkabilly EX here.
Oh wow, yeah, that's the only downside of Klefki is it does block yourself as well.
Yeah.
And for Rune, he'll be happy to see that because there is a Squawkabilly in hand, but with the Jet Energy, there is a world where a Jet Energy could move something into active and reset the Klefki back at the end.
I think that's why Nicholas isn't too upset about it. There is a Jet Energy in that hand. So Nicholas trying to reset. I'm not sure if there were any Archeops in the top 6, but either way, we're going to Squawk and Seize. There is one Archeops, so we're happy with that. A couple energy also hitting the discard pile isn't ideal, but from this 6 cards, we're looking to try and find some Lugia V.
I really like the way that's done.
Final card.
This turn is beautiful here. You can really see how confident Nicholas is with the deck and how well that Klefki is integrated in to disrupt the opponent and create that time that Lugia sometimes needs to get going.
And it's looking terrifying now. There's already a Minccino developed as in addition to that Lugia. You'll have the opportunity to, as we see the retreat now, go back into the Klefki, re-establish the Mischievous Lock. And that's going to be a real headache for Rune, who now won't be able to utilize his own Squawkabilly, and of course won't be able to utilize the Teal Mask Ogerpon, which is the big thing here. And straight away an Earthen Vessel will be discarding that Squawkabilly EX to grab some grass energy, you'd imagine, and possibly fire. That's already been thrown to the back. But it looks like it's going to be a full deck search here for all the Pokemon, all the energy, making sure he's fully aware of those counts. And why not? There's 75 minutes on the clock. You know that you have the extra leisure time to do this.
Especially with the 3 energy prize, it does make that prize check a lot easier when you filter out the energy and you see that, hang on, that's a lot less than I normally have.
And I imagine one of the things he'll be checking is the Temple of Sinnoh. It's a crucial tech card. It can help out in a number of matchups, but none more so than Lugia V-Star, because you have to shut off at times the mist energy, but certainly the legacy energy. And even though it's a one-of include in the deck list, thanks to your Legacy Star V-Star power, it can be a card that you can recycle when it's most vital.
As Rune finishes up the deck check here, just getting those last few bits. There we go. There's a fire energy out the deck. Only 2 fire energy, which has sort of become the new norm.
Yeah.
For a while, it was 3 fire energy, but going down to that 2 just gives a bit more space for some other cards.
Going to discard another Earthen Vessel in addition to a Super Rod here for a Cleffa now coming into the mix. That's a way that Rune can get a nice hand reload here, because the Squawkabilly EX was otherwise his only means of draw, and that's been shut down from him. So it is going to be a shuffle up here. And ready with that Cleffa. I believe he can get it into the active position. If that's the case, it's going to be nice to throw a single prize Pokemon into the active. Of course, Nicholas can still take 2 prize cards on it, but it would require a large combination with Iron Hands EX. Now you're forcing the most out of him, whilst not committing a multi-prizer to the active. And whenever the Lugia archetype goes first into this matchup, your Regidrago V are very vulnerable.
And I think that's something we mentioned at the start of this, is how both decks want to go first to be able to evolve up, but they have different ways they can deal with going second.
Very clean here, by the way. 7 cards from that Cleffa, completely setting you up nicely here. And it passes priority back over to Nicholas. Let's see if he can get that second Archeops in the discard pile, crucially here, to unlock your Lugia V-Star Summoning Star. I believe there's Ino in this hand. There is already a Cinccino. A double Turbo Energy in hand, not ideal, to be honest with you. If you commit that before using a supporter, it can limit your damage output from Lugia, becoming far less of a threat. So it's just going to be shuffled back into the deck, I think, here.
Yeah, it was a decision between INO and Research and really trying to get as many cards as possible, but then the discarding of resources now going to be as much more important due to that early turn, having so many energy discarded from the retreat and the Squawkabilly, and needing more energy in this matchup compared to others for that Cinccino attack. I think when we look at both of the sides here, this could be the phase where we start to see one deck set up more and consequently get ahead and stay ahead, because both of them have so many options that they can deal with the changes of game plan fairly comfortably.
It's a Tails Flip on Capturing Aroma, so it is going to be a 4th bench Pokemon coming down for Nicholas. And in fact, he's going to undo the Mischievous Lock in order to utilize the Read the Wind here. Discarding a second Archeops and putting a 2-prize Pokemon into the active position is not ideal, but it's sometimes what you have to do to sort of unlock your own archetype.
Yeah, and also sort of bench lock now, as there is only 1 bench space for an Archeops. So if Rune starts prepping for knockouts with that Dragapult without actually taking one, it's going to be hard for Nicholas to deal with that.
That's absolutely what I'd be looking to do here. Hisuian Gudra attack would be absolutely amazing. Like I said, Dragapult EX could also be fantastic here. And the ball's really in your court because there is that double Lugia. Nicholas had to respect Rune's possibility of just taking out the one basic, so you had to get a second one down, but now Rune can capitalize in a different way. It's actually me, the Dragapult, selected here. I think Rune not worried about the potential reach of a Cinccino if there's only one Archeops around, so you can quite happily get the extra damage counters down before a Mist Energy hits the board.
Yeah, good recognition there. The Cinccino is the biggest threat on Nicholas's board, but only when double Archeops comes out, as it would only be 2 special energy attached per turn when there's 1 Archeops down. So Nicholas had to get 2 Lugia down, because if not, one gets knocked out, suddenly you can't do anything. But consequently is now relying on a knockout from Rune. And one thing Regidrago does very well is not taking knockouts if it doesn't want to, just spreading that damage around.
And this is a really great research that gives your optimal attacker into the discard pile. You've got your V-Star already developed, and you've just drawn into the Earthen Vessel plus Energy Switch combination. That means we're going to be launching an Apex Dragon attack this turn, Mike.
Yeah, Apex Dragon, an attack we saw on release and thought that'll be good one day, and we didn't expect it to get this good. Now that it has the Ogerpon in combination with Energy Switch, you are able to power it up so consistently, and it is the most consistent way to attack with most of these Dragon-type attackers, and with the ability to choose from them, you can change your deck strategy dependent on what you're up against, and here it is going to be that Dragapult that's vital to sprinkle damage without taking a knockout.
One more Nest Ball, Rune just filling the bench here with more Teal Mask Ogerpon. The more the merrier, really. They help cycle through the deck and give you that energy acceleration all in one. It's a fantastic deal. As we see a Kieran come to the hand now for Rune, another potential option during the game. If you are going to go for a slower strategy of setting up lots of damage, the Kieran could be a great way for you to take multiple prizes in a turn and essentially bench locking Nicholas for a large portion of this game. I imagine that's got to be on Rune's mind here.
Well, locked his own bench, but happy with what's on it, that Fezandipity to help secure consistency later on, and another Regidrago V-Star that's going to be set up during the next few turns, as well as that V-Star ability still available. Not needing to use it here for that early setup can be key for Rune to have options later on, just off the flip of the V-Star marker, but we'll be putting some damage onto the Lugia V on the bench and working out the end game of this damage spread right now.
There's going to be 4 damage counters onto Squawkabilly EX. That can set up a couple uses of Dragapult later, so that's pretty obvious as to why we're going down that direction. For Nicholas, you have a big question. Do you accept 1 Archeops? It's normally a losing strategy, let's be honest, Mike. But in this situation, you know that Rune won't give up the board space for you. He's not going to fall for that. So you might just have to accept that you're only going to get 1 Primal Turbo, and you just have to try and manually attach for the remainder of the game. You become a far weaker archetype, of course, but you can't expect your opponent to do you any favors at this stage.
Yeah, and it is just such a rough beginning off the back of the Klefki and Squawkabilly, and not able to set up the Lugia V-Star on that previous turn. That's the challenge. You know you can't miss a turn, so you have to reach for the setup as early as possible. And on this occasion, it meant a defensive position for Nicholas had to happen, which has now put him on the back foot. And Rune is playing beautifully around this, waiting for that moment to start taking knockouts. Until then, leaving the board vulnerable.
It's a Jet Energy is the only energy you can attach this turn as well, which is equally awkward. Do you put it on the bench Lugia V here and V-Star up the next one? No, we're going back into Klefki here. Nicholas just trying to dodge boss's orders by the looks of things, but when there's already the Legacy Star still available for Rune, you think that he'll have so much reach to do what he wants to do here. Nicholas really debating this one.
It's just not easy when you're in this position. That Klefki was so smart early on as a great disruptive card in the way the Squawkabilly was integrated, but all of those were forced into Nicholas's hand because that was what he drew at the time, and that is the challenge of the Lugia. A lot of people don't like the archetype because of the early turns being so challenging to navigate, and you can see exactly why here, where on the other side, well, Rune is very
the easiest
happy.
decision you've ever had if you're Rune. Yep, just content to attack once again with Dragapult. As we said, he wants to keep this bench full. He wants to deny Nicholas the use of double Archeops, and now you're spreading onto another V-Star and continuing to threaten that Squawkabilly. This is a fantastic setup from Rune, and he can take a 6-prize turn next turn.
Yeah, with that,
not bad.
The Trifrost attack, 110 to 3 different Pokemon. You do discard all your energy, but you're fine with that if you're winning the game that turn.
I think you're pretty happy with that. Yeah. Yeah, I think Nicholas is trying to figure out if there's anything he can do. There's an Ultra Ball now. You haven't really launched any meaningful attack. You've just jousted so far. So you're very far behind here.
I mean, this is the advantage you've got with the top cut. You have a bit of extra time, so you don't have to concede too early. You can have a chance to play out.
That is true.
And I think right now, Nicholas is just trying to work out if there's any way that this game can come back in favor. And I think the only way you could really see that is that Regidrago V-Star with no energy on is a bit vulnerable on the bench, but consequently the V-Star ability can just instantly bring you back into the game.
Yeah, there's already been a switch played. We can see it sticking out of that discard pile, so Rune not concerned by any trapping plays, I don't think. As far as my estimation goes, it's going to be game 1 going to Rune here. Nicholas doing all he can, thinning the deck of a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. That's still very far away from attacking because Rune will win next turn by taking 6 in one go.
Well, we can see the boss's orders onto that Regidrago.
It's what you'd expect. It's what you can. It's all you can do here as Nicholas. But it does feel like you're still in this awkward position no matter what. It's just going to be the pass here. There's already Ultra Ball in hand that can discard this Kyurem. That's what we're seeing here from Rune. And that's going to be the attack of choice, you would think, in order to take 6 prize cards.
And as you mentioned, there is a switch in the discard
It's a concession
pile.
from Nicholas. He recognizes the fact that the V-Star power is still open for Rune, so he can get his Regidrago V-Star that's on the bench back into the active position, and it's a fantastic 6 prize card sweep.
Yeah, world-class play from Rune, just showing exactly how to set up the deck and set up for a good end game. Having that V-Star available is the key to a successful early game of Regidrago. It opens up the safety net in any situation where your opponent tries to do any kind of shenanigans as you sit with all of your cards available in the discard pile at the flip of a V-Star marker.
It was looking pretty awkward in those opening stages. We saw that Klefki start. That's a real worry for Rune in a lot of situations, even with Squawkabilly. It was jetted into the active, so you could still retreat it out. Nicholas did all the right things to get into the mix. It's just the extra cards he saw from his Squawkabilly and then from the supporter didn't get him towards that Lugia, and suddenly you're in danger, you're under threat.
Also, just think of how fortunate it was for Rune to be able to have the Cleffa plus switch, then draw 7, the Dream Star facing off against a Klefki.
Right.
So Rune really did punish that scenario based off of that Cleffa, which is so key to a going second turn for Regidrago.
No doubt that attack completely changed the game. It gave him a fresh 7-card hand. He was supporterless. The Squawkabilly EX was useless thanks to a Klefki. So that was a go-to option there. It's become such a staple card in Regidrago V-Star. Having those off turns is sometimes welcome because Regidrago has so many avenues to take multiple prize knockouts later down the line.
It's also a free retreater, which works very nicely with that Prime Catcher Ace spec that we see in the deck. And for the other side, Lugia, known for that Ace spec of Legacy energy, which I always forget when I'm playing against it, that it exists. And I think, oh yes, just 2/2/2 for the rest of the game. And then suddenly that 2-prizer turns into a 1-prizer, and it's a whole different game. And what an interesting prize card to see. We didn't get to see it last time from Nicholas, but the Roseanne's backup.
Yeah, you don't often see that in the Lugia deck, but it can recover some crucial resources. Importantly, though, we're going to Nicholas's turn 1, has an Ultra Ball, isn't discarding Archeops straight away, but will now grab one to the hand. Started with the Luminion V, but also has access to that Squawkabilly EX, so can see a decent chunk of extra cards here, whilst throwing an Archeops into the discard pile. Or are we going to switch things up for a Lugia V here? That's the debate for right now for Nicholas.
Right, you need the Lugia V, but you also have lots of outs to it. You need to discard the Archeops, so you know you're going to do that right now. So it's... I don't actually know what the correct answer is. I don't think anyone can. It just depends on what you draw, really, and the odds of that are near impossible to calculate.
Let's see, I was just thinking if there's any energy that could change his decision, but V-Guard energy is going to be committed to this Lugia before seeing a fresh 6 cards. Still no Archeops hitting that discard pile, just a bunch of supporters so far.
Well, found the Lugia on the other side of it, so hindsight, Archeops was the correct choice.
Only in hindsight,
was a good decision to pop the V-Guard energy onto it, because that can be useful here.
And just the pass. That's good news for Rune. It wasn't the most explosive turn, and you know there's no progress on the Archeops front just yet. Rune is going to go for an Iono, has that guaranteed supporter before using Squawkabilly EX. May as well see that fresh 6 cards before making any other decisions. I'm already seeing some great cards coming out here, Mike.
Yeah, and with that energy on the active Squawkabilly, and Motivate could be an option here.
Good.
And Regidrago there, so we're going to be able to discard some Dragon-type attackers, including that Giratina V-Star, which is huge.
We have another Nest Ball in here as well. We could be opting to retreat this Squawkabilly, once again going back into Cleffer. When Nicholas isn't going to be able to easily launch an attack, you think it's even more difficult to try and get an Iron Hands EX into the mix, as well as trying to get those Archeops in and out of the hand. So seems like a decent option to throw a single prize Pokemon into the mix.
I like the commitment of that energy to the Squawkabilly. It's something a lot of people might overlook. They're thinking, I need to get energy onto my attackers. And actually, Rune is accepting this is going to be a defensive turn. Cleffer forward or a Motivate is going to happen, preferably the Cleffer forward. And after finding that Cleffer now, you can see how this turn is going to pan out. There's going to be some energy on board, some energy in particular on that Regidrago. Cleffer in the active, loads of cards in the hand.
And Lugia is most terrifying when it's already got 1 or 2 Archeops in the discard pile after the first turn, because that's when you're threatened by boss's orders. Now that that's not the case, it's so unlikely that Nicholas can use a gusting effect in addition to getting those Archeops discarded, that Rune can feel much more confident with just 1 Regidrago V developed, so had license to get this Cleffer down without any guarantees of additional Regidrago just yet.
Yeah, that's often the high-level vision, seeing what the likely options are for a player, and when they don't have a big part of their game plan done, you can feel safer about the powerful turn that they could potentially have. And you can just see that Rune checking the discard pile just to confirm that his instinct was correct here.
Yeah, don't want to fall prey to anything. There is a Professor's Research in the hand, and because you have that Ultra Ball, you know you want to go into Cleffer, you want to maximize the value of your Grasping Draw as well, so it is going to be a discard of Boss's Orders and 1 Fire Energy. And I have to imagine it's another Regidrago V just to be safe here. It's also really nice to evolve up into multiple V-Star as quickly as possible, because then the Lugia V will not, the V-Star will not be able to take a KO on your V-Star. So sort of shutting that avenue as quickly as possible is also great for you.
Well, when Lugia V-Star entered the format back when Silver Tempest came out, it became the strongest deck in the format very quickly and stayed there for a long time. And opposite it is Regidrago V-Star that came out on the exact same set, and how the tables have turned over the age. Regidrago V-Star has climbed to the top, whilst Lugia has fallen out of favor, but still, both decks really dominating this format and showing exactly what they're capable of. It just shows you how strong that era was that Regidrago wasn't able to come through and be a top deck.
Nicholas has Ultra Ball. It's still not going to be able to discard an Archeops, which is still the big challenge that he has to face this turn. He was unable to get a Lugia V-Star power off in game number 1, and now Nicholas is spying a Luminion V to try and get him out of this funk.
Well, 2 in play and the Squawkabilly, that's a lot of liabilities on the board.
It sure is. It sure is a lot of liabilities. They can be pounced on so easily with a combination of Dragapult plus Kyurem at times. It's not always the traditional avenue that Regidrago V-Star goes for, but Lugia is typically much better at removing its multi-prize threats from the board. Ideally, you can still move this Luminion out of the way, but that you have to have your Summoning Star in order to launch an attack this turn. And do you really want to commit your Legacy energy straight away here? Doesn't feel great.
Well, we mentioned the setup being the key here. Game 1, Rune set up perfectly while Nicholas struggled. And it's looking at the moment like Nicholas is going to have to slow down again and do a read the wind, which is not ideal, but it will put him in a position where he starts to see more cards and hope that next turn is the turn that gets him out of it. Meanwhile, Rune is happy to see this, knowing that it is possible for Drago to go ahead and stay ahead.
It's a couple of Capturing Aroma from those 3 cards from Read the Wind, but we're passing priority back over to Rune. There's a relatively easy to KO Lugia V in your face now, but again, you could be looking to do some prep damage, and I think Gudra V is the perfect Pokemon to try and do that with. You can grab now with Earthen Vessel your fire energy that you require in addition to grass. I believe there's also already the energy switch in hand for Rune, so he's got lots of good options going into this turn.
And the V-Star.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a similar setup to last time. Finding that Gudra as well is ideal because that means it can be an attacker here, so the Giratina V-Star doesn't need to be committed, but the evolution comes through, the energy switch is there, the attacker is ready. It looks like Rune is confidently going for a Luminion and will be doing so with a damage reduction for next turn. That Gudra V-Star's there, but the turn is not over. Look at the rest of that hand. We have a Professor's Research here, and Rune is motoring through this turn.
And once again, he's had the luxury of not being forced to flip that V-Star marker. That's always the thing that you think about with Regidrago. If they've been able to launch an attack but had to use the V-Star in order to get there, you kind of take that on balance of things, saying that yes, they've had an explosive turn, but at least they're not going to come back later on. They have a bit less reach. But now Rune is going to be able to sit on this V-Star power, and it means he can recover some of those crucial resources, looking at that Prime Catcher once again potentially during the game.
Just look at this board, both the Ogerpon on board. There's going to be another V-Star coming into play, setting up perfectly, ready to do exactly what was done last time, and that's the Dragapult there, so it can even start sprinkling damage about, or go for the Gudra. Options are being increased, and as you mentioned, the biggest option that is still available is that V-Star, so all of this has been possible without needing to use the ultimate resource.
Yeah, the Hisuian Gudra was certainly a good choice, but again, there's no Minccino on the bench right now, so you don't have to be too threatened by anything too much. There is still the potential of a Weirdeer V potentially coming onto the bench for Nicholas next turn, so the Hisuian Gudra is still the safest play, but you could see a reason why you'd like to go for the Dragapult EX. Putting 2 counters on each of the Lugia V could be a really handy way to force more from Nicholas on a future turn, keeping nice gusting avenues open to yourself. Let's see what Rune wants to go for here. He's going to proactively energy switch by the looks of things off the Teal Mask Ogerpon. No, debating that right now. No, going to stick with, it looks like it's the Rolling Iron here. I'm not sure which one Rune went for.
Well, the lack of damage counters.
Well, there you go.
I feel like that's the case, and that will be that Hisuian Gudra V-Star, a deck in its own right at various points during the format, and was so difficult to deal with due to that Rolling Iron attack. 200 damage, and during your next turn, you take 80 less damage, which for a lot of decks can really stop them from keeping up with the prize race.
The first Capturing Aroma does get a heads. And let's see the second, it gets a tails. That's only going to be a basic. I believe there's an Ultra Ball in the hand. So can you go Luminion V? And possibly Jack can be your means of getting both V-Star and your second Archeops here. I think that's the only card that does it. And that's why the Jack is an important one-of in this list. It's another vulnerable 2-prize Pokemon hitting the bench, of course, but you do what you got to do. This is how you get your Summoning Star off, finally, for Nicholas.
Yeah, the Lugia V-Star, one of those. So Jack will get you any evolution Pokemon, and that's Archeops or Lugia V-Star. So when you need to string these kind of turns together, it can be really helpful in that sense. And that will mean an attack will be possible this turn, which is great to see. It means that we are going to be having more of a back and forth than we did in the last game. But Rune setting the tempo is going to make it difficult for Nicholas to come out here and get ahead.
It is important to note that there is currently a V-Guard energy on the active Lugia V as well. So it would at least force Rune to find some means of pushing this Lugia out of the way to find an easier route to some prize cards. But at last, we're going to see some action from Nicholas. He really has been stumbling with the archetype until now. But I imagine we'll be seeing the Summoning Star coming down, and this Lugia more than likely just going to be having to pepper up this active Regidrago V-Star.
Well, the V-Guard energy that we saw added to the Lugia V early on.
Yes.
Smart decision that will deny the Giratina V-Star from the Regidrago, but is that really what Rune's going to be looking to do in this next turn?
His board is so good that he can go for other options instead, but maybe it forces the V-Star power, which is still critical here. The earlier you can force out that V-Star power, the better for you, because otherwise it can be, essentially flipping that V-Star marker can be checkmate, and that's of course what you want to avoid as Nicholas. It's going to be a manual attachment to finish off the attack cost of the Tempest Dive here. Wow. 120 damage coming in.
It's a strong attack, one that is a great number across the board. We've seen Archaladon have success with that attacking number. We've seen it with Terrapagos. but it doesn't tend to work so well into the V-Stars themselves. It needs to be used when attacking around them, and due to Nicholas needing so many resources this turn, unable to use that boss's orders in hand that would have allowed that to be a knockout attack, and consequently that Regidrago will tank that hit and reduce it by 80, put a little bit of damage in play.
Suing Gudra still being relevant here, but Rune is really running away with this game. If he has access naturally to boss's orders after a few teal dance here, he'll be in a fantastic position. Still has one more draw from this teal mask Ogapon. Will he be forced to flip that V-Star marker? It looks like he will have to. He's holding on to lots of Ball Search, INO. He can continue to thin the deck, but he can't draw many additional cards. So it will just be the V-Star power. That's the small reprieve for Nicholas here. But I still feel like Rune is in such a fantastic position. He just has to edge himself closer towards his next 2 prize KO for the following turn.
And this is the challenge of the racing part of the format now. 2 prizes in 3 attacking turns can just get you the victory. And when that's your strategy, you're really asking a lot of questions of the tempo of the other deck, and when Regidrago is able to do that whilst holding all of the options to protect you from late game disruption, there's not really many ways to stop that happening. So Rune now is showing a masterclass of why this deck has been the most successful deck in the current format and is the most popular.
Rune using that INO, just because it's only ever going to get weaker after this turn. You have to imagine he's going to chase some prizes on this turn. Now the debate is, how do you try and set up your damage from this stage? You've got a backup Regidrago V-Star getting in a good position. Ooh, eyeing up the just burning cancelling clone so you don't draw back into this here. You know that once again the bench is full from Nicholas and you're not too afraid of any individual attack, so setting up damage could be Rune's best choice. That's what we're going to see here. We're going to be spreading damage onto multiple Pokemon. Bear in mind, if you use your V-Star power, use a gusting effect, then Nicholas could utilize his own legacy energy and essentially turn these 2 prizes into single prize options. So instead, he's going to throw damage counters around multiple Pokemon.
Okay. There we have it. The damage on the board is setting up for game for Rune next turn. 110 to 3 different Pokemon. It does discard all your energy, but with the next Regidrago V-Star set up on the bench and the active possible to set up through that V-Star ability and a little bit of card draw, I think Rune is comfortable with the idea that the next turn is a potential win. And for now, Nicholas has to find a way to take some knockouts whilst also making it as hard as possible for Rune to win next turn.
That's the most awkward part about all this for Nicholas, is that his bench is full. He can't weave in some of his most powerful attackers, the Weird EV, the Iron Hands. These are the things that you want to be working towards, but Rune once again really well identifying this board position and just not letting up for Nicholas, making it so difficult for him to really have any edge in this game. He's limited to, once again, another Tempest Dive, and that's not something that Rune is too concerned about right now. The Regidrago V-Star on the bench with energy, that's sitting pretty.
And would you say this is an unfavored matchup for Lugia, or is typically one of the matchups they can win?
I think Lugia players typically are happy to see this matchup. It's just Rune, first of all, he's played it fantastically well, but also Nicholas, his own deck hasn't been cooperating. He's not been V-starring on turn 2. He's had a slower time of things. He's been forced to have Luminion, Squawkabilly all on the bench. Sometimes you naturally have these cards available to you. You have an easier time getting your Archeops in the discard pile. Unfortunately, Lugia, a turn slower, is a far scarier deck, a far less scary deck than it is on all cylinders on that second turn of the game.
And we also look at that damage reduction from the Gudra now. That's denying the knockout from a Luminion attack, which would have been a great way to cycle that Luminion off the board, remove that damage and take a knockout. But it's all these little numbers that really add up with the Regidrago V-Star. So many avenues it can take to deny the best decks around it.
One of the last debates for Nicholas is whether or not to use boss's orders. He's going to hold on to it. He's already discarded a couple in this situation. Let's see if Rune can try and find a way. Here we go. It's going to be the energy switch from Rune. He can bring in that Regidrago V-Star, and there it is. It's going to be the fist bump. It's going to be a 4-prize knockout swing from Rune there. A nice 2-0 victory. He made easy work of that one, Mike.
Well, making it all the way into that top 8. Congratulations to Rune, a recently aged up player his second season in Masters and had a great run during his seniors time, multiple IC champion, and is showing where that skill has been from. And we didn't see him much last season. We saw him a little bit here and there, but this season is really making a name for himself as one of the top players in Europe.
Let's see how he did it then. This is the first game. He was able to weave in the Cleffer early on, throw that single prize Pokemon into the active position. Nicholas, with an awkward hand from his own Iono, forced out of the Clef key into the Read the Wind, which opened up Rune to once again use his Teal Mask Ogopon, get attacking with that Regidrago V-Star as early as possible.
Whenever you see a Lugia deck using Read the Wind, you always know they're one turn behind what they wanted to be, and that was the case in both games, which really allowed Rune to go ahead. Didn't miss a beat in the game plan of Regidrago.
Yeah, and in that first game, he essentially bench-locked Lugia out of double Archeops, and essentially you need both of those abilities online to really be a force in the metagame. This is game number 2, where we saw an early Prime Catcher capitalizing on the amount of low hit points multi-prize Pokemon in play. It was an early use of Hisuian Gudra as well to allow his V-Star to be much safer, and Rune knew that once he was ahead, he could capitalize on the Trifrost from Kyurem, setting up multiple V Pokemon, in this case, the Lugia V, the Squawkabilly, and the Lumineon. Even though Lumineon had that legacy energy, there were still easy knockouts available for Rune to close out the game.
And Rune used 3 of his 4 attackers, which is an exemplary performance. That shows exactly why the deck is so good. Every scenario has a different attack that is correct for it, and on that occasion, Rune showed each of those scenarios perfectly, and that's where the recognition of the journey from start to finish of a game is so key for a top Regidrago player.
And I really like just the perception of the bench. That was the most important thing there, that sometimes keeping your opponent at bay just by virtue of not opening up those slots is so intelligent. Obviously, in that first game, you see 4 benches. It's pretty reasonable to just know that that's what you should be doing, but even in that game 2 situation, identifying the time to Trifrost, I feel like that's the biggest discussion point in Regidrago, when to go in with this attack, because it is so resource intensive.
I think anyone who's tried out the deck has played that game where you Trifrost at the wrong time and then you're sat there for about 3 or 4 turns going, I'm behind now. And if you can time it well, especially when you've got that V-Star as backup Legacy Star, bringing you back into the game, consequently allowing you to set up another attacker without the need for energy on the board. And that's the challenge. When you Trifrost, all the energy's gone. You have to restart from 0. And if you've got a second one set up behind, or you've got those energy switch available, you can get going once again and use another attack or another Trifrost.
Yeah, sometimes double Trifrost is such a devastating combination. It can put you ahead of all sorts of archetypes. Even if they're charging through 2 prizes a turn, you can still get out in front of them, because Trifrost can really punish the amount of low hit point multi-prize Pokemon in the format that are vital for setup right now.
Well, that's it. We've got one of our players who snuck through the asymmetrical top cut, and that's Rune now going to be joining the rest. We'll be finding out what happens in the other asymmetrical top cuts soon, but this does mean we've now got the majority of our quarterfinals ready to go, and there's a lot of great players and a lot of great decks out there. The one that we keep mentioning is that Palkia Terapagos, a deck that hasn't been shown on the stream yet, mostly because we've been seeing those players rise above, and so once we got into the win and in phase, they'd already gone too far for us to show them, and now they're sat there, 3 of them in top cut, and really showing the quality of that deck.
And it doesn't feel like there's scary matchups necessarily for it either. I feel like it can play quite well into a number of these matchups. Like we said, it has versatile attacking options, so that's quite natural, to be honest. But when you see other Clorf archetypes, that means that you know you can have a wide bench the entire game. That's always a big benefit to the Palkia side of things. You know your damage isn't going to be limited too much, and even against the Charizard matchups, you know you do have that reach with the Radiant Greninja most critically as a real big piece to overcome really complex board states from Charizard.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Terapagos can attack for 240 in that deck, because it's water energy as opposed to a double turbo energy, that is a number that is very good into a lot of the aggressive decks in the format. We talk about Raging Bolt, 240 HP is normally too much for most of these decks, but on this occasion, Terapagos can hit that with 2 waters attached, and when you've got the Glass Trumpet, energy switches, and the Palkia recycling energy with that Star Portal, it's never really a problem having that much energy in play.
So we do have an update for you. Let's have a look at the bracket to see how the asymmetrical top cut is going. We now have confirmation of both of those games. Oyvind was able to come out on top over Sebastian. That means the Clorf Terapagos archetype is out and Charizard is in. Oyvind's doing it again. He's back in top 8.
back-to-back top 8 is a real challenge now. We've mentioned it a few times. This is the largest European regional event we've ever had, and Stuttgart was one of the largest European regional events we've ever had, and he's come out on top into the top 8 in both of them. The last one, he made it to the final, so we'll find out if he can match that or better it here throughout the top 8. But that is pretty much it. We've got 2 Charizard, 3 Palkia Terapagos, 2 Regidrago, and...
well, we've just lost the Lugia, we just lost the Clorf, so we have a Terapagos Dustermar. Was that the one you missed out?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. I'm doing literally crossing out on a piece of paper right now. But yeah, the Regidragos coming up against each other. Rune having to face off against Brent Tonneson now. That's going to be a really interesting match to follow.
Yeah, that's one of the disadvantages of being in the bottom end of the asymmetrical top card. You don't have to play against the top seed as we go into that top 8. So Brent Tonneson waiting there. That will be a Regidrago mirror match.
Yes.
Which will really test those players, as that is one of those higher skill mirror matches that really could go either way.
It's impossible to call at this stage, but it means that we're edging closer to our top 8 and even more fantastic action. We're getting lots of Palkia as well, which has kind of been the untold story of the tournaments, that it's been doing its business, you know, quite comfortably, not getting onto the stream just yet. But I'm really excited to see how our pilots of those archetypes are going to be showing off why it's doing so well this weekend.
Well, Rune has just won our feature match in the asymmetrical top cut, and he did it in commanding fashion. So let's hear from him about how he felt it went.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, I'm here with Runes, and that was a very impressive couple of games we saw there. I want to start with game 1. Game 1 was incredibly impressive. You see that your opponent only has 1 bench space. They can't get 2 Archeops. Talk me through how you approached the game when you realized that.
So I was like, they only have 1 bench space open, so they can only get out like 1 Archeops. So my Dragons are living. So if I just spread enough, then I can take all my 6 prizes in 1 turn and I'll just wipe them.
And it works beautifully. You've got the tools to use it there with that Kyurem, taking all 3 of those prizes. But you actually used all of your attacks in that game really nicely. We saw the Gudra attack taking out the Luminion there in game 2, giving you a little bit of extra bulk. Is that something you're finding you're doing in every game, or are some matchups a bit more straightforward?
Some matchups you just use Giratina 3 times, go 2-2-2. Sometimes you use Kyurem 3 times. Sometimes you only use Dragapult, but it's really nice in the Lugia matchup. You can actually use every attack, so that makes the matchup really interesting.
So talk to me about your prep then with this deck, because you're talking about matchups, using different attacks. How long does it take, do you think, to prepare for this level of tournament with a deck with so many options and so many different ways you can play?
I've been playing it since Worlds when it was really good. So I didn't put too much prep into this tournament with EYC coming up, with the rotation and stuff. But otherwise, it's a pretty hard deck to play. But when you know how the matchups go, it's all right.
Well, you say it's a hard deck to play. You're already well aware of what you're going to be facing in top 8. Brent Tonneson, Regidrago mirror match. How does a mirror match go? How are you feeling about your top 8?
I hope I go second. I don't prize Cleffa, and then I fight the Prime Catcher first, and don't use my V-Star.
So lots of ifs, buts, and cross your fingers and hope you can kind of find those routes to victory.
Yeah.
So let's have a quick look at the replay then. Let's go through that turn back in game 1. You know, just talk us through quickly how you set this up. This is the end of game 1 where you're about to use a Kyurem.
So basically the damage was set up, and I needed the switch, but I didn't realize my switch was already my Discord pass, so I could V-Star for it. So then he scooped beforehand before I could use the switch, basically. Because there was enough damage to take all 6 prizes with the Kyurem. Yeah, and then he was bench locked, so it was all good.
It worked absolutely beautifully. So, I got to ask you then, why Regidrago V-Star? It's a presumptive best deck coming in. Everyone knows it's going to be great. Everyone's planning on how to beat it, yet you bring it, you're in top 8. Why would you choose the deck when you know it's one everyone's going after?
Well, it's the deck everybody tries to beat, but they don't actually beat it. So today and yesterday I felt super confident going into every match. Even if the matchup should be unfavored, I still feel favored against pretty much everything.
I love that phrase. It's a deck everyone tries to beat. Fantastic. Well, congratulations. You're in top 8 now. Good luck for your top 8 game. And don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to run from here to the desk, and we're going to have a top 8 game coming at you very shortly indeed. Grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with top 8 action. You'll be pleased to know I ran as fast as my little legs would carry me. I got to the desk. We are ready for top 8 action. I love that bumper, Shay, because there is a real, they just zoom in at one point on a really nice Fampy plush, and that makes me happy in my heart. I am, of course, Ross Gilbert. I'm back with a lovely Shay Burton for top 8 action. How you doing, Shay?
Well, I'm doing fantastic, first of all. I mean, you know, a hometown regional, but now this is where it all gets exciting. The big prizes are going to start getting dished out now. Every player has already had a fantastic tournament run. Don't get it twisted. But I bet if you ask all of our top 8 players, are they done here? The answer they're going to say is a solid no. They want to keep winning top 4 finals and then take home that regional trophy. Only one way to do that though, Ross, and that's by keep winning.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. You get to top 8 and there's that duality of, on the one hand, I feel great about my run, and on the other hand, it's really hard to get to top 8.
Yep.
I'm having a great tournament, might as well go and win the whole thing. Now, you might have seen Shay and I together previously. We did the World Championships this year.
We did.
We were in Dortmund at the beginning of the season. We're back here now. We're quite good friends.
Yeah, I'd say so.
But right now, I want to have an argument with you, Shay.
Not again.
We're going to go back to the community choice bracket. We're going to have an argument, and we're going to decide the best deck other than Regidrago. It's Charizard against Dragapult. They both had big wins in round 1. I'm going to be taking Dragapult, and we need to get through this because we've got a top 8 game waiting. So, Shay, count me in. I'm going to argue why Dragapult should be the winner of this bracket.
All right, go on then. 3, 2, 1. The floor is yours.
It's literally got the best attack in the game. 200 damage to the active. You get to drop 6 damage counters. What, all on the same Pokemon? No! Wherever you like. Oh, wouldn't it be nice if I've got a stage 1 that gave me extra draw power? Hang on a second, I do. Wouldn't it be great if I didn't have a weakness? Oh, wait, I don't have a weakness. Great damage, extra damage, no weakness. Stage 1 that gives you extra consistency. You can play it with Iron Thorns, you can play it with Charizard, or you can play it on its own. You can play it with Dusknoir. It is great. I'm good.
Right enough. Not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. It's okay. Dragapult's okay. What do you think there, Twitch chat? Oh, viewers in general, I should say. Well, that's a pretty decent argument. Yeah, not bad, but I think it's going to be an uphill struggle for you again, my friend.
Yeah, just like Charizard reclaiming its past glory after it's clearly fallen off. So, Shay.
Yeah.
Charizard.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go!
Charizard EX EUIC winning deck. How many variants have there been of Charizard? Control, just straight up aggression, Pidgeot. It's a stage 2, right? When it hits the field, what does it do? Hits big damage straight away, 182 shot. At the end of the game, it's doing something Dragapult can never do, might I say. One shot things big. Also accelerates 3 fire energy at the same time. What other Pokemon accelerates energy and has one of the best attacks in the game? There's not many. I can tell you there's one though. Charizard EX Dark typing as well.
And we're done. Very nice.
It Mew VMAX and God of for weakness. There we go.
Okay, we do have to open it though. We need to open the voting because we need to get to our top 8. So, over on Twitch, go and vote. We're going to open it right now. Remember, it has to be on Twitch, not on YouTube. Watch on YouTube. We love YouTube. Go to Twitch, get your vote in. Back to YouTube. Jobs are good. And get your vote in. You don't have long. Get your vote in for Dragapult, and then we can get to our top 8 game.
I was sneaky. I saw what you did there. Get your vote in for Charizard EX Terra. Thank you very much. You always do that as well. You get these little sneaky little extra bits in. But like I said, I trust you, the viewers, that you'll be picking for the correct option here. And that would be Terra Charizard EX, right?
Well, I do have a completely non-leading question I need to ask you while people are voting.
You love doing this, don't you? Go on then.
I thought EUIC was next month in February. Okay. Surely you're not talking about a tournament that's almost a year old to make your argument. Like, you wouldn't do that. So are you confused about when EUIC is?
No, I mean, that would say that the card won a big event a year ago and is still, you know, still doing well. Just won a regional not too long ago thanks to Arnie. So, yeah, I mean, maybe you sort of help me out here. It's been dominant for about 12 calendar months and is still going to be a force moving forward. So, no, my friend, I'm not confused, actually.
Feels like you could have picked a more recent tournament.
A big stage though, isn't it?
It's a pretty big stage. I love EUIC. I'm a huge fan of EUIC. Last year, I had a different experience at EUIC last year. I went as a Pokemon partner rather than as a caster for the first time, experiencing the event from the hall rather than from behind the desk. And I got to tell you, Shay, no matter how you experience EUIC, I had a wonderful time.
Yeah, EUIC.
Actually, we played Pictionary at EUIC last year.
We did play Pictionary at EUIC. turns out I'm not very good at drawing. Yeah, EOIC is always such a vibe, isn't it? You know, us, always local to us as well. Had played in many European International Championships, so always a big fan. Make sure if you are on Twitch right now, keep voting. If you're on YouTube, oh, is it done?
Voting.
Oh, it's done. I
Results are in.
Okay, go on then, show me that money. Yes, come on. 2-0. Roll it, Ross. You need to try and win one at some point, mate. Like, you're not doing well this weekend.
Hopefully they'll get us arguing the final and I can argue why, I don't know, Clorf is better than Charizard? Hey, you know I love me some
funny.
Clorf.
That would be funny. I know you do love yourself some Clorf. So well done. Well done, viewers at home. You picked the right choice there again. I'm currently 2-0 up in our little community choice bracket. Hopefully it'll keep going that way for us.
Remember, it's not about the decks, it's about Shay. But while we're here, let's take a look at the top 8 decks that we have got this week. And now that the asymmetrical top cut is over, we can have a look at the decks. There are actually 2 Charizard in there, but I think there is a clear winner when we look at top 8 decks. It is Terrapagos, but then we got 2 Regidrago and 2 Charizard, so a nice 2-2-4.
Yeah, Terrapagos doing terrifically there. You know, who would have thought that? Was that 4? I count that in a top 8 here. And we have some different variants with the Bufalon and the Palkia. We've seen Palkia do realistically well for a lot of meta games and still proving to be very good. Couple Regidrago V-Star, you're never going to try and avoid that. Rune Hyman's getting in there, winning our last feature match there on stream. But like I said, a couple Charizard there doing well. It might have been a year ago at one of UIC, still proving to be a threat in this meta game. That's quite diverse, actually. I'm intrigued to see how this all pans out.
Yeah, I'm intrigued as well. I'm most intrigued, however, for this top 8 game. I'm told the game is standing by, so hopefully we can get down there right this second. Here are our players that we're going to be watching in our top 8. We've got Nafume and we've got Alexander, so that is going to be our top 8 game that we are going to be having a look at here. So let's start off with some accomplishments here. Top 32 EUIC, top 128 at Worlds, top 256 at EUIC, top 32 in Utrecht. I mean, I'm just saying that is a decent little run. And all of those, well, 3 of them in 2024, 1 in 2023. That is a real player who's done a lot recently.
Yeah, absolutely love to see that big resume there. But over to Alexander there. No stranger to the big stages. Warsaw Regional Top 8 Worlds. Top 128 this season, just gone in Hawaii. Bremen Top 32. Dortmund Regional Top 128 as well. So what I'm trying to get at to you here, viewers, that this is going to be a match between 2 great players who have been in and around these top stages before, so that means it's going to be highly entertaining.
It is indeed, and I want everyone to realize top 128 nowadays is not like top 128 when I started. When I started, top 128 was, you did all right in a big tournament. Nowadays, top 128 is you were in the top like half to a third of day 2 of a 2,000 player tournament. Top 128 out of 2,000 is a phenomenal achievement, so these players should be extremely proud of everything that they've accomplished, getting all the way up there. We've got 2 players who have done a lot recently, but we didn't see any winners on those. We didn't see any top 4s on there. So it's time to add them in here. Oh no. Unfair stamp prize, Dust Noir. I'm not loving it.
Tell you what, 2 copies of Area Zero Underdepths being prized there for Alexander could prove interesting as well. But it looks like our Birmingham top 8 feature match is getting started here. We have Nafume on the left playing that Charizard EX archetype. On the right, Alexander playing that Terrapagos. There's the fist bump, and it looks like Nafume is starting us off.
We got Pheasant Dippity in the active against the Palkia, and like we do, let's give you a quick run through of the decks. So this Charizard deck then is very much built around Charizard. The attack does more damage depending on how many prize cards your opponent has taken. It gets better as the game goes along. It's also got an ability that accelerates free fire energy from your deck to your Pokemon when you evolve into it, and is often combined with that Dust Noir, so you can drop extra damage counters to help you hit those big KOs. And Radiant Charizard, another Pokemon who's better when your opponent has taken prizes, but here it's reducing energy cost rather than increasing attack cost.
And worth noting as well, since we know that the Charizard EX archetype loves your opponent to take prize cards, thanks to that Radiant Charizard Excited Heart ability and the Burning Darkness attack dealing more damage, as we do see Nafoom playing a second copy of Buddy Buddy Poffin to get a Pidgey, a Duskull, and double Charmander, is that Nafoom has access to that Dust Noir, which we have seen a lot with that Cursed Blast ability, which actually knocks itself out, forces your opponent to take a prize, which if any deck can really take advantage of that, Charizard is up there, as we do see a Nespal going to grab a Rotom V as well. What's that for, Ross?
I mean, that Rotom V's got a brilliant ability whereby you end your turn drawing 3 cards. If there's an attack you really want to use, don't use Rotom. But this Charizard deck in the early game, no, you're not attacking. It's terrible in turn 1 and maybe turn 2. What you really need is extra cards to evolve into those stage 2s, the Pidgeot to search out any card you like, the Charizard who's your attacker, the Dust Noir to drop those damage counters, and Rotom gets you extra cards. Over to the Palkia, starting off with a Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Yeah, Hisuian Heavy Ball letting you look at the prizes. Looks like Alexander's going to write down what's in there as well. Love that. And you can take any basic Pokemon. I don't think there is one there, though, so it's going to be some prize knowledge. Right, so what deck is Alexander playing then? Well, he's playing that. He's playing that Terrapagos deck. Has a little bit of Palkia in there. So, Terrapagos is the main build around. A Terra Pokemon with the unified beatdown attack, which deals 30 damage for each of your benched Pokemon. So that sounds okay, but how do we make it even better? Well, with Area 0 Underdepths, as we do see 2 copies of those in the prize cards, you can have 8 benched Pokemon in play. So now we're hitting for bigger numbers, and Terrapagos has a whole host of support Pokemon. There's going to be some Hoot Hoot Noctowl there. There's the Fan Rotom, which as you search out more colorless Pokemon with under 100 HP. Noctowl, when you evolve into it, uses the Jewel Seeker ability, which says as long as you have a Terra Pokemon in play, of course Terrapagos is one, you can grab 2 trainers from your deck. So the idea is you have a whole lot of good support Pokemon, you have Terrapagos hitting hard, and then Palkia can be a good early mid-game attacker with Subspace Swirl and helps you with Star Portal, because that opens up one of the best attacks in the game, whilst that Moonlight Shuriken from Radiant Greninja.
It absolutely does. What we're seeing right now is that Fan Rotom. It's not a play ability. It is a use on your first turn only ability. Gets you 3 colorless basic Pokemon with 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. What does that do? It means it gets everything that you need. Doesn't actually have to be basic Pokemon. So you could even go and get, say, a Noctowl for the following turn, but it means that you get set up nice and quickly. It's only a turn 1 ability, but it works wonderfully.
As we do see Alexander concluding Irida search there, going to grab a thing as Radiant Greninja and an Earthen Vessel. Irida letting you grab a Water-type Pokemon and an item, and an Earthen Vessel there, discarding a Water to get 2 back from the deck. And we need Waters in the discard pile, because Origin Form Palkia V-Star ability Star Portal lets you accelerate 3 water energy from your discard pile to any of your Water-type Pokemon.
Yeah, it's really good at getting itself rolling in a turn. It's the only realistic way you're actually using Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken. And there is a possibility here that we get to turn 2 for Alexander, and all of a sudden, there's a couple of basic Pokemon that haven't evolved on Nofoom's bench. Bearing in mind there's no Manaphy down.
Yeah.
And that could be a cheeky turn 2 option. And we actually see the lesser seen Rule the Region attack searches out a stadium. And actually in a deck like this that is so reliant on a stadium, when 2 of them are prized, that's a pretty good attack.
It really is. So let's get over to Nafoom now, who's going to start off his turn 2. So looks like starting a turn there with an Arven, then you grab a tool card and an item. Now, bear in mind, with Forest Seal Stone in format, Arven can get a lot of stuff, because Forest Seal Stone gives you access to the Star Alchemy, V-Star Power, as we do see it there, which lets you grab any card you like from your deck. So it looks like Rare Candy was taken, Rare Candy, Pidgeot. Ooh, what does that do, Ross?
It lets you search for any card every turn with Quick Search. And we've already seen that we've got that Forest Seal Stone, which can go on Rotom V and let you search for any card once this turn. So right now, between those 2, Nofoom's going to be searching for any 2 cards in their deck. Before doing anything else, here comes the Charizard, which evolves up and lets you accelerate 3 fire energy from your deck to your Pokemon. Now, you only need 2 on Charizard, but what we got here is 1 to the active to retreat, 2 to Charizard to attack, and it's not going to KO Palkia. It only does 180 initially, but, you know, maybe there's a Dusclops. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, that would work. Dusclops, you could use the Curse Blast. It only does 5 damage counters if you use to use Curse Blast from itself. But it looks like that is being eyed up. This is what I said. Charizard's one of those interesting decks where it can really take advantage of your opponent taking prize cards. Here, Alexander hasn't even attacked, well, done damage, I should say, but it's going to feel the wrath of that Terra Charizard EX Burning Darkness. Start off doing 180 damage. However, since Alexander will be forced to take a prize card, it actually goes all the way up there to 210.
Which isn't enough, but you take the 5 damage counters from the Dusclops onto the Palkia, and it then will be enough. Yep. It actually hits 260, which would get stuff even bigger than Palkia. And this is the thing. You're looking at this going, oh, Charizard only does 180. It shouldn't be able to KO Palkia. But actually, because of Dusclops, it totally can.
Yep, and that's poetry in motion there for Nafum. I have to imagine things going right all his way. Done all that and hasn't even used that Star Alchemy attack, V-Star power, I should say. So Nafum on the board there, 2 prize cards taken. What can Alexander do? Let's see how his turn 2 pans out. He's going to promote Radiant Greninja and start his turn.
I mean, right now, you guys just chose Charizard in the chat as a great deck, better than, you know, the Dragapult. So right now, you guys at home, you're being proven a little bit right. Thing about Terrapagos is it can't attack on turn 1 going second, even though most other decks can. We see Pheasantipity flipping the script here, drawing 3 cards because there was a KO last turn. So you can get your Terrapagos rolling here. You can hit for potentially 240. Unfortunately, Charizard's got 330 HP. Terrapagos is not getting a KO this turn.
No, it's not even coming close at any point. So it's like Area 0 is going to be live now. And this actually works for both players, funnily enough, because Charizard EX is a Terra as well. So while you have a Terra Pokemon in play, both sides, you can now have up to 8 Pokemon on your bench. So for Alexander, that Terrapagos obviously counts as a Terra Pokemon. And then for Nafum, as long as there is a Terra Dark Charizard in play, he can have up to 8 as well. Unsure if he actually wants to, but has the option.
Well, there are cheeky plays you can make. Like that Rotom has kind of done what it needs to do once it uses Forest Seal Stone. So you can fill up to 6 bench Pokemon, replace the stadium, and then discard your Rotom if you're worried about that getting KO'd. If you've got a heavily damaged Pokemon you would rather not see KO'd, you can fill up your bench, get rid of Area 0 Underdepths, and then discard that as you're forced to go down to 5 bench Pokemon. So you can actually use your opponent's Area 0 Underdepths to get a big enough bench, and then when you replace their stadium, it lets you play keep away with some of your Pokemon. And what are we seeing right now? It's a Noctowl.
We are that Jewel Seeker. So it looks like, what is Alexander eyeing up here? Ultra Ball is being played. I thought it looked like Palkia V-Star potentially being eyed up. Now, obviously, the Palkia V has been discarded, but there is Thornton in hand that would let you swap one of your basic Pokemon in play with one of your discard piles. So that could get access to Palkia V-Star, then we could use Star Portal. So I wonder what he's eyeing up here.
He looks like he's eyeing up his Prime Catcher and his Lost Vacuum here. So, now Lost Vacuum, the only target right now is it's a Forest Seal Stone. Yeah, that is the target you're going for. So essentially, get rid of that because it hasn't been used yet.
Yep.
While at the same time picking something off the bench, which could be a weaker 2-prize Pokemon. Could be that Charmander, because Charmander is a lot easier to KO than Charizard.
So yeah, it looks like it's going to be a real fun turn. I think we're eyeing up here the Thornton, so we get the Palkia V back. Then we can use then we can evolve into Palkia V-Star. Use Star Portal, Moonlight Shuriken, 90 into the active to bring it into range, and then also potentially get rid of that Charmander as well.
That would be a fun play. You don't need Prime Catcher for that, but there is always a possibility of dragging something into the active that is a bit more awkward to retreat, or at least you don't want in the active, and then just hitting those 2 bench Pokemon at the same time, because Radiant Greninja can hit any 2 Pokemon, doesn't have to be active or bench. You choose however you like. There isn't a great stalling target, but you can at least get something in the active if that's where you want to go. Forest Seal Stone has now gone as we expected because of that Lost Vacuum. And Shay, you have called it. It is Thornton, and it is for Palkia V. It's like you knew what he was thinking. And it is a V-Star power, and cheekily, a second Palkia has come down as well.
Oh, maybe we're going to see a Subspace Swell, actually. Subspace Swell there into the Pidgeot. 60 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon in play. And I have a theory that's a KO, right? It is. Subspace Well, big 2-prize KO, removing that quick search ability for Nafum. Alexander now is at 3 prize cards. Nafum, what can you do? What a turn that was. And that's what that Palkia V-Star is there for. It can just bring itself out of nowhere, accelerate energy, and be a solid attacker as well.
There were 11 bench Pokemon between the two players. That's 220. Add the 60 base is 280, which is the magic number for V-Stars and, more importantly, Pidgeot. But we have a counter catcher coming down here for the Pheasantipity.
And an Iono as well.
Oh, that is a nice combo. Counter catcher plus Iono, really taking advantage of your opponent having taken prizes, which is Charizard's MO. Charizard, of course, with 3 prizes taken, is going to be hitting 270 damage. It is actually right now 10 away from KOing a Palkia, which is why you want to go after something like a Pheasantipity.
Yeah, this could actually be a real game-defining Iono here, right? Because if Alexander doesn't find a Noctowl, he could actually be in trouble. So let's see how the hand pans out for him. Open the Funa, did you flip the script there? So Iono down to 4, then flip the script back up, and let's see what he drew. As you say, Ross, we're already in KO range with Burning Darkness. No need to worry about that for Nafum. We'll go down to 2 prize cards at that moment in time. So ideally, I think we'd want to try and work towards a second Charizard EX.
Yeah, that Charmander on the bench needs to get evolved. But the thing is, we saw Pidgeot get KO'd. We saw the Forest Seal Stone being removed. That was Alexander's way of saying, look, you've got a lot of different ways to search out the cards you want. I'm going to make this as awkward as possible. Now, we do see Nafum going down to 2 prizes. This is a point where some kind of hand disruption like an Iono of their own would be wonderful for Alexander, because there's no draw on the board other than Rotom. And forcing your opponent to take a turn off attacking to draw 3 cards sounds pretty good at this stage of the game.
Worth knowing that Alexander has got a Noctowl in hand, so does have that Dual Seeker available, basic energy, and an Iono as well. So let's see how he chooses to play this turn out. Obviously, Noctowl ridiculously strong, letting you grab 2 trainers if you evolve into it, as long as you have a Terra Pokemon in play. So let's see what Alexander can do. With the way bench sizes are right now, we aren't hitting 330 or subspace, so I can tell you that for free.
That's what I was going to say. We're not getting up there. We're maxing out at 280 again. Even if Alexander has 8 bench Pokemon, the Nafum's got 3, that's 280 damage. So you can either try and 2-hit Charizard, or if you've got enough gusting, you can actually go after the Rotom and the Pheasantipity here, and or even, you know, just one of them and anything else, potentially try and win without having to go through that Charizard, but then you are locking yourself into having to have gusting, and that is an awkward situation. I feel confident Nafum is not going to bench enough Pokemon to allow Alexander to get a straight KO on Charizard with Subspace Swell.
No, that's definitely something he's going to try and avoid. But it's something that Charizard can do. I mean, traditionally it likes to have all these support Pokemon in play, but it can just operate, you know, having the Charizard EXs out. But currently does have the Pheasantipity and a Rotom. They do see a nice stretch of Pheasantipity. Energy switch. Oh,
now this I like very much indeed. This is absolutely perfect, because what this does is it brings a Charizard into Subspace Swell range while KOing the Charmander. Alexander goes down to 2 prizes remaining while... Oh, I don't think you can, though, can you?
What do you mean?
Well, if you go down to 2 prize cards remaining, then Charizard hits 300. So if you don't KO the Charizard, you can't let it hit 300 into it, I suppose. No, I think you have to, but it means gusting wins the game for Charizard. It's an awkward situation, but it is great in that it means next turn, you can KO anything with Subspace Swell and win the game. But you have to try and disrupt the hand here if you can, because gusting will win the game for Nafum next turn.
Yeah, so this is the play I was talking about last turn, where you're going to try and use Moonlight Shuriken to effectively KO a Charmander and then soften up the Charizard so it's in range of other things, just doing it a turn later. So, but you're correct, if Nafum is able to swap the active, just going to go for a Subspace Swell to the active, I believe, there.
This is the other way around.
Yeah,
this is what I was saying a second ago. I don't like taking a prize because it gives game on gusting. This is exact same play, we just switch the turns around. Next turn, Moonlight Shuriken KOs Charmander and Charizard, but it gives Nafum a turn to evolve the Charmander. And that's the issue here.
There we see the Pokemon League headquarters. That's gonna replace the stadium, and that's gonna mean that Alexander's gonna have to discard bench Pokemon back down to 5.
It's not ideal. Increases the cost of basic Pokemon by 1 energy, the attacks I mean, which actually does make it more awkward for Terrapagos to attack. Right now, less of an issue. We are going full Palkia, and right now, as it stands, Charizard is hitting 270. It's not getting a KO.
That would also affect Radiant Greninja though as well, right?
Yeah, it would.
So that would make Moonlight Shuriken count for 4 energy. So there's Nafoom saying, I can see what we try and do with that Greninja. Let me make that as hard as possible for you.
There is still 1 Area 0 Underdepths in the prizes, which means there are 2 available in the deck, and it is very searchable with Noctowl.
Yes,
so
ridiculously searchable.
Yeah, I think ridiculous searchable is a good way to put it. So with a Noctowl, that's going to help. But basically, both these players are just playing around trying to make things as awkward as possible. Now, Foom here really wants to evolve that Charmander. It is not a secret what Alexander is planning. He's put 2 energy on a Radiant Greninja and didn't attack with it. We know what the plan is here. You're hoping that Nafoom doesn't have enough cards to evolve that Charmander.
And so far, the way going around the play this way, not taking the KO, that actually means that Serendipity currently isn't live for Nafoom as well. So having to play with the cards out of his hand, which we don't think have been particularly great, because we haven't seen a lot of actions. We do see the Defiance Band attached.
Oh, and this is working. I should confirm, when I say evolve Charmander, I meant into Charizard.
Here we go. Sorry, Ross, cut you off there. I see Jewel Seeker going to be played. This could search for the Area 0 Underdepth. If we have an energy knocking about in the hand or another energy, Earthen Vessel will get that energy, so we can just get the energy from the deck, and that means Moonlight Shuriken's going to be live.
Yeah, you attach the energy to your Radiant Greninja. You can already retreat your Palkia, put Radiant Greninja active. You announce Moonlight Shuriken, you KO Charmander and Charizard, and Alexander goes up 1-0, and I love seeing a game end on a Moonlight Shuriken.
Yeah, as you can say, the daylight is going low now as Alexander brings the Moonlight Shuriken out and takes game 1 there. Just as you said, Ross, Noctowl been able to search for that Area 0 Underdepth, replaces Pokemon League headquarters, and been able to take a massive 3-prize turn, KOing active Charizard EX and a bench Charmander. Here is game 1 though, Ross. We did see this actual real clutch lost a vacuum, making that Rotom essentially useless after it was played. And it was sudden that Palkia V-Star was coming out Star Portal, attaching energy, and I really liked this turn here. The Subspace Swell in combination with the Prime Catcher, removing that Pidgeot EX, and all of a sudden, funnily enough, who would have thought it, when you can't search whatever card you like once per turn, the game can start to get a little bit tough.
That was a crucial turn. You take away both the options for searching any card and it is over. We then get to the end of the game here. This is where we get 2 energy on the Greninja. We don't attack yet. We set up the Charizard, but we don't let Charizard KO us. We don't open up the Serendipity, flip the script. We have to hope there's no Rare Candy Charizard. That would have been terrible. There wasn't, which means we can just get the Radiant Greninja rolling, get the double KO and go. A Rare Candy Charizard would have been horrendous in that situation. Would have taken that play away, but Alexander had to take a risk. The only other way to do it would have been essentially to use Greninja this turn, KO the Charmander, but then Gusting would have won the game because the Palkia would have been in range of the Charizard. So there's no perfect way. You get this a lot in Pokemon. There are different ways to go. You have to hedge what you think is the most likely way to lead you to victory. And it worked. Alexander's up 1-0 in the top 8 of Birmingham Regional Championships.
If you're Alexander, you must be feeling pretty happy with yourself. That was not the easiest of games to navigate, but he was able to take the victory. But if you're in the room thinking, okay, that's fine, Top Cut rules, we got a lot more extra time, I'm going to try my best to win this game 2 and 3. And to be fair, he'll be doing fantastically well. We have a fantastic record here. I'm sure he can. Let's consult these prize cards. Oh, that Prime Catcher that we saw get used a lot, and the Thornton, funnily enough, both in the prizes. And there for Nafoom as well. I think there was a couple Rare Candy, but it looks like Nafoom is going to start us off here. Rotom V in the active. Let's see what else he has in his hand.
There was 1 Rare Candy prize for Nafoom there. We do have an Arven and Dust Noir and a couple other things.
Not too bad.
It's the 1 Rare Candy we're looking at here, but the Prime Catcher and the 1 of Thornton is a pretty big deal. So here we go then. We are using an Ultra Ball there, discarding a couple of cards, and we are going to search for a basic Pokemon. I mean, generally speaking, it's either going to be a Charmander or a Pidgey or something to draw you more cards. But you've already got your Rotom in the active, so you go for a Pidgey, and hopefully there's something in Nofoom's hand that can get him a Charmander.
You'd have to imagine if Pidgey's the first one you grab, that there has to be a way to grab Charmander. Now, I'll be honest, consulting the hand, I don't think I saw a terrible amount of ball search. There definitely wasn't a Buddy Puffin, I believe. So it might have to be like a 1 Pidgey plus 1 Charmander combination. Looking at the cards we discarded there, Boss's Orders and Fire Energy, not the worst of cards to get rid of turn 1. So I'm intrigued to see how the rest of this hand pays out. You know, we do see him shuffling up there. Does that, well, that could mean doesn't have any way to search the deck after this.
We're resolving the Hyper Ball for now. We'll have to see if we get anything else afterwards. But you're right, sometimes we do see players who know they're going to be searching the deck again, not bother shuffling, because they are going to go straight back into search. Pidgey's great set evolves. Oh, it is literally just a Pidgey. The choice essentially is Pidgeot gets me anything, whereas a Charizard, I can then have nothing else. And remember, Nofoom lost game 1 because they ran out of ways to draw and search cards.
That is a fantastic point, actually. As Alexander, again, has opened off turn 1, or opened out, I should say, with a Hisuian Heavy Ball. Now, I can't take that Prime Catcher out of there with the Heavy Ball, unfortunately, but does get knowledge of what's in the prize cards. I think, is there any hit? Is that the Ditto in the prize cards?
There is a Ditto in the prize cards, yes. There is a prized Ditto.
That Ditto's interesting because you can only use it on the first turn of your game. It has to get into the active spot. But if it is in the active spot, you can actually just put it back into the deck and swap it with any basic Pokemon from your deck with it. So, are we going to see the transformative start?
I think we are. It's been searched out with a Hisuian Heavy Ball, and it is one of those where it's a turn 1 ability only, so yeah, if you're going to use it, it has to be this turn. We did see a Cancer Cologne played. It's not really relevant, but technically it did get played. We see Ditto going down. That's an energy which will allow the Hoot to pivot here. And an Iono before we do so.
Interesting. I guess the Iono makes sense. You always want to do the retreat last, because that's, you know, one of the, well, you can only retreat once, so you might as well consult the hand after the Iono, see what you have. You might draw into 1 basic, so you don't want to use transformative start now, as we do see a Nest Ball get there as well. And the Glass Trumpet, not a card you see in every Terapagos deck, but it looks like playing it here, letting you attach energy from the discard pile to your colorless Pokemon.
Yeah, it's actually 2 energy to each of 2 colorless bench Pokemon. Well, 1 to each of 2. It's a great card, but there's a lot of Terapagos lists that only actually play 4 double turbo energy. So unfortunately, they can't use it. It's pointless. It only works for basic energy.
It does, but when you're playing Palkia, as we do see, the transformative start. Here we go into the Radiant Greninja. Little bit of a whoopsie-daisy. And that Radiant Greninja we saw was super impactful in that last game. And it also means we can use concealed cards here as well. Discard an energy to draw 2 as well. Love that little Ditto being used there. It's a card that is obviously very strong. Letting you grab any basic Pokemon you like on your first turn. Can be awkward, has to be in the active as well. But Alexander was able to do that, so now we do see Radiant Greninja hit the field.
Yeah, it's a really fun card. It's not one to see a lot of play, but it's very nice when it does. I actually really want a Palkia V down.
Yes.
Because I want to be threatening a Greninja next turn, because there's no Charmander down. So they've got to go down at some point. It's a Charizard deck. So I want to say to my opponent, like, go on then, bench 2 Charmander. I dare ya. But you can only make that threat with a Palkia V. There is a Nest Ball in hand.
There is.
You can go for it.
Yep.
But the question is there anything else you need instead? We got to hoot down the Carnival.
There we go. You're right.
That's what I wanted. I love, you don't have to use Moonlight Shuriken.
No.
But Moonlight Shuriken is such a powerful deterrent. For instance, if Nofoom benches 2 Charmander, he knows there is a genuine chance they both get KO'd straight away. And we do see Mew EX coming down, actually. You know, a little cheeky restart here and there.
I guess if you're going to maybe start eyeing up some subspace well, you do need to start filling up your bench. Mew EX can do that. Worth noting that genome hacking can actually copy that Burning Darkness. I think at 5 prize cards, it would actually one-shot a Charizard EX, because genome hacking lets you copy your opponent's active attack as this attack, so that means you can just copy Burning Darkness. At 5 prize cards, Burning Darkness does hit 330. Could be something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, Charizard KOs itself when your opponent has taken 5 prizes, so I'm just saying... Oh, you're just saying it is actually an option. So there is 1 Charmander benched. Now, what is we going to go here? And this is a really awkward kind of cat and mouse game. Do you just bench 2 Charmander and hope? Do you bench 1 Charmander, hoping your opponent, you know, trying to bait out the Moonlight Shuriken? There's so many different ways to go.
Yeah, I just realized Nafum doesn't play Manaphy, right? So this Moonlight Shuriken is super live. So do you go for 2 Charmander? Do you go for 3 Charmander, hope 1 survive? Do you go for 2 Charmander and hope they go Pidgey, Charmander, leave a Charmander? Oh, there's so many options there. We do see a Luminion hitting the bench with that Luminous Sign ability, letting you search deck for any supporter card, and it looks like Arven is being taken. Now remember, we didn't actually get to see Forestall Stone get used here. We might see it here though, as Rare Candy is taken as the item. I imagine Forestall Stone's taken, and Forestall Stone basically says, whatever card you want in the Foom, go and grab it with Star Alchemy.
Yeah, I'd be looking at some kind of ball search here or some kind of Pokemon. Buddy Poffin would be my preference here. And essentially, we've already got your Pidgeot. So I really want 2 more Charmander here. I want to go, there's the Buddy Poffin.
There it is.
I just want 3 Charmander because if I get 2, it's way too enticing to my opponent. Now, if I'm Alexander, I'm still trying to take out 2 Charmander next turn, but at least it's not devastating in the way it is if it's the only 2 being taken away.
I agree. So let's see what he does. It did look like
Body
Charmander has been taken. There's 1 Charmander. Oh, is it the
has to be,
another
surely.
Sure.
He's having a think about it, because that's the other thing. If you go double Charmander, then you are bench locking yourself. There's no Duskull to evolve into a Dusclops or a Dusknoir. It means that you're not putting a Pheasantipity down until something has been KO'd. You've already got Luminion and Rotom. You are giving your opponent lots of smaller 2-prize Pokemon to go after. But again, you have to go treble Charmander.
You just have to. You haven't got a choice, right? Moonlight Shuriken just ends the game right there. We're not going to be using Blustery Wind for any good use here in this matchup. Oh, but there we do see the Pokemon League headquarters being played, putting it down, increasing basic Pokemon's attack cost. And there we see an instant charge as well. Over to Alexander. Going to start to turn off there with a concealed cards.
And we actually just have got word that there are 2 players who have already advanced to top 4, Jonathan and Oyvind. That's Oyvind with the Charizard, and Jonathan, who is playing your Palkia. They are going to be going through to top 4.
Congratulations to them. Love to see that. Alexander's going to be using Ultra Ball. They're going to grab himself a nice Terrapagos. Now, bear in mind, we do see the Pokemon League headquarters. So Terrapagos Unified Beat and Attack effectively reads 3 colorless energy right now if the board state stays the same.
That is indeed. It's awkward, but of course we do get that Noctowl coming down there. And no surprise here, Noctowl is going to search for an Area 0 Wonder Depths. Even if there wasn't Pokemon League headquarters, it would be going for Area 0 Wonder Depths. It is a cornerstone of the deck. So this is a deck which is really well positioned to get rid of annoying stadiums your opponent might play, because your entire strategy revolves around the stadium.
Yeah, you literally have like what?
That's 4.
You literally have a 4/4 line of Noctowl to go find it. There we are going to see the switch into the Mew EX. We just see the Glass Trumpet. Now remember, it does play Energy Switch, so can actually maneuver these energy wherever he likes, but if he has them. Restart for 1. Professor Research off the 1 as well.
That is a nice one to go for. I think I saw a Buddy Poffin in hand as well, so that'll get you some more basics, allow you to thin your deck a little bit. Now we are going for the Noctowl first because you need the Area 0 Wonder Depths. You've only got 1 bench space for now. Area 0 Wonder Depths will get you more. We see that being eyed up alongside a Nest Ball. The Nest Ball is going to go straight for a Hoot Toot. And we saw in game 1, the way Terrapagos plays, you don't go aggressive on the Noctowl. You get 1 in the early game to get you set up, and you want to try and leave at least 1 Hoot Toot on the bench. So if you're ever on the receiving end of an Iono or you're desperate for a 2-card combo, it's just find the Noctowl.
Yeah, the game becomes very different if your opponent hasn't got a potential Noctowl, which is why we see some lists play the Thornton, right? Because either we still get used for Palkia V, equally could work for a Hoot Toot as well.
Yeah, and just a quick little ruling on the Thornton there. When you play it, you swap for a Pokemon in your discard, but it's been down for as many turns as the original Pokemon. So as long as the Pokemon you swap out has been down for a turn, you can swap into a basic and then immediately evolve it. So you can really surprise your opponent. Second energy on the Terrapagos through a second Glass Trumpet there.
Yep.
2 more Hoot Hoot from the Buddy Poffin. They're just too good to not have on the bench, frankly.
And what a hoot, you could say, getting them all down there. And the Glass Trumpet, I really like the Glass Trumpet inclusion here. It's just so nice for just taking the pressure off finding a double turbo energy when you can just quickly accelerate these. Do have the turn attachment for this turn as well, don't forget. And there we see the Empty Hand Professor's Research, 7 new cards for Alexander. I wonder what he's trying to work towards here. This is honestly firing on all cylinders here.
Yeah, I still really like the Moonlight Shuriken play. It's not essential like it would have been if there were 2 Charmander on the bench, but being able to take 2 prizes while limiting your opponent to 1 Charizard in the near future, that is a win. So that's what I'd be looking for if I were Alexander, but we are very much not there yet.
I think with all those Glass Trumpet activation, I'm not 100% sure how many water energy he has left in the discard pile. I would imagine it probably can't be that many. It does play 7 copies, but 3 are currently, well, 3 were in the discard pile and now they're in play. So there we see a turn attachment to Palkia.
Okay, so Greninja's not happening here. It looks like we're just going to go for a KO with Terrapagos onto the Rotom. It is still 2 prizes. It's not as disruptive as it would have been taking out the Charizard, but oh my word, it is a lot less effort to do so. You've still got Subspace Swell there. You've still got Star Portal saved for a future turn. You've got energy on the board. You've got Hoot Hoot ready to evolve. You've got attackers rolling. And you've taken the first 2 prizes. Luminion still looms as a 2-prize option. Your Pidgeot still looms as a 2-prize option. So you can still go through this. And you didn't use Gusting to get the KO there.
No.
So you can still use your 2 Boss's Orders in your deck that are very searchable with Noctowl to avoid Charizard entirely and win the game. And you even have Prime Catcher, or you would if it wasn't in the prizes.
Yep, exactly that. I wonder if that could be the tail of the Birmingham Regional top cut, as we do see a rare candy Charizard EX hit the board, burning Dynamax accelerating 2 energy. We see a Night Stretcher coming down to bring Charmeleon back. That's going to evolve that one as well. And wow, here we go, Nafum off to the races here. But yeah, as I was saying, could this be the tail of the Birmingham top 8? Searchable via Noctowl with so much Terrapagos knocking about, that Dual Seeker ability putting in the finest of work.
It is working beautifully. Noctowl is an absolute powerhouse. It is a phenomenal card, and Terrapagos absolutely the deck right now that can use it the most. Here comes an Ino, but there are 2 Hoot Hoot on the bench. There's a Mew. There's a Radiant Greninja. So an Ino to 4 under these circumstances is not as scary as it might otherwise be. Alexander's got a lot of options to keep drawing cards after this Ino.
He really, really has. And that's what the thing. Like, imagine if Azala didn't have those Hoot Hoot out, you'd be in trouble. You'd be thinking, right, there's a good chance this Ino could really make Alexander brick. However, when there's 2 Noctowl out and Hoot Hoot out, you have to imagine he has a way out of it. We are going to see a free retreat, or no, we're not. Debate whether to retreat. We're going to see a Buddy Poffin first. Remember, Nafum can use that Area 0. Charizard EX is a Terra, so can actually go over the 5. And as you did say, if the stadium was to ever get removed, then you can effectively get rid of the, get rid of damaged Pokemon, or get rid of Luminion after it's been used as the Forest Hill Stone. So could be a little bit of interest and uses there of bench manipulation.
It absolutely can. Charizard, by the way, right now with 2 prizes taken, will be hitting 240 damage, which is enough to KO that Terrapagos. Some builds do play the Curly Wall Bouffalon, which is reduced by 60 the damage it takes. This is not that build. There is no Curly Wall to protect him. So Terrapagos goes down, and Nofum takes their first 2 prizes.
Worth noting that with those extra 2 energy in the discard pile, I think I saw 3 water energy in the discard pile now. So that means a 4-powered Star Portal is live. So 3 energy can be flying out of there to water types wherever Alexander likes, and does play energy switch as well. So just because that energy is on that Noctowl or gets a Star Portal onto a water type doesn't necessarily mean it has to stay there.
Now, see, I still like the idea of raiding Greninja. This is still a decent turn for it. You can get the Charmander, you can get the Charmeleon, put yourself down to 2 prize cards remaining, leave a single prize Pokemon in the active, and then hopefully just gust with a Palkia or something next turn to go ahead and win the game. One thing I am looking at here, though, is the fact that I've completely lost my train of thought here, Shay. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. Oh, right, here we go. So it's the Forest Seal Stone that hasn't been used on the Luminion.
Yes,
Can we have a repeat of last game?
Oh, just right on cue. Wow.
My goodness, I remembered in time or I would have been too late. Yeah. We saw in game 1, we've seen it again. With Noctowl searching it out so easily, basically, you cannot put that Forest Seal Stone down with any expectation of it staying around for until the next turn. Sometimes you have to, because otherwise you have to discard it or whatever. You need to lower your hand size. But if you don't use it immediately, you are at real risk of losing it, frankly. Yeah. And it's happened both games.
Well, I wonder if we might see a repeat of a subspace spell, as we do see Palkia V-Star hit the field of subspace swell into the Pidgeot EX. Let's iron up the bench numbers here. So a little bit of maths. So you got what, 6, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Double it, 22, yep. Add a 0 to
there we go.
20, add 6, or 60, 280.
Yeah.
So it does hit the maths perfectly. And we did see that in game 1.
Yeah.
The combination of, you don't have your Forest Seal Stone.
Exactly right.
You don't have your Pidgeot. And from there, Nofum really didn't have very much going on at all. So I'd be down for that. Oh, look what just went to the front of the deck there, Shay.
A little bit of a boss's orders. That would, and that's the thing, doesn't even have to use Prime Catcher to do it that way as well, right? As we do see, ooh, he's teasing us, Alexander. Oh, go on, show me it.
It's coming, Shay.
I think what we saw this exact turn last time, right? You're basically denying your opponent so many free searches, as that does conclude there, that Jewel Seeker for an energy switch and a boss's orders. Yeah, you're basically saying, right, that Forest Seal Stone, that's useless, haven't used it yet. And that Quick Search, one of the best abilities in the game. How about I just stop you using that? I think that's a very strong turn. Go down to 2 prize cards then as well, and that Luminion is still sitting there.
Yeah, and for the time being, you still do have the potential
there we go.
of a Radiant Greninja play. You've not used your V-Star power.
There it is.
There's boss's orders onto the Pidgeot. Pidgeot's going to get KO'd for 2 more prizes, and we are seeing a game that is eerily similar. And this is what I love, right? I'm sitting here pointing out the Radiant Greninja plays, which are absolutely valid.
Yeah.
But no, there's literally a better play, which is going to annoy your opponent more while still putting you on 2 prize cards remaining. And this is the thing now, that Charizard deck, it's a complete opposite to what we said about Terrapagos. They don't have any draw on the board now.
Yes. Yeah, exactly that. There is no Quick Search, there is no Forest Seal Stone, there is no get out of jail free card, for lack of a better term here. Let's see what Nofum can do without being able to Quick Search whatever he likes. We do see a Super Rod being... Oh, there is a Tether Charizard from the hand though. Burning Darkness, we're going to attach 1 more energy. Still got Luminion there knocking about though. Oh, Reset Stamp. Okay, now this is interesting.
Unfair Stamp.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Unfair Stamp. I apologize. Now this is interesting. Nofum's going to get a fresh new hand of 5 or 6, I should say, and then Alexander will get 2. Now there is a Hoot Hoot available. Don't get it wrong. However, we'll have to draw into something good here. Does have Restart as well, but this could be the turning point.
But it's not just Restart, you've also got concealed cards of Radiant Greninja. And if any of those draws can get you a Noctowl, you've got your V-Star power to accelerate energy. So after a KO here, all you need is Palkia V-Star, boss's orders. That's it, that's the game at that point. And we know that boss is in decks. We've only used 1 and it isn't prized.
So worth saying, it's actually 5 cards from the unfair stamp for Nofum, not 6. I apologize. But here we go. We see the lost vacuum there. So going to get rid of the N. Area 0. Going to have to discard stuff. Noctowl's easy choice. Have to leave the Hoot Hoot there.
That doesn't even really matter very much, because honestly, Luminion's still in range of Subspace Swell. And that is now the plan. Charizard is massive. There aren't 2 targets for Greninja. So now it is, I need Luminion. And you've probably only got a turn to do it, because Charizard is also 2 prizes away from winning the game. We got 2 players in top 4 already, Jonathan and Oyvind. We've got a 3rd player looking to try and book their spot here, Alexander. Question is, can we get a Noctowl? It's a Night Stretcher. That seems useful.
Yeah, Night Stretcher gets you the Noctowl, then can restart up, play Ultra Ball. So there we go, there's Noctowl after Night Stretcher.
And then you just get Pokemon Search and Boss's Orders.
Oh, because Star Portal hasn't been used yet,
Star Portal hasn't been used, so there's your energy right there. So, yeah, it's a nice stretcher in your boss's orders. Nice stretcher for Palkia V-Star. Boss's orders for the Luminion. Use subspace swell to get the energy onto the Palkia. You are currently hitting for 200 damage. That is more than enough. Luminion gets KO'd, and Alexander takes this set 2-0.
Congratulations to Alexander there, getting his first regional top 4 finish. Absolutely love to see it. Doing it in convincing fashion. The Noctowl coming back from the discard pile, and then Palkia V-Star bringing it all home with Star Portal.
Yeah, that's a really, really good win. Let's have a look at the replay here. Back in game 1, it was that combination of Lost Vacuum onto the Forest Seal Stone, while also then going and using that subspace swell, getting set up, and we're going to see a KO on that Pidgeot, saying all of your search is now gone. You don't have it available for the rest of the game, and from there, it was fairly straightforward. Nofum just did not have the answers with those searching cards taken away, and all it took was, well, a couple more KOs and we're good. And actually we had this really nice end game where we saw the subspace while doing lots of damage to the Charizard, saying if you don't have rare candy Charizard for your Charmander, I will be winning the game next turn. Guaranteed. Didn't have it, and it was in fact guaranteed.
It really was. That game 1 was a masterclass there. And game 2 as well, equally, was really impressive. So those glass trumpets coming in, getting those energy into play. Noctowl replacing the Pokemon League headquarters. And quite honestly, it was much more of a balanced effort. In game 1, we only saw Subspace Well plus Moonlight Shuriken. There we did see the only unified beatdown in this best of 3, but it came through taking 2 prize cards. And Alexander, again, denying those search cards. That Forest Seal Stone, Nofum didn't get to use it at all in this best of 3, and Alexander just kept the pressure on. Subspace Well, KOing that Pidgeot on that turn as well, said, I'm not giving you any free searching cards, Nofum. I want to get top 4 and win. Pidgeot helps you, I'm going to get rid of it. And here we did see the last turn there, going to get back Palkia V-Star, Star Portal, free energy, Subspace Well, KO. Alexander books himself a ticket in the Birmingham Regionals top 4. Quite honestly, I'm so impressed with Palkia V-Star. We only saw 1 unified beatdown that entire game. Alexander's getting in top 4.
There were 2 things I really liked about Alexander's play. First of all, he left a lot of options open. He was saying, I can use a Greninja.
Yep.
And it was there all game. I've got the Palkia, I'm saving my Star Portal. I've got it down, I can use it when I want, I don't need to use it now. But I've also got my Subspace Swell and everything else. Lots of options open. Secondly, in both games, he went, right, I know you've got Pidgeot and Forest Seal Stone, and actually the combination of those 2 cards is not something I want to deal with. Both games, we saw the Lost Vacuum coming down, KO on the Pidgeot, and it was just, I'm going to leave all my options open while taking yours away. And they were the 2 things that Alexander really did to win that game.
No, he really did. Just an absolute masterclass there of just denying those options for Nofum, as you rightfully say. Like I said, Nofum didn't get to use Forest Seal Stone once because it was there waiting, and Alexander was like, get rid of that, please. And then, like you said, getting rid of Pidgeot both times is making it life really hard. And the strongest Charizard is, you know, this 230 HP behemoth barreling down on you. If you have to have a lot of quote-unquote squishy 2 prize Pokemon on the bench, Lumineon, Rotom, and arguably Pidgeot as well there, as we saw, you can just go around it, right? Go around it, and that's exactly what Alexander did there and secures himself his very first top 4. Can you go the distance? I tell you what, watching that play there, it wouldn't surprise me.
No, was that 1 Charizard KO'd in both games combined? Who needs to KO Charizard? There's too much else to KO. Well, we have a winner. Seems rude if we don't have a winner's interview. So let's head over to the sofa where we got Joe and Alexander, who's just booked their space into top 4 of the Birmingham Regional Championships.
Thank you very much, Ross. Yes, we're here with our top 8 winner, getting into that top 4 now, Alexander, with the Palkia, Noctowl, Terapagos archetype. Not one that's that popular. What made you pick that deck for this tournament?
Honestly, I played Cup once with it. It was the only deck I was comfortable with. I was playing Guardy, this deck, and Banette. Banette is bad. Guardy, it's like, it will fry my brain to play it. So I decided not to go with it, and I just decided on this comfort pick.
So that's your comfort pick for this tournament. And going back to that sort of game one, looking at the Charizard matchup, especially when your opponent gets the early Dusclops KO on your lone Palkia V, you have to sculpt that really complex turn. Tell us about what you were thinking in that game one situation after your opponent had a really, really good start.
So I actually knew like he misplayed doing this. And I've been in this situation so many times that it's an awful matchup. So it's actually really nice that I won it. I felt very comfortable all the time playing it because I know it so well like from the losing position. He made some mistakes, so I knew how to capitalize on them. For example, he used for Lost Vacuum for me to have a game last turn. Also, what was I thinking? Like, honestly, at one point I was like, okay, I'm winning prize race now. I'm getting 2 prizes because I didn't realize he's knocking me out. So I just had one turn when I like had to rearrange my game plan, but it worked out.
Yeah, and you had to take that turn to stay on 3 prize cards as well, a turn there, and set up for another following turn. Is that one of the best reasons you enjoy playing this archetype, that sort of flexibility with how you can take those prizes?
This deck is not flexible at all. This is like a turbo deck. It feels like playing a turbo deck. You lose to Iono, and it's just a turbo deck that looks nice and says like you can use Noctowl, you can use something. But honestly, if you don't go 2-2, you should probably lose all the time, and you get Ionot and you lose even more. So it's just a turbo deck that can set up only 1 prizers in the mirror. And yeah, that's it.
You don't sound that confident in your own deck. What are the strengths of your archetype? How did you get to this top 4 if you're saying it's so inflexible?
I would say I got very lucky playing a lot of local people here. Also, like, no, of course, to like be in such a place you have to be either very good or lucky or even both. So I would say I got very lucky, and I honestly think I didn't make a single mistake except for one time yesterday, and maybe something very minor. But I'm just trying to like play another game.
Well, fair enough. You're staying very humble. You played excellently on that stream game. Alexander, we're going to give you a chance to take a breather and wait until your next round. So we're going to be heading back to the desk for more action. Plenty more to come.
Tell you what, I absolutely loved hearing from Alexander there. What an absolute character. Jerry's like, what's good about your deck? He's like, you know, I've been a bit lucky. But I tell you what, watching that game there was nothing about lucky there, my friend. You did absolutely fantastic.
I pointed out multiple times when Alexander was playing brilliantly. I really enjoyed watching him play there. So here's where we are in terms of the top 4. Brent and Rune are still playing. We don't actually have a result in that game yet. We had Jonathan Sharpling and Daniel Powell, playing a Terrapagos mirror match, and Jonathan Sharpling was successful there, was our winner. Alexander playing Terrapagos has actually gone and defeated Nofune playing Charizard, and Oyvind playing Charizard has gone to defeat Benjamin playing Terrapagos, which has set up a top 4, and this is what we're going to have on stream next round, of Alexander playing Terrapagos against Oyvind's Charizard. So Oyvind has got this in the bag because he's just beaten Terrapagos. But also, Alexander's got this in the bag. He's just beaten Charizard. So I love this. Both of these players have actually just won this matchup in the previous round. Now they've got to go and try and do it again, and it's going to be very interesting to see who comes out on top. That is going to be the top 4 we are showing on stream. Brent and Rune, when we know anything, we'll let you know.
We will. But he says one of those tricks going to have to end. Both players have just beat that matchup before, so I'm intrigued to see how that pans out again. Are we going to see Terrapagos going all the way twice, or will Charizard manage to even it up on stream? I'm not 100% sure, but it's going to be entertaining at the very least.
I love that mindset. Literally, both players are going to go into the game thinking like, okay, just played this matchup, just won this matchup. Like, genuinely feeling really confident of, I've got this in the bag, I just won that matchup. And I kind of love that, both players going in on the back of having won the exact same matchup in the previous round. We don't see that very often. That's a really nice little interaction we've got going into this next round.
It really is, and I cannot wait wait to get that one started. So I tell you what, watching Alexander play there, I want to learn to be as good as him, because there were some big brain plays. I tell you what, while we get our top 4 feature match ready, how about we all learn together, and then we'll come back. Top 4 action coming soon. Who will win? Terrapagos, Charizard? One way to find out, and that's by staying right there.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokémon trading card game. The Pokémon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokémon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokémon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokémon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokémon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokémon in this game: basic Pokémon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokémon, which can be played on top of basic Pokémon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokémon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokémon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokémon is, and also what Pokémon it evolves from. Pokémon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokémon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokémon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokémon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokémon once during each turn. Some Pokémon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokémon in the active spot, and this Pokémon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokémon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokémon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokémon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokémon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokémon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokémon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokémon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokémon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokémon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokémon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Welcome back, everyone. We are heading into our top 4. Just had a really interesting interview with Alexander, who's just booked his place into that top 4. It's rare that I have to argue that his own deck is very good, but that's where we got in the interview. Really interesting. I was trying to discuss the intricacies and the flexibility of his archetype. Alexander was having none of it, but he was still showing what he could do with such an interesting archetype, and Palkia is definitely proving to be the play.
Well, a bit of history with Palkia, playing Palkia Vikavolt to a top 8 finish back a few years. And for as far as the history for me with Alex, he was the first person I ever spoke to on camera at a Pokemon event. And so I've always loved following his journey, and a very good deck builder, but very much on the pessimistic side of the deck building spectrum, and always wants to try and have that perfect deck if possible, but very rarely finds it.
I actually think that's so helpful in testing groups, to have someone who's always going to say no to things. It can definitely lead you down avenues where you may have missed hidden gems, but also it will save you so much time by having someone just cross things off the list that may seem too outlandish and really focus your testing. Oftentimes I'm the person being the pessimist in our sort of deck building circles.
For me a few times.
Yeah, exactly.
and in terms of that relationship you say about the testing circle, very close friends with Mateusz Vashkovic, famously playing Burnett, and often for Mateusz he relies on Alexander to come in and say, this is the event that you can play this, otherwise
that's hilarious.
Don't play this, it's not a very good deck. So historically, those two together have come up with those strong archetypes like Palkia Vikavolt, like Burnett, and come into events and really shown what the creativity comes from those two.
It's always great to have a nice anchor in your testing group. That seems like a really important role. So if you don't have an anchor in your testing group, try and look for one who's always going to say no to any of your wacky ideas.
Yeah, and that's something you can find with your local community. If you head on down, plenty of people there can support you with deck building. It doesn't even necessarily have to be someone as pessimistic as that. You can find people who just go, maybe chuck a few more nest ball in here. You might find your game plan works more often. I've done that for a few people have been like, right, let's take that card out. That doesn't work most of the time, and let's pop in some nest ball. And that's so true of our top players. You see how many consistency cards they're playing in their decks, and that's why the decks are working so smoothly, whether it's Professor Research, INO, a high count of nest ball, Ultra Ball, Buddy Buddy Poffin. They're finding a way to set up in those early turns because you do not have the time to pass and wait.
Yeah, and being honest and being constantly scrutinizing your own deck, I think is usually the best way that you get an ironed out 60 that you can be truly comfortable with and be consistent time and time again. So even though it sounds like pessimism on Alex's part, it's probably because he's put the reps in, he's put the time in to know what can work in the Pokemon trading card game and what really are the limits and how far you can push those with your own deck.
I like to imagine him sat there at various rounds looking at his hand going, please don't iron me right now. If you do, then I'm screwed.
Well, he didn't need much to get over the line there. He just needed one Night Stretcher and suddenly Noctowl pieces things together. I think it really has been Noctowl's tournament. We've been talking about it in a number of different ways throughout the weekend. That card is proving itself to be absolutely ridiculous at creating all sorts of combos, but also closing out those games.
Well, one of 3 Palkia Terapagos that made it into top 8. There has been one knocked out, and one other Palkia Terapagos has made it. So we have 2 Palkia Terapagos now in our top 4. And we know the decks that are in top 4, but we don't necessarily know the players just yet. So we're going to be waiting to find out what's happening with one of those quarterfinals, and then consequently we'll be able to tell you exactly who's made it.
Yeah, so we know the lads on the desk were previously talking about the bracket and how it's progressed so far. We know that Oyvind is through with Charizard, and we know that it will be Jonathan on Palkia playing up against Reggie Drago V-Star. We just don't quite know which player is going to be piloting it into the top 4.
Well, that's one bracket we've been following this tournament. There is another bracket you guys have been helping us along the way, and that's the community bracket, where we've been trying to find out who is the second best deck in the format, and we've got pretty close to the final now. Charizard waiting on the top side, narrowly beating out Dragapult EX, but now it's for Clorf and Gardevoir EX to battle into that final and decide who's going to be competing for Regidrago V-Star's second place finisher.
Yep, Charizard is still in our tournament, so the community has been right on the money by the looks of things by having that archetype to be one of the top contenders. And Clorf and Gardevoir, they're still very respectable archetypes. They didn't quite have that fantastic finish this weekend, but I'm sure a number of pilots have come away with great prizing, great points on the back of those archetypes.
Well, it's going to be you and me now doing Clorf and Gardevoir. I believe I've got Gardevoir, you have Clorf.
Yes.
And we'll be working out who's going to go first here and then decide who gets to try and convince you at home which to vote for. Then we'll open up the votes after that, and you guys at home get a chance to decide with us which is the best archetype, and it'll be you, Joe, going first with that Clorf deck. You could interpret that how you want. There are a few different variants of Clorf. We had the old Clorf build, but now the more popular Clorf Terrapagos, which is definitely stronger, so probably worth going with that one for the best chance possible here. You have 30 seconds to convince everyone at home that your deck is better, and then everyone gets to vote afterwards. So should I count you in?
Count me in, boy.
All right, 3, 2, 1, take it away.
Clorf Terrapagos archetype. Why does it work so well? Because one oven gets you into Precious Trolley, which can get you up to 8 bench Pokemon, and at the same time get Forest Seal Stone to cherry pick another card out of your deck. And essentially, you're doing whatever you want. You have great reach in the archetype with help from Carmine potentially turn 1. In addition to Squawkability EX turn 1, you see so many cards, and you begin that aggression, most importantly, with a single prize Pokemon. That Clorf, if you get those tools attached to it, if you get the Mochi, you can be knocking out anything you want, and then you push the damage output of Blood Moon and Terrapagos for the rest of the game.
Very nicely done. Just about in time. And it's hard for you to talk about that deck because there's so many different pieces.
Yeah, I could have talked about 20 different individual Pokemon, which are in the list for different reasons. But yeah, we got there.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of summarized it fairly well there. For anyone who wants
one trolley and you pick the right stuff, right? That's all you need.
Yeah, or anyone who wasn't following along, there's a lot of options and they're all very aggressive, and that's why it's working well in the current format. But I've got to do Gardevoir now.
Yeah, Gardevoir is up for you and up for you in the community to make sure you vote on when that bracket does open on Twitch. That's where you can get involved, and Gardevoir is going to be your choice. So I'm going to count you in. You have an argument of 30 seconds to go, and I'm going to count you in 3, 2, 1, off you go.
Can't talk about Gardevoir without talking about Curlier. The engine of the deck can be used in other decks because it's so good. Refinement, discarding 1 card, draw 2, and that sets up the consistency throughout the game. And then once you evolve into that Gardevoir, you can put Psychic Energy anywhere. And with that, you put 20 damage on those Pokemon. That's normally a bad thing, but it works so well with Drifloon, Screamtail, and other attackers that are able to utilize that damage. Monkey Dory, moving that damage from your side to your opponent's side, and you can set up these crazy end games with a little bit of disruption, a little bit of gusting to set up the win and make sure you come back from behind.
We're being so polite. We're not even having to shut each other up at this stage. We're just acting it out in that perfect 30 seconds, and I think you did give a great account of Gardevoir there. It's still a personal favorite of mine. I do really enjoy playing this archetype. I know I'm going against my own arguments here, but Gardevoir definitely a strong choice in the field. Didn't quite get that representation, possibly. It's definitely a much riskier pick these days. I do think that's fair to say that even though you are this Iono strategy, you have to do so much now to truly disrupt opponents because there's so many other fantastic engine Pokemon that sit on that bench.
Yeah.
It's hard to feel comfortable from behind. So the poll's open for you at home to get involved. Gardevoir or the Clorf Terrapagos archetype is the one I'm trying to back. I think that's the most competitive one out there. But hey, I'll take the votes if you like the old Clorf as well.
Yeah, I think they both have their own benefits. I think Clorf Terrapagos has been stronger recently, but then Gardevoir has had such a storied history. Even when rotation took away a lot of those attackers for Gardevoir, still able to find a way and convince the community that it's a good deck. But as we mentioned earlier when we went through these, it's good because it's not popular. And as soon as it becomes popular, there are ways to punish it with Lost Vacuum and Jamming Tower. And while it's in the shadows, it tends to do very well.
One of the interesting things still about Gardevoir as well is that debate around the ace spec. There's few archetypes that have such a debate as Gardevoir does have, because Secret Box has proven itself to be really handy with Rare Candy. Of course, it's a defensive archetype, so whenever you can threaten that unfair stamp, it's a really dangerous inclusion. But we've even seen crazy deck lists like Coal Bell and Precious Trolley of its own in Gardevoir, just to go wide on the bench as quickly as possible and start cycling with your Curlier.
Yeah, I mean, it's had many different ace specs over time.
Yeah.
And I think that really is indicative of how powerful the deck is, that the base of the deck doesn't need the ace spec to make it work. It is just so good as the Curlier engine draws you all those cards, and the Iono really pieces it together. And when you see a good Gardevoir playing the deck, you tend to be impressed because it does require a lot of foresight. And if you don't have that, you can often feel like the deck is rubbish because you can never get ahead. But that's not the aim of the deck. Your aim is to go behind and set up these end game lock states which take you through to the victory, where for you Clorf was more of a if I swing with the right attacker every turn, I will eventually win the game.
Yeah, both decks are asking questions of the opponent, but oftentimes Gardevoir's the one doing hand disruption at the same time as asking all these questions, which is important, whereas the Clorf Terrapagos archetype is the one jumping out the gates faster and sort of setting the tempo and forcing the opponent to keep up.
Well, the results are in.
Here we go.
You guys got to vote. Last time I wasn't sure how it's going to go. I feel the same way this time, but I know you guys really do love Gardevoir. And there we go.
Landslide.
Gardevoir EX has made it through, and you guys just seem to love stage 2s. Look, Dragapult and Charizard did well at the top. Gardevoir on this side, Clorf and can go away as this is the stage 2 tournament. And I think it's fair to say that that would be a great matchup as well. Gardevoir EX versus Charizard is always a joy to watch.
Yeah, it can be a really interesting one. Can be about the tech cards within those deck lists as well. Sometimes we've seen TM Devolution, Fluttermane can get into the mix for the Gardevoir side of things. Charizard, of course, does boast type coverage into Gardevoir EX, so it has easy reach early on in the game. But then there's single prize Pokemon that can even reach on Charizard EX as well with the help of Monkey Dory at times. So that's a really interesting back and forth matchup that would have been interesting to see throughout the weekend. But unfortunately, there aren't any Gardevoirs remaining in the tournament. There is still a Charizard to go, though.
It's also interesting how they're quite popular Pokemon in their own right. Everyone loves Charizard and Gardevoir, so maybe your votes are biased in that way too, but definitely two of the strongest archetypes for the last few years that we've seen, always finding a way to keep themselves in the format. And this tournament, we have seen Charizard do well. There were 2 in top 8, and there is 1 remaining, hoping to try and make their way back to the second semi-final, and that would be a feat that no one really has done in a long time.
No, and that's Oyvind, and he's actually sat on our stage. Our players are at the table to be following along on our top 4 game. You can see Oyvind there on the left shuffling up. It's Alexander once again on the stream. We just saw how he made it to this top 4 with a fantastic victory in this matchup. Do you think he can do it again?
Well, it's a slightly different build as well. We know this man here, Oyvind, is a fan of the Pokestop, that Stuttgart regional finalist in 2024, and some great finishes throughout the season so far too.
Yeah, he's got to be happy with how he did it in Stuttgart, but once again, he's back in a really, really great position with an archetype we know he knows inside and out. And Alexander, what a cool customer. We got to have a great interview with him. He doesn't seem to be fazed by anything. He too has some great accomplishments under his belt. A Warsaw regional top 8. He's bested that this weekend with a better regional placement. Let's see how far he can go, because he is exhibiting a really interesting archetype. He said in the interview just now, he doesn't feel that confident, that able into Charizard. He feels like he's in the disadvantage here, but he still was able to come out on top.
Well, I know he, as a player, has played a fair bit of Charizard too.
Yeah.
So he is familiar with what the deck is capable of, and so in his mind will have tested the matchup many a time and will be thinking he's on the back foot, but it always depends on how both decks set up. This format is so aggressive, and if the wrong start happens, it will go in favor as we kick off our top 4, our semi-final, Oyvind versus Alexander.
And when you're seeing bench Radiant Charizard energy attachment pass, you know that Oyvind is on an awkward hand, to say the least, whereas Alexander has an excellent opener. Not only is there the Ditto already in the active position, he can also take a look at his prize cards immediately, and there's already a Fan Rotom in his hand.
That is the dream start, isn't it? The Ditto. It only works in that first turn.
Yeah.
The transformative start allows you to switch this Pokemon out from the active spot and search your deck to choose a basic and put it there and replace that Ditto. And if you do, discard it and all cards attached to it. But this is only possible in that first turn.
It's a really unique ability, and very few archetypes can really take advantage of it, but this is an archetype that has enough single retreat cost Pokemon that you can utilize that Ditto. And the reason why it's important within the deck list is because it's a buddy-buddy searchable card that can get you then into something like a Palkia V, which would otherwise be a bit more of a headache, and equally Radiant Greninja. So it's a great card that you can weave in with your buddy-buddy Puffins.
And can find it with the Fan Call as well. So the whole engine is built around this beautiful starting Pokemon with the Terapagos, safe from a Charizard attack early on. And that's the key really with that Ditto, is you don't mind having a 2-prize in the active in certain matchups. Other ones you want to switch it for the Radiant Greninja, so you have that flexibility to choose exactly what you want. And maybe one day use that Spluff attack for 10.
Alexander is immediately going to utilize that Fan Call and start getting those Hoot Hoot and Noctowl established in the hand, so we can have a fantastic engine available. He's actually holding everything. What an interesting choice from Alexander. Why do you think this is?
That is a very good question. I don't know. I guess maybe... I actually don't know. I'm fascinated.
I'm also puzzled as to why no Hoot Hoot came onto this bench. But Oyvind just had an attached pass and straight back to Alexander, who is already cracking up. He's still shuffling his deck from the Fan Call, and it's straight back to him. There's no tap from Oyvind, so he gets a draw for the turn now. Surely priorities back over to Alexander, who's picked up a Professor's Research. We knew he was holding on to a bunch of Hoot Hoot, and now is the time for them to come onto the board.
Did he feel bad for Urvind at the start and thought, you know what, I'll hold some resources back for you?
I mean, I could feel bad for someone, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do them any favors.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a fan call where that is...
Oh, look at this. The fan rotom might get into the action now. Using the assault landing attack. There's the Area Zero Underdepths. It's the stadium card you require in order to launch an assault landing and take out possibly the only Charmander here. The Big Professor's research does remove a lot of important resources, but utilizing a single prize attacking Pokemon rather than your Terapagos EX, which, you know, it's a big combination to get that attacking. Now you can really threaten that Charmander, take the first prize of the game. What an interesting and, to be honest, unexpected start to this game.
Yeah, well, we'll see that unfair stamp come through. Oh, this could completely change the game now, as Alexander has openly admitted the deck doesn't do well under disruption. And what better way to disrupt than down to 2 cards this early on when the deck is so thick?
Well, at the very least, there's some Hoot established on the board this time, and there's already a Terapagos EX developed. So he has a lot of outs to get back into Noctowl and start developing his board. And let's face it, Oyvind still needs to get a lot from these 5 cards here. Probably wants to find another supporter card. Arven would be ideal for him to find here. Obviously, he needs to get some Buddy Poffin in the mix. It's definitely worth noting that there's no Manaphy within Oyvind's list whatsoever. But at the moment, to be fair, Alexander isn't threatening too much like a Greninja just yet. Even with some, and I don't think there's even, the Thornton's also in the prize cards for Alexander, so there's no threat of Greninja immediately for Oyvind. Unfortunately, we do see that Arven coming down, so we will begin to start seeing some Buddy Poffin and some basics getting into the mix here. But what a strange opener. Oyvind probably happy with how things have gone on reflection, because it's not like the ideal board state where you're staring down multiple Palkia and Radiant Greninja and all this draw power and whatnot. At the end of the day, you're hoping that this random 2 cards can slow Alexander down quite substantially.
Yeah, with no Palkia established, that burst turn of getting Radiant Greninja is less likely. There is the Thornton in Alexander's deck, but it's prized, I believe, right now. So the options are limited at this stage, and it's more like a Terapagos versus Charizard matchup.
That's how Alexander's trying to play it right now. He said, once again, I'm going back to that interview, he said it was an unfavored matchup, so he's playing in an unconventional manner. Maybe that's because he thinks he has to play in a strange way to gain an advantage in this situation.
We'll see how that pans out, as Urvind is now trying to establish more stability on the board thanks to that unfair stamp into an Arven, and we'll be able to get some basic Pokemon out, but nothing will be possible this turn in terms of attacking. It's more about setting up for the future, as Charizard can go ahead later on and stay ahead, but early on we'll just try and get as much possible. And there's Pheasantif TEX, which is very useful after that knockout, and I think really Urvin's hoping that the unfair stamp 6 at this stage.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be a really important factor for him here, but notably not going for Nest Ball for Rotom V with the Forest of Stone, but that's because of a prized Rotom. So you're going to have to go down this route instead and see 3 cards and hope they help you out a little bit more. There's Buddy Poffin, that's already a great hit. And a Charmander as well. So now you can get multiple Charmander in addition to a Pidgey and start getting to somewhat of a normal board state.
Well, it's going to slow things down a bit.
Perhaps.
Yeah, there's a Duskulls, just getting those to the front. I guess that would allow the Radiant Charizard to be able to attack at a lower cost.
Yeah, I mean, the game has already gone in such a strange direction that who knows how these players are going to adapt now. Well, apparently double Duskull.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're as...
Just
there's a Charmander in hand.
Well, there you go.
And the Pidgey.
I was going to say, just mute the commentary at this stage, because we don't know what's going on. Everything has gone wild on this first few turns here. Let's see the hand from Alexander.
There is a Mew there. That will draw a few cards.
Yeah, 1 card from the restart from Mew EX here. Iono, that's a huge hit.
I think there's some Noctowls in the discard pile too, so that Night Stretcher could be useful here.
Yeah, with a Professor's... Yeah, one was researched earlier on. So that could also be live. If you want to cherry pick some other cards this turn, maybe something like an Irida could be a superior supporter for him. Even using like a boss's orders to take out a Pidgey and continue to use this Fan Rotom could be interesting.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of Noctowl being discarded, is it does open up more ways to find it, and consequently this turn will be a bit more of a setup. The boss's orders will be great in terms of disruption, but it will slow things down in terms of seeing more cards. So that's really where Alexander now has to find the other pieces that are vital, whether that's Palkia, whether that's Radiant Greninja to start drawing, and try and get set up a bit more, because Disruption, as he has mentioned, is the scariest bit, and we've already seen the unfair stamp used, so as the game goes on, Iono is going to get more and more of an issue.
The boss's orders comes down, holds the nest ball, chooses not to bring any other Pokemon into the mix, and just holds onto that crucial item card, and takes a second prize here, still utilizing the Fan Rotom. Assault landing indeed. That Radiant Charizard is getting more and more in range of becoming a dangerous and more dangerous threat. In fact, or even especially with the double Duskull developed, could be starting to use some Curse Blast just to get that Charizard even further into range, because its own attack cost is reduced for each prize card the opponent has taken, that Excited Heart ability.
Well, now we see the Ultra Ball going to be finding a Luminion, it looks like, and that will allow for a supporter, and maybe Irvin's going to look to disrupt after some Dusknoir. And I mean, this is the fascinating side of it right now. We see a Dusclops there, so like the disruption idea from Irvin sounds great, but there's only going to be so many times you can do it before Alexander finds a way out. That last time found a way out. Next time, will he find a way out? Irvin needs to start taking some prize cards and establishing some attackers that will bring him closer to victory.
Luminion is grabbing an Arven. There's already the Forest Seal Stone in hand as well. So it might just be using Luminion in order to access a different card than a supporter here, seeing as though he's shuffling up and not utilizing the supporter just yet. There's also Pheasantipity EX to use. That could be part of the sequencing here. But we're kicking things off with a Cursed Blast from your Dusclops here. That sets you up for a Dusknoir KO on that Mew EX later, of course. And here comes the Iono. You forced an extra prize card out of Alexander, helping you with your Radiant Charizard.
It was just saying, hang on, where did that Iono come from? You
don't offer to cut.
You went for the Luminion for Arven. How has he got that there? And that explains it. Irvin now going to be getting 6 fresh cards. Alexander only 3. So really testing Alexander, who's holding cards.
Very fortunate of Irvin to correct Alexander there. It was so easy to have done a cut there, but he fortunately was on top of things. Gets that fresh 6, also has Pheasantipity EX before the Forest Seal Stone, so it's quite likely that this Mew EX is going to get KO'd with the Forest Seal Stone flipped. If you can take out this Mew EX whilst using this hand disruption, this is how Oivan is trying to get back into the game.
Do you reckon that Nest Ball that was held by Alexander could have got anything from the deck?
Well, always Pheasantipity EX is something you could think about if you're going to try and safeguard yourself a little bit. Possibly the Palkia V as well, just to threaten all sorts of options. Oh, it's going to be the Counter Catcher as well here. That's the Forest Seal Stone target, so you can take out Terrapagos. That's shutting down the option of Noctowl, of course. Lost Vacuum going to remove the Area 0 Underdepths. And the Charizard's just going to take out the Terrapagos EX. That Mew EX can be dealt with later on, of course, with Dusknoir.
Oh,
next prize cards for Oivan.
Huge Nest Ball there. We'll be able to find Pheasantipity and potentially find a way to get out of this disruption, and that's the key right now. How are you going to deal with this scenario?
It's important to know that Alexander can take a single prize KO, but then it would open the door for all sorts of shenanigans from Oivan. You could use a Briar, then use Dusknoir, and take all sorts of prizes. Alexander, if he can somehow sculpt towards a 2-prize KO this turn, would be shutting off all sorts of those avenues.
Okay, so this Nest Ball, it has the Terrapagos prepped at the front, which would allow for Noctowl to be useful, but could go for the Palkia, could go for the Pheasantipity. There's lots of options, but we'll be going for that Terrapagos in the end. Noctowl is now a possibility.
Might be relying on a couple cards from Restart here, if Alexander can play any additional cards out of this hand. And really hoping that only a couple of draws can get him back into good shape.
2 energy and an Iono, I think, in hand, so we'll be able to play one of those energy down and then restart.
Restart for 1 card. Alexander still looking to get this turn really rolling. What a strange opener. Didn't quite get to see what it was. There are currently no energy in the discard pile. He possibly wants to get a Glass Trumpet this turn to get the Terrapagos EX attacking.
An energy switch?
Energy switch, interesting. So this is how you get your Terrapagos EX involved. And the Iono comes back as well, putting Oivan just down to 4 cards.
the gesture of don't need to cut that. You can put that one underneath.
Yeah.
And this is the interesting side of it. The board has just never really stabilized for Alex, but he keeps finding a way to develop it and find ways around it, just about holding on.
And crucially, Oyvind hasn't really got his engine established. He's had such a rough opening few turns that he's had to adapt.
And that is going to be 150 from the Trapagos if he attacks, so it wouldn't be a knockout on that Radiant Charizard.
Alexander opting to pass, knowing that the Radiant Charizard attacked on the previous turn, so doesn't have an easy time of things. Has that annoying 3 retreat costs, so there are a few headaches that Oyvind has to come up with now. Alexander not content taking a single prize KO. Really just trying to call the bluff of Oyvind, see how good his hand is after the INO.
Well, with a rare candy here, a Pidgeot is possible to develop, and then potentially a Charizard off the back of that, with some other cards. But with no Pheasantipity X, it can be hard to string together a lot of combo pieces. Typically, that Pheasantipity is a start to your turn, hoping to find some of the combo pieces before you start Pidgeot, but it is literally going to be a Pidgeot for something for the future, I feel like, and
not sure what the take was there, actually. Was it the Super Rod?
I think so, yeah. It looked like an old artwork of the Super Rod.
I think it was. We'll see from Oyvind what else he wants to weave in here. It feels like Pidgeot starts the cascade of more and more actions happening, but not necessarily one card does enough just yet.
Well, it's also the Pidgeot puts a clock on. It says, I can now do my game plan every turn, as long as you give me enough turns.
The top deck from Alexander, not helpful. It's a lost vacuum. You can use it just to reduce your cards for the restart, but you might be having to lost zone your Palkia here, the V-Star that's in hand right now, just so you can unlock as many cards as possible. I think just double checking the prize cards to see that you are allowed to lost zone your only Palkia V-Star.
Well, we'll also be able to,
I should say,
boss this turn as well, so could potentially bring up Charmander.
The final card in hand. Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Interesting. Terapagos right now not doing enough to do super relevant damage. The Unified Beatdown is at 150 right now.
Do you restart before the boss, or do you commit to the boss and hope you draw into a way to get out the active?
I really feel like this extra card is so critical, but it is going to be the Mew EX. Nothing I've expected has gone to plan this game. So it doesn't surprise me that once again it's a different action. Hisuian Heavy Ball not helpful. Not sure of that final card.
What was a Heavy Ball and I think a Hoot maybe?
That's not ideal. Hisuian Heavy Ball can be thrown onto the board. Don't think there was any viable targets there. There's Thornton, there's Area Zero, I think.
Yeah, there's a Hoot and a boss. But you can't get that knocked out at the active, so I think that was just a pass there.
This game is getting more and more strange. The pass feels a lot weaker now that there's a Pidgeot EX developed, though. That's the most critical thing here. Oyvind can feel a lot more comfortable now, cherry-picking a boss's orders out of the deck, which is exactly what we're seeing, and he has a pretty routine map to take 2 KOs now.
I mean, if the Dust Noir was possible to produce, you could get the Mew EX and the Terapagos this
turn. You could win this turn, but I don't think Oyvind's hand is anywhere near that. He just has a bunch of energy right now, I think.
Okay, so we've got the boss's orders there. There's a Thornton off the top deck, Super Rod. Fire Energy going to go down. But yeah, taking out that Terapagos is more than enough at this stage to...
Denying Noctowl is huge as well. You're denying an attacker. You're denying the Noctowl. Alexander having a quick look at his watch to see how long this game's going on. There's still almost an hour on the clock. Of course, we have more time in these top cut rounds.
Well, this is top 4 here for you who's tuning in. We are hoping to see either of these players make it to the final, whether it's Irvin trying to return to the final after a Stuttgart second place finish, whether it's Alexander making his way to the first final. Highest results so far at this event, making a top 4, but hoping to make it further. And it's pretty tough for the Palkia Terapagos deck into Charizard. Already overcome one. Alexander very pessimistically said he shouldn't have won, but is now having to try and do it again. Has played very unorthodox here.
Yeah.
And so consequently, we are trying to follow along with you guys and work out the routes these players are looking to take.
Alexander opting to fail the nest ball in order to once again draw 1 card, I think it is, from Mew EX here to change his fortunes. Looking down the barrel with a Pidgeot EX on the opponent's side of the field is always concerning. Area 0 Underdepths does not change much. It's going to be a retreat into Noctowl once again, and just the pass here. We got to move this Charizard out of the active position, of course, and also gust up the Mew EX, or we have to find Dusknoir. Either of those routes are fine now for Oyvind. With that damaged Mew EX, 130 damage will do it with a Cursed Blast. No. There is Night Stretcher in hand. Is there a way that we can get there via Quick Search?
Yeah, this is...
Well, I see Boss's orders.
Getting the Rare Candy?
Yeah, Rare Candy to Charizard so you can retreat this Radiant Charizard. Is that what we have to do here? We can attach Super Rod, Rare Candy up?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, it's one card at a time makes it really tough to string things together, especially when knockouts aren't coming, because normally you have the Pheasantipity to draw with, and then you build up a few pieces, and then you say, right, the last piece here, I'll take it. But that retreat, we know there's a Super Rod in hand, so those energies can go straight back into the deck right now.
Yep, and that's exactly what we're seeing. There is that Rare Candy. Does Oyvind also have a means of gusting? Night Stretcher gets back Radiant Charizard. Radiant Charizard is going to use that Burning Darkness and recover those fire energy from the deck back into play. One going onto that Radiant Charizard now. So now Oyvind is having multiple threats established. I don't think, I mean, he's not playing like he has win this turn. No. But I think he's quite happy just taking, well, is that going to be... We're picking up the cards, so I'm pretty sure Alexander is content at that point that he has no win conditions remaining. So Oyvind has found himself a very surprising 1-0 victor at the moment in the best of 3 here. Yeah,
I think we really got to see the example of what Alex was talking about. Disruption really does break down the deck with very little draw on board. Yeah. It's very hard to chain things together. Did get the Noctowl after the unfair stamp, so was able to get the next knockout.
What do you make of this replay though, Mike? Yeah. This is so bizarre. How often do you see a turn 1 attached to Radiant Charizard, a turn 2 attached to Radiant Charizard, as both players are trying to play so strangely? They're having fun out there on the stage, and you can see some really crucial plays. Eventually this Radiant Charizard did get into the mix, did start taking out the Terrapagos EX as well, which is so important to remove that Noctowl and removed so many outs from Alexander to get into that game.
The way they both reacted when Alex passed without putting the Hoot-Hoots down, my best prediction is that he forgot to put them down, surely said not. Pass, and then felt like a plum.
No,
well, it could be possible.
It could be possible. It's possible. Anything's possible now, because I was certainly confused, I'll tell you that much.
Well, the Mew was not enough, though. The Mew trying to draw 3 more cards, well, up to 3 more cards. It typically only drew 1 throughout those final turns, and there just wasn't that Palkia V-Star, there wasn't the Radiant Greninja. All of these cards that typically bolster the Terrapagos Palkia deck into different game strategies. It very much played like a Terrapagos deck that didn't do much early on.
Honestly, I'm still trying to unpick it, to be honest. The only thing I can guarantee you at home is that the next 1 or possibly 2 games are not going to go anything like what we've just seen. That's the only expectation that I can give to you guys, because...
Ditto start again.
Oh, was it Ditto again? The one of Ditto? Wow, that's what you want to see. And Oyvind at least has some basics this time. I think he's showing off 3 Charmander in that opening hand.
Yeah, we'll see if Alexander goes wider this time, but I'm sure Oyvind's feeling like he shouldn't have won that game. Just playing them all down.
Actually benching 4, why not?
I don't think he probably thought he was going to win that game after the start, knowing how hard it was for him to claw that one back. But here's the prize cards.
Forest Seal Stone already in there for Oyvind. That really does make your Arven far worse.
And it looks like Alexander will be kicking things off here. Does have that Ditto, so anything you think he needs, he can get as a basic Pokemon out of the deck, unless it was prize, which I don't think any of the key early pieces were prize for him. So Terrapagos into the active can also potentially get a Fan Rotom, which is another great target for that Ditto early on, or even a Radiant Greninja can be huge to allow you to start drawing cards if you've got a lot of energy in the hand.
Yeah, his priorities were really interesting in that first game. He identified that Fan Rotom's a fantastic single prize attacker that you can utilize, no doubt about that. And it can also help you get into your Noctowl pieces. But in order to utilize Jewel Seeker, you need to have multi-prize Pokemon in play. And whenever you're starting to take prize cards against Charizard and go into the lead, you open up that Count Catcher, you open up easy 2 prize KOs for Oyvind. So he's going to have to try and navigate a situation where he's developing Hoot-Hoot but not using Jewel Seeker and still getting that Fan Rotom in the mix. I think that's one of the things that he tried to finesse in that game, number 1.
Yeah, that unfair stamp was just waiting in Oyvind's hand. There was a world where if he'd managed to get to a Radiant Greninja attack, could have put the Radiant Charizard into the active and then took out both Pokemon. So maybe if it leaned towards that route, but you don't plan for your opponent to brick whenever you're setting up. You're always thinking of, my opponent's going to go at the pace they should go at. And unfortunately for Alex, it was not the case in that last game.
He's diligently going through those prize cards once again with this transformative start ditto. I know it looks strange that there's an empty board right now, but there will be a new active Pokemon being selected here. It is eventually going to be the Fan Rotom, which he was utilizing quite well in his opening stages of that game number 1.
It does have a Hoot in hand.
Search here. Yeah.
So you're going to really be able to go wide with that Noctowl engine.
All sorts of ball search. There's the Terapagos EX. There's also an Iono after all of this, I think.
Oh, 2 Nest Balls, I believe. There's a Palkia in hand as well.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about Charizard is it becomes so much more scary when there are Duskull on the bench, but now you're pretty confident in the sort of reach that a Charizard player has against you, and that reach is exactly 180 damage with Burning Darkness, so you can quite confidently bench some of these 2 prize Pokemon knowing they're not going to be in range of a KO just yet.
And so you see the double Noctowl, 2 Hoot, telegraphing that there's another Hoot in hand. It comes straight down, Palkia 2, and that looks more like it, Alexander. We have the Palkia Terapagos board state. We've been touting how good this deck is doing at this event with 3 of them in top 8, and it's nice to see exactly why. That is a very consistent start. Fancool really bringing it all together.
We've been holding on to that Arven, so can now cherry pick a crucial item card out of the deck in addition to a tool, bearing in mind that Forest Seal Stone is in the prize cards. That's usually one of the key pieces that can get you into the game. The only other cards I saw in Oyvind's quite low hand size right now is the Unfair Stamp, which currently isn't live. Oyvind just quickly looking at his own counts right now, doesn't want to put himself in an awkward position later down the line with those resources. But he might also be taking a slower turn here, as he's just getting pieces accumulated for his stage 2s. It doesn't look like he's going to be getting much online here.
I love all the different techniques for prize checking. It is one of the most skillful parts of the game that those who've played for a long time can pick up quicker. You've got various different strategies to it. For those at home, what are these players really doing when they're prize checking?
Well, really, they're looking at key pieces if it's tech cards in certain matchups. Oftentimes, easy wins are looking at your Pokemon counts, so you don't find yourself in that awkward situation of searching for a card and suddenly it's not there. But then also, because there's Quick Search Pidgeot, you're looking at crucial one-offs that you have within your deck, knowing that those are available to you. So there's a lot that you do have to check and make sure of. And it's a memory game a lot of the time. These players are able to use notes as well here. But oftentimes you can also use that prize checking time to think about the strategy and what you're going to do in the turn as well. So it's a bit of both going on for these players. As it's eventually a Nest Ball for Rotom V here, or even thinking that additional cards is better than just cherry picking one item in particular. And that's what we're going to end our turn on here.
Almost setting the trap here, knowing that next turn, if Alexander does get a knockout, he can use that Unfair Stamp and really start the trajectory that we saw last time, which is your deck can't deal with disruption. And at that point, it was a Charizard swinging in the active, and Alexander is disrupted. It'll be becoming increasingly more difficult for him to set up, but we will see a turn 2 Noctowl this time.
You're talking about setting traps. I'd be bursting through the trap right now. I'd be trying really hard to use my Earthen Vessel, discard a bunch of these energy. I'd really like to utilize Radiant Greninja, taking out certainly the Pidgey, but also taking out a Charmander. That can help your prize map. I know that Alexander in the previous top 8 game opted to go for Glass Trumpets and Terapagos EX earlier on though, and hunted the likes of Rotom and Luminion, those sorts of Pokemon. It's always surprising to see the Earthen Vessel discard a Noctowl here. There might already be a Night Stretcher in hand, of course, but not something I necessarily expected. Maybe Alexander can make things happen just from the cards already in his hand right now, because he has a lot of options. He can take 2 prize cards on this Rotom V. He can take 2 prize cards via the Radiant Greninja. We're going to see a couple cards first with the concealed cards.
Yeah, I guess with the Noctowl count, there's 4 of them in the deck, so 1 in the discard, 2 left in the deck will allow him to have more options to finding it. So maybe post-disruption, he's happy to have that Noctowl in the discard pile.
Yeah, with so much explosive potential, it's fairly surprising to just see the Fan Rotom once again, but you're just hoping that the Rotom V isn't quite as live. You also saw that Oyvind didn't take a Forest Seal Stone from his hand, so Alexander can either think there was a Forest Seal Stone held or prized, and that's probably what he's hoping for. So this hand disruption might be a little bit better in that regard.
And your eyes do not deceive you at home. That is a Pokestop in Urvin's hand.
Yes.
He has been a fan of this. He's decided to play Charizard, change a few cards, and the main two being the stadiums and Pokestops come through, allowing him to reach a bit deeper. In situations like this, he has a Pidgeot in hand, an Ultra Ball too, and he's hoping to find those rare candies a little bit more often with the Pokestop. A great way to bump stadiums too, as a lot of the decks that have vital stadiums that aren't Pokestop really don't want to be using Pokestop themselves. So despite opening it up to the opponent, you are pretty safe from giving away a resource.
Speaking of which, Area Zero is on the board currently, so there's additional space for this Terapagos EX right now. So yeah, he is allowed 6 Pokemon to be in play currently. Actually goes all the way up to 8 as long as you have a Terrastal EX Pokemon in play. But it's just going to be the single prize knockout from Alexander right now. All of his Pokemon have above 210 hit points, so trying to stay out of the critical math of darkness, of Burning Darkness right now from Charizard.
And with that Charizard top deck, the Ultra Ball can now find a Luminion and get that Arven, so almost guaranteeing the route to the Arven. And might not even look to put the Pokestop in play at this stage, is looking to just chain that Luminion straight away into the Arven, into that Rare Candy and Defiance Band, and get the Pidgeot and Charizard set up.
Yeah, I think you're relatively pleased if you're Alexander to see that it has to come via a Luminion. You're trying to take those easier prizes throughout the game. You've seen Alexander's been hesitant to try and go through a Charizard. There is, I believe, damage mods in his deck. I believe there's the Kieran in his list that can try and help him push, but it's never that easy to get through Charizard. So seeing more of these Vs hitting the board, always welcome. But, as you say, Mike, with this Arven, we're going to be seeing a lot of Stage 2s coming onto the board this turn.
Yeah, this game has gone more as you'd expect.
Yeah.
You've got a Palkia Terapagos with all of the options on board, a Hoot still available, Fan Rotom attacking, Terapagos there, Palkia ready to evolve, Radiant Greninja ready to attack. So the options are available, but on the other side, it is the traditional evolving turn of a Charizard EX, where you have the Pidgeot in play, the piece to make the Charizard come into play, and suddenly you have an attacker and an engine on board.
Pidgeot EX, such a fantastic card. You'll see it in all sorts of archetypes. In this case, it just got a refund of a rare candy. You spent a candy to get Pidgeot into play, then you recovered a rare candy from the deck to then utilize it on your attacker. Why is that so good? Well, now you have Quick Search developed for future turns, so you can continue to cherry pick key pieces out of the deck.
And evolving that bench into a Charmeleon will save on the need for a rare candy next time. And bumping that stadium will remove that Noctowl. So now there's 2 Noctowl in that discard pile, but it looks like Alexander Hand can do a lot next time. So we're going to have that Pokestop Unfair Stamp and 2 cards that will be discarded. But the Unfair Stamp could be played right now.
Wow, what a Pokestop! Getting your A-Spec, thinning out a couple of cards that weren't that strong, and now suddenly you're giving Alexander just a 2-card hand. That's a pretty good Pokestop.
Literally, as he went to Pokestop, I was looking at Alexander's hand and went, oh, that's pretty solid for next
turn.
We'll see how that looks after 2 cards remaining. And with no Pheasantipity EX or Mew EX put down, I believe the Mew EX was taken from the prize cards with the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Alexander's board is now very disrupted because that 2-card hand will not do a lot with what we see.
And I think if Oyvind can find a counter catcher here from this 5 cards, Oyvind can start taking multi-prize knockouts as well, which would be massive. I think just seeing 1 Palkia V on the bench, if you can get rid of that, you're really limiting Alexander's lines of play next turn, whilst giving him a low hand size. Switching and Lost Vacuum are terrible cards to see.
Okay, we got the Charizard, an Ultra Ball, 2 Ultra Balls and a Buddy Puffin, so the Duskull will be a useful asset to have, potentially to try and take another knockout, but the lack of counter catcher will mean this turn is just a simple knockout, but the start of the disruption journey that we mentioned last game.
Yeah, even though it's not the absolute ideal turn possible, I think Oyvind still has to be happy with this on the balance of things. Going to see a quick Ultra Ball here, getting rid of a Buddy Puffin, in addition to that Radiant Charizard that put in so much work in the first game. And it's going to be another Charizard EX coming into the hand here by the looks of things.
Yeah, interesting choice to take that now, rather than holding those Ultra Balls for the future. You know, if a disruption comes out, the Pokestop would be able to find the 2 Ultra Balls and the Buddy Puffin, but it wouldn't be able to find that Charizard.
Sure. But possibly just trying to thin the Charizard out of the deck generally improves your top decks, as we're going to see the first prize taken from Oyvind. We're passing over to Alexander. Let's see what his hand is like.
Pokestop's available to him.
think, well, certainly Switch and Lost Vacuum were the first couple of cards, and you're right, Pokestop might be one of the last options here. Looking at the discard pile means it might be Night Stretcher. You have access to one Jewel Seeker. Oh, we're eyeing up Water Energy. Yeah, it is that Night Stretcher. How can we utilize Jewel Seeker this turn to make the most out of it?
Yeah, and that's going to be energy on Noctowl. It's always going to be that Noctowl, because that's where you start stringing together those super powerful turns. It's why this deck has had success, because a Hoot down with a Noctowl in hand can begin a very powerful turn, and we see the Palkia V-Star brought to the front. And that's going to be off the back of the Irida, which allows you to string even more together.
Irida's been a fantastic partner for Palkia for a long time. In this case, it's just a one of in the decks. In previous lists, it's been far more of them, but that's because you can dual seek for this supporter card as and when you need it. And now you can get a combination or possibly a switch up here. Maybe it's not going to be the Irida line. Maybe we're not. Oh, it is going to be Irida, still for the Earthen Vessel. And then looking at the Palkia V-Star as the pickup. So that, yeah, sorry, the Noctowl is getting Irida and Vessel, and then Irida will be able to get another item back, of course.
Yeah, maybe looking to draw the cards first, to see what you get, and then if you get that Palkia V-Star, then you'll be happy to see that off the draw, and then you can get something else with the Irida. Same thing for the Nest Ball or the Hoot. Just these little decisions of what define a top player, recognizing when you can draw maybe 1, 2, 3 cards before you use that search card, in case you draw off it. It doesn't always happen. But just every time it does happen, you increase the amount of pieces you can find.
Yeah, it could be concealed cards, then it could be Pokestop. A few more actions before this Irida, perhaps. Really depends on these extra couple of draws. Let's see what Greninja can provide. That's the third energy in the discard pile, it's worth noting. So now Star Portal is fully online. There's a Pheasantipity EX, so you could continue to see more cards.
Yeah, looking to put it down, flip the script. When your opponent takes a knockout during their last turn, you can draw 3 cards, a very powerful card in the format right now. Most decks looking to add that Pheasantipity to find these final pieces, string together the last few plays, and especially protect you from disruption, as we've seen multiple times. Now that's on board, disruption from Urvan is going to be less effective unless it comes with a Pheasantipity EX knockout.
Irida certainly grabbing Palkia V-Star, and then it's the debate of that final item card that you can grab with Irida. Prime Catcher seems to be the choice. You know, Alexander likes to chase the Pidgeot EX. Not sure if he has enough damage in order to make that come together right now. 9 bench Pokemon total between the two players.
Yeah, and Pidgeot with the 280 HP, you would need the Area Zero Under Depths to go wider, which I don't think he has access to right now.
It's also really awkward to, with that Defiance Band already on the Charizard EX, to go down to 3 prize cards remaining. That's just allowing the Charizard straight back into the active to deal with even the Palkia V-Star. Let's see what Alexander has planned here.
Well, that Palkia V-Star, I assume, is going to be evolving the Palkia V. And this is the fun. Alexander, a very unorthodox player, always trying to work out the routes he's seeing. Obviously, great success at this point, and we'll be using that Radiant Greninja this time with an attachment, a very traditional Palkia V-Star strategy, and that Radiant Greninja will start potentially setting up damage on those larger Pokemon that are inaccessible through the Palkia V-Star.
I like damaging the active and just taking out the Charmeleon. I think that makes a lot of sense here. You go back onto even prize cards, as that's going to be the selection for Alexander, and at least the Palkia is staying out of range of Charizard with this approach. You go down to 4 prize cards. There's a couple easy Vs for you to try and pick off, and Oyvind still has to piece together a lot in these next few turns to win in 2 attacks.
Well, I think Greninja has historically been one to take out the small Pokemon.
Yeah,
the ones with less than 90 HP.
Pokestop, by the way.
Oh, wow. I mean, that just shows you how good this Pokestop is.
There you go. There's your advert.
Well, it certainly wasn't in the Stuttgart final.
It was not. No, don't look back at that. Just watch this.
But yeah, as I was saying, Radiant Greninja, known for taking out those little 90 HP or less Pokemon, but actually into Charizard is a very good way to soften it up for Palkia V-Star, where traditionally it can't reach those big numbers. And if you're taking out all the Charizards in play, you're really asking the question of Irvind of what are you going to start swinging with? Is it going to be that Radiant Charizard? And at that point, you're committing to a resource that is hard to refresh over and over again.
And interestingly, you're just forcing Oyvind to have a wider bench generally, and that just plays into the strategy of Palkia V-Star, whereas typically if you take prizes in a certain way, the Charizard can keep coming back into the active if it's got no damage on it and say, well, deal with this again. I've got less bench now. It's impossible for the Palkia to reach. So with this approach, you're forcing Oyvind to at least put down an additional Charmander here. So it's a really, really strong choice. He's identified that he can win into attacks fairly easily, to be honest with you. Oyvind can win into attacks himself, but he'd have to line up a Briar play.
Well, the last game, Alex was able to beat a Charizard. Is now trying to do it against one of the best in our region. Irvin trying to make it 2 finals in a row. Was our Stuttgart finalist for the previous European regional, and is now in a position where he's trying to make it 2. And this is a great turn so far, getting that Luminion off the board. We'll be able to recycle it as well here if he wants to with the Super Rod, but he's actually going to be looking to recycle some other pieces for the attacking side of the deck.
Yeah, I think he's quite happy to recycle that Luminion, give him plenty of outs. We know Alexander might be coming back with some hand disruption momentarily. I think there's already the counter catcher in hand, so Oyvind can still get a 2-prize KO this turn. Then we are going to see that Buddy Buddy Poffin with a bit more space on this bench. It's just going to be 1 Charmander right now. You still have to be careful of the subspace swell. It is just going to be the 1 basic right now.
This is where they're both doing the maths. They're working out what the numbers are remaining. So that Charizard with 90 HP down has got 240 HP remaining, which, if we don't have the Area 0 Underdepths in play, would be 4 bench Pokemon for Irvind and 5 for Alexander. But suddenly that Area 0 Underdepths opens the ability for Alexander to take the knockout without worrying about what's on the other side. So a great advantage of this deck, thanks to that Terrapagos and Area 0 Underdepths. And we mentioned about that Pheasantipity being a target. That is exactly why.
Yep, you want to take out the draw in any means necessary. Oyvind now has a few avenues to win on the following turn. With a couple Duskull developed, he can try and develop Rare Candy Dustoir Cursed Blast, taking out either the Radiant Greninja or the Noctowl in addition to a 2-prize knockout. Or he can still line up that Briar play alongside likely Counter Catcher, which will be live, as long as we expect Alexander to take a 2-prize KO. But he surprised me before in this series, so he may be looking to surprise us again and find a different avenue. But it looks like Oyvind is in a very, very solid position here.
Yeah, with some disruption, Alexander could do some 2-prize knockouts for the Radiant Greninja, but I think if that was all he was going to do here, then like you said, the Briar plays are too viable. And that's the cool thing in this situation is you're playing on what the likely outcome is. You know that Irvin can win next turn, but you need to find a way to reduce the likelihood of him winning, and that's where the skill comes in. When you've got a deck that has to play in the unfavorable matchup, you have to find unusual routes.
I think it involves... Well, do we have access to hand disruption is the first hurdle. Pokestop, that gets us towards Prime Catcher, so we can bring up Pidgeot. Can we reach on it, though? With 2 full benches, we can hit that 280.
I mean, even getting something up and Radiant Greninja around it could be a possibility.
Yeah. Actually, we need an additional bench Pokemon, don't we, to get there with Subspace Swell?
Yes.
We need the Area 0 and 1 additional basic. I don't think that's in hand for Alexander right now. We're going to see some Glass Trumpet action coming in onto these Terrapagos EX. That has a far lower reach with the Unified Beatdown. Right now it's just at 150 damage.
And there's the Ultra Ball, no Hoot Hoot available, so
that's the big thing here.
The end game becomes very difficult for Noctowl engines if you don't have the Hoot Hoots available on board, because you can't string together all those wonderful pieces you can when they're there. And the lack of Area 0 Underdepths throughout the game has made it hard for Alexander to prioritize getting those Hoot Hoot down. There are 4, but it doesn't feel like it with the way this game has gone.
We have the Lost Vacuum here for Alexander. Going to be removing a Glass Trumpet in addition to the trusty Pokestop. That's going to be removed. Alexander respecting the power of that card and how it can help Oyvind work towards game on the next turn. He can't hand disrupt outside of this. He's going to Ultra Ball away. And no, it's going to be... Is it going to be the Professor's Research or the Boss's Orders? You already have Prime Catcher, so you have a Gusting effect without the need for Boss's Orders. We're thinking about lowering our hand size before using that restart once again. You can play the Prime Catcher proactively if you want to, bringing Mew EX, a free retreat Pokemon up as a pivot. That could draw you more cards.
Yeah, well, this is a crazy endgame right here. I really don't know which way it's going to go. Alexander is trying to dismantle the board, but might have to rely on seeing a fresh set of cards off of that supporter, which is not ideal. But it will open up a lot of opportunities, and that's what this deck is all about. It's a lot of combo pieces that become very easy to string together with the Noctowls, but without them, you're often drawing and hoping you find them.
I think we badly need Iono. Oh, interesting, going to go for the Rotom V here. So that keeps Pidgeot EX around. We're thinking that just a couple cards and an Iono isn't going to be a big enough combination to deal with that Pidgeot. A couple area zeros, though. That will open up the bench finally for Alexander. And then we are going to see 7 fresh cards. So Oyvind's sat on his hand now. He gets to keep it. He just has to patiently wait to see what Alexander can sculpt here.
Yeah, I wonder if Alexander was trying to go for the energy switch and get the Radiant Greninja off here, maybe attacking the 2 Duskull.
Right.
And trying to make it as hard as possible in that sense. But, you know, all it would take would be a Briar plus Gust, but...
We're totting up the amount of bench space that we have remaining. That could be math for both Unified Beatdown as well as Subspace Swell.
Okay, well, we're going to get back here off the night stretch with Pheasantipity.
Yeah,
try and see if we can draw into those cards. Definitely digging for something here is Alexander.
You feel like it might be that energy switch, like you mentioned. We had a very fast peak there. Alexander probably not happy with the outcome. I didn't see much that helps him.
There's an energy, so we'll be able to get the manual attach off.
Yeah. We see a Hoot come down as well. Alexander doesn't really have many places to go. You can try and pass with Palkia V-Star in the active position, hope that it's hard for Oyvind to move out of the active spot. But no, we are going to go down to 2 prize cards. And Alexander has 2 prize cards remaining, which means it could be time for Briar.
And there we go. I think it's that. Oyvind has shown he has a Briar in hand.
Yeah.
And we'll just put that Charizard forward. Briar for the knockout. 3 prizes, and they are just talking about how that endgame could have gone. He was looking for the energy switch to be able to knock out 2 bench Pokemon, but unable to do it. So Oyvind is our finalist once again. Back-to-back regional finalist, looking to try and make it a win this time, and showed exactly why he's done it. A great player with a great deck and a great use of Pokestop.
And it was far from routine. that was a chaotic matchup. It seemed, whenever you see a 2-0, you think, oh, this was okay. This was pretty chill for Oyvind, but it was far from it. Going back to that first game where his opening hand was woeful. He only had that Radiant Charizard and a handful of Fire Energy. He was waiting to see what Alexander was up to. He eventually found access to that unfair stamp and was slowly able to creep towards the Radiant Charizard to be a big threat.
We've mentioned how the ace specs have varied in Charizard. I think Oyvind showing a prime example of why the unfair stamp is the best. It just disrupts early and can completely shut down decks that need to see more cards.
And as you can see, picking apart this board, Oyvind making sure that he was always taking 2 prize after 2 prize KO in that first game. Radiant Charizard was such a threat, even having to pass with it at times. And it took him a lot of turns, but he eventually did develop a Charizard EX. And that was the point where Alexander knew that he couldn't continue in that game 1.
And then as the game went on, the Pokestop really showed why it's in the deck. Unfair Stamp was reached for and played, and this is when Alexander slowed down. He had a great hand before the Unfair Stamp, and it completely threw him out of that final moment.
The 2 cards were Lost Vacuum and Switch. Those are terrible cards to draw, and even though Alexander valiantly fought on here and slowly crept back into the game, it still felt like this was the turn where he was just missing out on that final piece, and it meant that Oyvind could come in with that Briar and take that final 3 prize swing.
And it looks like Alexander was showing there that Energy Switch was one of the last 4 cards.
Yeah.
But even then, just because he got the Energy Switch, he wouldn't necessarily have won. It was just showing what he was aiming to do on that final turn.
Yeah.
And only swung with the Trapos because he knew that if the opponent just took another knockout, he was too far behind anyway. So I may as well force the Briar to be available because it could always be prized or hard to get.
Yeah, and we know the Briar was in hand, but that's because Oyvind was pre-planning. He quick searched for that on the previous turn. He was ready. He had it all set up on that turn. So even if there was any disruption, any trapping shenanigans going on, he could then quick search for Fire Energy, get out of that active position. So that trapped Rotom V wouldn't have been an issue for him either because of his forward planning.
And that's what you see with the strongest Charizard players out there. They use their Pidgeot EX, even if they don't need it. They think ahead for that next turn and try and
There's always a good card that can help you. There's always a good card.
Well, if you were drawing 4 cards and someone said to you, you're only allowed to draw 3, but the last one, you could either choose to have a card out of your deck or not, I think you'd always choose to have a card out of your deck.
Yes.
Especially if you could choose what that card was.
Yeah.
And that's typically what happens there with the Pidgeot. You draw 3 cards of the Pheasantipity and you go, wow, I've got what I need. Let me just find another card in my deck. Pidgeot EX, help me out here. Quick search, you found it.
Yep, and great display from Oyvind once again. We can't understate how big of an achievement it is to get back-to-back finalists with the same archetype. Again, Oyvind is having a fantastic run this season and proving himself to be one of the very best in Europe.
Yeah, and I mean, my first ever experience with Oyvind was I met him at Malmo, I believe it was, where he'd driven overnight to get to the event and had not slept, but still managed to go on a great run. And it seems to be that a player that can do that, like Brent Tonneson here after traveling all the way from Australia, is the kind of player who can make great runs when they have slept. And Oyvind has done that twice now, showing why not just him, but everyone from his country is so good as a player. A really strong region, thanks to them.
Yeah, another great finish, I suppose you could say, for Oyvind. That's a terrible one, I'm sorry about that. And also, I should just say, get some sleep before these tournaments. That's always the best advice I could give. Don't take Brent as an example here. He is a unique case, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's been the advice a few of our players when we've done interviews have said is, you know, if you want to get into it, drink some water, eat some food, and get some sleep. It's amazing how much those 3 fundamentals can improve your gameplay.
Well, speaking of improving your gameplay, I want to hear from Oyvind, who's once again made it to the finals of a regional championship. Shea standing by. Let's hear from him.
Thank you for that, Joe. Yeah, I'm joined now with a back-to-back regional finalist. Oyvind, talk to the people. How are you feeling now? So not just, you know, a lot of players would be happy making the regional final once. You've done it twice, and you've done it in back-to-back events. How are you feeling?
Good. I just don't think this is real. You know, the feelings are like, so like, you don't believe it. It was like, I got my first top 8 in 2017 here in Birmingham.
Oh, really?
And then my next regional top 8 was Stuttgart. And
wow, so it took all that time, and now look at you, waited all those time, a few years, and now you're finaling back to back. Let's have a little look, a little rewind into how that top 4 match went, because, you know, at the start there, when you had the first Charmander got KO'd in game 1, that honestly looked a bit dicey, but you was able to sort of get yourself back in the game. Tell the viewers what was going through your head in that game 1.
well, when you are playing Charizard, you just have to think about the ways to stay in the game. You just have to find a way, and then you find like one way to stay in the game, or you find a second way, and then you decide between those, and then you just hope for the best. And in the first game, I was like, okay, I could like concede and go to the game 2, but I'm not out of this technically. And I have Stamp and Rotom and maybe take KO, and maybe this happens, and it was like a full robbery there. First game.
Yeah, for sure. I remember I was looking at the desk and I saw a Radiant Charizard with 3 energy. I think, oh goodness, what's happened here? It's not looking great. But you managed to navigate out of it. Now, I remember in game 2, you got yourself a sneaky little free hitter off your Pokestop, right? And we saw how important that also was in game 1. Now, I know it's a little bit of controversy almost of your use in Pokestop. How useful has it been for you throughout this event?
Yeah, last time in Stuttgart I played 2 Pokestops.
Okay.
And this time I'm only playing 1. I could it down for 1 nest ball. Like in Stuttgart, my deck building was like, I won a cup in Finland with that 60. I'm not changing a card. And it went all the way to the finals. But whole tournament I felt like the second stop was too much. And then I just we had other cup between the Stuttgart and now, and I went to something like very bad, and I was determined to make the deck better. And then I tested like 400 games, like I was playing live when my fiance was watching like some reality TV, and I was getting games in. I tested everything. I tested Pokestops with box, and I tested I don't remember the last name, Forge, like the secret box list from Toronto, made it tweaks to that. Then I tested Arnis 60, I tested Arnis 59, I tested everything, and then somehow every time it came up to the same 58 cards. And the last 2 cards I was like decided on, do I play Stamp and Arven, or do I play Box and Research? And glad I decided. I decided it in the last day that I'm playing the Stamp and third Arven instead of Box and Research. But the Pokestops just felt coming back every time I tested everything. I was like, there is no how people are playing this deck without Pokestops.
Yeah, I mean,
and everybody was thinking like, I might be wrong, but sometimes you are right. I don't know.
Give yourself some credit, over. What do you mean sometimes you're right? You back-to-back regional finals, my friend. I think if there is any controversy about Pokestop now, that argument should be dead and buried. I mean, he's only going to make a regional final twice in a row, so if you're playing Charizard, I'll be listening to over. Now, you mentioned that you went to a few cups, played some cups. Would you say the local scene is, do you use it a lot to practice?
I don't understand.
So do you like play local, you know, the local events, cups, league challenges, do you play them a lot to practice for big events?
Yeah, every time I remember to register or show up, that's my biggest weakness.
You crack me up, Ovid, honestly. Thank you so much for your time. I'm sure everyone's going to be cheering for you in this regional final. As you say, back-to-back regional finalist. Can he take one more? I'm sure everyone will be cheering for you. But now it's back to Mike and Joe.
How about that, eh? Have you registered? Make sure you register for your events.
Yeah, that's always a good idea, to make sure you remember to wake up as well as getting there in time, or even amazing to hear from him. He's so chill about this situation. I mean, to be fair, he was just here a month ago in the exact same situation, so possibly that's why. But he's very relaxed out there, and that's something you can't always say for our finalist. He's in the right vibe right now. He's enjoying his archetype. He's right about Pokestop, it turns out, which is amazing to see as well. So awesome to hear that he's also someone that loves to come to these local tournaments and test his skills there.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say for everyone here at this event, they will have started at locals, they would have gone through that journey, and it was so key to their success. So how can you at home get involved?
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Ovid, I hope you're watching. Look at the screen right now. Get your phone out. Use your phone on that QR code. People at home as well, you do that. Get involved. Look at the locations near you. Even if you have some local tournaments that you are going to, you'll be surprised. There's more popping up all the time for local play. There's going to be plenty around you. That's how you can get involved in this fantastic community and get your story started in the Pokemon trading card game.
Yeah, for example, my league only started about 6 months ago.
Right.
And so if you didn't know it existed, then you wouldn't know to come along, and that's why having that map and being able to find all those events is so good. I remember looking at it back when I first started, and the little Pokemon pins were scattered about all over the country. Now it's so densely populated because there's so many places you can play, and that is a great benefit of those in the UK, but all around the world, the amount of places to play is only going up.
And let's not forget, if you're a competitive player, it's another great opportunity for you to get a bunch of points as well. It's not just out here at the regionals and internationals where you can accumulate those championship points. The local scene points are also really important to accumulate. Those league cups, those league challenges, they really do add up.
They do, and I think it's fair to say the ones who practice the most tend to come out on top the most. I know Irvin sound like he magicked his way here, but he's been playing, like he said, since 2017 was his last top 8, and before then would have been playing and reaching his way towards that top 8. But how great is it that his last top 8 before Stuttgart was in Birmingham, and now he's back to come in and try and take the title of Birmingham.
Birmingham. Yeah, busted in Birmingham. He's a fantastic player and loves coming back to the city, it sounds like. He's going to have fantastic memories whenever he comes back to the NEC. Awesome to follow his run once again in a final, and he's looking to do one better this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that would be quite the story. I mean, back-to-back finalist alone is an achievement, but to be able to then go on to try and make it into a championship win would be huge for him, as it would guarantee his invite to, I think he's pretty much guaranteed with 2 finals anyway, with how many CP he will receive. Yeah. There's never a guarantee with that. The only way to truly know is by getting that first place invite.
And even he has just one more round to go to try and get there. We don't yet know how the outcome of our other top 4 game has gone. Brent Tonneson, Jonathan Sharpling, that's the Regidrago V-Star up against the Terrapagos Noctowl with Palkia once again. So we've been whittling down these Palkias. There was 3 in top 8, 2 in top 4. And we've just seen one lose in our game on the feature match, and we'll have to find out whether or not Jonathan is going to be in our finals or not.
And if Jonathan makes it to the finals, that means Irvind has gone through 3 Palkia Terrapagos to win the event, which would be an amazing story. I think the last time I remember this happening was Gdansk, when we casted the final. The Charizard versus Snorlax match happened for the 3rd time in a row.
Wukash.
And Wukash came through with Snorlax beating its best matchup, and I think Charizard likes this matchup. Palkia Terrapagos typically unfavored in.
Yeah, I can see why Ovind thinks he's dreaming right now, because he never would have expected to face, in top cut rounds, back-to-back Palkia Noctowl. You got to respect that archetype, but there weren't many of them out there in the field. It wasn't a popular choice, and it's really overperformed this weekend. So seeing 3 of them back-to-back in top cut, that's insane.
I'll be happy, and I think we'll have to pinch him at the end of the event, because I don't think he believes it's real right now. And we'll find out what's happening in that other the other semi-final fairly soon for you guys, and keep you updated with it. Should we talk a little bit about the quarterfinal that we didn't talk about before, which was Brent Tonneson versus Rune?
Yeah, so a mirror match, always an interesting one. And I think as mirror matches go, one of the more interesting ones because of how many options both players have access to with all of those attacking plays that they have available, of course. Here's an update on the Masters bracket. Brent, of course, 2-0ing Rune, which is exciting to see, but also a quick update for you guys that Jonathan is currently 1-0 up against Brent in that other top 4 side of the bracket.
Yeah, Jonathan, a great player from the London area.
Yeah.
One of my old locals when I used to live in London, and he is I'd say like a professor of the game. I know we have our local professors. He used to be one of our local judges and professors, but he's just so knowledgeable on how to play the game and all the interactions and all that kind of stuff. And so I think he really has come into his own as the complexity of the game has gone up, and has had some great finishes recently.
I definitely see him as a versatile player. He'll pick a deck for an exact tournament. He'll make a metagame call. He's someone that likes to bounce around decks just for his own enjoyment of the game, but also he thinks there's a right call every weekend, and he's made an incredible one this one. I can't understate how crazy it was to bring Palkia Noctowl. Like, it's only had a couple top 8s in the past, and even then it's been few and far between. So bringing it back to a tournament of this size, when oftentimes you need to really do well at these regionals, you can't mess them up, to be honest with you. If you want to make it to the World Championships, which we know Jonathan does, you can't waste it on a rogue pick, to be honest with you. So to have that confidence to back yourself in your own deck building was incredible to see.
There's got to be somewhere where all these Palkia Terrapagos players were chatting behind our backs, telling each other, yes, we've made the right call, because they all came out in droves at this event. And I think Terrapagos in general did do very well at this event, growing in popularity, and really the conversion of the deck did so well here. And with such a wide meta, having a deck where you can select cards out of your deck directly with that Noctowl really does allow you to open up all the lines of play that you need to win the game, whether it's with that partnership of Dusknoir or whether it's that partnership of Palkia, and on occasion the partnership of Clorf, but not with the Noctowl in that situation.
And just to prove our point about Palkia, how it's done over the last couple tournaments and how rare it's been, there's the 3 in our top 8 over in Birmingham, of course, but it was far less popular in the previous top 8s throughout the Surging Sparks format. So it's done insane this weekend. Have to drive that home. There's at least one of them, well, there's one still out there in the field, currently ahead in our top 4. So it's going to be putting it right back on the map before the final week of Surging Sparks.
But it would also be poetic to have a Charizard versus Regidrago in the final, where we do have Regidrago as our best deck in format in a lot of people's opinion, in fact, in most people's opinion. And I think Charizard is frequently seen as that second in the format, second best deck, and in terms of play percentage, it seems to be the case at the start of this weekend. They were our first and second most popular popular decks. So it almost would either be poetic for the two most popular decks and potentially strongest decks in the format in the final, or that deck that's had a huge resurgence just in this event alone.
Yeah, both would be fantastic matchups to see. Charizard's always going to bring people into close games because you have inevitability with the high damage output of Burning Darkness, but also quick search on the board. It means that you're able to control that late game so nicely if you find yourself in that position. And it's about players, how they navigate their early prizes, but also, most notably, trying to get rid of that Pidgeot EX. That Pidgeot is so pesky as you get to those latter stages. It's too easy for Charizard to see themselves over the line as long as they have that engine developed.
Well, we're here in the UK at a regional event, but soon around the corner we'll be back in the UK for the EUIC event in London. So let's take a little bit of a trip down memory lane and see how it went last year.
Let's kick off the 2024 Pokemon European International Championship.
Can they out-secure Copy-Chons? Yes, they can! Yes, they can! They simply can't stop Fusion. No one could stop Fusion throughout this tournament, and that is why Fusion are your AL's Cup champions!
Emmy Weedle is about to clean up this game. Emmy Weedle did a phenomenal job of reading that if Annihilate is out on the lead, I can win this game with Vigoroth, and Emmy Weedle is going to 3-0 sweep Doomba to become your European International Champion.
See the Mirage Gate accelerate this Hisuian Goodra, and with this Jet Energy, it can move into the active spot, and a final boss's orders commanding one of these two Pokemon on the bench to come up will clinch the game out for Johan, and he becomes your Europe International Champion. Gabriel can find himself an energy card and one of those counter catcher. He can bring up one of these benched two prize Pokemon. Let's see if it's there. It finds both the counter catcher and the dark energy. The back-to-back international champion, Gabriel Fernandez, wins it all in Europe.
One prize card remaining each. Can Tord find the knockout this turn?
Charizard EX in hands. One more piece of the puzzle.
And that's going to be it. The rare candy from the Pidgeot EX will find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout. Tord Reklev is your European International Champion, 5-time international champion, and the greatest player of the modern era.
Saltfest variant.
Ivy Kudjo coming out again from the Ogerpon, picking up a huge knockout here, leaving the Incineroar. If it does outspeed this Virga, if it's trying to go for the Trick Room, is going to be able to get the knockoff off, and it is going to pick up a huge knockout.
Huge knockout indeed.
But the battle is cancelled. We have our first juniors final in the EU 2024 Championships. Kevin Han.
In with this play, Dragon Pulse targeting the Chimpao. It is enough. It picks up the KO, and this Tinglu has a lot of pulling weight. It has to do. It will not, and we see it's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion of the European International Championships.
One hit is all it's going to be taking to take that Pokemon down. And this match, Nils has been in such control the entire time. It was well played, but Nils, he never let out. Always was so close to the title and is going to claim it. Nils Dunlop is going to be your European International Champion.
One
feeling pretty crazy with this win. I did not expect this coming here. I was happy that I managed to clinch out the win in those crucial moments.
Too happy almost. I won the European Championships and I still can't believe it.
I feel pretty normal. A bit in shock. Kind of getting used to this now, but still just a great feeling.
I feel very happy to have won EYC because it was my first IC win.
Es un sueño haber logrado esto, la verdad es algo que siempre quería. Sentí mucho de ese logro hace mucho querer también enfrentarme ante Kagi-chans.
It's been a little bit of time since, especially last year when I got so close and lost in the final. It felt really good to be able to get a little bit of redemption and keep the title in Europe this year.
Hello Pokemon trainers, welcome to Moments in Championship History, a series where you will learn about the most exciting stories throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Today we'll be focusing on an incredible deck that combines an unlikely trio of cards. This is a combination that you would not think would synergize well together, but as it turns out, they formed a partnership worthy of a World Championship title. I'm referring to none other than Robin Schul's Zoroark GX Carburetor deck, which combined 3 of the most powerful cards ever printed.
I think one of my strengths at this game is building decks and choosing the right decks for tournaments. I think I'm quite good at seeing what's important in a matchup between 2 decks and seeing how it should play out in theory and then checking the theory in practice.
The first card was Carburetor from the Breakpoint set. It was a very effective way to stop your opponent's strategies by shutting down all the abilities with its own Garbo-Toxin ability, as long as it had a tool card attached such as Floatstone. Next, the other Garburetor from the Guardians Rising set with a powerful Trash Avalanche attack, dealing damage based on the amount of item cards in your opponent's discard pile. This card alone completely changed how trainers built their decks and played the game, as many powerful item cards such as Ultra Ball, Field Blower and Puzzle of Time that were played back then were now a liability and would increase the damage that this Garburetor could do. And finally, the glue that brought everything together, Zoroark GX and its trade ability, allowing trainers to discard a card from their hand and draw 2 cards. With multiple Zoroark GX in play, you could draw up to 8 extra cards each turn, allowing you to find key resources like Guzma or Acerola at just the right moment. This formidable card already had 3 international titles to its name with different partners. Tord Reklev won the 2018 European International Championship by combining Zoroark GX with Kolisopa GX, and then won the 2018 Oceania International by pairing it with Gardevoir GX. And finally, Stefan Ivanov was crowned champion at the 2018 North America International Championship with the same unlikely trio of Zoroark GX and the 2 Garbodors that would then go on to become world champions. Now, why is it an unlikely trio, you ask? Well, this Garbodor shuts down abilities, while Zoroark GX's best asset is how many extra cards it grants you each turn with its ability trait. So how was Robin able to make these 2 unlikely friends work so well together in the same deck at the World Championships in Nashville? The answer comes in many forms, but the main one is, you want to take advantage of all these powerful cards at the right time. Draw as many cards as possible with multiple Zoroark GXs, shut down abilities when it's convenient for you, and deal more and more damage with each item card your opponent decides to play. In game 1 of his top 4 match against Clive, Robin won by using a Tapu Lele GX with 3 double colorless energy attached to 1 Kiowa Zygarde GX. During game 2, Robin decided to hold off on evolving into Garbodor until the last possible second. And after playing a devastating end to 1, in combination with shutting down all abilities, Robin was able to start an amazing comeback with powerful Trash Avalanche and Rider speeding attacks to make his way into the finals. On Championship Sunday, Robin adjusted his strategy to start limiting his opponent's abilities as soon as possible against the very ability-reliant Malamar deck, as that deck needed to continually use Psychic Recharge every turn to power up its powerful attackers. Robin didn't hesitate, and as soon as the second turn of Game 1, he decided to shut down all abilities with Garbo-Toxin.
The lock has been established. Turn 2 Garbo-Toxin for Robin.
and utilize Zoroark GX with its Psychic Resistance as a bulky and powerful attacker, dishing out a lot of damage with its rider speeding attack.
Robin Schultz takes game number 1.
Game 2 was more of the same.
A perfect second turn from Robin Schultz. It's going to take a 2-prize knockout, lock down the abilities.
And even though it was a bit closer this time around, Robin was able to lock down the Psychic Recharge abilities long enough to walk away with victory.
That is it. Robin Schultz is the 2018 Masters Division World Champion.
Turns out combining 3 of the most powerful and threatening cards ever printed was the perfect strategy for Robin Schultz to be crowned the 2018 Pokemon TCG World Champion. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed learning about the history of this crazy deck. Make sure to let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
I got into competitive Pokemon with my siblings all the way back in 2010 just by going to our local league. My first competitive Pokemon memory is probably when I won my first regional championships, also in 2010. My favorite Pokemon is Shuppet because it was the card I used to win my first major tournament. There's a lot of players who I look up to and respect in the community. I mean, one I think that most people look to is Tord, just because he kind of represents the ceiling in the game. And I'm a big fan of, past just being a competitor myself and playing in tournaments, I'm a big fan of competition and seeing what Tord can do, thinking about what's possible, even if I'm not the one competing at the top 5 years from now, seeing what the landscape of competition could become. I'm very enthusiastic about it and excited to see where it goes. I mean, if I could battle anyone, I think I'd have to go with Ash Ketchum. You know, he's the go-to, the champ. So yeah, morning person. I don't practice as much as I would like between tournaments. Of course, for the bigger tournaments like the ICs, I put in that little bit of extra prep, show up a little bit early to the locations. But my in-between major regional tournaments is definitely lacking overall. I would like to be testing more if possible. I'd probably call my girlfriend first if I won the World Championships. Well, I guess she would probably be there because she does usually come to the World Championships. So I'd probably have to give my mom a call. Favorite dessert? Cake. Any kind. Carrot cake, chocolate cake, vanilla cake, any kind of cake. My favorite part about coming to Pokemon events, I love competing in the competition. I think the real thing that keeps me coming consistently is my friends and my group that I play with consistently, seeing old friends. If they didn't really exist and I felt like I was like a little bit more outside the community, I don't know if I'd compete, but yeah, it really is the community that keeps me coming back consistently.
Pokemon TCG fans, it is time. Finals o'clock is here. I'm back on the mic. I'm Shea Burton, joined by the one and only Ross Gilbert. How are we feeling after watching that stellar top 4?
Well, I'm feeling mostly good, but I'm feeling a little bit confused. You see, I've been calling this Terrapagos Palkia deck Terrapagos. It is listed on the parent of the tournament as Terrapagos, but I had a friendly chat with our good friend Joe Bernard a second ago. Yeah. He is convinced, he is absolutely steadfast. No, it is a Palkia deck. So let us know in chat, is this a Terrapagos deck? Is it a Palkia deck? Does it matter which one we call it? Either way, it has made it into the final against...
Well, Charizard, yes.
Charizard, and here's the thing, even who we just saw on stream, if I remember correctly, top 8 beat Terrapagos.
Yeah.
Top 4 beat Terrapagos, or Palkia. And then in the final, playing against...
Terrapagos.
Yeah, so if I'm just playing a deck I've already beaten twice before, I'm starting to feel very confident. Of course, saw them in the final of Stuttgart Regionals in a Charizard mirror match. This is not a mirror match. This is a matchup where you've got to be coming in feeling very confident because you've just won this matchup twice. You do it one more time, instant invite to the Pokemon World Championships, $10,000 US. Free booster boxes, 108 booster packs. It's going to be a good time to win a regional.
It really is. And as you say, you know, you just beat this deck 3 times, well, 2 times in a row, I should say, and did so in one of the games where you had no Charmander out. After that final Rotom just went lap and sent that Charmander to the discard pile. So if I'm Ovind, I must be feeling ridiculously confident. But his opponent, Jonathan, is no stranger to the top stages. A fantastic player here around in the EU. Doesn't travel too terribly often, but clearly knows his way around the Palkia/Terrapagos archetype, which kind of makes sense actually, because I was saying when we was commentating it before, is that I wasn't really announcing Unified Beatdown that often. I was announcing Subspace Swirl, Moonlight Shurikens. I guess that kind of alludes to the fact that it's a bit more of a Palkia deck. Well, either way, it's in the final.
Yeah, it is indeed, and honestly, Palkia has a higher damage cap. And Terrapagos can't attack turn 1 going second, so you're really waiting for 2 turns before you can attack with Terrapagos, just like you are with Palkia. And of course, it is that V-Star Power Star portal that powers up Palkia or powers up your Radiant Greninja for Moonlight Shuriken to do 90 to 2 different Pokemon. But having that Terrapagos opens up your Area 0 Underdepths, which of course lets you have 8 bench Pokemon. It means you can use Knockdown when you evolve into it. You get to search out any 2 trainer cards in your deck. So Terrapagos absolutely unlocks the deck, but I think Joe might be onto something here. Might be listed as Terrapagos on the pairings. I think it might actually be a Palkia deck.
I think so as well. I mean, Palkia, very strong card. We've seen it do terrific. You were all the way back in the 2002 World Championships, right? And it's still doing good. Now, I'm going to be honest, the viewers, Ross, have been very good, right? We've been doing our community choice bracket this whole weekend, and they've navigated Charizard through right to the end, and it is currently in the finals here. So that means there's one left for us to do, Ross. One left. Charizard EX versus Gardevoir EX. I thought the community was trying to get close to the final. I thought they were trying to do it. Unfortunately, Gardevoir did pick it there at the post. So, viewers, in case you're joining us now, you're not 100% sure what we're looking at. Basically, we have been voting, or the fans, I should say, have been voting at home their favorite deck. So we're going to get 30 seconds each to pitch to you, Charizard or Gardevoir. Then a Twitch poll will open. So if you're watching on YouTube, do us a favor, get your phone, new tab, whatever, Twitch, get ready for the poll. Then you get to vote for your favorite or who put the better pitch forward. And then the winner will be known as the best deck in format, aside from Regidrago.
Which is interesting, given that Regidrago actually not made the final at this tournament. Right, I'm going to be doing Gardevoir here, which means that I get the massive advantage. Please don't let me down again, chat. So,
you stop this. The arguments outside of your 30 seconds, I'm not having it. I've let it go all weekend. I'm calling you on it right now. But alas, your 30 seconds in 3, 2, 1, off you go then.
Gardevoir does everything. You've got ridiculous energy acceleration with Gardevoir EX, getting as much psychic energy from your discard pile as you like. You've got ridiculous draw power with Curlia's Refinement. And look, we all know how the good Zoroark was. This is that same draw engine. It is phenomenal. Have to take damage counters when you accelerate energy. Don't worry about it, because you've got Scream Tail to hit the bench, or you've got Drift Loon, to hit the active. We've got everything.
Oh, that was your 30 seconds. Shameful pitch. I'm going to tell you why as well. Oh my goodness gracious, I'm going to wipe the floor with you on this one, Ross. Goodness gracious me.
It's got everything, mate.
It's got everything. Gardevoir EX does everything, does it? Yeah. That was your opening statement. Okay, interesting. I actually made a note of that. I put it down here. Gardy doesn't do everything. And I'm going to tell you why when it's my 30 seconds. Go! Oh, okay then, right, so this cheeky fella here said Gardevoir EX does everything. I'll tell you what it doesn't do. It doesn't attach energy from the deck. That's what Charizard EX does. Also, my companion, my teammate here, he said that Gardevoir draws cards. Curlia draws cards, thank you very much. We're not talking about Curlia, we're talking about Gardevoir EX. Charizard EX is currently in the finals here. It's won an international championship as well. 330 HP, stage 2, comes out, big damage, dark typing, hits Gardevoir for weakness as well, might I say.
No, you might not. Actually, I cut you off at 29 seconds there. You have
I've had enough. I've had enough of you now. You get arguments in outside of 30 seconds, and then you cut me short as well.
You have 1 more second. I took it from you. Take your 1 second back.
Charizard's the best. There you go.
There you go, see? I let you have your second back. There can be no arguments anymore. So, let's get that rolling on Twitch. Remember, you can watch on YouTube. We both love YouTube. We're very familiar with YouTube. But if you are watching on YouTube, go to Twitch, get your vote in, and then come back and watch on YouTube. But make sure you go to Twitch to get your vote in. We're going to open it up right now. Get your vote in. Which deck are you going for? In which case, Curlia definitely counts. It's part of the deck. So which deck do you want? Go and vote over on Twitch right now, Gardevoir or Charizard.
Now remember, after we wrapped up here, we'll be talking about the final of our regional championships where Charizard currently is. Not to, you know, let that influence your choice at all. But yeah, just remember, one of those decks is in the final right now. Keep that in mind.
Does feel like you gave me quite a lot of grief for arguments outside the 30 seconds.
I've had enough. This is the uprising. I've had enough of you getting your arguments in outside of 30 seconds. You even cut me off short, you little rascal. So now I'm going to play at your game as well. Remember, I'm currently 2-0 up, by the way. So this would be a 3-0 sweep.
I got Galvantula the win in a previous community choice bracket. There is enough. I've proven myself in terms of the argument. Don't focus on me. Focus
that wasn't against me though, actually, funnily enough.
Some of it was.
Oh, was it? Oh, that was a little. Okay, maybe.
I think some of it was, mate.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Well, the power's in your hands at home anyway. Vote for your deck there on Twitch, Gardevoir. But to be fair, both terrific decks. So, you know, argument aside, Gardevoir is actually one of the favorite decks. I've played a little bit. Couldn't play it too much though, because this set isn't very good at doing that complicated things right there. But you're correct. You know, Colia draws the cards. Psychic Embrace, one of the coolest abilities you've ever seen.
Absolutely.
They just attach as many energies like bing, and then do a big amount of damage at the end as well. It's really fun to see. Poetry in motion, I would say.
We are standing by with the results, so let's have a look. Is it finally my time to win one of these this weekend?
Rio! Come on!
Maybe this is the one I should have voted on my phone. And then I brought my laptop over and voted on that, and then got my iPad and voted on that. Maybe if I'd have got a few dozen votes in, it could have made a difference. Oh, it's not a good day for me trying to win, but that's okay. It's far more important that we start to turn our focus towards the players in the final of our regional championship and see which one of them is going to win. And even here, I'm just saying, already beaten this Palkia Terapagos deck in top 8. Already beaten it in top 4. Going into the final, that is about as confident as you can get. All you've done since you started this top cut is beat this deck. Now you got to beat it one more time. And let's not forget, Irvind here doesn't have an invite to the Pokemon World Championships yet, if I remember correctly. They did not earn one in Stuttgart. They fell at the final hurdle, losing in the final in that Charizard mirror match. I don't believe they have an invite from anywhere else. Now, don't get me wrong, 2 finals appearances at regionals, that's a lot of championship points.
It really is.
That's going to shoot you up the leaderboard, but I think Irvind here is going to go, you know what? How about we ignore the leaderboard? Let's just win a regional and then forget it all. And also, making the final of 2 regionals this close together, how good is that player with that deck?
It really is. The confidence levels you would imagine would be sky high. As you said, it's going to final 2 regionals in a row at the bare minimum. As you say, has beat this deck 2 times in a row in the run-up to this event. As you said, practiced over 400 games just to decide what A-spec to use. So, you know what I mean? Like
that is dedication. 400 games just to decide your A-spec.
Yeah, exactly. And he only made that decision yesterday. Well, I guess it would have been Friday, right? So he definitely knows his way around a Charizard EX archetype. And let's not forget as well, it's not just that invitation on the line. $10,000 US will go to the winner. Second players get 7,000, not bad. But 10,000 just rolls off the tongue a little bit nicer, right?
A nice round number. It's also a higher number, so yeah, absolutely, I will go along with that. I know for a lot of players here, the #1 goal, the #1 prize is that invite to the World Championships. That is what is on most competitive players' minds. It's not about any other prizes. It's not even really about the title of champion, although that is obviously amazing and something they will carry with them. Everything is great, don't get me wrong. I'm not downplaying any of the other prizes. I am saying, I am simply saying, there we go, not that simple evidently, but the best prize available, the #1 goal for players coming in this weekend, automatic invite with a win. Because if you're a serious competitive player, you want to play at Worlds, and it is not a secret, it is harder to qualify for Worlds this year.
It really is. That hard cap at 125 players for normal invites outside of any means. So this is the easiest, well, Okay, I said that wrong. It's not the easiest way to get your invite. What it is, I'd say it's the most relaxing way. You get your regional win, sit back, feet up. I'm going to be in Anaheim no matter what happens. You know, I could just play a little bit of local. I can still come to events, play some fun stuff. Doesn't matter what happens afterwards, because my invitation is right there.
It's definitive. It's giving you what everyone could have last year, but very few could have this year. And that is knowing your invite is in the bag. You can go to whatever tournaments you want. You don't have that pressure of trying to qualify for Worlds, and it really takes the pressure off of those serious competitive players for whom Worlds is a very, very big deal. Having that invite locked. Now, there will be some players who are in the hunt for top 125 who are in like the top 10. Yeah. Who just aren't getting past. There's 2 regionals and an international left or whatever, and the numbers just do not work for 115 people to pass them. There will be players that can feel pretty confident, but to have your invite locked up either from Worlds the previous year, from a regional, or from a top 4 at an international championships, that is a goal of every player, so you can sit back and go, I've qualified, I'm at Worlds, I can worry about everything else later.
Exactly that. But as I said when I brought us in, it is now finals o'clock here at Birmingham Regionals. Our players are ready. So now we can head down to the tables. We have Ovind on the left, and he is versus Jonathan Sharpling. Remember, the winner of this match will not only get $10,000 US, they'll get that auto invitation to the World Championships, as we just said. Jonathan on the left there, fantastic player hailing from the UK. 2024 Stockholm Regional top 32, top 128 there EUIC, top 32 Stuttgart, and top 24 at Gdansk as well.
Yeah, not a bad list of achievements there. Lots of top 64s and 32s, looking to really add a win to that. Ervind here, Stuttgart Regional finalist, like we keep saying, fell at the final hurdle. NAIC top 64, I was there, that tournament was gigantic. Lille Regionals top 16, Birmingham Regional top 8 in 2017, last time we were in this lovely city, and I was, like we said, on the casting team with our good friend Joe Bernard for that event as well. So going back a few years, but also very, very recent accomplishments. Let's have a look at the prizes. Anything terrifying?
A double Ultra Ball could be impactful. 1 copy of Noctowl over for Ovin there. The 1 copy of Pidgey could be interesting, but it looks like our Birmingham Regional Finals is about to get started. We have Ovin on the left playing that Charizard EX, Jonathan playing that Palkia Terrapagos, and Ovin is going to get us started here. Has led that copy of Pheasantipity EX. So in case you're joining us, let's run through how this Charizard EX archetype plays as you start to turn off there with a Buddy Poffin. So Charizard EX is a bit of a beefcake Pokemon. 330 HP stage 2 with a ridiculous ability, letting you attach 3 fire energy when you evolve into it. Infernal Rain is what Owen will want to be announcing here. Also has a very good attack, Burning Darkness for 2 fire energy. Does 180 damage, and then 30 more for each prize card your opponent has taken. So it only gets stronger as the game progresses. But Owen does have some extra tricks I want you to keep an eye out for. Radiant Charizard is one of them, a big, hefty 250 HP damage dealing merchant with 160 HP as well. We also have the cursed Blast Line Dusknoir that can chip in extra damage via its ability. And worth noting as well, forcing your opponent to take a prize card with Dusknoir or Dusclops can work in your favor. Also have a whole multitude, a cornucopia of support Pokemon to help him keep ticking over. Pidgeot EX, Quick Search, letting you grab any card you like from your deck once per turn. Pheasantipity, flipping the script, draw 3 if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn. Little Cleffa can come up, Grasping Draw, and then we have Rotom V to instant charge and Luminion V to grab supporters when it enters play.
Absolutely, we do. We see a Charmander and a Pidgey there. Pidgey to evolve into Pidgeot later. Charmander to evolve into Charizard. And you said about making your opponent take prizes. Well, Charizard does an extra 30 damage for each prize card your opponent's taken. Yeah. Radiant Charizard's attack costs 1 colorless energy less for each prize card your opponent has taken. So this is one of those games where your opponent taking prizes, not the issue it is maybe in some other decks. But it really here is, let's attack with Charizard. I am very hard to KO, and I deal a rather large amount of damage.
And don't forget, viewers at home, Irvin did make the final of the last regional he played at, and it was with this exact deck. So he's going to pass the turn over, double Buddy Poffin to fill that bench gloriously as he has. So now it is over to Jonathan to start us off. Ross, why don't you take us through Jonathan's deck?
Well, this Palkia Terrapagos deck really is built around, shockingly enough, Palkia and Terrapagos. Terrapagos is a Stellar Terra Pokemon, and it does 30 damage for each of your bench Pokemon in play. But because it's a Stellar Terra Pokemon, you can use Area 0 Underdepths, which lets you have 8 bench Pokemon. You can use Noctowl, that when you evolve into it, searches any 2 trainer cards. And then you've got Palkia. Palkia does 60 damage base plus 20 more for each bench Pokemon that you and your opponent have. So that's how you get up above the unified beatdown damage that Terrapagos can provide. It's also got that ability Star Portal that lets you attach free water energy from your discard pile to your water Pokemon in any way that you like. And of course, that can power up Palkia, but it can also power up your Radiant Greninja that's got Moonlight Shuriken dealing 90 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. And we see Hoot in the active there for Jonathan. One thing we're going to see as we go through this game, leaving Hoot sitting on the bench. Charizard really doesn't do much bench damage. That's not in its game plan. But having a Hoot on the bench means it can become a Noctowl.
And Noctowl is a real good support Pokemon, letting you grab 2 trainer cards from your deck when you evolve into it, as long as you have a Terra Pokemon in play. We are going to see concealed cards being used there for Jonathan, and let's see another who's going to come down. We'd love to see a Palkia V. I'm not 100% sure if I see an option here. There might be an Iono. Can't quite consult the hand there for Jonathan. Would love to get a Palkia V down at the very least. We're going to see a turn attachment perhaps to Radiant Greninja. And it has to be the Iono, surely. There it is.
Paldean Fates Iono, the only option here. Both players get a new hand of 6 cards because, you know, Terrapagos, you can just play an attack.
Yep.
But Palkia, you really need to evolve into the V-Star. Palkia V is fine. Really, it's a conduit to the V-Star. It is the V-Star that really makes this deck tick. That's where all the extra damage comes from, and that is where the energy acceleration comes from. Do we have one?
No.
We got a Buddy Poffin.
I don't think we do, you know. I don't think I saw a way to get Palkia V there. In case you're wondering why both players just reset their hand, Iono forces both players to put their hand to the bottom of the deck, then they grab 1 for each prize card they have remaining. So both players get a fresh hand refresh to 6 there. Buddy Poffin, and you grab any 2 Pokemon have 70 HP or less, or put them on the bench. It's safe to say Jonathan has a lot of those Pokemon out. Double Hoot would really, as you say, love to get the Palkia V. I know. Now, this is interesting. This is a card we haven't seen so far in the Palkia decks. That Bidoof obviously can evolve into Barrel to let you draw to your 5 cards. Now, this is a very strong card here, Ross, that Fan Rotom.
Love Fan Rotom. It's not a play ability, it's a usability. It's only usable on your first turn of the game, but it lets you search for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. And no, they don't have to be basic. We've already seen a Noctowl coming to the front of the pack there. That means that you're going to save that in your hand for next turn so that you've got that guaranteed search for 2 trainer cards. We've also got another Hoot and a Fan Rotom, but there's no Terrapagos right now, and very, very importantly, Jonathan actually is bench locked right now, because you have to use that last bench space for Terrapagos, or else you don't get access to Area 0 Underdepths. You could use your last bench space for Palkia, but the problem then is you can't play a Terrapagos, and Palkia's output is severely diminished. We are passing with no Palkia V on the board. There's a bunch of draw there for Jonathan. Not entirely sure what he's attacking with yet.
Nothing yet. There's no point in putting a Terrapagos down if you can't attack with it, so might as well leave it in the hand. Over to Ovin now. Going to start turn off there with an Arven. Fantastic card for the Charizard EX archetype, letting you grab a tool card and an item. Now, bear in mind, a tool card these decks love to play is Forest Seal Stone, as we see it being taken there. It is a tool card that can be attached to any Pokemon V. If it is, that Pokemon now gets the V-Star ability, Star Alchemy, which lets you grab any card you like once per turn. So Arven just has a whole lot of value, as we do see Nest Ball for Rotom V. There we do see that Star Alchemy, and it looks like we're going to see a Pidgeot EX being set up. Fantastic card. There it is, because Quick Search basically reads once per turn. Whatever you like from your deck, just go and grab it.
Yeah, already had the rare candy, so going and searching for that Pidgeot means you get that quick search. And the general rule is Pidgeot first, because then Pidgeot gives you that search for the rest of the game, and you can use that search to set up your Charizard, your Dusknoir, etc. Pidgeot is very much the priority here. And we did see Alexander in top 8 taking out the Pidgeot, trying to starve Charizard of resources. But here we see that Irvind not only has the Pidgeot down, but has used the Forest Seal Stone immediately. So if it gets removed, doesn't really matter.
As we do see a Charmeleon coming down, Dusclops coming down as well, and an instant charge that ends your turn, but you can draw 3 cards. A very nice setup turn, not the most explosive, but Irvind getting in the game. The longer the game goes on, you have to favor Charizard. Is over to Jonathan now. Looks like Terapagos X has now hit the bench. That means Jewel Seeker knocked out is now online at the very least.
Yeah, we'll still need the stadium there if you want to get 8 bench Pokemon. Yes. And really, we want a Palkia. I mean, honestly here, I think you play Noctowl, you go and get yourself an Area 0 Underdepths and something to search out the Palkia. That's my preference right now, because now you can use Terapagos, it is an attacker, but this isn't a build that's playing double turbo energy. It's a water energy build, and because you didn't get an energy down last turn, it means that you've got Glass Trumpet. That's your only option for attacking this turn, which is an option.
Yep. But
it's still not ideal. However, if you get 8 bench Pokemon out, actually, I'm going to be honest with you.
What's that?
Get 7 bench Pokemon out, don't even need the 8th, then you will actually be able to get a 1-hit KO on that Fezandipiti there. So that will do 210 damage, KO the Fezandipiti, get you your first 2 prizes. So we are looking here for a Glass Trumpet, an attachment for turn, and a way to get the Hoot Hoot out of the active.
There is a dreamer scenario, right?
I still want a Palkia, though.
If you can use... Okay, looks like Irida's being taken there. So there is a world in which Moonlight Shuriken is live. There's only 1 Charmander and 1 Charmeleon. Both have 90 HP, right?
Yep.
There is a world, Glass Trumpet, Turn Attach, Energy Switch. That is currently live. Bit of a dreamer scenario. You'd also have to maneuver a Hootsuite out the active. But let's keep that in mind. That could be a workaround. If we do see Irida being played, a support card, letting you grab a Water-type Pokemon and an item, Origin Form Palkia V ×2 being taken. The lovely artwork on them ones as well.
Yeah, we got the lovely Oswaldo Cato artwork there. One of my favorite artists working in the Pokemon TCG. And here we are going to see a Fan Rotom being discarded with an Earthen Vessel, going and searching out a couple of energy. I think the most likely thing here is working towards a Glass Trumpet. For your Terapagos, you need Glass Trumpet and Attach for turn, but it is possible here, like you say, to also weave in an Energy Switch to attack with Radiant Greninja. Now, if that's possible, that would be a phenomenal turn, because your energy acceleration comes from Charizard, your main attacker is Charizard. If you cut off that pipeline, it ain't gonna work. It's just a lot more effort to get there. Let's see what we can get. A Noctowl will help a lot, though.
Really will. Glass Trumpet's already in hand as well. I think Jonathan's looking at this card pile. Wait a minute, what have I got in there? There's a lot of energy there already.
Oh, we're eyeing it up there. We could Glass Trumpet. We can actually make it work when, you know, we could use Noctowl to go and get that energy switch. Do you want to use Noctowl to go and get that energy switch? Oh, there is an energy switch in the prizes.
Oh, that's his only copy of energy switch.
Oh, then we're not seeing that.
Okay,
it's in the prizes.
Okay, well, that line of play is no longer live. As we do see the Glass Trumpet being played, letting you attach 1 basic energy to any 2 of your benched colorless Pokemon. So that's going to be 1 Terapagos, 1 on Fan Rotom. And we still have a turn attached left to go as well. So we could see a Unified Beatdown, perhaps?
Unified Beatdown would KO Fezandipiti right now, and I would quite enjoy that, frankly.
Fair enough.
That's what I mean. There is another option here, which is you Prime Catcher a Charmander and KO it with Fan Rotom.
That Fan Rotom, we saw it getting used in the top 4 game, right? There's 1 energy, 70 damage if you have a stadium in play. That's a terrific number dealing with evolving basic Pokemon like Charmander on the bench who has 70 HP. As we do see Jewel Seeker concluding to grab an Ultra Ball and a Prime Catcher, Ross, you might be onto a winner there.
There is your Ultra Ball. We're going to be going and searching for a Pokemon here. Now, the bench is actually full. There are 8 Pokemon, so you'd be going for presumably an evolution here. Might be a Palkia V-Star for next turn, or it could be a Bibarel.
There it is.
Bibarel. And that is going to be a draw engine for the rest of the game, and this is what we like. We've got a Hoot Hoot ready to evolve into a Noctowl. We've got a Bibarel that can be drawing cards right now. We've got a Raiding Greninja that's been used this turn, but every other turn is live. It means that hand disruption means very little. It means you're likely to draw the cards that you need.
Yeah, Bibarel's interesting. Not a card we see terribly often, but being able to draw to have 5 cards you had once per turn, Industrious Incisors, in combination with those Noctowl can really start to get the game out of hand. We see a turn attach to the Terrapagos EX on the bench. Do we have a way to move this this Noctowl, actually?
Yeah, because Prime Catcher switches.
Oh, of course, it's silly me. There we do see the Prime Catcher being played. Now, is it going to be Charmander or Charmeleon? Going to go for 2 prizes.
Yeah, I don't mind this. I'd actually rather KO the Pheasantdipty than the Rotom, but you needed to have a switch as well, so that's why we go for the Rotom here. Interestingly, if we, and we don't, but if we'd been able to get a Palkia V down last turn, V-Star at this turn, we could have taken out the Pidgeot. There are enough bench Pokemon to do so.
Yep.
That would have been a much better target. I mean, the 2 prize off Rotom V is fine, but I don't think it's as good as Pheasantdipty, and it's definitely not as good as Pidgeot.
It really isn't, but now it is over to Ovin now. Does have Dust Noir in hand to kind of evolve into that. And Curse Blast lets you knock itself out, then you can put 13 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. That has a massive power spike. And does have Pidgeot as well available. Does have Flip the Script available now. So I would imagine whatever Ovin wants to do has Arven in hand as well. He can probably do it.
Yeah, being able to draw free with Pheasantdipty and then maybe play Arven and then go, right, well, there's one part missing from a combo I'm looking for. Let's go and get it with Pidgeot. That is going to be very appealing. Does actually, first of all, first port of call, what you really need, Charizard.
Do need a Charizard. Can't really go too far without that. Here we do see Quick Search, though. Let's see what this grabs here. And it's interesting, right, because we saw in the other games just how impactful the Unfair Stamp is. With Jonathan having Barrel, Unfair Stamp isn't as impactful.
Nope.
So it isn't going to be the get out of jail free card that Ovin might be used to. Might be forced to use Curse Blast into the Barrel first, perhaps, and then use it on Unfair Stamp. Let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Curse Blast and Dust One. I'm looking at Raiding Greninja. I'm looking at Bibarel there. Either of them could be KO'd straight up. You're swapping 1 for 1, but you're taking out the draw engine. Bibarel, if you're worried about the draw, is the better option, but if you're worried about a potential attack, that is where Raiding Greninja comes in. Here is your first Charizard coming down, and at this point, it's worth noting with 2 prizes taken by Jonathan, that means Charizard is hitting exactly 240 damage, which is already enough to KO Terrapagos, even if we don't see Dust Noir being used.
It really is. The Infernal Rain has started. Defiance Band, Unfair Stamp being taken off the Arven. Here comes the Curse Blast into the Barrel, just as I said, to remove that draw option there. Jonathan does get to take a prize card, and then Ovin also does as well. Unfair Stamp as well for both players to shuffle their hand away. Jonathan gets only 2. Ovin would get 5. A fantastic comeback card there. Battle of the Apex, Prime Catcher versus Unfair Stamp. Here we go.
Unfair Stamp is going to give Jonathan a 2-card hand. It's going to give Ovin a 5-card hand, which is a lot better. And you've still got your Pidgeot on board, which was the difference we saw back in the top 8 game. Keeping your Pidgeot is absolutely huge.
Yep.
Charizard now is going to come out and do way more damage than you need to. Actually, at this point, could have been KOing a Palkia, a V-Star. It's all irrelevant, though. You had enough damage for the Terrapagos before the Defiance Bow, before the KO on your own Dust Noir. But the good news is you're going to take 2 prizes here. You're going to even it up, and you're going to put a Pokemon active that is much more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I'm sure Jonathan's going to try and play musical chairs with that Charizard. It doesn't really want to deal with that if he can get away with it. We did see Flip the Script activation there as well. But looks like Pidgeot EX is going to retreat thanks to that free retreat cost. Love to see that. And we're going to see a hefty Burning Darkness here from Ovin to even up this prize trade and then get himself in this final. 3 prize cards each. Let's see what Jonathan can do. How unfair was the Unfair Stamp?
I mean, hopefully very unfair if you're Irvin here, because you know what? That is your goal. You're actually looking for 300 damage what that attack was.
Worth noting as well, since that was the only Terra Pokemon in play for Jonathan, would have to discard the bench down to 5 because the Area 0 Underdepth is no longer live. If you're wondering why those knocked out got sent to the discard pile.
Yeah, they're not there anymore, unfortunately. You have to go down to, and it's really awkward, you have to go down to 5 bench Pokemon and then promote. So it actually forces you down to 4 bench Pokemon.
Yes.
That was a very important ruling that came out when this card first came. You know, Area 0 Underdepths was first there. What happens when your Terra goes away? Your Terra is knocked out. Oh, Area 0 Underdepths isn't there anymore.
Yep.
Discard your bench. Now promote your active Pokemon.
As we do see Radiant Greninja Conceal cards being used there. Fan Rotom was promoted. And we could see the little 1 for 70 attack if you like, but Charizard EX, you know, it's gone way too fussed about that. At the very least, would bring it into range of Subspace well, as we do see that lovely Crown Zenith Palkia V-Star hitting the bench. Jonathan just debating on what to do here. This is the problem with Charizard EX. It's not going to go anywhere. 330 HP is a big number. You can't really deal with it in one hit. And the longer the game goes on, Ross, the faster that Charizard EX starts to knock on your door.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing. You've got Area 0 Underdepths. What you really want to do is try and get to like 6 bench Pokemon, because then you can hit 240, and it's in range of a Greninja. That's not happening here. It is just a 70. And my issue with this is, essentially, this brings it into range of a potential Subspace Swell, but even then, you've still got a prize remaining. We saw a play in top 8 where it's do lots of damage to Charizard, and then you can finish that off while taking out a bench Pokemon for your final 3 prizes. Something like that would have been good this turn. Wasn't possible, unfortunately. And, you know, Irvin here has not won the game. Still got 3 prizes left to take. But you can go ahead in the prize race here just by taking out the Fan Rotom if you want to. And then you just finish off a Palkia next turn, and that's it. You win. You're over.
You'd even
just game 1 at least.
You'd even use Bosch's orders was currently in the hand. Take out that Palkia V on the bench. So I've got 1 prize card left. If you dare knock out my Charizard EX, the next Charizard EX will one-shot anything you can put down. Overwind is in a fantastic position here. Going to start the turn off, though, with that quick search to grab any card he likes. Bear in mind, both players are tied on prize cards now, so that Defiance Band is not active, so it cannot hit 280 damage yet, and can't play Counter Catcher as well. Quick search target has been picked. Didn't quite manage to see what it was, though. I'm sure we'll get to see it soon. I say, well, Overwind hand is stacked, though, Ross. All manner of options are already there. So being able to just grab whatever card you like in a regional final when you would argue in the driver's seat as well must be nice.
Yeah, I quite like the idea of just KOing the Fan Rotom, because if they don't KO my Pidgeot, I can just search for what I want next turn. And if they do KO my Pidgeot, it means I haven't KO'd my Charizard. What I really want here is Rare Candy Charizard, though.
Yes.
I want a second Charizard ready to go to really push it. Here we go with the boss's orders onto the Palkia V. Very important. The V-Star is actually out of range. Charizard is currently hitting 270.
And that's a concession from Jonathan.
Jonathan has lost game 1. He has conceded. Irvin wins game 1. Charizard is 1 game away from that regional champion that so eluded him back in Stuttgart.
Yeah, hasn't had to wait long to get himself in this position. Only had to wait 1 event and is currently 1 game up. Big smiles there from Overwind. You have to say he was in the driver's seat for most of that game. Once that Charizard EX comes out, Ross, it just gets a bit devastating. Here is our replay there. I actually had to turn it off. It didn't go for the Rare Candy. Rotom went for the instant charge instead. But at this point, it was all she wrote. This Curse Blast here, this was the turn. As I said, get rid of the barrel, unfair stamp, and grind Jonathan down to a halt. And that's exactly what happened. And once that Charizard EX comes out in combination with that unfair stamp, you ask your opponent a lot of questions. Say, right, deal with this 330 HP Pokemon right now, because if you don't, it's going to deal with you.
And we see the KO there. Big KO onto that sort of the Rapagos. We then see the boss's orders KOing the Palkia, at which point Jonathan looked and went, you know what, Irvin, I can't do this. I've not got a good enough setup. You are too far ahead. Let's go to game 2. I know what's funny, right?
What's that?
You do all right at a tournament, but you fall a bit short. You go home, and, you know, whether it's your wife, your girlfriend, your friends, your parents, whoever it is, what is the one thing they always say to you? It's all right. You'll get the next one.
Yeah, that is true.
Irvin's taking it very literally.
Ooh, 2 copies of Fan Rotom prized. Does play 3, so that is still currently live there. Irida is currently prized as well. Plays 2 of them. Okay, so prize cost for Jonathan, not terribly impactful there, worth noting. Looks like Owen was probably mulliganed a couple times. And you know what, to be honest, if you're in a regional final and you're 1-0 down, I would love for your opponent to start doing some mulligan. It has mulliganed once, confirmed. In case you don't know, if you go to start with the game of Pokemon, you haven't got a basic Pokemon, you will show your opponent your hand and say, whoops, I haven't got a basic Pokemon, can't start. You then get a new hand, but your opponent starts the game with 1 extra card.
Absolutely, you cannot start a game at a Pokemon TCG without a basic Pokemon. 2 Arven prized and 1 counter catcher stand out. Nothing horrendous here from either player, which is the way we like it. So, Jonathan there lost game 1. They get the choice of whether to go first or second in game 2. Looks like they're going first and starting off with a nest ball.
Things you love to see. Right, come on then, Jonathan, if you want to leave here the Birmingham Regional Champion, you have to win this game. No ifs, ands and buts about it, and you have to win the next one. It all starts now. Jonathan's March comeback has to begin right now. Nestball looks like not that Radiant Greninja at the very least. One interesting thing I want to keep an eye on is that Jonathan wasn't able to develop Palkia V early. Let's see if he can try and get that out earlier now, because that could be the difference maker to start firing off those big, hefty subspace well. Looks like Fan Rotom potentially being eyed up here.
Whether you want to list this as a Palkia deck or a Terapagos deck, one thing is certain, you need an early Palkia V. You need a turn 1 Palkia V, because a turn 2 V-Star, it gives you great offensive pressure, it gives you options for accelerating energy, it makes a gigantic difference. So Fan Rotom is being activated here. We have got our Fan Call ability being used, only available on your first turn of the game.
Yep.
3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less, actually going for a Hoot Toot and a Noctowl and a Bidoof here. Basically going, I want all the Pokemon to evolve next turn, and I want 1 Pokemon guaranteed to evolve.
Sounds good to me. You know, if your hand doesn't get disrupted with Noctowl, you're laughing. And that Bidoof as well has that carefree constance ability. It's immune to bench damage while it's on the bench. Not super relevant, but, you know, nice to have. Let's see what else Jonathan has. They're going to bench a Terapagos. So now Area 0 Unadepts is live if he so desires. So it looks like we're going to see a turn attach. I imagine to Terapagos. Could be to the active as well. And let's see. Turn attach to Terapagos on the bench. And I think that might be a pass.
I like this because it means you don't have to get something like a Glass Trumpet or use your Star Portal next turn. It is already ready to go. Irvin here is starting off, and what do we have?
This hand isn't looking too great. There's a couple Ultra Ball, which is fine. Problem is, you'd like to try and build up resources with the Charizard deck. You know, if you don't have to quick search for, if you have some pieces of the puzzle, then you can quick search for 1 card at a time, right? If you're having to Ultra Ball super early on just to get your basic Pokemon down, it really limits options. I didn't see a supporter there at the first instance, so it looks like I would imagine we might see Ultra Ball for 1 Charmander, second Ultra Ball to grab Rotom, instant charge, and that might be all she wrote.
That might be. We have seen these Charizard players in the past at this tournament. If they can only have 1 basic on turn 1, sometimes choosing the Pidgey over the Charmander, so you can get that Pidgeot and keep developing and make it more likely that you will get into that Charmander. You don't want a turn 3 Charizard, you want a turn 2 Charizard, but sometimes it's worth going for the Pidgey to at least make it more likely you'll get that Charizard.
So it looks like we're going to see a little prize check there from Oven, something you see a lot on your first deck search. Just try and work out what resources you have available. Looks like it could be Lumineon as another option that has that Luminous Sign ability. When you put it into play from your hand onto your bench, you can grab yourself any supporter card, and it looks like Iono is being taken. Now, after this Ultra Ball, let's see what this grabs. But this Iono could be very big for Owen. We need to see some basic Pokemon, or at least ways to get them. Oh, we really do now if that Ultra Ball is going to conclude for a Rotom V. Buddy Puffin, Nest Ball, any combination of those, and or Charmander, of course, would be ideal. This could be a finals deciding Iono.
I really like the decision to get Rotom here. Firstly, it's not searchable off a Buddy Poffin, so it's less likely to be grabbed off this Iono. But also, imagine a world in which you go and grab a Charmander and you get an unplayable hand off of Iono, you are completely stuck. If that happens here, you can at least use Rotom, but we got double Charmander.
Iono, that is.
and a nest ball for Pidgey.
Wow, there I said that could be a finals deciding Iron, and I tell you what, if that is the case, Iron must be good friend there with Ovin, because double Charmander and nest ball, you couldn't realistically dream a better Iron for Ovin there, straight back in the races, and of course can end the turn with an instant charge, 3 extra cards as well. Over to Jonathan, what a turn.
More proof that Rotom was the right choice, because if he'd have gone and searched for Charmander there, he would have drawn into potentially 2 Charmander and a Pidgey and a nest ball for Pidgey or Rotom.
Yeah.
Or maybe if he'd searched Charmander, that second Charmander would have been a Rotom. I don't know. Jonathan here has got a Terrapagos with an energy on. Benches a Palkia V, but again, it's a turn 2 Palkia V. It cannot evolve until next turn now. Can get a KO on a Duskull for a prize at least, but if there's any gusting here, I wouldn't mind getting a KO on a Charmander or that lone Pidgey.
That is true. Let's see. We're going to see Ultra Ball for Noctowl. If we're going to evolve a bench one, Jewel Seeker. Grab any 2 trainer cards if you're behind on prizes. Oh, Warrior, it looks like Prime Catcher being hard at Ross.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I don't want a KO Duskull. No. Honestly, here I'm going Pidgey.
Yeah?
Again, I'm going for Pidgey here for the same reason that we've seen Charizard players go for Pidgey over Charmander when they have to choose on turn 1.
Yeah.
Pidgeot opens up the deck. If you've only got Charmander down, sometimes you draw Nout and it goes terribly. Yeah. Pidgeot means you keep drawing.
That is true. Pidgeot is a door opener, so how about you close the door by getting rid of it nice and early. So it looks like Prime Catcher has been taken off the Noctowl at the very least. So he gets 1 more trainer card though, Area 0. Let's see, what is the attacker going to be? What is he going to go after? In game 1, we did go after the 2 prizer. And let's see what he goes after here instead. Unified Beatdown's the easy attack of choice here. Here we go. Ooh, this is exciting. Oh, I'm literally on the edge of my seat right now.
I know how tempting it is to get those 2 prizes. There are still 2 copies of Boss's Orders in the deck. They are very searchable with Noctowl. I love the idea of cutting off that Pidgeot line. Yes, it is the Pidgey coming up. I've thought, and bonus, you don't even need to use Unified Beatdown. Fan Rotom's got your back.
And we do see an Ino as well. They're going to reset after that instant charge. I just saw you ended the turn with 3 cards there, Ovin. Get them to the bottom. And Jonathan gets a fresh new hand of 6 as well. As you say, leaving a 1 prizer in the active. Ovin doesn't really want to have to deal with that. He'll have to try and navigate around it if possible.
We've got a nest ball and a Buddy Buddy Poffin there if we want to keep getting our basic Pokemon out. Certainly we want... Well, I was going to say we want another Hoo-Hoo here. We've got 1 down. I still wouldn't mind another one. Radiant Greninja's the obvious. That's already been searched for. So it looks like we are going to be using a... Yeah, we're going to be using the Earthen Vessel, getting rid of Buddy Buddy Poffin, just getting a couple of water energy. What would it be? Grass energy. A couple of water energy there, and that is going to fuel at least 1 concealed card, if nothing else.
I guess grass energy if you wanted to use Crown Opal, but that is not an option for Jonathan. So yeah, all water energy added to the hand as 1 gets discarded via concealed card. Now Jonathan is off to the races here. The engine is on. We are turboing through our deck here. And I love that fan row. I'm going to remove that Pidgeot because in game 1, Ovin had access to Pidgeot all game. Didn't work out for Jonathan. So saying, right, how about I get rid of that right now? There we go. Fan row attack. Going to carry the Pidgey. Jonathan on the board here. What can Ovin do? How did Iono treat you now? Because in the last turn, Iono was really kind. Let's see how it treated him now. We do have... Oh, had Rare Candy Pidgeot in hand as well.
Yep. If you go after anything else and then your opponent drops Rare Candy Pidgeot, you feel bad. I always think, well, if I was my opponent, what would be the thing I most wanted? Yeah. And I'm thinking, I want the Pidgeot. So I'm like, right, get rid of the Pidgeot. And now we're giving up on the Pidgeot. There's 3 Charmander down. There's no Pidgeot. The only draw engine is Rotom, which ends your turn to do so. Irvin is being kind of cut off of a lot of draw here. Pokestop will help, though.
It will help as a card that he's popularized in the Charizard EX archetype. Forces Jonathan to discard. But here we do see the Pokestop. How's it going to treat you? Rick, that's a great star. Great star! Ovin! Goodness gracious me! Must have a high level on Pokemon Go because he knows his way around a Pokestop. And a Thornton. Are we going to get back the Pidgey?
We got
Rare Candy Pidgeot off the Pokestop. Ovin! second. Oh my goodness gracious me. Quick search is live. Things you love to see.
That is one of the best plays we've seen of the weekend so far. You lose your only Pidgey, but you Thornton, a Pokemon you don't want on the field to get your Pidgey back. Rare Candy Pidgeot, then you get your Charizard. Irvin is right back in this game.
Irvin's Infernal Rain has started as that Charizard EX hits the field. Going to announce Burning Darkness, turning off the lights here in the venue. It's about to get dark. What a turn that was. And the Pokestop unlocked it as well. Wow, Thornton Pokestop. Things you wouldn't expect to see. But here we go. There's the Burning Darkness. Irvin's on the board here. Jonathan, what can you do, my friend?
That was such a fun turn, getting that Pidgeot back. I mean, if you're Jonathan here, you're like, well, the only way you get to Pidgeot now is with a Thornton Rare Candy Pidgeot. What are the odds that happens? It turns out quite high. Thornton has always been an amazing card. It opens up so many options. I wish more people played it. Honestly, I think all the casters are a bit silly that nobody predicted it was going to be a big card this weekend.
It's in my caster prediction. Thank you very much. Tried to sneak that one out. Okay, here's over to Jonathan now that has promoted the Origin form Palkia V. Serendipity hits the field, so Flip the Script is live, can draw 3 cards from the deck. There's the Origin form Palkia V Star. There's an Earthen Vessel. So let's have a look. Trying to eye up is a KO on Pidgeot EX live. We need to see, I think, one more bench Pokemon, I believe.
So we're currently at 10, so that's 260. So no, we're a little bit away, unfortunately.
So we need an area 0 plus one more bench.
So, I mean, we're no, I'm not sure that would do it either. One more would put you up to 280.
That's how much Pidgeot. Oh, I was talking about Pidgeot, I would say.
Oh, Pidgeot, yeah, one more for Pidgeot. I'm thinking about Charizard here. Charizard, we've been maxing out at 13, 260, 320. You'd still be 10 damage short, unfortunately. So, we are getting a couple of water energy here.
That's off an Earthen Vessel.
Yes. So we could attack with your Unified Beatdown, but it's really not what you're going for. We'll have to use your Star Portal if you want to attack with Palkia V-Star this turn.
Yep.
So we're going to Serendipity, we're going to Flip the Script, draw 3 extra cards as a boss's orders. There's an Ultra Ball and a Cancelling Cologne were the 3 cards off of Serendipity there.
There is a world in which you can actually save your V-Star power, right? Because as we do see concealed cards being used, Energy Switch is currently in hand. So you can turn, attach, Energy Switch that energy from the bench, Terapagos onto active, so you can still keep a hold of your V-Star power.
And boss's orders is in hand if you want it. And I think there's a decent chance you do here. We saw that when Terapagos beat Charizard in top 8, it wasn't by KOing Charizard, it was by going after those bench Pokemon instead. And there are a bunch of prizes there that will be on the easier side. There is even a possibility here you could get a KO on, say, a Charmeleon and a Charmander with Moonlight Shuriken. I know every time I suggest Moonlight Shuriken, it doesn't happen. I'm just saying I like double KOs of Moonlight Shuriken, and there are a couple of tasty targets on the board.
There really is. Moonlight Shuriken is one of the best attacks in the game. Make no mistake about it. It's not a bad play by any means. Let's see what Jonathan does here. Still trying to conclude this Jewel Seeker. Looks like Area 0 is being eyed up there. And, oh, I cannot. What card is that? I can't make that one out, unfortunately. Hopefully we'll lay it flat so we can see. But Area 0 is definitely one of them.
Oh, it's a Kieran. Kieran does 30 extra damage. So generally speaking, Palkia cannot extend to KO a Charizard, assuming your opponent sticks to 5 bench. If they go up to 6, you can actually do it. So you have 8 Pokemon, your opponent has 5, that's 13, that's 260 plus 60 base is 320. You are a little bit short. If you get to 7 bench Pokemon and play Kieran, you can KO Charizard here. That is possible. We lose an Area 0 Underdepths, a Lost Vacuum, and an Ino. I don't love losing the Stadium there or the supporter, and Lost Vacuum's not doing any good right now.
No.
That was not a great Pokestop, frankly.
It wasn't, unfortunately. Over there proving, you know, who the Pokestop master is, at least for that turn. Kieran is interesting. Didn't expect to see that too often, but here I think we do have Energy Switch in hands. We turn attachment to active. Are we going to see Starport or are we going to see the Energy Switch? Glass Trumpet. Okay, so that could be one on Terapagos, one on, what, Bidoof, I guess?
Bidoof
or Noctowl,
doesn't really matter. It's an Energy Switch target.
There we go, onto Bidoof. Love that Bidoof getting ready for action, perhaps. We'd love to see a Bidoof attack. Here we do see energy switch. Oh, nope, straight off the Bidoof. I'll have that, please, sir, says
Told you, it's
Palkia.
an energy switch target.
So do we have enough bench Pokemon now is the next question. You said we need to get to 7, right?
I think 7 bench Pokemon with a Kieran will do it. There goes Pokestop. I kind of like this. You get rid of your own Pokestop to stop your opponent having an advantage from it. 7 would give you 12 bench Pokemon to, yeah. So 7 bench Pokemon for you plus the 30 from Kieran would put you to exactly 330. The maths would work out. But if you can't get to 7 bench Pokemon, it is irrelevant. There's an Ultra Ball in hand, I believe.
Is it going to be...
We have 1 more Pokemon.
Is it going to have to be Ultra Ball for Bidoof and try and draw into it?
For Bibarel and try and draw into it.
I should say yes. Yes.
Because we've already flipped the script. We've already used concealed cards. There is no Hoot down that we can evolve into a Noctowl. And we've said this deck is very, very different depending on whether you have a Hoot down ready to evolve or not. If you do, access to pretty much your entire deck. If you don't, then you don't.
Tell you what, if you're going to go for Bibarel, do you even preemptively play the Kieran to draw 1 extra card? That's risky, but that might be the sort of plays you have to do if you're 1 game down in a regional final. We do see the Ultra Ball concluding for the Bibarel. Has the Industrious Incisors ability, letting you draw 2. You have 5 cards in your hand. There's an energy in hand. We can't play that. We've already turned attached, I believe. Goodness, there's actually quite a few cards in the hand. Industrious Incisors is only going to draw you, I think, what, 1 right now? Do you play that Kieran now? No, because it's just going to draw the Bibarel now.
It's Ultra Ball.
So,
and it looks
that's just the Subspace Swell. Okay.
So 260 off the Subspace Swell. It's not ideal. Does put it into Radiant Greninja range for a potential free prize KO down the line, which is very important.
It is.
But that's not what you wanted. Clearly there, Jonathan was thinking, what if I could extend? 2 bench Pokemon were needed. And really, because of the Ultra Ball, it was actually 1 bench Pokemon was needed. But it wasn't there, unfortunately. So you had to just do the damage. And now we see a quick cert from Pidgeot.
Now, Pidgeot now live after that fantastic clip-worthy Thornton play. Things you love to see. It looks like Night Stretcher could be being eyed up yet. There is a Charizard EX in the discard pile. So Night Stretcher of the quick search essentially reads, grab yourself a Charizard EX, 3 fire energy from your deck as well if you like. So I think that was Night Stretcher being taken there, was it? It was, so there we go. There's Night Stretcher. I wonder who this is going to be for. That big Charizard EX hits the field. Infernal Rain activates once again. So 3 fire energy can be attached to a Pokemon any way you like. Just going to take the 1 here, though, because Burning Darkness has a 2 attack cost.
Yeah, there's always an argument to try and set up another Charmander if you've got the energy in deck, but you don't need to right now. You're in a decent position. You've got a backup Charizard you're attacking. There's a boss's orders onto Pheasant Dipty. This will be 2 prizes and, crucially, cutting off access to flip the script. I like this. And now you're saying to Jonathan, right, I'm actually ahead now. I've got 3 prizes remaining. You've got 5. What can you do? Fine, you did a lot of damage to my Charizard, but you know what I did in return? I just took a couple prizes.
Strong turn there for Ovin. Okay, Jonathan, what can you do? You have a wounded Charizard EX in the active, heavily damaged, in range of Moonlight Shuriken, as you say, Ross.
Honestly here, this is, and I know I say this a lot and it never happens, I really want a Moonlight Shuriken this turn. Charizard EX would go down, Charmander or Duskull on the bench would go down, and honestly, I might even be tempted to leave the Duskull because, you know what? Yeah, fine, give me a prize, put me at 1 remaining. I am kind of all right with that. So it is an option with Radiant Greninja. Otherwise, you can KO with Palkia. And actually, what's crucial here is the difference between taking 2 and 3 prizes. If you take 2 prizes, Charizard maxes out at 270 damage. It does not get a KO on Palkia. If you take 3 prizes, however, Charizard does 300 damage and will get a straight KO on Palkia in return. So I like this play a lot. Boss's orders onto Rotom V, because what did I just tell you, Shay? Taking 2 prizes is better, at least in some ways, because it keeps you out of range. Do we have a pivot option, though? Tell me it's not stuck in the active.
No, you can turn attach at the very least, right?
Okay, I think you can.
Oh, that wasn't a pass, was it? No, surely not. I think he's just maybe just thinking perhaps.
If you have one energy,
yeah, definitely has one energy in hand. We can see it.
But then it's a choice between retreating or concealed cards. Here we go.
Here we go.
So now we are going to have the. Oh!
Our portal's being used here.
Do we KO the bench and leave Rotom active and hope there's no pivoting option?
I mean, to be fair, Charizard EXX don't play too many energy and they've attached from Infernal Rain, so perhaps this is the play.
And we just saw one energy being grabbed from Infernal Rain. Might Jonathan be going, do you only have one in deck? If you've got none in deck, that might help me out massively here. And it's not a deck that plays a huge amount of switching options. If this Rotom doesn't get out the active...
Oh, no, it's a concession. You can't Moonlight Shuriken a benched Terra Pokemon, right?
You cannot Moonlight Shuriken a benched Terra Pokemon. So we are just waiting to get that confirmation here. We are circling winner for Ovind, and that means he is your Birmingham Regional Champion. And at the second time of asking, he gets that automatic invite to the World Championships.
Wow, what a victory there for Ovind. A Charizard EX Masterclass going one further than the last regional in Stuttgart and doing it in convincing fashion as well. That final was an absolute Charizard EX destruction, and he'll be doing that all the way to the World Championships now in Anaheim.
And be honest at home, ladies and gentlemen, how many of you forgot about that Terra rule, which very rarely comes into the game, that they do not take bench damage? It unfortunately was the decider in that game. So back to game one then. Irvin here getting the Forest Seal Stone onto the Rotom, getting set up beautifully here. And we see the deck is rolling. We had an unfair stamp. We saw the Dusknoir taking out the B barrel, cutting off that draw engine. We then saw the Charizard doing more than enough damage on Terrapagos, but not before dropping an unfair stamp to put your opponent down to 2 prizes. And then up comes Charizard for a big KO on this Terrapagos. And with 1 prize remaining, you were just too close to the end. Boss's orders onto that Palkia. Takes those 2 prizes there. And really just picking out the key KOs. That was enough to put us into game 2.
But here is the highlight play of the final. The Pokestop hitting double rare candy. Then we see a Thornton going to remove Luminion. Back comes Pidgey, rare candy Pidgeot. And all of it, look at the reaction. That's my reaction as well. Ovin's like, yeah, that's how I planned it. That's why the Pokestop's there. Get those rare candy back. And all of a sudden, bish, crash, bang, wallop. Ovin was in the driver's seat. But this game 2 was interesting. Ovin was definitely taking the prize cards, but Jonathan was in a position to where he could mount a comeback, but it was a very awkward one. There were many ways to take that last turn, but then unfortunately that Terra Pokemon rule rearing its head, saying it cannot be affected by bench damage while it's on the bench, and that was all she wrote there for Ovin to become our Birmingham Regional Champion.
Yeah, we had a big roar from the crowd. Everybody's happy. And look, it's so heartbreaking. You make the final of a regional championship. You get all the way there. You fall at the final hurdle and you lose that automatic invite. Sure, you won your $7,000 US. You won a whole mess of booster packs. You got yourself that second place, and it's so many prizes, so many accolades, but you don't get the world's invite, which is the goal of every player. You come back at the next European regional with the same deck, and you just go one little step further, but now you've got your invite. Now you get your face onto that champion graphic that we're going to be showing in Stockholm and all the other regionals in Europe for the rest of the season. And congratulations to Irvin there. A phenomenally played game. And, you know, we pointed out that turn with Thornton where, you know, oh, my only Pidgey's gone. It's all right, I can still get Pidgeot. Those turns don't happen by accident. Having that one or Thornton in your deck, being able to pull off those turns, that is a master of a particular deck who's played that many games, who knows the ins and outs, and who has perfected their list, because I guarantee you that is not the only time that has happened in, you know, with all the games in testing and in tournaments. I guarantee you that exact play has happened before.
Yeah, and as he was saying in the winner's interview, I got to interview him just just before. He said, I played 400 games just to work out what A-spec I want to use. While my friends and watching reality TV, I was practicing with Charizard EX. So I guarantee you, he's probably seen that scenario before where Pidgey gets KO'd and he just says, well, how about this? A little bit of thought and little whoops-a-daisy musical chairs, bring the Pidgey back, evolve into it, and all of a sudden, he was right back in the game. Just goes to show you that practice makes perfect for Ovin, regional finalists, but now regional champion.
Yeah, gonna find himself very high up on that EU leaderboard with a regionals first and a regional second place already. But the good news is that leaderboard, it's bragging rights now for Irvind. That's all the relevance it has, because now they've got their invite. You win a regional, you get your invite. You can play in Anaheim at the end of the season, over in August in California, try and earn that title of world champion. And I gotta tell you, Shay.
What's that?
If you're good enough at this game to make the final of 2 regionals in a row and then, you know, win one of them, you've got to be one of the players people are least likely or least wanting to play when you get to Worlds. I don't want to play someone who's made multiple regionals finals.
Yeah, Ovin mate.
I mean, I do, but not in like a really important game that matters.
Ovin makes reaching regional finals look easy. Man said, look, I love a bit of Charizard. I'm going to turn up Stuttgart. I'm going to get a little regional final. I'm going to lose in the final to another Charizard EX deck, by the way. And then says, hold on, I'm going to go one better. How's about that? I'm going to get to the final, win another one, book himself a slot in the World Championships. Honestly, it makes it look easy. Kind of troubling, actually, for the rest of the field. And you're right. If you sit down for Ovin now at the World Championships, you're thinking, I swear you're the guy that, like, you know, got 2 regional finals in a row and won one of them. That will put me quaking in my boots.
Well, actually, here's the thing. By the time we get to the World Championships, we know the rotation will have happened. That got announced. Charizard will not be the same deck it is now. But next month, we've got the European International Championships.
Yep.
Where this Charizard deck's going to look very similar. So I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be following Irvin very, very closely at EUIC, because I think that is going to be, you know, that player, that deck, one of the favorites to win that tournament. Let's take a look back at the Day 2 meta then. What decks we had coming into Day 2 of Birmingham.
Yeah, so come into Day 2, Regidrago V-Star, most people's, you know, best deck in format, most popular deck, however you want to call it, was mirrored here in Birmingham at Day 2, 14%. After that, though, let's be honest, look at these numbers, 10%, 9%, 9%, 8%, 7%. It all basically meant it was Regidrago versus the rest of the field, all roughly about the same numbers. My cast prediction, Archaeodon there was at number 2. Didn't really see it in Top Cut, unfortunately. But there is Charizard EX there, coming in at third, well, tied third place there with Terrapagos EX Knockdown. And I think the way that the software reads these decks, some of those Terrapagos will be those Palkia that we've seen get featured in the Top Cuts feature matches as well.
Yeah, certainly. Like I say, the way it's listed on the software, on the match slips, is Terrapagos, but majority of those top ones we are talking Palkia. Interesting side note here, all of the top 8 decks, 4 Regidrago, 2 Charizard, 2 Terrapagos, Palkia. So if you weren't in, you know, the top 4 decks of Day 2, didn't make top 8. But let's have a look at the best of the rest anyway, the other decks that were representing in Day 2. And, I mean, look, 16, 16, 15, 15, 13, 12. There is not much difference when you look around all of those decks. What do we see? A lot of the same contenders we see in a lot of tournaments. Iron Thorns, Dragon Bolt, Raging Bolt, and my old friend Cloth.
Old friend Cloth. I think Raging Bolt might be my one of my storylines from the weekend, actually. Really not doing particularly well. It used to be a top 3 deck in format, now not even making the best graphic in regards to the most popular decks in Day 2. Could that be because of Archaeodon having a better Regidrago matchup, perhaps? Could that also be some of those previous Raging Bolt players swapping sides over to Terrapagos / Palkia and then doing instantly better? So that's definitely something I'm going to keep an eye on for the rest of the season as it pans out. Is Raging Bolt sort of raging its way out of the metagame, or is it due a resurgence?
Maybe just calm down a little bit. You know, give it a little while. The rage will build back up again, and it will come back. But we have finished our tournament here, so let's go and have a look at the bracket. We've just completed the games for now, and we can have a look there. And actually, 2-1, 2-0, 2-0, all of them against that Terrapagos Palkia deck. That is a combined 6-1 record. And like I said, going into this game, if I've beaten this deck in top 8, and then I've beaten it again in top 4, and you're telling me all I've got to do to become regional champion is beat that same deck one more time, I'm feeling pretty confident. We see Jonathan Sharpland there again, a great run, 2-0 against Brent Tonneson, the top seed, the presumptive favorite coming into Top Cup, but unfortunately could not get past Irvin and his Charizard deck.
Yeah, and I do want to give some flowers to Jonathan there, you know, did fall at the last hurdle, but as you say, managed to topple the mighty Brent there in top 4, 2-0. Brent Thompson, let's not forget, had the most amount of championship points there last season, so I imagine that wouldn't have been an easy best of 3, but Jonathan was able to navigate his way through that. A fantastic player here in the UK, traditionally doesn't travel as often, but putting a massive stamp on this event and getting himself $7,000 US as well.
Question is, if Jonathan goes to Stockholm now and plays Terrapagos, does he win, or does it count for EUIC? Are we going to see him winning EUIC with Terrapagos? That's a fun story I'm going to be checking out as well. For now, let's check out the standings, the final standings of Birmingham Regionals. They are your top 8 players with their decks in the order in which they finished, because obviously, you know, we've had 4 players leaving in top 8. We need to figure out the order in which they finished, but those are your top 8 players, and of course, top 8 is where the championship points really kick up.
It really does. So there, as we do see, Terrapagos EX, bit of a highlight from this event. Not on many people's radar, but really overperformed, I believe, in this event. And shout out to Palkia Vista, a card that's been competitive the second it has been printed and is still putting up big results to this day. It was a card that when Area Zero Underdepths was first announced, a lot of players did hype up, then it sort of fell by the wayside, but here it is, as we can see, multiples in our top 8 here, but there is the final standings. That's all she wrote, but what a fantastic event it's been.
Yeah, we had that mini resurgence of Palkia with the French players like Stefan Ivanov and Antoine Boulet, where we kind of assumed they were playing Area Zero Underdeaths, but they were actually playing Greninja EX. And they had a decent run, couple tournaments in a row. That deck was out and about. Never really made it quite up to the finals like we see here. But with Terrapagos, all things have changed. But what has not changed is our Birmingham Regional Champion. It's the same person it was 2 minutes ago. The difference is, back then, we weren't ready to give them their prizes. Now we are. Let's head to the winner ceremony and crown our champion.
Well, we started with over 2,000 players here at our largest ever European regional in Birmingham, and it was our last event of the Surging Sparks format for the European region. But it was an amazing journey for both of our finalists, and I think it's fair to say it was an amazing final by both of them. Those Pokestop plays, the rare candies came through. But first, let's congratulate our runner-up, Jonathan Sharpling. Congratulations, Jonathan. A good friend of mine. We used to play together at locals, and you certainly showed exactly why you're a strong player today. Playing an amazing deck on stage, Palkia Terrapagos. What was the reason for this deck? And it certainly performed well at the event.
Well, like, I've always enjoyed Palkia and Teleon back in the day, and it kind of has that similar vibe, tutoring over cards that you like, and I think when you can sort of like tech for certain matches, like push those numbers up a bit, play so you can have that one prize set up and then forward and straight into the Palkia, so you're always preventing them from carrying like your small two prize guys.
Yeah, I mean, you could talk for days. I know you're a very analytical player, and we mentioned it before on the stream, how great a mind you have, but an amazing community as well here. A lot of the locals have stuck around to support you during the final. Is there anything you'd like to say to them right now for sticking around?
I thank every single one of you, to my wonderful girlfriend Rosie, to my wonderful team with Stephen, Bolly and Kai, to all the Badger lot, the Wishlist lot, to everyone in the Southeast London sphere. I love you all, and I will see you all at locals next week.
Hey. Well, thank you very much, Jonathan, and congratulations again for an amazing finish here in Birmingham. And we also have someone else to celebrate here. They were runner-up in Stuttgart, and I think we thought that it was not possible that a player playing Pokestop in Charizard would be able to do it back-to-back, but he made it to the final. He won the final. It's Urvind Svinevard. Well, how about it? You've done it back-to-back, 2 finals in a row. And I know this one's special for you because this is the one event of the season that your mum comes along to support you. How does it feel to win it here today with her?
Very, very good. She's there.
And it's been a special venue for you before. Birmingham was the place that you came top 8, your first ever top 8, and you managed to come back and do it again here and win. And I think so many people here are so proud of you. Is there anything you'd like to say to all of your community who've supported you?
Well, I would really like to thank my locals in general in Finland, and also our testing group. They have pushed me to far heights, and I'm a quite large man to push around.
I mean, Urvind, your sense of humor is wonderful. I know a lot of players who've played against you have really enjoyed playing against you throughout the tournament. You really embody what it is to be a Pokemon player, and you've shown it here today. I'd love to say a huge thank you on behalf of everyone for showing that spirit here, and congratulations once again to Urvind.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've done our day 1 Swiss, we've done our day 2 Swiss, we've done our top 8, we've done our final, we've crowned the champion. So I'm back with you to wrap up the tournament with, of course, my lovely co-casters, Joe, Mike, and Shay. So let's start off just giving a little bit of love to our finalists and our winner, Irvin and Jonathan. I enjoyed that final. Mike, how did it look for you?
It was wonderful, and I've managed to meet Irvin at a few events, and he's always just been such a lovely player and so humble in his performances. And I think to have a player go back-to-back in the final and then win it in the style that he did, I think he really showed that you commit to your belief in your deck, and if it is the right decision, it will really shine through.
And I think specifically Pokestop, it did him dirty in the previous final, but he believed in it this time around, and it definitely paid off, I think it's fair to say.
Oh, that double rare candy off Pokestop was huge, and that Thornton play was just, and that might have been the best play of the entire weekend. I've got no Pidgey, I'm not going to get a Pidgeot, am I? Oh, yes, I am. And I loved in the replay, they showed us both players' reaction to that play. That was beautiful to see. So, yeah, congratulations to our regional champion and our regional runner-up, Jonathan. Jonathan, again, a great player, did brilliantly, and I think we saw the power of Terrapagos Palkia this weekend.
It's tough that it had to play against one of its hardest matchups in Charizard, and for Irvind, he played against 3 Palkia Terrapagos back-to-back to make it through to that final and win it. And I think when you see the power of the deck, it really shines in other matchups where it's got so many options to dismantle the board of some of the strongest decks in our format.
Yeah, I agree entirely. I don't think we've seen the last of this deck. And, you know, we know Prismatic Evolutions is going to be legal for the European International Championships, which is our next tournament here in Europe. And there's a few changes like Badoo and Regigiga, some of the EVXs, but it's going to be a similar kind of format. And it does make me think, is Terrapagos Palkia, is that going to be a deck we see all over there? Or are we going to see another massive metagame shift? Any predictions?
Well, I mean, it's an archetype that relies on a lot of item cards, which is my only concern because of that Badoo. But we've seen that it only takes a few card changes. Possibly this archetype can include its own Badoo, and then suddenly it can also be the one taking that first big 2-prize knockout, which I think could also be one of the big selling points of Badoo. You buy yourself that little bit of time, evolve up into your V-Star, evolve up into those Noctowl, and suddenly you're the one cherry-picking and dictating the board state.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. So speaking of EUIC, let's take a little bit of a look at the event schedule, see what is going to be coming up for us over the next few weeks. Because, of course, Birmingham was fun, but we've got a lot more to look forward to here.
Yeah, now look at that schedule. The next big one there, London International. I said it before on day one. I'm an international geezer myself. I love those big events. As we just alluded to now, we would have prismatic evolutions legal for that. I'm intrigued to see how the meta game progresses. Not all about the ICs though. We've got Stockholm, Seville, Utrecht, and then Bologna as well. And then obviously we've got the big ones at the end there. NAIC, New Orleans. A lot of people's invitations to the World Championships will be made or broken there. So it's all to play for. I cannot wait to get some of those other events started.
Yeah, there are so many events to look forward to. So just we're wrapping up Birmingham here. Let's just take a look at our winner and our finalists here. I think we've got a nice little look at both of our winner and our finalists, so we can have a look at them, have a look at their decks, and kind of congratulate them one more time here, because it was a good final.
Yeah, when your eyes do not deceive you, that's Ovin once again in a finals, back-to-back finals, this time getting the outcome that he desired with that Charizard archetype, with the Pokestop, and I think he's put some respect on that tech inclusion. It's really been a clutch card for him.
Yeah, it was a very clutch card. It worked absolutely beautifully. So, we talked about the events that are coming up, but there's more fun coming up on Twitch as well in the very near future, including next weekend, where we have San Antonio Regionals, which of course is going to be streamed from our lovely colleagues over in the US. And I'm looking forward to that one, because I want to see, did they learn anything from Birmingham?
I mean, I feel like this format could go all sorts of different directions with how many different decks are viable, having to recognize what decks are going to be more popular at the event and adjusting based off of that. And I think this event showed you don't have to pick one of the most popular ones to go through all the way. And sometimes it can actually be a negative to pick a popular one as other people are already targeting it.
And even though the metagame is sort of different across the pond, they're still going to be looking at this tournament, no doubt. They will have to be acknowledging these results, acknowledging Palkia's prevalence, and also acknowledging the small tweaks to the other top 8 lists as well. Arch-Aladion, even though it didn't have the fantastic top 8 that we were expecting, it still really had a dominant day 1 to day 2 performance. So those are the things the players are going to have to take on board going into the next tournament.
Agreed entirely. And who's excited for Black and White Adventures in Unova?
Tell you what, I am 100%. Can't wait. A little bit. To be fair, you dropped a little bit of a cheeky line at the end there yesterday saying Gen 5 is your favorite and Nova is your favorite, so you should be excited as well.
Of course I am. I should have said who else is excited, shouldn't I?
Yeah. Yes, you are the most excited.
Best spin-off games, favorite region, all new Pokemon until you get to the end game. And don't get me started on the TCG in Gen 5. I was here for the whole time, and that was a lot of fun all over. Speaking of next weekend, though, we are heading over to San Antonio. This is worth getting excited about. I went to San Antonio Regional last season. I was excited. It is a lovely city. There are some cool things to see. I went there.
Well, I mean, the event is more than just Pokemon. I think this is the beauty of the game, is you get to travel around the world and see places you might have not otherwise seen. I think Pokemon has taken me to Poland, where I never thought I would travel to, and now it's one of my favorite countries to visit off the back of that, and the same is true for the rest of Europe. We mentioned Italy earlier, how excited we are for that, as well as all the other events around Europe, and the same thing for North America. And I think it's also the people, right? Getting to meet people from different regions, a huge benefit of traveling around the world.
I agree entirely. I've actually been to Texas twice, and both of them were just to see Pokemon Regionals. Dallas in 2018, San Antonio last season. And I tell you what, people in Dallas are friendly.
I mean, that's the advantage of when you go along to America. You get to meet lots of friendly faces, and you guys will get to meet those friendly faces through the stream.
Now, of course, that's next weekend, but next month, we've got an event which I'm excited for San Antonio. You know what I'm really excited for?
The European International Championship.
The European International Championships. London is a city, I've not counted how many times I've been there. It's many, many times, and you know what? Every year going to EUIC, one of my favorites.
Yeah, and for us Europeans, the Surging Sparks format is done. We need to get testing a whole brand new format. Prismatic Evolutions will be legal for the European International Championships, so we got to get testing some brand new archetypes.
Yeah, get ready for Badoo, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be everywhere in London. That is going to be the biggest tournament of the year so far. Generally the second biggest in terms of numbers after North American internationals. So it's one that a lot of people are paying attention to. Huge hall, lots of fun. I love me some EUIC. I assume we're all going to be there in the building, right?
Yeah,
of course.
I'll be there. Of course we will. I mean, this was a pretty close regional. I mean, if the IC is in the same country as you, I think you'd be crazy not to be there. So many more things than just a tournament as well. I mean, I think that's why a lot of us go, is to celebrate Pokemon at an international championship.
My general travel schedule is 5-hour train to London, and then I start my journey to wherever I'm going. This time, 5-hour train to London. Hey, I'm here, like 20-minute tube to the Excel. Job is a good one. Now, do make sure, of course, you are checking out all of our Pokemon broadcasts, and there's a very handy site to use, Pokemon.com/broadcast. What games are being scheduled? Where are the events happening? When can I watch Pokemon? Go there. There's a whole list.
Well, I mean, Shay, you're looking a bit tired now. How far have you got to go home?
Probably about, 5 minutes on the train and then a little walk back from the train station, for sure.
Well, lucky for you. A lot of these people here have been traveling all the way back to their home countries, which should take a while. We heard how long it took for Brent to get here. It's going to be a long journey home for him. For some people, they're going to be sticking around to play in future events. And while they're doing that, they'll be watching the events around the world on that broadcast channel.
Yeah, I think we're all going to be tuned into San Antonio next weekend, and then all the American regionals. Always enjoy watching them, always have a lot of fun. While you're doing so, maybe you get in touch with us. Maybe you send us some messages using all the appropriate social media platforms: X, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, /Pokemon, #PlayPokemon. What you need to remember. But do remember, on Twitch, it is /Pokemon TCG. /Pokemon is for VG, or at internationals, everything on the Sunday.
Well, for I think this event, I think we've all had pretty special moments. I think the thing for you, Shay, you had a lot of great moments. Let's find out what the moments were for people at home, because I think that's really the key to this this moment of the show. We get to talk about all the great things that happened throughout, and it was more than just the event going on.
Yeah, we've got some posts here to share. So Neve Daly here. Mark delighted with his prize for the colouring competition on Saturday, hoping Tord Reklev might sign his Celebi. This is not a fair post to put up. I don't know if Tord signed his Celebi. Somebody get that information and tell me, please.
To be fair, that is some awesome cluing in there as well. That was really good. And we got one there from Ryan, my absolutely lovely round 6 opponent in the TCG Cup, playing Dragapult Thorns. That's not a lovely deck to play against, I'll be honest. Offered his concession after he discovered that all 4 of his Crispin were prized. Astronomical odds. You clever people in the chat, work out those odds for me now. What are the chances of prizing all 4 copies of a card?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, and I think it's a lot of fun seeing all the plushies everywhere, and we can see from Irvi, I may not have done well in Birmingham, 1-2. You could have carried on, but at least we're having fun out here, and that's what they did. They went and had fun away from the tournament, and there was so many other things to get on with, including the side events. I saw a few of those going on earlier on. Loads of people here really enjoying themselves around the hall.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people having a lot of fun. I've seen people playing old school Pokemon Stadium on an N64. I've seen board games. I've seen coloring. I've seen art competitions. I got caught up. I was doing an interview with Brent, and I was running backstage to, grab the cameraman and set up the interview. And 2 players stopped me and went, "Can you give us a ruling? We need to know what's going on here." So I stopped to give them a bit of a ruling in a casual game they were playing. Don't tell backstage, they probably wanted me to be a bit faster. And the ruling was, can I use Regidrago's V-Star power when it's in the active against a Fluttermane? Answer, of course, no. It's still an ability.
Well, I mean, you are the genius behind that moment there for them, and they're going to remember that forever. All these crazy moments for everyone. I think lots of the side events going on. People are winning tournaments all around the hall, not just on the main event. We also had the juniors and the seniors, so loads of great experiences for everyone around.
It's been a fun weekend. I'm sad to say we're kind of done. Like, we've done the whole tournament, we've done all the rounds, we've crowned a champion, we've done the winner's ceremony, we've reminisced, we've told you guys what you need to know about future events, and I suppose now it's kind of like, bye everyone.
Aw.
I know.
Already?
Already, everyone say bye.